The hand, covered in blood, rested on a cold stone, the fingers spread wide as if grasping for something to hold on to. "My name is Sung Jin Woo," he whispered, the words a stark contrast to the pain etched on his face. Clutching his bleeding wounds, the young man struggled to rise from the cold floor. Despite the pain etched across his face, Sung Jin Woo's eyes burned with determination. He stumbled forward, his legs heavy with exhaustion, blood staining the ground beneath him. "Ha!" he gasped, the sound a desperate plea for air. The white shoe lay abandoned on the floor, a silent testament to the violence that had unfolded. Blood, thick and viscous, pooled around the shoe, painting the tiles a gruesome crimson. 3 figures, clad in imposing armor, stood tall and imposing. Each held a long spear, the tips glowing with a menacing blue light. "Lowest rank and weakest hunter," they seemed to whisper, their words laced with a cold disdain. He sat on the platform, his eyes wide with fear. 2 towering figures, their armor shimmering with a spectral blue, loomed over him. "I never expected this to happen to me," he muttered. His breath came in ragged gasps, his face contorted with exertion. "Ha!" he wheezed, each breath a struggle against the relentless pressure. "God damn it!" he growled, his anger burning hot within him. His teeth clenched, his eyes narrowed, and his face contorted into a mask of pure rage. The figure rose, a surge of power propelling it skyward. The armor, a shining beacon of defiance, gleamed with an aggressive blue light. The city stretched out before him, a sprawling metropolis of steel and glass. Seoul, South Korea. The name felt distant, almost unreal, as if he were witnessing it from a dream. The man with the band-aid adjusted his green backpack as he walked, glancing at the men beside him. He muttered to himself, "If you disregard my slightly abnormal strength and regeneration." The 3 men continued walking, their blue and purple pants blending with the urban landscape. One mumbled to himself, "It's embarrassing to even call myself a hunter." He walked with his group, his troubled expression mirroring his inner thoughts. "Of course, I'm always getting hurt and even had a lot of near-death experiences," he thought. "The job where your life's on the line, the hunter. I'm not doing this because I like it." The construction site in Seoul buzzed with activity, a whirlwind of dust and smoke. Workers scurried around heavy machinery, their faces grim. The blue and white construction site stood silent, shrouded in a thick haze. "I barely pay my rent," a man thought. Leaning against the blue truck, the man looked down at his feet, his face etched with despair. "My sick mother's medical bills with what the Hunters Guild pays me," he murmured. "For a normal person with no particular talent, I had no choice but to become a hunter." The man in the blue jacket greeted his friend, a smile lighting up his face. "Here, good luck on your raid today," he said, handing him a small bag. "Thanks," the man with the blue baseball cap replied, his grin widening. The man with the goatee clutched his can, his eyes darting around nervously. "Hey Kim," a voice called out, a hint of urgency in the tone. He waved his hand, a look of surprise on his face. "It's been a while," he said. "Wait, back. What are you doing here?" The 2 men clasped hands, their smiles bright and genuine. "Didn't you leave because you didn't want to become a hunter?" the man in the blue jacket asked. "Well, my wife is pregnant with our 2nd son, haha," the other man replied, a twinkle in his eyes. The man with the blue jacket grinned broadly, his eyes shining with excitement. "It's not easy to live life," he mused. "True, there's nothing like a raid to earn a fortune." He clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. "I'm worried," he whispered. "It's been so long that I might fall behind." Taking a sip from his blue cup, the man let out a sigh of relief. "Yo Sung, you arrived," a voice boomed from behind him. "Sung, thanks for coming," another voice chimed in. The 3 men stood huddled together, the cold air biting at their faces. "It's cold out there, isn't it?" the man with the brown hair said, patting the man in the blue hoodie on the shoulder. "Good job," he added, his eyes filled with admiration. "Haha, it's nothing. I'll be in your hands today, too," the man with the dark hair replied, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The man with the black hair beamed, his smile wide and infectious. Yo, Sung. Sung. You eat yet? A voice called out. Yeah, Mr. Kim Sang-shik. He replied. Thanks for worrying about me. His laughter filled the air as he recounted a story to the man in the green jacket. He. You wouldn't know since he came right after you quit. He chuckled. His nickname is. He slumped against a wall, his shoulders drooping with dejection. The world's weakest. A voice whispered, tinged with disbelief. The world's weakest? Not the strongest? Another voice echoed, confusion evident. Bro, that's what we call S-rank hunters. The first voice explained. Sung is considered to be the weakest. The two men engaged in a heated debate, their voices echoing in the room. I mean, he's weak enough to get hurt in an E-rank dungeon, one man said, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yeah, he's probably the weakest of us all. The other man agreed, nodding his head. Is he actually the weakest? He's actually that weak? His ears perked up at the whispers coming from the two men in the background. So that means our dungeon will be weak as well since he came. One man said. Ah, I see. The other man replied, his tone hushed. Hey, he might hear us. Let's end it for now, foo. The man with the dark hair turned, his face neutral. Hi, may I have a cup of coffee? He asked politely, a hint of desperation in his voice. I've been hearing you, old geezers. Huh? The man with the blue shirt replied, his grin widening. Hunter Sung Woo Jin. I'm sorry, all the coffee ran out just now. He leaned back against a tree, his tired eyes closing momentarily. Not even coffee. Feels bad, man. He muttered. She gasped, her hand flying to her chest. Oh, hi! Looks like Miss Ju Hee is also attending this raid. A voice called out, a hint of surprise in its tone. Of course. But that's not the problem. She retorted, her eyes narrowed. Why is your face hurt again? He grinned sheepishly, his bandage a stark reminder of his recent mishap. Dunno. It just happened while I was hunting, haha, he said, trying to brush it off. Really? What actually happened? She questioned. He sat on the wooden box, his shoulders slumping with defeat. You even went to a hospital? She asked, her tone laced with disbelief. Yeah. He mumbled, his eyes downcast. She stared at him, her eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. We were in an E-rank dungeon, and I was the only one hurt. He explained. Huh? How could that happen? She whispered, her shock palpable. He looked up, a blush creeping up his neck. The others were all higher ranked, so they didn't even bring a healer. He explained. She shook her head, her frustration mounting. Even so, they really didn't bring a healer just because they would be safe? She questioned. He looked down, his cheeks flushing red. It's okay. It's only because I'm weak, he mumbled. I'm used to it. Miss Ju Hee also knows that, right? He added, trying to lighten the mood. She pondered for a moment, her eyes gazing at the bustling city around them. Well, looks like everyone's getting ready to go into the gate. Let's go as well, she said, rising to her feet. Okay, he replied. The group stood before the glowing blue portal, their faces filled with anticipation. Everyone, a voice boomed, a wave of excitement washing over the crowd. We're off to go happy hunting, so I'm not really qualified to say this, but... A man with a brown beard added, a smile lighting up his face. Standing tall, the man with short brown hair addressed the group. I'd like to be the party leader for this raid. Is that all right with you people? He asked. The group nodded in agreement, their faces filled with trust. Mr. Song, you're the highest ranked here. I've got no problems. The man with short brown hair said. Well, if it's Mr. Song, we can trust him. It's been a while since I've witnessed his skills. The man with curly brown hair added, a hint of excitement in his tone. The group readily agreed to his leadership. Yeah, I agree as well. The man in the green jacket said, nodding his head. Me too. The woman in the center chimed in. Yeah, count me in. The man on the right added, his smile widening. The man with the blue hoodie smiled gratefully, his eyes filled with trust. "Take care of us, Mr. Song Kai Yul," he said. The group stood poised at the edge of the dungeon, their faces alight with excitement. "All right, then let's enter the dungeon," the man with short brown hair declared. "Let's go." The group shouted in unison, their voices filled with anticipation. The man with short brown hair patted the man with the blue hoodie on the shoulder, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Mr. Sung, try not to get injured behind us, okay?" he said. "Ha ha. Okay." The man with the blue hoodie replied, a smile spreading across his face. The man with the blue hoodie nodded, his eyes filled with excitement. "Let's go, Jin Woo," he said. "Okay, okay," the woman replied. He clenched his fists, his face set with determination. "I'm gonna try my best today," he declared. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the swirling blue energy before him. With a surge of courage, he stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The group stood before the glowing portal, their faces filled with anticipation. "All clear. Let's go." A voice boomed, a wave of excitement washing over the crowd. "Ah, okay." Another voice replied, their faces filled with anticipation. The man with the KHA hat smiled warmly at his companion. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. The other man looked down, his brow furrowed in concern. "It's just Hunter Sung Jin Woo. I'm a little bothered that we couldn't give him any coffee." The man with the KHA hat looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. "They said it's about D rank," he exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. "I've never seen Hunter Sung Jin Woo uninjured in my whole time at the Hunters Guild." The man focused intently on the glowing orb, his expression grim. "Jin Woo, why are you so adamant on working as a hunter?" a voice echoed in the air. "Fighting like this will only bring even more risks." The woman with orange hair gently laid her hand on the man's shoulder, her smile soft and reassuring. "Sorry," he mumbled. "I'm not saying this for an apology. I'm just worried," she replied, her eyes filled with concern. The man with red hair unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, his face contorted in concentration. The woman with orange hair watched intently, her bright blue eyes fixed on him. His power surged around him, a testament to his strength and determination. He swung his sword with fierce determination, his blade slicing through the monster's dark flesh. The monster roared in pain, its blue streaks pulsing with anger. The battle raged on, a clash of wills and power. The large room was a scene of chaos, the golden ceiling cracked and crumbling. People fought for their lives, their cries echoing through the broken space. The man with black hair stood amidst the carnage, his blue jacket a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. The woman with orange hair sighed, her face etched with exhaustion. "At least this raid is almost over," she thought, a sense of relief washing over her. She looked at him with worry, her eyes filled with concern. He met her gaze, his expression serious despite the bandage on his cheek. The air between them crackled with unspoken emotions. He walked away, his shoulders squared, his steps firm. He glanced back over his shoulder, his gaze determined. The bandage on his cheek was a reminder of his struggles, but his resolve remained unwavering. The man with the axe grinned confidently, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. "Looks like it's done," he exclaimed. "Mr. Back, you're not dead yet, huh?" the other man asked, his frown deepening with concern. "Ha, this is a piece of cake," Back replied, his arrogance undiminished. He narrowed his eyes, suspicion flickering across his face. "Jin Woo, do you have a reason?" he asked. His gaze was fixed on something beyond the frame, his mind racing with questions. Her eyes widened in surprise. "To not quit being a hunter?" she asked. Her expression was a mixture of shock and intrigue. He threw his head back, a playful grin spreading across his face. "I'm just a hunter for fun. If I don't do this, I might actually die from boredom," he exclaimed. Telling her personal reasons will make me even more embarrassed, he thought, his cheeks flushing slightly. She laughed, her amusement bubbling over. Looks like having fun 2 times will send you rating in the afterlife. She teased, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Peeved. Ack. He sputtered, his face contorting in disgust. Don't laugh. You'll open up, she retorted, her laughter echoing in the room. He stared at the object in his hand, his brow furrowed in thought. Yeah, he mumbled. This is what you get after killing a monster, the magical core. He explained, his gaze fixed on the object. He held the white star-shaped weapon, a smug smile playing on his lips. His eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction, a hint of deviousness in their depths. The silhouette of the dragon loomed against the blue background, a fearsome reminder of its power. A magical core from even AC rank monster is worth thousands. A voice explained, its tone filled with awe. However, since Jin Wu was an E-rank hunter, C-rank monsters were impossible for him. He held the single E-rank magical core in his hand, his face etched with disappointment. After all my injuries and troubles, I only earned a single E-rank magical core, he sighed. He clenched the star-shaped weapon, his expression set with determination. Considering I put my life on the line, he thought, his eyes burning with a newfound resolve. He stood hunched over, his face etched with worry. Earning money like this is, he murmured. Hey, everyone. There's another entrance here. A voice boomed, a wave of excitement rippling through the group. The group stood at the entrance of the cave, their faces alight with curiosity. The opening was dark and mysterious, beckoning them with a sense of both excitement and trepidation. He grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The double lair. Looks like it's actually real, he exclaimed, his finger pointing towards the cave entrance. His voice was filled with a mixture of wonder and anticipation. He unleashed a burst of energy, his arm extended, his body glowing with power. The air crackled with energy, a testament to his strength and control. The cave opening shimmered with an otherworldly light, its source shrouded in mystery. The rocks surrounding it were ancient and weathered, their presence adding to the sense of mystery and power. She stood in the center of the cave, her arms raised, her figure bathed in light. The cave walls were dark and textured, a stark contrast to the ethereal glow surrounding her. He straightened his shoulders, his gaze fixed on the group. Everyone, listen to me for a moment, he said. His expression was unreadable, a hint of anticipation hanging in the air. He looked up, his brow furrowed with curiosity. Since the gate is still open, it seems the boss is inside there. He mused. The group stood on the circular platform, their eyes drawn to the mysterious gate. He smiled, his right hand raised in a gesture of command. Usually, we'd need to contact our guild and await their orders, but, he began. The group leaned in, their faces alight with anticipation. The group stood in a tense huddle, their faces filled with a mixture of worry and suspense. They exchanged nervous glances, their eyes darting around, searching for answers. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken apprehension. He clutched his face, his expression filled with worry. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. He whispered. His eyes darted around, searching for a solution to the impending threat. He stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in thought. So I wish for all of us to go kill the boss, he declared. His eyes were filled with determination, his resolve unwavering. The man with black hair addressed the group, his expression serious. Since it could be dangerous, why don't 17 of us take a vote, he suggested. The group exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the decision heavy on their shoulders. He stood on the cliff, his gaze fixed on the ground below. He raised his hand, his finger pointing towards the distant horizon. And no complaining after the vote results, he stated. His expression was serious, his determination unyielding. The two men engaged in a heated debate, their voices filled with disagreement. We vote to fight, the man in the blue jacket declared. Nah, the man in the green jacket retorted, shaking his head. I vote to go, the man in the blue jacket countered. I say no, the man in the green jacket insisted. He stared at her, his eyes wide with surprise. It's 8-8 so far, huh? He exclaimed. His expression was a mixture of shock and uncertainty. He looked at the group, his face etched with worry. "How about Mr. Sung?" he asked. His eyes darted around, searching for an answer to the looming question. He clenched his fist, his knuckles white with tension. "On Sung's vote," he said. "I don't have enough money," he murmured, his brow furrowed. "Soon, I even need to send my little sister to college," he added. The woman lay in the hospital bed, her face pale and drawn. "And," a voice whispered, its tone filled with sadness. "My sick mother," it continued, the words heavy with unspoken pain. "For my family," the voice declared, its strength returning, fueled by love and determination. He shouted. "I'm going," he declared, his eyes ablaze with resolve. His fist clenched tightly, his body tensed, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The group walked cautiously through the dark and rocky terrain, their faces etched with concern. "Aren't we going too far in?" one of them asked, their voice laced with worry. "How long did we walk?" another voice chimed in, their curiosity piqued. "About 40 minutes," someone replied. "The gate closes in an hour after we kill the boss, so we have about 20 minutes left." Another voice added, their tone urgent. He walked away, his shoulders slumped, his gaze fixed on the ground. "Hey, sorry," he mumbled. "About what?" she asked. Her gaze fixed on something beyond him. He grinned, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Forcibly coming here after I voted yes," he said. His sly smile hinted at a hidden agenda. She walked away, her back to the viewer. "I'm fine, so you don't need to worry about me," she said, her words masking a deep-seated unease. Her attempt at strength masked a growing fear. Her eyes blazed with red light, her anger palpable. "To be honest, no. I am definitely not okay," she spat. He looked at her with concern, his heart pounding in his chest. She stood before him, her red eyes blazing with fury. "Are you insane? Just now, if you'd been stabbed a little above, you would have had a hole in your heart," she screamed. "And that's not even considering your arms and legs. Even though I barely healed them," she added, her anger bordering on madness. He hung his head, his face buried in his hands. "What even made you say yes, huh? Did you also hurt your head?" she asked. "Huh?" he mumbled. "Sorry," he whispered. "True. I'm only alive because Miss Ju Hee is a B-rank healer. I'm in her debt yet again," he added. She sighed, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Ah," she said. "If you're that sorry, how about treating me to some food?" she suggested, a mischievous glint in her eyes. They stood side by side, an awkward silence hanging between them. He hung his head, his sadness palpable. She looked away, her gaze fixed on something beyond him. He stared at the speaker, his eyes wide with shock. His face was pale, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. The image conveyed a sense of anticipation, leaving the viewer wondering what had happened. He looked at her, his mouth open in shock, his face pale. No, of course not," he stammered. She stood close, her expression a mixture of annoyance and exasperation. Her eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed on him. He looked to the side, his eyes wide with surprise. She stood close, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "It's here, the boss room," she exclaimed. Her face was alight with anticipation. The group stood before the double doors, their faces filled with a mixture of wonder and confusion. "I've never seen a room with this type of door before," one of them whispered, their voice laced with awe. "It's strange," another voice chimed in, their curiosity piqued. He looked at the other man, his face etched with worry. "Hey, isn't this place dangerous?" he asked. The other man nodded, his expression mirroring his concern. "Yeah," he replied. His hand was open, his fingers spread, his palm facing the viewer. "Are you going to return empty-handed after coming here?" he asked. His gaze was fixed on something beyond the frame, his determination unwavering. He stood before the double doors, his hand resting on the wall, his eyes focused on the entrance. "We could be the first ones to enter this dungeon. Those who want to leave can go," I'm going in there alone if I must, he declared. His expression was determined, his resolve unshakable. The group stood huddled together, their faces filled with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Well, Mr. Song Kai-Yul's skill is amazing. He's also extremely offensive, styled out of the C-rank hunters. One of them said. That man, if he wasn't about to go, he couldn't been in any big guild. Another added. Since we came here because we trusted Mr. Song, we might as well follow him to the end. The man with black hair said, his face filled with determination. The double doors, adorned with intricate gold accents, slowly creaked open, revealing the unknown beyond. The anticipation was palpable, a sense of excitement hanging in the air. The group stood before the open doors, their faces a mix of worry and excitement. The man in the blue jacket, his hands spread wide, directed them forward. Opens easier than I thought it would, he said. Let's go in, he added, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The two torches stood tall, their flames flickering in the dark blue background. Their light cast long shadows, creating an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. The anticipation was palpable, the air thick with unspoken questions. The room was vast and strangely comforting, a large dome of metal taking center stage. It pulsed with a faint, blue light, casting long shadows across the polished floor. A hush fell over the group as they stood before the towering statue, its blue flames flickering ominously. I've never seen a dungeon like this. One of them whispered, their voice trembling slightly. The stone walls seemed to whisper secrets, each flickering blue flame casting dancing shadows along the passage. It had been ages since anyone dared to tread these forgotten halls. In the dim light, a knight in full armor stood sentinel, his stone form tinged with an unsettling blue glow. The feeling of unease grew stronger with each step. The statues were strange, each holding something different, from swords to instruments, as if frozen in a silent performance. They were unnervingly lifelike. There's quite a lot of them. It feels scary since there's so many. He whispered. Stop saying such negative things. She chided, her hand gently resting on his shoulder. The giant head loomed over them, its stone visage etched with a solemn expression. Wow! Look at that! It's huge, he exclaimed, his awe palpable. The statue of the seated figure was magnificent, a towering testament to an age-long past. Don't think so. It's only a statue after all. He reassured himself, but the unease remained. They scanned the room, searching for any sign of the monsters, but found nothing. There's nothing that resembles a monster here, one of them declared. The blue magic seal hummed softly on the floor, its intricate patterns pulsating with energy. What is this? A magic seal? Someone asked, their voice tinged with a mixture of wonder and caution. A sense of urgency filled the room, a feeling of dread settling in. Mr. Song, something's written here. I think you need to come, the man shouted. The massive winged statue stood in the center of the square, its moss-covered form bathed in the faint blue glow of the floor. All eyes were fixed on the statue, anticipation heavy in the air. A hooded figure scrutinized the moss-covered stone tablet, their brow furrowed in concentration. Is it in runic text? They wondered, a flicker of curiosity crossing their features. They stood before the weathered tablet, its ancient runes speaking of a forgotten past. Let's see. Karthanon Temple's commandments. One of them read aloud, their voice hushed in reverence. His bandaged face was a stark contrast to the serenity of the words etched above him. First, worship the Lord, it declared, sending a shiver down his spine. Second, praise the Lord. The inscription proclaimed, its words echoing through the chamber. Hey, Jin Wu, he stammered. There, the huge statue, he sputtered, his eyes widening in disbelief. The shock was palpable, hanging in the air between them. The structure, a grotesque fusion of stone and moss, had a single, piercing blue eye. Third, prove your faith. The inscription stated, chillingly matter of fact. A sense of unease washed over him, leaving him cold and apprehensive. Wait, he whispered, his thoughts racing. What? This feeling? It got so quiet that the air seems chilly, The inscription spoke of a grim fate, a chilling warning for those who dared to disobey. Those who do not follow these commandments will never return alive, the man stated. The men stood before the ancient stone wall, its inscription promising secrets long forgotten. The prophecy of the ancients. It read, the words etched in a language unknown to them. The door slammed shut, sealing them inside the dark room. What? The door just closed, one of them exclaimed. What do we do now? She yelled, frustration boiling over. Damn it. Can't stand this anymore. She fumed, her clenched fist shaking with anger. You guys are all spouting nonsense. It was a mistake to even come here, he roared. I'm leaving, he declared, turning away from the arguing men. The boss, treasures, whatever. You guys can take it. He spat, his words bitter and filled with resentment. He stood before the imposing door, his fists clenched, a mixture of fear and determination etched on his face. Good luck. A voice called out from the shadows, its tone laced with a chilling indifference. Stop. Don't put your hands on the handle, he screamed, his eyes wide with panic. The room crackled with energy, white tendrils of power lashing out, black lines of motion blurring across the space. The air vibrated with the force of the clash, echoing in the silent room. The crimson blade was pulled free with a sickening crunch, blood spurting from the wound. The air hung heavy with the metallic tang of blood and the stench of violence. The sword stood tall, a silent testament to the brutality that had taken place. Blood splattered the wall, a gruesome tableau of the attack. The hand that emerged from the shadows hinted at the presence of another, a chilling reminder of the danger that lurked. The blade gleamed menacingly in the dim light of the alley, a crimson stain spreading across its surface. A gloved hand gripped the weapon, its owner hidden in the shadows, a sinister presence lurking in the night. The man struggled to hold the door shut, his face contorted in fear as the hulking creature approached. The creature's heavy footsteps echoed through the alley, a terrifying sound that sent chills down his spine. The creature's axe, its red and black blade gleaming, arched through the air, its power palpable, its trajectory aimed at an unseen target. It moved with terrifying speed and force. That thing moves. The young woman gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. The young man with black hair looked on in horror, his face pale with fear. The hell? We have to fight those? The young woman exclaimed. The young men stood frozen, their expressions etched with fear and disbelief. The young man held the woman close, his face a mask of worry. His eyes darted around, searching for a way out of the danger that surrounded them. Wait, he murmured. There. The eyeball. If that was really true, the woman whispered. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted in terror. A wave of fear washed over him, leaving him speechless. The creature loomed over the battlefield, its single glowing eye piercing through the darkness. Its presence exuded an aura of power, a chilling reminder of the danger that lurked. Ah, he gasped, his eyes wide with horror. The creature's power was palpable, a chilling presence that filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. The creature stood amidst the rubble, its cracked face twisted in a silent scream. That thing moves. The words echoed in the air, a chilling testament to the fear that gripped them. A sense of dread washed over them as they looked upon the monstrosity. The hell? We have to fight those? One of them whispered. The room was vast and imposing, a silent testament to an age-long past. The robed figure sat enthroned, his presence radiating a chilling aura of power. What was the rank of the one who died just now? The older man asked. D rank? The younger man stammered, his face pale with shock. The creature stood tall and imposing, its armor stained with the blood of its victims. If even he was bad, he still would have been stronger than an E rank like me. He muttered, but in one hit? Wait a second. The two figures stood like sentinels, their cracked faces a testament to the battles they had fought. This dungeon is a D rank at most, he said. I've never heard of monsters as strong as them in the likes of D rank dungeons. If all the statues here can move, the man with brown hair began. They're not statues. The man with black hair whispered, his eyes wide with terror. "Don't tell me," the man with brown hair muttered. "Even that one," he whispered, his eyes fixed on the towering figure. The creature loomed over them, a formidable presence that commanded their attention. They stared at it in awe and fear, its power radiating from its very being. The creature was a sight to behold, its massive form dominating the landscape. Its cracked face and piercing gaze hinted at a power that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. His eyes widened in shock, a wave of fear washing over him. The bandage on his face seemed to ache, a painful reminder of the danger he had just faced. The creature stood as a silent sentinel, its blue glass form radiating an aura of power and mystery. It was a formidable presence, a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. He stood alone in the heart of the forest, the towering trees casting long shadows around him. "This isn't the first time I encountered a near-death experience," he muttered. "During my first raid, I accidentally broke away from my party and got lost. I also got hit by an E-rank monster in the back and was hospitalized for weeks." He shouted, pain etched on his face. The monster lunged forward, its sickle flashing menacingly in the air. He lay bruised and battered against the brick wall, his body aching with exhaustion. "I even almost starved to death after being trapped inside a dungeon," he whispered. The swords gleamed menacingly in the dim light. "Others trade their magical cores for better weapons," he said, "to defeat stronger monsters." She lay in the hospital bed, her face pale and drawn. "And to earn more treasures," she whispered, a flicker of hope fading in her eyes. "I can't do that." He stood in the light blue room, his face etched with worry. "Always unequipped," he muttered. "Buying a poor sword would just result in it being destroyed quickly anyways, and having a healer would mean my injuries would be healed given that it's not extremely serious." "That brat came out injured again," he said. The man in the blue jacket walked away, his shoulders slumped, a sense of shame hanging in the air. "In a mere E-rank dungeon?" the man in the black jacket asked. "I feel bad for the healers raiding with him," he continued. "They have to work twice as hard." He sat slumped on the bench, his head bowed, his green bag lying forgotten beside him. "These days, he's called the world's weakest hunter." A voice whispered, its words echoing the man's despair. "Meaning, even though he's a hunter, he's useless." A voice sneered, its words dripping with sarcasm. "My shoe's been destroyed," he muttered, defeated. "So the first, second," he mumbled. The creature's fist slammed into his stomach, the impact sending a wave of pain through his body. "All those days where I came out injured, I ignored their sneering remarks," he thought, "and inefficiently worked a job that could result in my death." The eye glowed with an unearthly light, a chilling reminder of the creature's power. "That I knew very well," a voice echoed in the depths of his mind. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. The bandage on his cheek seemed to tighten, a symbol of the battle he was about to wage. She screamed in frustration, her face contorted with panic. "No, no, no," she cried. "Everyone, duck," he yelled. His eyes darted around, searching for the source of the danger, his face etched with grim determination. The three men stood poised, tension crackling in the air. The man with brown hair stared ahead, his expression serious, while the man in the green jacket looked around in confusion, unsure of what was happening. The ground cracked and buckled, a blinding yellow light erupting from the center of the explosion. The power of the blast was undeniable, a terrifying force that could reshape the world. He stood engulfed in the orange glow, a figure of pure power. His face was obscured by the light, but his presence radiated an undeniable sense of strength and excitement. A powerful force erupted from the figure, a boom, shaking the very foundations of the world. The air crackled with energy, a chilling reminder of the power unleashed. The man with orange hair struggled against the relentless force of the man with long dark hair, a whoosh, marking the speed of the attack. The scene unfolded on a dusty path, the air thick with anticipation. The robed figure, his face obscured by the pointed hat, unleashed a blast of pure energy, a blinding yellow beam arcing across the battlefield. Pow! And bam! sounded as the force of the attack rippled through the air. The wall crumbled under the onslaught, kaboom! Echoing through the air. The yellow beam of light, zing! Searing through the air, left a trail of destruction in its wake. Oh! A voice whispered, a sense of dread settling over the scene. He stood amidst the swirling smoke, his eyes glowing with a mournful light, tears streaming down his face. Wake up! Someone yelled. Hey! Another voice echoed, their urgency echoing through the air. The figures scrambled up the cracked wall, a glowing orange path illuminating their desperate escape. Ah! She screamed, her hand glowing with a blinding light. The man watched, a cold smile on his lips as she writhed in pain, the scene radiating a chilling sense of horror. It's not just a few that died, the man in the green jacket said. I barely dodged it. He continued, if Sung didn't yell out. A voice groaned from the ground. We could have been wiped out. The man said, a sense of relief evident in his smile. Miss Ju-hee! A voice cried out, Miss Ju-hee! The woman lay on the ground, her hands clutching her head, her eyes closed in pain, the sound effect bubbles signifying the urgency of the situation. Don't stand up. Just remain in your position, he shouted. If we stand up, it will attack us again, he warned, his eyes scanning the cityscape, searching for any sign of danger. Mr. Song. One of the men said, okay. He nodded, his expression serious. In the next panel, a different man with black hair lay injured on the ground, his eyes fixed on the man with brown hair. Mr. Song Kai Yul, he exclaimed. Miss Ju-hee can't handle fear that well. He explained, that's why she can only do basic raids even though she's a B-rank healer. But here, the shadowy figure boomed, its voice echoing through the city, it doesn't seem basic. The horns on its head glinted menacingly, its cracked form radiating a chilling aura of power. Only those who moved died. One of them said, a hint of disbelief in his voice. All the people who lived listened to you. Oh. The other man murmured, his eyes widening in surprise. Wait. He said, his brow furrowed in thought. Didn't you yell because you knew what would happen? His voice was laced with a mix of fear and curiosity, his mind racing to comprehend the events unfolding before him. Ha! The man exclaimed, his eye wide with shock. Sir, your arm, he cried. He stood, his face pale but resolute, blood staining his blue jacket. I'll be fine, he said. Just help me stop the bleeding, will ya? Sung. The man in the black jacket asked, what rank does that look like to you? Don't know. Sung replied, I've never been into a raid higher than AD rank. I've only experienced a B rank raid once or twice. He said. I can definitely say that this place exceeds that of a B rank dungeon. The icy figure sat upon its throne, a chilling presence that filled the air with a sense of awe and terror. Even there, the man whispered, there weren't any monsters of this caliber. That one is a rank. He muttered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of escape, his heart pounding with fear. No. Maybe an S rank, he whispered. Just now there was the Karthanon Temple's commandments. He murmured, his gaze fixed on the imposing statue. First, worship the Lord. The cloaked figure murmured, its voice echoing through the chamber. Second, praise the Lord. The inscription declared, its words etched into the ancient stone. Third, prove your faith. The tablet proclaimed, its words chillingly matter of fact. Those who do not follow these commandments will never return alive. It warned, its message resonating with an ominous finality. Mr. Song. He gasped, his face pale, the Lord. The three sat in the wreckage, the weight of their discovery heavy upon their shoulders. The creature, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light, stood before the woman, its presence radiating a menacing aura. Her eyes narrowed, her expression grim, a silent challenge passing between them. The creature, its horns sharp and its eyes glowing, lurked in the shadows, its presence a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked in this world. The creature sat upon its throne, its mossy hand resting upon the armrest, a terrifying symbol of its power. The shadows around it seemed to writhe with an unseen energy, a chilling reminder of its might. He sat in the darkness, his gaze fixed on something unseen, his mind racing with thoughts and possibilities. The air hung heavy with a sense of anticipation, a feeling that something momentous was about to unfold. Killing all of them would also take too much time. The man with brown hair said. The young man with black hair nodded, his eyes fixed on the man, his face etched with a grim determination. A deep blue gate, swirling with smoke, rotated slowly in the center of the image. Its white core pulsed with an unknown energy, radiating an ominous feeling. The tunnel that connected the other world to ours was a large bright blue circle, surrounded by a dark blue nebula. Its white stars twinkled ominously, creating a sense of mystery and fear. 10 years ago, a blue circle appeared in the sky, casting an unsettling glow over the city. The once vibrant city now felt bleak and ominous, as if a dark cloud had settled over everything. The man with black hair stared intently at someone off-screen, his expression serious and concerned. The three men behind him seemed tense, as if they were discussing a grave situation. I too became a hunter, but my strength was only enough for an E rank. The man said, disappointment etched across his face. Their strength stays the same from when they were awakened, it never changes. Although I am stronger than most humans, the difference between other ranks and me was vast. The man muttered, his face filled with shock and surprise. The red monster with horns roared, its sharp teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. The three characters scrambled away in terror, their faces pale with fear. And did this as their career were called hunters, they gasped. The hand, covered in a blue substance and speckled with green, pulsed with an ominous power, creating a sense of mystery and suspense. The man, wearing a gray jacket, stood with his back to the viewer, his face etched with concern. Despairing. He thought, insane monster that springs out of nowhere. The man, his face filled with terror, stood frozen, his eyes wide with fear. The monster's massive hand, emerging from the darkness, filled the image, creating a terrifying sense of dread. There's nothing we can do now, is there? The man with brown hair asked. Will you be fine? The bleeding's not stopping. The man with black hair responded, his face covered in bandages. I brought only 3 healers because I thought this would be over quickly, the man said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he wiped sweat from his brow. The 3 characters stood on the edge of the pool, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at the large, cracked wall. One got attacked so brutally that not even his corpse remained. One of them whispered. The man sat on the rock, his back to the viewer, his face filled with worry and fear. One is so shocked that he's acting like that. He thought. Save me. Save me. I want to live. The man with brown hair cried, his face twisted with distress. Even a B rank healer like Ju He probably never experienced anything like this before. He sobbed. Hey. That's why receiving healing may be a little hard for now. The stone-like creature stood stoic, its serious expression radiating a sense of power. I think it would be better to just stay still against the likes of him, it said, its voice low and rumbling. The 2 men stood side by side, their faces etched with worry. When the situation clears a bit, let's try running then, the man with brown hair said. Although it won't be easy. The 4 characters sat huddled together, their faces filled with despair. Hoo hoo hook. The man with green hair sobbed, his face buried in his hands. Why do we have to? He whimpered. This is only AD rank dungeon. Only AD rank, the man with black hair muttered. The man with black hair and a bandage over his mouth stared intently at something off-screen, his face serious. Just like what Mr. Song Kai Yul said, we'll get attacked if we move, he said. The man with the mischievous grin stared out at the guard statue. Even if we somehow bypass him, we still have to go through the guard statue, he said. He probably never intended for us to leave. I won't die like this, the man in midair shouted. The 2 men clashed, their movements blurring as they fought with fierce intensity. I finally joined a big guild, the man exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he stood in the midst of the destruction. His voice was filled with a sense of accomplishment and relief. So I can't die here. The man growled, his face hardening with determination as he clenched his fists. The environment around him was a testament to the fierce battle he had just endured. The man's eyes burned with intense anger and determination, his jaw clenched tightly. His face was a mask of pure resolve, reflecting the fierce battles he had endured. Don't move. The man with the red jacket yelled. The man with the black hoodie grinned, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yeah, I can do it. If anything, I'm confident in my own speed. The man boasted, his face radiating confidence as he raced forward. His movements were fluid and effortless, reflecting his incredible speed. I'll go through the door in an instant. The man declared, his silhouette a blur of motion as he hurtled through the air. His speed was unmatched, leaving a trail of wind in his wake. Dark gray rocks plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground below. The blue sky above was a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding beneath, emphasizing the speed and force of the falling debris. The man with black hair soared through the air, his movement a blur of motion as he raced towards the doorway. The darkness around him seemed to amplify his speed, creating a sense of urgency and power. The man lay unconscious, his body sprawled on the ground. The destruction surrounding him was a testament to the grueling battle he had just endured. A large double door stood in the background, a reminder of his goal and the obstacles he had overcome. The man with short black hair clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with determination. He was ready for whatever challenge lay ahead, his anger and focus fueling his eagerness. A giant glowing eye, cracked and pulsating with power, stared out into the distance. Its intensity radiated a sense of fear, reminding everyone of the immense power it possessed. The man with short black hair gasped in surprise as a red slash appeared behind them. "Kya!" he shouted, pointing at the man with blonde hair. The man ran desperately, his legs pumping as fast as they could. The orange sunset cast long shadows, emphasizing the urgency and danger of his situation. The man, cloaked in a long white robe, sat in his chair, his skull-like face radiating power. Beams of light surrounded him, illuminating his imposing presence and creating an aura of awe and fear. The woman with long blue hair stared in horror, her eyes wide with shock. "Kya!" she screamed. The man stared down at the ground, his face etched with surprise. The woman, her face hardened with determination, slammed her fist into the ground, unleashing a powerful force. "Fuck!" she shouted, her anger palpable. The man's face hardened with determination, his eyes filled with fear. "These guys can kill us whenever they feel like it, can't they?" he muttered. The man's face was twisted with arrogance and malice. "It would be easier than squashing a bug," he said. The man with short blonde hair stared in confusion, his face filled with apprehension. "They could wipe out all of us this instant," he said. The woman with short black hair nodded, her expression determined. "So why aren't they?" The man shrugged. "Dunno." The man, trapped in an icy cage, looked anxious and concerned. "It's different from the monsters," he thought. "Even if it could, it does not kill." The guard statue, positioned near the door, held its weapon menacingly. Its dark armor and blue base radiated a sense of anticipation and danger. The large ice statue, cracked and weeping, stood guard, its blue base reflecting the ominous atmosphere. The large statue that shoots beams when you move, he thought, a sense of fear and anxiety creeping into his heart. The man, his blue eyes focused on the statue, stood poised and ready. They attack in a pattern, he thought, his mind racing as he strategized his next move. The man, his eyes wide with shock, stared at the statue, his face pale with surprise. "There's a rule in this room?" he exclaimed. "A pattern," he muttered, his mind struggling to grasp the situation. "It can't be." The two men watched in amazement as the figure with green wings holding a scroll soared through the air, its movement a blur. The image, blurred to give a sense of speed, captured the awe and surprise of the moment. The figure, cloaked in a blue robe, held the large stone tablet, its inscription hidden from view. "The commandments of Karthanon," the man whispered. The stone tablet, radiating an aura of power and mystery, seemed to pulse with an ancient energy. The man, his face beaming with excitement, stared at the statue, his eyes wide with surprise. "Yes, that's it," he shouted. The man, his face contorted in surprise, stared at the statue, his mouth agape. "Commandment?" he gasped. "Mr. Song Kai Yul. What was the first commandment?" he shouted. The man with brown hair, his brow furrowed in contemplation, pondered the question. "Worship the Lord?" he murmured. "The first would be." The blue-skinned man with the crown, his red eyes filled with worry, stared out at the dungeon. "The Lord, huh?" he muttered. The man with brown hair, his face contorted in surprise, stumbled back as the man with black hair, kneeling, yelled, "Sir, there's a rule in this dungeon." "What are you doing?" "If I'm correct," the man with brown hair said. "Are you crazy?" he shouted, his eyes wide with astonishment. The two men stared at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Neither of them understood what was happening, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and apprehension. The man with brown hair, his face etched with confusion, stood before the statue-like figure on the throne. "He doesn't attack those who move," he thought. The man, his face calm and thoughtful, stood in the dungeon, his gaze fixed on the ground. His blue jacket seemed to blend with the blue background, creating a sense of serenity in the midst of the chaos. "Sir, there's a rule in this dungeon," the black-haired man yelled, his face contorted in anger. He was kneeling, his gaze fixed on the other man, who stood with a startled expression. The man with black hair, his face etched with confusion, looked around frantically. His dark shirt stood out against the blue background, highlighting his bewilderment and uncertainty. The man with brown hair, his light blue face serious, stared intently at the statue. "Those eyes aren't the eyes of a man who wishes to die," he said. The man with brown hair, his face filled with confusion, stood before the statue-like figure on the throne. The figure, its gaze fixed downward, seemed to exude an air of ancient power. The man, his face contorted in pain and rage, yelled. His wide eyes reflected the intensity of his emotions, his dark outfit blending with the blue background, amplifying the sense of distress. The man, his body hunched over, his arms extended, looked down at the tiled floor, his face etched with pain. His hooded jacket shadowed his features, highlighting his anguish. The man, his face contorted in fury, shouted. His clenched jaw and gritted teeth spoke volumes about his anger, his blue shirt contrasting with the blue background, drawing attention to his intense emotions. The man, his jaw clenched tightly, looked down, his face determined and focused. "He starts to attack if you move past a certain height," he said. The man's eyes widened in surprise, his face pale with shock. "I finally understand the meaning of the first commandment," he exclaimed. The man, his face grim and serious, yelled. "Everyone, bow down to the statue," he commanded, his tone demanding obedience. The two men, their faces flushed with anger, argued fiercely. "Sung Jin Woo, have you gone mad?" The man with black hair shouted. "What are you talking about?" The man with brown hair yelled back. "Ha," he added, his expression a mixture of confusion and anger. The man, his eyebrows raised, smirked at the reader, his eyes glinting with amusement. "You figured something out, right?" he said. The man, his face set in a determined expression, looked at the reader, his jaw clenched tightly. "Yes," he said. The man, his face contorted in pain and distress, looked down at the statue. "He attacks if you move past a certain height, and therefore doesn't attack when you bow down low enough," he said. "Worship the Lord means to literally bow down and worship him," he added. The man, his head bowed, his body tense, gritted his teeth, his face contorted in intense focus. "So when you bow down to him," he thought. The older man, his face etched with suspicion, narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on something outside the frame. "This didn't come from just a gut feeling, right?" he said. The man, his face contorted in anger, pressed his forehead to the ground. "It did, for now," he muttered. The older man, his face resolute, looked outside the frame, his jaw set firm. "Well, there's nothing else we can do right now," he said. The large figure, cloaked in a flowing robe, sat upon a throne, its crown gleaming in the dim light. 6 figures, their faces filled with awe and fear, knelt before it, their eyes fixed upon the figure with a mixture of reverence and terror. The 3 men, exhausted and weary, knelt, their faces a mixture of relief and uncertainty. "We get to live?" one man asked. "We can finally get out of here," another man said. A large, dark blue structure with green accents stood tall, its pointed top reaching towards the sky. Small, white figures, seemingly flying, circled the structure, their movement adding to the sense of mystery. "By just bowing?" the text above the structure asked, its question echoing the uncertainty of the moment. The large, cracked figure, its glowing white eyes piercing the viewer, stared into the distance, its presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The blue figure seemed to radiate an ancient power, its very existence a testament to a force beyond comprehension. The large, blue figure, its glowing red eyes intense, stared forward, its expression one of power and authority. 5 dark figures stood in a line behind it, their faces obscured, their gaze fixed on something outside the frame. A hole had opened in the floor, and a cloud of white smoke rose from it, creating a sense of mystery and anticipation. The large figure, its form mostly dark blue, stood tall, its pointed head crowned with a jagged, pointy crown. Its long, dark robe flowed around it, amplifying its sense of mystery and power. The creature, its blue skin shimmering in the dim light, stared at the viewer with a predatory gleam in its red eyes. Its open mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, sent a shiver down the spine, the helmet on its head adding to its menacing presence. The creature, its wide smile revealing a set of sharp, white teeth, stared directly at the viewer, its blue skin glowing in the shadows. The unsettling smile made the viewer feel judged, its intensity sending chills down their spine. The man, his face filled with worry, kneeling on the ground, stared at the creature with a mix of fear and apprehension. "What's with that face?" he whispered. The man, his face contorted in fear, kneel on the ground, his eyes fixed on the creature. His expression, the text above him read, his fear palpable. The creature, its skeletal structure visible beneath its blue skin, stared at the viewer with a menacing grin. "It changed?" the text above it exclaimed, its transformation shocking and terrifying. The creature, its throne obscured from view, sat on its throne, its legs spread apart, its menacing presence filling the space. The viewer, seeing only the lower part of the creature, felt a wave of shock and fear. The creature's foot, shod in a large shoe, rested in the top right corner of the image, a silent threat. The path, filled with people, wound its way down and to the left, leading towards a large crack in the ground, filled with water. The scene exuded a sense of unease and tension. 3 figures, their bodies huddled together, kneel on the ground, their heads bowed, their blue clothing blending with the background. "How many has he attacked before?" the text above them asked, the question lingering in the air. The man, his body curled in the pool of water, stared at the viewer with a worried expression, his blue clothing blending with the water. 2 large knights, their armor gleaming, stood near the pool, their swords and shields a constant reminder of the danger. "How many are still alive?" the text asked, a chilling question. The man, his face etched with worry, looked up, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "How long?" the text above him read. "How long do we have to do this?" the text below him whispered, his despair almost palpable. The man with curly black hair gasped, his eyes wide with surprise. "Looks like he stopped attacking," he said. The man with black hair shook his head, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. "No way," he whispered. The creature, its pale blue skin glowing in the dim light, stared at the viewers, its wide grin revealing a set of sharp teeth. "Don't you think he's going to try something else now?" the text above it asked, its red eyes burning with a malevolent intensity. "Is everything actually going to be fine now because we bowed to him?" the text below it questioned, its words echoing the lingering fear in the air. The man in the blue jacket, his face filled with surprise, stared at the shadowy figure, its presence imposing and intimidating. Hey, if you stand up like that," the text above it warned, a sense of danger hanging in the air. "Look," the text next to it exclaimed, drawing attention to the shadowy figure, The attacks stopped. The text in the bottom right corner announced, bringing a sense of relief to the scene. The group of people, their faces alight with a mixture of relief and hope, looked up at the large figure above them. "It's true." The text above it confirmed, its words echoing the joyous news. "He isn't doing anything." The text above it proclaimed, its announcement bringing a wave of relief. "No way. Is it really over?" The text in the middle questioned, a lingering doubt still present. "We survived." The text in the bottom left corner exclaimed, celebrating their victory. "We get to live." The text in the bottom right corner shouted, its words overflowing with joy. The man, his face contorted in disbelief, stared at the scene unfolding before him, his eyes wide with shock. "No," he whispered. The man, his left eye filled with fear, focused intently on something outside the frame, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and apprehension. "Not yet," the text above him warned, its words hanging in the air. The three figures, their expressions a mix of fear and uncertainty, stood in the blue room, their bodies tense. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of foreboding. The creature, its red eye burning with malevolent intent, raised its arm, its long fingers extended. The blue background, crossed by dark lines, amplified the sense of fear and dread that radiated from the creature. The large blue foot descended, crushing the ground beneath it. The ground, cracked and broken, testified to the creature's immense power and destructive force. The man in the blue jacket, his face filled with shock, looked at the scene unfolding before him. Wait. It's not over yet?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. The man in the middle, his eyes wide with surprise, gasped, Ah. The woman, her expression a mix of fear and disbelief, shouted, "No." The atmosphere was heavy with a sense of dread and uncertainty. A figure cloaked in darkness stood before them, a crown casting a shadow over his face. The air crackled with an unspoken power, leaving only a chilling question hanging in the air. "Don't tell me we have to face him?" Three figures stood in a blinding blue space, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed upwards. The sight above filled them with a dread that chilled them to their very core. Sung Jin Woo, don't you have any other plans?" The man with black hair, his face wrapped in bandages, spat out the words. The man with brown hair, his face contorted with panic, could only offer a shaky response. "Even if you ask me." The monstrous creature, its blue skin glistening in the darkness, grinned, its razor-sharp teeth glinting. A single, monstrous eye stared back, its malevolent gaze filled with unspeakable power. The creature, a horrifying amalgamation of flesh and teeth, bared its maw in a menacing grin. Its blue skin pulsed with an unnatural energy, a terrifying testament to its raw power. The man in the dark robe, his crown a symbol of his authority, raised his foot, a flicker of anger crossing his face. A single question hung in the air, a challenge to their resolve. "You really don't have any ideas?" The group of four, disoriented and lost, found themselves facing a vast, bright blue wall. Uncertainty clouded their faces, their steps hesitant and unsure. "I don't know what to do either," one whispered. The creature's foot, a massive, blue appendage, crashed down onto the ground, shaking the earth beneath them. The sheer size of the foot sent a wave of terror through their hearts. The tension crackled between the man and woman, their words a sharp exchange of accusations. His face etched with fear, he pleaded with her, but her anger burned brightly in her eyes. The man with brown hair, his face alight with excitement, gasped. "Oh, wait! This dungeon has its own rules," he exclaimed. The man with black hair, his face pale with shock, could only stare in disbelief. The man with the bandage, his face contorted in a scream, yelled out, "The first was to worship the Lord." The woman next to him, her eyes wide with fear, whispered, "The second is to praise the Lord. That has to be the key." One of the figures, a man with dark hair, exclaimed, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The others, a mix of men and women, looked around in confusion. "Praise?" the man in the black leather jacket questioned. The man in the light blue jacket, his face filled with uncertainty, muttered, "If it's praising, then I will give it a shot." The man with the golden cross necklace declared, his eyes filled with determination. I was a member of the church choir. The man in the green shirt responded, a hopeful smile on his face. If it's singing and praising, I've got this. The man, his face a picture of disbelief, stared at the scene before him. His golden cross necklace glinted in the dim light, a stark contrast to the horror he felt. The man pleaded, make me anew, and pour your graces. The weakness. The imposing figure behind him, a tall figure with a crown and a wide smile, watched with an unsettling intensity. Found within me. The man in the black suit whispered. The giant figure behind him loomed over him, its massive foot a chilling reminder of his helplessness. All will wash away. Your love holds on to me. The man, his face etched with sadness, whispered, his eyes searching for a flicker of hope. The bandage on his face, a stark reminder of his pain, served as a physical manifestation of the fear that gripped his heart. Is it working? The man in the blue jacket asked. The man next to him, his eyes wide with surprise, responded. It does look like he's moving slower. The man, his eyes wide with terror, stared in disbelief. A single word escaped his lips, a whisper of despair. No. The man's voice, muffled by the dark blue mask, echoed with a chilling surprise. That's, he began, his one visible red eye wide with shock. Like an eagle flapping its wings above. A large text bubble above him proclaimed, echoing his awe. The man's mask, cracked and worn, revealed a chilling grin. His red eyes gleamed with malice, and his sharp teeth were bared in a horrifying smile. There was nothing human left in his gaze, only a monstrous hunger for destruction. A massive foot, large enough to cover the entire scene, descended from above, its shadow engulfing the man in its chilling embrace. He looked up, his face contorted with terror, a desperate plea escaping his lips. I shall also walk with my lord above. The man, cloaked in black, stood firm, his fists clenched tight, a resolute look in his eyes. Despite the fear that gnawed at him, he held his ground, determined to face whatever awaited him. From within the Lord's love, the text above him whispered, a promise of hope amidst the growing fear. But his eyes, filled with worry, revealed the truth. That's praising. The man's eyes, wide with fear, darted around as if searching for an escape. The wrong God. The text above him screamed, confirming his deepest fear. The massive blue foot, a monstrous instrument of destruction, crashed down, crushing everything in its path. A crimson mist rose from the impact, a testament to the foot's immense power. A massive foot, large enough to cover the entire scene, descended from above, its shadow engulfing the man in its chilling embrace. He looked up, his face contorted with terror, a desperate plea escaping his lips. I shall also walk with my lord above. The man with long black hair stood in the corner, his fists clenched, his face resolute. His long black coat billowed slightly as he stared down at the ground, lost in thought. From within the Lord's love, the text above him whispered, a promise of hope amidst the growing fear. His worried expression revealed the uncertainty that plagued him. The man's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape in a silent scream. The words above his head, that's praising the wrong God, echoed his fear, leaving him trembling with a cold dread. The blue foot, cracked and burning with an unnatural energy, slammed into the ground, shattering the earth with a devastating force. The red cracked spider webbed outward, a stark reminder of the immense power unleashed. 7. The woman's scream pierced the air. The man beside her, his face contorted in a mirroring scream, stood frozen in the face of the approaching threat. Run! The man in the black jacket yelled. He and the man in the green jacket scrambled to escape the descending foot, their desperate flight a testament to the overwhelming danger. The giant blue hand, its fingers dripping with an otherworldly energy, reached down towards the fleeing figures. Help me! A desperate plea rose from the hand, while a chorus of Jia echoed beneath it, painting a scene of utter despair. Curled up on the cracked sidewalk, the woman wept, her face buried in her hands. You. A choked sob escaped her lips, her body racked with a profound sense of helplessness. The giant blue foot, its icy surface glistening, descended upon the city, shattering the ground beneath it. 3 figures, their faces etched with terror, scrambled away, their frantic escape a testament to the foot's unstoppable force. It's dangerous to group up. Separate for now. The man in the blue jacket yelled. The woman beside him, her eyes wide with fear, nodded. Why, yes. The woman's tears flowed freely, her sorrow palpable. The man beside her, his face etched with determination, struggled with his own internal conflict. But I can't leave Miss Ju-hee behind, he whispered, his resolve unwavering. I can't die here, the man in the green jacket shouted. The woman, her face etched with concern, responded, how about you quit being a hunter and find a safer job? Her words were laced with a mix of worry and unspoken pleas. The man on the right grinned, his hand wrapped around a can. We already have 2 kids. He said, what are you talking about? We have to earn more money for their sake. The man on the left, his face contorted in anguish, choked back a sob. I'm finally determined to be a father of 2, but this. He stood on the blue floor, a green jacket clinging to his shoulders. Worry etched deep lines on his face. Over here should be safe, right? He whispered. His blue hair seemed to stand on end as he screamed, Mr. Back. Behind you. The words were choked with fear, his eyes wide with terror. Turn around, he cried. The man in the green jacket looked down, his gaze fixed on the ground. A looming shadow, dark and menacing, loomed to his right. His face, pale with fear, reflected the uncertainty that hung heavy in the air. The dark figure, helmet glinting ominously, towered over the man. A cold, iron grip tightened around his arm, his body wrenched in terror. Fear choked him, the image of the figure a terrifying vision of imminent danger. His eyes, wide with terror, searched the shadowy figure above him. He was trapped, his fear palpable in the way he stood, his green jacket and blue pants a stark contrast against the blue floor. Ah! He gasped, his mouth agape in terror. His eyes, wide with fear, darted around, his green jacket offering no solace. The feeling of fear was overwhelming, suffocating him with its intensity. The dark figure, cloaked in armor, brandished a blood-stained sword. A spray of crimson erupted from the blade, a gruesome testament to the violence that had unfolded. The air crackled with the energy of destruction, a chilling reminder of the figure's power. The dark figure, crowned and with glowing red eyes, exuded power and mystery. The words, "Praise the Lord," echoed above and below the figure, adding to the image's aura of reverence and awe. Praise to the Lord resonated above, followed by a question of awe and wonder. How do we praise a God like him? The large red stain on the blue figure added a sense of sacrifice and devotion. The man's scream echoed in the air as he ran. That's the devil, he yelled, fear and terror etched on his face. Behind him, 2 other figures ran with grim determination, their expressions hard and resolute. The 2 figures stood before the colossal statue, one dressed in white, the other in black. Behind us stand the guards. In front is the colossal statue. The figure in black stated, their voices laced with a mixture of caution and anticipation. The figure in the gray jacket fell backward as the large, sword-wielding figure attacked. Ah! The figure cried out in terror. A second armored figure stood in the background, their presence a menacing reminder of the imminent threat. The figure in gray armor, holding a hammer, looked towards the bottom right corner of the image, anticipation and excitement radiating from their stance. Below them, a list of weapons appeared: an axe, a spear, a sword, a hammer, a flail, a bow, an instrument. The man in the blue jacket lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain. My arm, he cried out. My arm, he repeated, the fear in his eyes reflecting the severity of his injury. The man in the blue hoodie ran, his eyes darting to the right. We can't get closer and we can't run, he exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. What do we do? He asked, his desperation echoing in the urgency of his words. Huh? The man in black hair exclaimed, surprise and confusion evident on his face. His gaze was drawn towards the bottom right of the image, where a statue of a woman playing a musical instrument stood. Below the figure, the text appeared, an instrument? The figure in the blue robe, with green markings, turned towards the bottom right, curiosity and wonder replacing their initial confusion. A question emerged below them. Do they attack with instruments too? The armored figure, adorned in silver with a red marking on its forehead, stood as a warning. The guards only attack when you get too close. The words echoed in the air. The man in the green jacket, with a shocked expression, looked on as if a revelation had dawned on him. Once you do that, they move based on predetermined motions. He whispered, a mix of excitement and discovery in his voice. The man in the dark blue shirt ran through the stone building, worry etched on his face. A blue glow enveloped him and a text bubble appeared. If the statues holding instruments do that too, then... The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Everyone, run towards the statues with instruments. The text bubble urged. The ones with instruments? Another text bubble echoed, adding to the confusion. Panic surged through the group as they ran, one person already fallen and bleeding, the woman with red hair trailing behind with her hair obscuring her face. The man with dark brown hair smiled sinisterly, his gaze fixed towards the right. Behind him, a shadowy figure in a long blue robe with a blue hand played a large horn. The image radiated a sense of mystery and fear, the shadowy figure's presence unsettling. It started playing? The man in the blue jacket exclaimed. The stone statue, visible from the waist down, played a large horn, its sound filling the air. The man stood in front of the statue, the unexpected sound leaving him startled. The statues holding instruments don't attack. Find the ones with instruments. The man in the black jacket yelled, his urgency evident as he ran, his gaze fixed on the statue in the corner. The man in the blue jacket followed, his face etched with worry, the situation growing more dangerous by the second. The musical notes, bathed in a white-blue glow, danced across the blue and green gradient background. Their curved pattern emanated a sense of calm and peace, evoking the beauty of music. The statue of the man playing the violin, dressed in a blue robe and with a concentrated expression, stood before the brick wall. Musical notes swirled around him, the image imbued with a sense of mystery and power. The man, with short blue hair and a blue shirt, was consumed by pain. His face was contorted in agony, tears streaming down his cheeks. The image was a stark reminder of the depth of his suffering, conveying a sense of sadness and despair. The shadowy figure, cloaked in a long blue robe, loomed menacingly, a wide, cruel grin splitting its shadowed face. Huck. The figure hissed, followed by another, Huck. Before spitting out the final words, you bastard. The man, wearing a blue hoodie, held the hand of the woman with red hair, blood staining the floor behind them. They ran, his gaze fixed to the right, his expression determined. A shadowed figure in a robe loomed in the background, casting a long shadow over their hurried escape. Hurry up and start playing. The man in the torn jacket yelled, his finger pointed towards the large, blue-tinted statue of the man playing a drum. Frustration and annoyance etched lines on his face, his urgency palpable in the cold, blue-tinged environment. The woman, with long red hair and large blue eyes, wept, her face etched with worry, as she stood behind the man with short black hair. Why? The man uttered. His mouth agape, his expression mirroring the woman's fear and confusion. Wait. Could it be that two people can't stay underneath the same statue? The woman with red hair questioned. Jin Woo. She cried out, her eyes wide with fear, her entire being consumed by sadness. Don't move. You'll be safe if you stay here. The man in the blue jacket shouted, his arms outstretched, his gaze resolute, as he ran towards the large statue of the man playing the drum. Jin Woo. The woman with red hair called out, her face etched with concern. The robed figure, adorned with a crown and a white mask, smiled wickedly, his red eyes glinting with malice, as he stood before the brick wall. His presence exuded menace and evil, his smile a chilling reminder of the darkness within. The man in the blue jacket ran, his expression serious, his gaze focused, as he passed the three blue-tinted statues. The cold, blue environment added to the feeling of speed and urgency, his determination evident in every stride. The armored man stood behind the woman in the robe, his sword held securely in his hand. They faced the other armored men, their stance conveying protection and strength, a united front against an unknown threat. Just a little more. The man in the blue jacket snarled, his face twisted with anger, his mouth open in a silent roar. A little more, he repeated, his determination burning bright, his body radiating an urgency that hinted at the impending climax. The man, with his mouth open and a determined expression, clenched his right fist, his body moving upwards, a surge of power and excitement radiating from him. The man lay on the sheet of ice, his body contorted in pain, his face etched with struggle as he attempted to rise. The cold, icy surface amplified his agony, the picture a testament to his suffering. The man, with dark brown hair, yelled, his face contorted with anger, his body racked with panic. "It's not that way," he screamed, the words echoing his agitation and anxiety, his frustration evident in every syllable. The person's face, with black hair, was frozen in a state of shock and fear. The image conveyed a sense of sudden, unexpected terror. The person with black hair plummeted towards the ground, the giant blue figure standing in the background, a looming presence. It wasn't an instrument, but the words echoed, hinting at a new understanding, a realization of the true nature of the threat. The person with black hair fell from the sky, their body hurt and their face a mask of panic and fear. But the giant blue figure, standing in the background, raised a hand, a shield forming around the falling figure. A shield. The words whispered in the air, a sense of awe and wonder washing over the scene. The giant shield, bathed in a blue glow, towered over the landscape, its glowing edges radiating a sense of awe and wonder. The object was a testament to the power it possessed, a symbol of hope and protection. The person with long, straight red hair laughed, tears of joy streaming down their face. "Kayak! Jin Woo!" they shouted, their laughter echoing the excitement and happiness that filled their heart. The person with black hair lay on the ground, injured and possibly unconscious, the giant blue figure standing watch over them. The blue figure's gaze was fixed on the injured figure, the image radiating a sense of sadness and worry. The blue figure, with its mouth open wide, pleaded for something, its voice a silent cry for mercy. The purple figure, surrounded by broken rocks, stood in the background, a silent observer to the blue figure's desperation. "Please," the blue figure begged, "life." The word echoed, a desperate plea for survival. The person with black hair clung to the glowing line, their body straining as they attempted to climb higher. "And death." The words whispered in the air, a grim reminder of the danger they faced. The person's eyes, wide with shock, reflected the suddenness of the unexpected event. The image conveyed a sense of disbelief, the person's reaction a testament to the shock they experienced. The woman, her face covered in blue skin, screamed, her mouth wide open, her eyes glowing white. Her blue hair flowed behind her as she stood in her black and white outfit, the feeling of shock and terror emanating from her. The woman, in her blue dress and with wings, screamed, her eyes glowing white, her face covered in blue skin. She stood in the center of the image, a horrifying vision of shock and terror. The woman with blue skin and long black hair floated above the unconscious man, her white robe flowing around her. She looked down at him, her form glowing with light, music notes swirling around her feet. The darkness of the room accentuated her sorrowful presence, the image radiating a sense of loss and grief. The man, with black hair, a smirk playing on his lips, looked to the left, bandages covering his injured face. The bright blue light to the left illuminated his mischievous grin, his confidence radiating in the image. The woman with blue skin and long hair, encased in ice or crystal, raised her arm, her figure glowing with blue light. The dark blue background accentuated her power and mystery, her presence emanating an aura of strength and enigma. The person with blue skin and long hair, wearing a white robe and crown, stood in the blue room, their back to the viewer. Music notes swirled around them, their hair flowing in the wind. They appeared to be listening to the music, their body trembling, struggling to control their fear. The unsettling image exuded a sense of sadness and loss. The person with blue skin and long hair stood above the man, their arms outstretched, glowing blue. The man lay on the dark blue floor, bleeding, the dark red blood staining the floor. The image conveyed a sense of danger and sadness, the blue figure's presence a chilling reminder of the threat. The man lay face down, a pool of blood beside him, 4 armored figures standing over him, frozen in time. A bright blue light emanated from the ceiling, illuminating the scene, the dark red stains on the blue floor a testament to the violence. The image evoked a sense of death and danger, the frozen figures a chilling reminder of the fight that had taken place. The woman with long red hair ran towards the man, her expression filled with concern. She wore a dark jacket with a brown collar and blue jeans. Her steps hurried as she called out to the man in the blue hoodie, his face hidden from view. The woman with red hair, wearing a brown jacket, covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her face. Her expression was filled with shock and distress, her body trembling with worry. The young man with black hair and a blue jacket, his face covered in bandages, looked confused. "Ha!" he uttered. The blue fabric lay heavy, sinking into whatever it rested upon. "Oh!" The word echoed, a silent whisper of realization. The young man, wearing a blue jacket and bandages, sat on the ground, leaning forward, his face etched with worry. "Oh!" he sighed. The woman with long red hair, her face a mask of shock, covered her mouth with her hand. Her brown coat did little to hide her terror, her eyes wide with fright, the man with black hair standing in the background a silent witness to her fear. The man, in his blue jacket and jeans, looked down at the black circle around his leg. "My leg," he whispered. His face reflected his worry, his body clearly in agony. The man with black hair, wearing a blue jacket and a brown shirt, lay on the blue floor, surrounded by blood. The 4 figures in the background, one with an axe, another with a bow and arrow, and the other 2 in armor, stood over him, their presence a chilling reminder of the violence that had taken place. 2 hands, powerful and in control, clasped together above a glowing yellow ball. Yellow and green lights swirled around them, the image radiating a sense of awe and power. The young man with black hair sat, his face etched with worry, while the woman with brown hair sat behind him, her expression filled with surprise. "It's okay now, Miss Juhi. You can stop." The words echoed in the air, the woman crying, her gaze fixed on the man. The woman, with a concerned expression, looked at the man, a yellow light surrounding him. "Hold on for a little bit. I promise I'll heal you." The words appeared next to his leg, a beacon of hope and healing in the face of his injury. The woman with long orange hair, her face stained with blood, cried out in terror. Her eyes, wide with fear, reflected the helplessness she felt in the face of the danger. The man with long brown hair coughed, his body struggling to breathe, his brown cloak and pants offering little comfort. The man with black hair, wearing a gray hoodie and black pants, sat behind him, his face etched with worry. "Cough, cough." The words echoed, adding to the sense of urgency and concern. The man with brown hair, wearing a brown jacket, stood in the center, his expression filled with worry. "Will she be okay?" he asked, his concern palpable. The man with black hair, wearing a white top, responded, "How terrible," his voice heavy with sadness. The man in the blue shirt and brown jacket, standing to the right, added, "Well, at least he survived," his words offering a glimmer of hope. The man, his face visible, looked down, his expression grim. "We started out with 17 and now there are only 6 left." The words above him reflected the loss and despair that weighed heavily on his heart. The man, with brown hair and a dark brown jacket, looked down, his face filled with concern. "And 2 are gravely injured." The words to his right added to the sense of loss and despair that filled the image. The man, with black hair and a brown hoodie, looked down, his face etched with worry. His expression spoke volumes, conveying the depth of his concern. The man, with black hair, wearing a dark brown jacket and a white shirt, looked down, his expression stern. "It's unfortunate that you lost your arm, but this is all because you made rash decisions as the party leader," he said. "Mr. Song, you just wait for your punishment," he added, his words dripping with disappointment. The man, with brown hair and a dark brown jacket, looked down, his expression filled with concern. "Yeah," he replied. A large blue foot descended, crushing the ground beneath it, the figures in the background obscured by shadows. The man with black hair and a yellow shirt, standing to the left, looked shocked and afraid, his expression a reflection of the fear and destruction that permeated the image. The moss-covered, faceless figure stood, its sheer size radiating power. The man with short black hair, wearing a brown hat and jacket, stood to the right, fear etched on his face. "That bastard! Not again!" he exclaimed, his words echoing the danger that threatened them. The group sat or stood, their gazes fixed on the man with black hair and a gray hoodie, who sat with his legs crossed, looking at the ground. The woman with long orange hair, holding her hands together, looked to the right, while the woman with black hair and a white strap on her wrist stood, watching him with concern. The man with brown hair and a black jacket and the man with black hair and a brown hat and jacket also looked at him with concern. The bluish-gray hand, frozen in time, reached out from the right side of the image, its fingers extended towards the left. The room, with its blue background, felt tense and suspenseful, the stillness of the hand amplifying the anticipation. The two men, standing in the room with a brown floor, looked alarmed. The man with ginger hair appeared concerned, while the man with dark brown hair, his mouth open, looked worried. "Wow, what's going on?" The words echoed in the air. "An earthquake?" Another question emerged, adding to the sense of fear and alarm. The large structure, with a round top, rose out of the churning water, its presence a testament to the power that created it. The blue sky with clouds and the surrounding water contributed to the sense of awe and wonder. The woman with black hair walked, her expression filled with worry, while the man with brown hair stared ahead, his expression stern. The man with facial hair and a beard joined them, the tension in the air palpable. The figure, made of ice or stone, stood in the room, its crown a chilling reminder of its power. Its red eyes, glaring from beneath the crown, exuded menace, the outstretched arm a threat. The room was filled with foreboding and suspense. The three people walked away from the large, dark figure, its wings a looming presence. The man in the middle, with short, dark brown hair, and the woman with long, black hair, looked back at the figure, their faces etched with intrigue. The man in the bright orange jacket and hat seemed unconcerned, his gaze fixed on the fountain in the center of the stone ground. The circular platform, made of blue stone, stood in the center of the image, mist swirling around it. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, adding to the mystery and suspense. The stillness of the image heightened the anticipation. The man, with short brown hair, looked around, his face filled with confusion and fear. What is that?" he whispered. His blue shirt and brown jacket offered little comfort in the face of the unknown. The young man, with a small bandage over his upper lip, stood calmly in the room with a brown wall. "An altar." The words echoed in his mind, a sense of resolve settling over him. The woman with orange hair, her expression concerned, spoke to the man with brown hair and a beard. "Altar?" she questioned. "You know, like the ones from mythologies," she added, her intrigue evident. The robed figure stood before the flaming brazier, his arms outstretched, his face etched with concern. "Cows, pigs, sheep, children, virgins, etc." The words above him whispered, a chilling reminder of the ritual unfolding. The man's fear was palpable, his eyes fixed on the altar of sacrifice. The young man, wearing a tan jacket, looked to the right, his mouth slightly open, his expression tense. "And the last commandment is..." The words above him hung in the air, a sense of urgency permeating the scene. The man, with brown hair, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open, looked distressed. "Prove your faith." The words below him echoed, adding to the pressure and urgency of the moment. The man, with blood staining his face, looked to the left, his expression determined. "This is probably the last trial," he thought, his words a testament to his unwavering resolve. The man, wearing a tan jacket, clenched his fists, his face contorted with anger. "No matter how stupid I may be, I think I can tell what's going on now," he thought, his concentration evident. He was ready to unleash his attack. The man, with brown hair, held the large, glowing sword, his jaw clenched. His tan jacket and white shirt offered little protection against the power he wielded. The image radiated strength and power. The man, holding the large sword, his left arm injured and bleeding, looked serious. "Mr. Song, this means that we have to sacrifice someone, am I right?" he asked. His words hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the sacrifice that lay ahead. The man, wearing a white shirt, brown jacket, and brown pants, stood in the center of the group, a sly grin on his face. Who brought us here? He wondered, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The image conveyed a sense of suspense and mystery. The man, wearing a black suit, held the large sword, its point directed at the man with red hair. Song Kai Yul, it was you. The words above the sword whispered, a chilling accusation of betrayal. The man, crouching in the pool of blood, looked up at the large, transparent figure standing over him. Someone who bragged about his wife and 2 kids was cleaved in half. The words above the figure echoed, a horrifying reminder of the carnage. And 10 other people were killed as well. The words below him added, further emphasizing the horror of the scene. The 2 men stood, their expressions contrasting. The man with brown hair looked down, a small smirk playing on his lips, while the man with short black hair stared directly at him, his face filled with anger. You agreed to take responsibility just now, right? The words above the man with brown hair questioned. Then prove it, now. The words below them demanded, the tension between them palpable. The man with short black hair, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, looked upset, his gaze fixed on the man with a large build, who yelled, "You shut up and stay still." The woman with long red hair looked at the yelling man, her face a mix of concern and apprehension. The scene was charged with frustration and anger. The man with brown hair looked determined, his face etched with worry. Mr. Kim is right. I must take responsibility, he thought. I want to go by myself, so please take that away from me. He added, his words revealing his resolve. The man with short black hair looked frustrated and angry, his gaze downcast. But it's not his fault, he exclaimed. The woman with long red hair looked up at him, her mouth open as if to yell. Jin Woo, your wounds are still, she began, but the words were cut short. We all voted to come here, she finished, her frustration evident. The man with brown hair, wearing a blue jacket, walked away, his back to the viewer, his head downcast. It's cowardly to say it's his fault now. The words above him echoed, reflecting his disappointment and frustration. The woman, with long brown hair, stood on the platform, looking down at the large round platform below. The platform, made of stone, was surrounded by a blue light, intricate symbols adorning its surface. The image evoked a sense of mystery and intrigue, the woman's presence adding to the air of suspense. The man, with brown hair, stood in the room, his face etched with determination. A small flame flickered to the left, casting a warm glow on the stone floor. The man's surprise and worry were evident, his body tense, the image conveying a sense of urgency and danger. The man with short brown hair stood, his mouth open, his eyes wide with surprise. What? He exclaimed. What's happening now? He wondered, his worry palpable, the image reflecting his uncertainty. The man, sporting a blue jacket, looked around nervously. He was confused, asking about the plan and worried about the situation. The man, with short black hair, examined the single flame carefully. He questioned the meaning, his confusion evident. The man and woman stood in the street, both looking distressed. The woman had tears in her eyes, and the man had cuts on his face. The woman with orange hair, her mouth open, looked up at the 3 others. They stared back, their faces reflecting her fear. The man in the blue jacket looked up with a worried expression, his words echoing the tension. The man with the white hat stood firm, resolute in his plan. The woman with brown hair, a look of concern on her face, watched the group walking away. She called out to them. The 3 figures stood with their backs to the viewer, their arms crossed. The man in the blue jacket, the only one facing forward, seemed afraid of the flames. The man in the white shirt, masked and standing on the platform, looked up at the 3 figures above. Their words echoed determination and finality. The man with black hair, his hoodie slightly unzipped, looked worried. The man with brown hair, beads of sweat on his forehead, expressed his anxieties. 2 towering figures, their stone armor covered in moss, stood in the city. The words above them spoke of fear and impending danger. The man with brown hair, wearing a light brown sweater, looked worried. His companion, with black hair and bandages on his face, explained the guild's negligence. The man with black hair, standing in the city, had a serious expression. He looked down, his words revealing the urgency of the situation. The man, his forehead bandaged, smiled down at the monstrous creature. It breathed out a blue energy, its power evident. A large, purple monster with red eyes attacked the group in the background. The people fought back with swords and shields, determined to defeat the threat. The man with black hair, his face bandaged, had an intense expression. His mouth was open and his anger was evident. The text box spelled out the consequences of failure, a chilling reminder of the danger they faced. The tall figure, with long white hair and a crown, stood with one arm outstretched. It appeared to be made of stone, radiating power and mystery. The man, his arm around the woman, looked concerned. The woman looked down, her expression filled with sadness. The two people, their faces bandaged, stood side by side. Their determined expressions spoke of their shared purpose. The three people, standing in the foreground, looked down. The text above them explained the rules of the altar, adding to the atmosphere of mystery. The woman with red hair looked at the man with brown hair, her mouth open in worry. He, on the other hand, remained serious, his expression calm. The five people stood around the platform, the flames rising from its center. Their serious expressions hinted at the challenge ahead. The blue sky crackled with lightning, its trail of smoke a testament to the powerful energy being released. The blue sky crackled again, this time accompanied by 3 white flames. The lightning, leaving a trail of smoke, hinted at the force behind it. In the tiled room, lightning struck, leaving a trail of smoke. 2 white flames burned on the ground, further demonstrating the energy released. The 3 characters, bundled in winter jackets, stared in shock. The 8 flames surrounding the structure seemed to amplify their surprise. Lightning flashed in the circular room, a hand reaching out towards it. 3 white flames burned on the ground, a testament to the power at play. The 4 knights stood in the large room, their faces illuminated by the flames surrounding the double door. The atmosphere was thick with danger. The double doors opened, revealing a dark room beyond. Smoke billowed from the doorway, adding to the sense of mystery and suspense. The 2 characters, standing in the brightly lit room, looked up in surprise. The door had opened, and the question hung in the air. The 2 knights stood guard at the doorway, their heavy armor glinting in the dim light. The silence was broken only by the rhythmic clang of the hammer against the knight's shield. A wave of fear washed over the group as they stood in the eerie yellow hallway. "What is this?" the red-haired character shouted. The man lay sprawled on the cold stone floor, his breath shallow and ragged. Above him, the words, "No, something else might happen," floated in the smoky air. A blinding burst of white energy erupted from the black floor, engulfing the entire hallway in a swirling vortex of blue flames. The intensity of the flames filled the air with a sense of immense power. The 2 figures stood locked in a tense silence, their eyes meeting across the fiery inferno that raged in the center of the room. The air crackled with unspoken tension, as if a storm was about to break. What now?" the brown-haired man exclaimed. The other man, his face contorted in a grimace, shouted back, "They're approaching us." The 2 massive figures, clad in dark gray armor, stood imposingly in the dimly lit hall. The words, "All of them just started moving," hung in the air, a chilling warning of the impending danger. The figure on the right raised the jagged axe, its sharp edge glinting menacingly in the dim light. The air crackled with anticipation as the 2 armored figures prepared for battle. The 2 figures stood silently, their expressions unreadable. The flames danced in the background, their flickering light casting long shadows on the blue floor. The 2 massive figures, clad in dark gray armor, stood imposingly in the dimly lit hall. The words, "All of them just started moving," hung in the air, a chilling warning of the impending danger. The 3 figures stood in a menacing triangle, their armor gleaming under the blue light. The figure on the right tightened his grip on the jagged axe, ready to unleash chaos. The armored foot crashed down, sending a shockwave through the ground. A large white flame erupted behind the foot, illuminating the scene with an ethereal glow. What are we supposed to do now?" One of the figures in blue armor mumbled as they hurried away from the platform. The scene shifted, revealing a circular platform bathed in orange light. "The fuck is this?" the figure in the center cried out. A skeletal hand, radiating an aura of death and decay, descended from the darkness above. The three figures, their faces etched with terror, stumbled backward as the hand reached for them. The three figures, their faces contorted with fear, trudged through the desolate landscape. The man in the brown jacket looked back, his eyes wide with terror. The figure in blue armor, his armor crackling with blue energy, strode forward with a sense of power and purpose. The two flanking figures, partially obscured by the central figure, followed silently in his wake. The man, his face contorted in pain, struggled to his feet. He gritted his teeth and stared at the damaged figure in blue armor, his eyes burning with determination. The man, his face pale with fear, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The woman, her body racked with sobs, buried her face in her hands. The man, his eyes wide with terror, stared at the approaching figures. The words, "It's the same as the game we played when we were young," echoed in his mind. Four legs, clad in blue armor, emerged from the darkness, their steps generating a trail of blue flames. The scene was filled with a sense of impending doom. The man, his brow furrowed with worry, reached out to comfort the woman. "Ooh," she whispered. The armored foot landed with a resounding thud, sending a plume of white smoke billowing into the air. The sound echoed through the dark hall, a chilling testament to the approaching power. Click. The man's voice, sharp and urgent, echoed through the room. The woman, her eyes wide with terror, screamed as the sound reverberated through her very being. "No!" the man shouted, his hand outstretched in a desperate plea. The woman, her face etched with fear, ran past him, her heart pounding in her chest. "Hey!" the man yelled. The woman, her face pale with fear, ran frantically away from him, her footsteps echoing on the platform. The man lay sprawled on the cold floor, his lifeblood staining the white tile. His eyes were closed, and his breath had stopped. The two men stood silently in the hallway, their eyes fixed on the door. A sense of tension hung heavy in the air, as if the door itself held a secret. What? The men gasped, their faces contorted with shock. The woman, her heart pounding in her chest, ran frantically away from the large blue creature. "Mr. Sung, how's this possible?" the woman shouted. "She's still alive," the man echoed, his face pale with astonishment. The door closed a little. The words hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the inexplicable events that had unfolded. "She went through the door," the man exclaimed. "What? What is this?" the man exclaimed, his brow furrowed with confusion. "A blue flame disappears after a set amount of time," he muttered, glancing at the flames that flickered in the hallway. The four figures, cloaked in white robes, stood in the center of the circular room, their gazes fixed on the object that glowed with an ethereal light. The flames that surrounded them crackled and hissed, casting long shadows on the stone walls. The two men knelt on the wooden platform, their heads bowed in reverence. "The first commandment is worshiping the Lord," the man in the blue jacket whispered. "The second is to praise the Lord," the man in the gray jacket added. The figure, their face hidden beneath the hood of their blue robe, studied the book in their hand. At least the steps so far weren't riddles like the Sphinx would ask. They mused. "But the open door is a trap." The words hung in the air, a chilling warning. "A false hope," the man whispered. When all the red flames appeared, the door opened. The man said. The two figures stepped through the doorway, their eyes drawn to the flickering torch that stood at the top of the stairs. "While it closes just a little every time a red flame disappears," the man said. "The door will definitely close when all the red flames are gone." The woman added, her eyes wide with fear. The large blue creature, its horns gleaming in the dim light, stood menacingly in the room. "Prove your faith." The words echoed through the chamber, a challenge that sent shivers down their spines. The blue-skinned creature, its armor shimmering with a celestial glow, stood guard at the doorway. "You keep your faith," the creature roared, its voice booming through the chamber. The man, his face pale with exhaustion, lay on the cold ground. "I don't think I can stay any longer either," he whispered. The man bolted, his black jacket flapping in the wind as he ran across the yellow room. "No," he screamed. He stumbled to a stop, eyes wide with shock as he looked up. His disbelief was palpable. A sense of urgency propelled him forward, his brown jacket whipping in the air. The man ran, his feet pounding against the dark blue floor. What?" the man exclaimed, pointing with a look of surprise. The woman stood beside him, her eyes wide with shock. "Don't move. We can't have more people leaving," the person yelled, their voice echoing with determination. The figures stood in a tense circle, weapons raised. "Any less and we won't have enough people to look at all the statues. We will die," a voice whispered from the right. "Mr. Sung, what's happening?" the woman cried. "All we have to do is stay and look at the statues until the blue flames disappear," the man explained. "The blue flames are a timer." The flames pulsed with a strange energy. "We'll all be able to leave once they all disappear," a voice declared. "Hey, Mr. Sung," a voice said, breaking the silence. "You may be right," the man responded, his face etched with thoughtful lines. "But couldn't the door just close completely when the blue flames run out? Are you certain?" the person asked, doubt coloring their expression. "To be honest, I never imagined someone as weak as you could be so helpful," a voice said, a hint of surprise in its tone. The man looked down, his face etched with regret. "I always looked down on you," the voice continued, "never really expecting anything from you, even when you joined our party." The man stood in the dimly lit room, his back to the viewer. "A lot of people died when we entered this room," the words floated in the air, heavy with grief. "But the ones alive are alive because of you. All because you managed to solve the riddles here." The man's shoulders slumped, a mixture of sadness and relief evident in his posture. The man stood in the yellow and orange room, his head bowed. "I'm also alive because of you." The words echoed in the quiet room. "Thank you." The man stared in shock, his eyes wide with surprise. "Mr. Kim Sang-shik." The words hung in the air, a heavy weight of disbelief settling in the room. "But..." the words echoed as two glowing blades slashed through the air, a chaotic dance of energy and power. Tears streamed down the man's face. "But," he whispered, "I also have a family. I don't want to die here." He sobbed, his face a mask of despair. "I don't want to die." "I'm sorry," the man cried out. "I don't think I can stay here any longer," the voice whispered from behind. "Mister," the man's voice rose in a desperate plea. "I'm sorry," the man shouted, anger and frustration bubbling over in his voice. His eyes, wide with shock, scanned the room, searching for a way out. "Mister," the man cried out. His face, contorted in shock, reflected the chaos and intensity of the moment. The man's shoulders shook with sobs, his face stained with tears. "Thank you," he whispered. The man sprinted through the doorway, his purple jacket billowing behind him. "Don't make me laugh," he shouted. The man hunched over, his body racked with sobs. "Hook," he gasped, each breath a testament to his pain. "Hook," he choked out, his grief a heavy weight on his chest. The man stood frozen, his brown jacket a stark contrast to the imposing figures before him. "Will result in our deaths," a voice boomed, echoing through the room. The man sat in the shadows, his head buried in his hands. The flickering firelight cast long, haunting shadows around him. The man's breaths came out in ragged gasps, his face contorted in pain. "Hook," he choked out, tears streaming down his face. He clutched at his chest, his brown jacket stained with blood. The man stood trapped between the towering figures, their swords glinting ominously in the dim light. "You running from here," a voice boomed, "will result in our deaths." His head in his hands, the man sat by the fire, staring at the ground. The darkness of the place seemed to seep into him, reflecting his sadness and pain. Two figures stood guard, their armor gleaming in the dim light. They blocked the doorway, their weapons held at the ready. The man watched intently, his brow furrowed with worry. The doors nearly closed. He muttered, "It's too late now, but I finally get what's happening now." The man's voice was sharp, his gaze unwavering. "You all should leave." The man's eyes widened in alarm. "Mr. Song Kai Yul?" he exclaimed. "The door won't close fully as long as there's at least one person on the altar, right? You two have many more years left ahead of you. You should leave." The man with long brown hair urged. The man with long brown hair looked at the woman. "Miss Ju Hee, could you help Mr. Sung?" "Why, yes," she replied. The woman sat huddled, her eyes wide with fear. Her expression was one of pure, raw anxiety. The woman jumped, her eyes widening in alarm. "Ah!" she gasped. The woman crouched on the ground, her face a mask of terror. "What?" she choked out. The woman stared in confusion, her hand outstretched. "What?" she whispered. "What?" "My legs," she whispered. "They won't move." The man shook his head, his brow furrowed with concern. "It must be mana exhaustion," he explained. "You used way too much mana trying to heal Mr. Sung." The man looked at the woman, his expression filled with worry. "Mister, you should take Miss Ju Hee out of here." The armored figures marched forward, their faces set in grim determination. "I said I would stay," one of them roared. "Then who will help Miss Ju Hee out of here?" one of the figures demanded. "There's no time. Go." The man sat alone, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He looked troubled, his mind racing. "No, Jin Woo," she cried. "I'd rather stay." The man sat with a confident smile. "I promised to buy you dinner, didn't I?" The woman cried, her face contorted with anguish. "Eat it first." A voice urged, its tone firm and unwavering. "I'll get my payment from you when I return," she vowed. "This isn't the time for jokes," she cried. The man looked away, his face etched with sadness. "Sorry, but there really isn't any time left." The woman smiled, her red eyes sparkling with relief. "Please, take care of her." The man smiled back, his face crinkled with kindness. "Yeah, I will." The man sat on the stairs, his shoulders slumping with weariness. "Who?" he sighed. "Who?" The woman stood tall, her gaze resolute. Her expression was one of unwavering determination. Tears streamed down her face, a wave of relief washing over her. "Thank God," she whispered. Her eyes filled with despair, she looked down at the ground. "At least I'm the only one that's dying," she murmured. The man stood poised, his weapon held at the ready. The shadows danced around him, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The man slumped in defeat, his gaze fixed on the floor. "I would have at least gotten an insurance if I had known this would happen," he muttered bitterly. The woman sat on the stairs, her face a mask of sadness and disappointment. A hand, slick with blood, protruded from the wall. "Ha!" A gasp escaped, a chilling testament to the horror of the scene. He lay on the floor, his red eyes blazing with anger. "Ha!" he snarled. "Since it has come down to this, I'm going to take at least one monster with me." "Huck." He coughed, a sound that spoke volumes of the pain he endured. He sat amidst the carnage, his body a canvas of blood. "Huck." He groaned, his face contorted in agony. 3 towering figures stood before the small figure, their armor radiating a menacing aura. The small figure sat in the orange glow, his sword clutched tightly in his hands, a sense of impending doom hanging in the air. His eyes, wide with fear, were filled with blood. "Huck," he moaned. "Huck." His smile was bright, almost predatory. A bead of sweat glistened on his chin, a testament to the intensity of the moment. He stared straight ahead, his face a mask of stoicism. Blood stained his lips and covered his right eye, but his gaze remained unwavering. The figure moved with a force that seemed to crack the very ground beneath it. A white glow surrounded it, highlighting its power and speed. He raised his hand, his power surging forth. The stone shattered before him, a testament to his strength. His scream echoed through the air, filled with raw agony. Blood streamed down his face, a gruesome testament to the pain he was enduring. The armored figure charged, its spear a blur of glowing energy. A sharp slash and a spray of blood marked its descent. The larger figure moved with blinding speed, its golden armor a flash of light. The smaller figure, his face contorted in fear, barely had time to react before the attack. He lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Blood stained his clothes and matted his hair. HRRRK, he gasped, his forehead a crimson stain. Pain contorted his face as he struggled for breath. He lay helpless, his body battered and bruised. His eyes were wide with disbelief. He lay still, his body a canvas of blood. Who? A sigh escaped his lips. Who? His breathing shallow and strained. I don't wanna. His voice a mere whisper. Blood poured from his mouth, his eyes filled with terror. Don't wanna die. He choked out. I don't wanna die. He stood, his anger burning like the flames behind him. Of course it's not fine, he growled. What do you mean, thankful? Tears streamed down his face. Quit it with all these betrayals, he cried. I have a family too. I don't want to die either, he screamed, his fear palpable. The woman glared at the ground. Glad for being the only one dying here? Stop lying to yourself. The armored man stood frozen, fear etched into his face. I don't want to die, he whimpered. His eye, wide with pain, was filled with a desperate plea. If only I had, he whispered, his words choked with agony. Just one more chance, he screamed. Blood splattered across his chest, staining the symbol on his jacket. The aura pulsed around him, radiating power and energy. His eyes glowed with confidence as he prepared to unleash his magic. The blue circle pulsed with an ethereal glow, swirling with an unseen energy. It was a beacon of magic, radiating power. A surge of energy erupted from the center, sending a shockwave of destruction through the air. The blue background crackled with white streaks of energy. The beam of energy descended with force, splitting the air with a resounding crack. The orange background shimmered with the intense power of the beam. The armored figure stood tall, radiating a purple glow. A sense of mystery and power emanated from him. A blue and green energy blast roared downwards, tearing through the orange background. Its power was undeniable, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The blue box flashed with a white border, a triumphant feeling settling over him. The words, "Alarm," and "You have completed all the necessary requirements of the secret quest, Courage of the Weak," filled him with a sense of accomplishment. The glowing blade appeared out of thin air, its energy pulsating with an unknown force. What's this? He muttered, a mixture of curiosity and fear swirling within him. The shadowy figures watched silently, their glowing eyes reflecting the unsettling light from above. The message box, with its "Alarm" and "You have completed all the necessary requirements of the secret quest, Courage of the Weak," only deepened his unease. His face contorted with worry, the figure stared ahead, his eyes wide with fear. "If I accept," he whispered. "Then, I don't have to die?" The countdown ticked down relentlessly, the timer flashing above the buttons. The large figure watched, its glowing eyes focused on the looming choice. The tension hung heavy in the air. The red substance stained his chest and neck, spreading like a morbid tapestry. "Yes, this chance," he rasped. He stood in the bright yellow light, his face contorted in shock. The message box flashed above him, "Alarm," and "Welcome, player," echoing through the space. The orange outlines burst from the center, radiating outwards like a sun. The two Korean characters, stark against the white, promised an exciting and unpredictable future. His white hair glowed faintly, casting a soft light on his solemn face. He looked weary, his eyes reflecting the weight of the burdens he carried. They stood bathed in light, their shadowy figures barely visible against the blinding glow. The sense of awe and anticipation hung thick in the air, a thrilling mystery unfolding before them. The orange lines pulsed with energy, radiating outward from the center, as if the very air was vibrating with anticipation. A sense of movement and excitement filled the space, promising something extraordinary. The white background crackled with orange lines, framing the two Korean characters. The message box flashed above, alarm, and welcome, player, igniting a spark of excitement and anticipation. His eye, wide and filled with fear, stared into the darkness, reflecting the terror that gripped him. The wrinkles around his eye deepened, revealing the toll of his anxieties. He lay on the bed, his body heavy with fatigue, his outstretched arms and bent legs betraying his exhaustion. The room, with its lone couch, seemed to echo his weariness. He screamed. The wrinkles on his forehead and under his eyes deepened with each tortured cry. He stared ahead, his face etched with confusion and uncertainty. A dream, he whispered. He sat in the living room, his back to the viewer. The soft glow of the window behind him illuminated his silhouette, casting a contemplative air over the scene. The two men, clad in their black suits, strode down the hallway, their steps echoing with professionalism. A hospital, one of them muttered. The man's eyes widened in surprise as the suited figure approached, holding out a business card. The Korean Hunter Guild's inspectors. The words echoed in a bubble below him. "I'm sorry if we surprised you," the suited figure said. He stared at the business card, confusion clouding his features. "Why do the inspectors want to see me?" he whispered, a wave of apprehension washing over him. He stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. "I was asleep for 3 days," he exclaimed. The blond man stood beside the bed, his eyes filled with concern. "What happened to Miss Ju Hee and Mr. Song Kai Yul?" he asked. "Are they safe?" she whispered. "Yes, they're safe, but—" he hesitated, his words leaving a trail of suspense. The man's face was etched with worry, his bandaged arm a stark reminder of the tragedy. "Hunter Song Kai Yul's missing arm will most likely impede his work from now on," he said. "He may retire if he chooses to." She sat on the bed, her eyes downcast, her face mirroring the pain that gripped her. "Hunter Lee Ju Hee is still getting treated due to her extreme trauma," he stated. He sat on the couch, his brow furrowed in thought. "It's uncertain if they will stay as hunters," he said. "And other hunters like Kim Sang-shik." He trailed off, a somber expression settling on his face. "No," he whispered. "It's fine, that's enough." He looked down, his eyes filled with sorrow, his heart heavy with despair. The man in the suit ran from the door, his face contorted with fear, while another man cried, a sword clutched in his hand, a silent testament to the tragedy that had unfolded. He sat on the couch, his face a mask of concern, his eyes reflecting the weight of the loss. "The number of people that survived the double lair is 6, he announced. "Although hunters are in danger every time they hunt, it's rare for a massacre like this to occur." The two men stood at the cave entrance, their faces etched with sadness, their eyes fixed on the plate on the pedestal. When the inspectors and the White Tiger Guild reached the scene, one of them muttered. He lay on the stone platform, his eyes wide with shock, his face reflecting the horror of the discovery. "They were all gone," he whispered, the words hanging in the air, heavy with the weight of the tragedy. She stared at him, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Was only you, lying on the altar," she gasped. "No statues or anything the others described were found," she added. "That can't be," she whispered, her words barely audible. "We couldn't believe it either," he admitted. He leaned forward, his brow furrowed with suspicion. "This is just our theory, but," he said. He stared intently, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. "We believe you have received the double awakening," he stated. His jaw clenched, his eyes wide with worry. "Double awakening?" he exclaimed. He roared, his body radiating white lines of energy. "A hunter's stats are set when they receive the awakening or power," he explained. The words on the screen flashed before him, a sense of surprise and confusion washing over him. "However, some hunters get awakened again after the first time." The text read, "There have been cases of C ranks plowing directly to an A rank, or AB rank shooting straight to S rank." He placed his hand on the gold and purple object, a spark of intrigue and interest flickering in his eyes. "This is the magic power detector." The text above read, "All you have to do is place your hand on the mana crystal." The text below instructed. He looked ahead, his brow furrowed with concern. If there actually were such death-level monsters described by the survivors, normal hunters wouldn't cut it. The text above read, "Only by gathering A ranks and S ranks could the situation have been resolved." The text below explained. He stared ahead, his face etched with disbelief. But all those monsters just disappeared, the text below him stated. He examined the black device in his hand, his face a mask of worry. It's impossible to not suspect the possibility of Hunter Sung Jin Woo receiving a double awakening. The text below read, seeing that he was the only survivor left inside. He stared at the device, his face reflecting a mixture of disappointment and frustration. However, the text above read, "I guess trash is trash, through and through." The second text declared, "Even the lowest E rank is at least a 70. The final text stated. He stared at the device in his hand, a mixture of relief and surprise washing over him. "It looks like we suspected you for no reason." The text below confirmed, easing his worries. He watched the two men in black suits walk away, his brow furrowed with confusion. "Damn. Nothing, huh?" he muttered. He looked around, his eyes wide with concern. But aren't those people aware of that? He thought. He lay in bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his thoughts swirling in his mind. Could it be that they can't see it? He wondered, a sense of bewilderment creeping into his voice. Message. You have unread mail. The message above him flashed, momentarily interrupting his thoughts. The foot, tucked under the blanket, peeked out from beneath the covers. A sense of mystery and intrigue hung in the air, the man's hidden form fueling speculation. He sat, his hands clasped over his heart, a sense of calmness radiating from him. Still there. The words above him seemed to reassure him, a quiet comfort in the midst of uncertainty. He pointed his finger, his face contorted with confusion. Should I have told them? He wondered. That I can see this, he added, his thoughts racing. Guess it's not a touch screen. He muttered, his hand hovering over the air. Was reality. He trailed off, his mind grappling with the extraordinary. He leapt over the bed, his playful mood evident in his movements. Brother, what are you doing? A voice called out, the words echoing in the bedroom. She stood at the door, her face etched with concern, a book bag slung over her shoulder. Your head's not hurt as well, is it? She asked. Her feet, clad in white socks and sneakers, stood firmly on the tiled floor. A sense of calm and relaxation emanated from her, a stark contrast to the anxieties that had plagued her earlier. She glared at him. Didn't I tell you to stop getting injured? She demanded, her frustration evident. Do you know how worried I was? He exclaimed. Sorry. He mumbled, his words barely audible. He stood beside her, his brow furrowed with worry, his eyes reflecting a sense of deep concern. The others all returned fine, so why are you always the only one getting injured? She exclaimed. Can't believe I almost left her behind. He whispered, his words laced with a hint of self-reproach. She stared at him, her face contorted with anger. If you get hurt one more time, I'm gonna throw away studying and work instead, so you can quit being a hunter. She declared, her words carrying the weight of her frustration. The man, injured and bleeding, looked at her, his expression a mixture of pain and resignation. The woman on the left looked concerned, her brow furrowed with worry. Jin can you see this? The woman on the right asked. The man in the background, his face hidden in shadow, appeared to be in shock. You have unreal. The text in front of him read, his eyes wide with disbelief. She stared at him, her face filled with frustration. How would you read it? She asked. You really didn't hurt your head, right? She added. He glanced at the screen, his eyes widening in surprise. Open the mailbox? He muttered. The screen displayed the message, Welcome, player. Unread daily quest. Preparing to become strong has arrived unread. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'll be going for now. She said. Let's go. She added, her words echoing the shared excitement of the moment. He looked at the screen, his brow furrowed with confusion. I can't understand what they're saying. He muttered. The screen displayed the message, Alarm, your rewards have arrived, but the accompanying cards were written in a language he couldn't comprehend. He stood in the neon-lit space, his thoughts swirling with a sense of mystery and intrigue. Now that I think about it, I remember seeing something similar when I was left on the altar, he mused. The screen, flashing with the words, "Alarm," and "You have completed all the necessary requirements of the secret quest," only deepened his curiosity. The shadowy figures stood in the darkness, their green eyes piercing the gloom. A sense of mystery and fear hung heavy in the air, their presence shrouded in an unsettling silence. He stared at the screen, his eyes widening in surprise. He murmured. The screen displayed the message, "Daily Quest. Preparing to become strong," has arrived unread. "Preparing to become strong?" he repeated. He leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the screen. "Check," he muttered. The screen displayed the message, "Daily Quest. Preparing to become strong," has arrived unread. He stood before the screen, his shoulders slumped, his face a mask of dejection. The timer ticked down relentlessly above his head, adding to his sense of frustration. The screen displayed the quest directions. Outlining the daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. The goal was to complete various exercises, push-ups, curl-ups, squats, and running. Warning. Failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. The ominous warning flashed. He stood before the screen, his shoulders slumped, his face a mask of dejection. The screen displayed the quest directions. Outlining the daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. The goal was to complete various exercises, push-ups, curl-ups, squats, and running. Warning. Failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. The ominous warning flashed. He looked up, a smile playing on his lips, his face a mixture of amusement and confusion. "Haha. What is this?" he chuckled, shaking his head. "This is a joke, right?" he asked. He lay on the ground, his body weary, his face reflecting the exhaustion of his condition. Someone hospitalized doesn't even have the strength to do this. The text above him read, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. He raised his hand, his fingers outstretched in a questioning gesture. "I'll check what this is," he muttered. "After I sleep," he added, his body yearning for rest. The screen displayed the quest directions. Outlining the daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. The goal was to complete various exercises, push-ups, curl-ups, squats, and running. Warning. Failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. The ominous warning flashed. The timer at the bottom of the screen ticked down, adding to the sense of urgency and stress. The timers ticked down relentlessly, their colors changing from green to yellow to red, signifying the approaching deadline. Warning. Failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. The ominous warning flashed at the top of the screen. He scowled, his face etched with pain, his body aching with every movement. He clenched his jaw, his determination burning bright, refusing to give in to the discomfort. He stared at his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Earthquake?" he exclaimed. He screamed, his face contorted with agony, his body racked with pain. His light blue shirt barely concealed the suffering etched into his features. The hand, reaching out from the darkness, broke through the cracked, gray surface, its presence a stark reminder of the danger lurking beneath. The hand, reaching out, searched frantically, its urgency palpable. The brown background only emphasized the sense of need and desperation. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, casting a warm glow over the clouds. A sense of peace and tranquility permeated the atmosphere. He sat on the sand, his back against a towering dune, the setting sun casting long shadows across the desert. His eyes, gazing out at the vast expanse of sand, reflected a sense of loneliness and isolation. He stood in the desert, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape. This place," he stammered. "A desert," he exclaimed. He sat on the sand, his eyes filled with confusion, his brow furrowed in thought. "No way. It was actually all a dream?" he questioned. He stood there, his eyes wide with worry, his brow slick with sweat. His body trembled, his mind racing with anxiety, a sense of tension hanging heavy in the air. The giant sand centipede reared up, its sharp teeth bared, its body pulsating with a venomous threat. Poison-fanged giant sand centipede. The text above it warned, the exclamation mark above its head amplifying the sense of fear and dread. He stood in the desert, his face etched with worry, his eyes darting around nervously. The shadow of a scorpion loomed above him, casting a chilling reminder of the danger lurking in the sand. Quest directions. The text below him read, highlighting the urgency of his situation. The scorpion, its deadly stinger raised, stood before him, its presence a menacing threat. Penalty quest. Survive. The text above it declared, while the timer beneath counted down the precious seconds. Goal. Survive until the time runs out. Time required. 4 hours. Time remaining. 3h59 minutes 57 seconds. The screen displayed, adding to his sense of dread. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. "You're kidding, right?" he whispered. The monster, its mouth agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, lunged forward, its tongue flicking out menacingly. The setting sun cast a fiery glow across the desert, painting the sand dunes in vibrant hues of orange. The heat radiating from the sky was palpable, a reminder of the harshness of the environment. He sprinted across the sand, his legs burning with exertion, his eyes fixed on the monstrous figure that pursued him relentlessly. The monster, its mouth a gaping maw of teeth, moved with a terrifying speed, its presence a chilling threat. He ran, his arm outstretched, pushing back against the swirling sandstorm that threatened to engulf him. His face, contorted with panic, reflected the desperation of his situation. The multi-legged monster, its form a blur of movement, attacked with a savage ferocity. The sand kicked up by its onslaught created a blinding cloud, making it difficult to discern the true extent of the danger. The sand whipped around, creating a swirling vortex, a testament to the immense power unleashed. The chaos and destruction caused by the unseen force were evident in the dust-filled air. The clock, ticking down to 3 o'clock, hung menacingly above the monster. Its gaping maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth, was poised for attack, the suspense building with each passing second. He screamed, his face contorted with a mixture of anger and desperation. The intensity of his emotion was palpable, his eyes reflecting the urgency of the situation. He had finally completed the penalty quest. The man was laying on the floor, legs up against the wall, feeling the relief of a job well done. His body ached, the weight of the recent battle still heavy. He tried to rise from the ground, reaching for a nearby bed. With a groan, he collapsed onto the floor, hands and knees shaking from exhaustion. The text above him read, "Alarm, you have completed the penalty quest." He stared at the text above him, his face contorted in a mix of anger and confusion. "Penalty quest?" he muttered under his breath. Her eyes widened in horror, her head tilting to the side. "Oh my gosh! What happened here?" she cried out. "Someone come and help, please!" She gasped, her eyes wide with concern as she saw the unconscious man on the floor. The sand that covered the room was evidence of the recent struggle. "You know a patient named Sung Jin Woo?" the woman asked. "I heard that he's a hunter." She continued. "The doctor said that hunters heal faster than normal people, so light exercise should be fine." She said, surprised. "Look, he's even running right now." He looked determined, sweat dripping down his face. "If it's light exercise," he thought, "it's really okay, right?" He was moving with purpose, each step strong and deliberate. "How many hours has he been running?" someone asked. "It's been 4 days since I woke up," he said, "and there are a few things that I found out. First," he said, "this thing in front of my eyes is not an illusion." An alarm sounded, and the message, running 10 kilometers, complete 10/10ths of a kilometer, appeared before him. The man looked at the quest rewards, his eyes settling on the first option, status recovery. He smiled, pressing the accept button with a feeling of relief. A blinding light engulfed him, the air thick with the smell of ozone. He was in the middle of an explosion, terror gripping his heart. The explosion was followed by a wave of energy that left him stunned. Magic that can heal your fatigue after exercising. He thought, the fatigue that nested in my whole body actually disappears as if it wasn't even there in the first place. A blue box materialized in his hand, the word alarm clearly visible. He was overjoyed, a grin spreading across his face. Aside from that, there are also stat points and the random box items. He noted, you can increase any one of your character stats at will as long as you have stat points. The blue box displayed his stats, name, Sung Jin Woo. It read, job, none. Title, none. HP, 100. MP, 10. Strength, 16. I get stronger as I increase my character stats. He thought, of course, increasing levels would do the same. He stared at the menu in disbelief. Status, skills, items, inventory, item storage. It read, it's like a game. He muttered, his mind racing with possibilities. He sat on the bench, clutching his knee, pain radiating through his body. Being controlled by some strange phenomenon, he thought, struggling to understand what was happening. He relaxed on the bench, a confused expression on his face. Status. He thought, name, Sung Jin Woo. Job, none. Haha, what's actually happening here? He laughed, unsure of what to make of this situation. The blue box displayed a pixelated image of a man, the words Sung Jin Woo. Job, none. Title, none. HP, 100. MP, 10. Strength, 16. Vitality, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Sense, 10. Remaining points, 3. Level, 1. Fatigue, 0. All clearly visible. The office building lobby was quiet, the only sound the gentle hum of the elevator. The man walked towards the counter, a sense of normalcy in the air. Can I take a leave for today? He asked the woman at the counter. The woman nodded, acknowledging his request. It's fine, but where are you going? The woman asked, concern etched on her face. He smiled. I have to take care of some business outside. The city was bustling with life, but the man walked with a quiet determination, the two female characters trailing behind him. The sign above them read, Hapjing 3. He held the small golden key, its cross gleaming in the sunlight. It's time to figure out what this does. He thought, curiosity piqued. The random box that comes out every time I clear the daily quest. He said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Although sometimes useless items like bandages and pens come out, this seems different. He stared at the key, a sense of astonishment washing over him. A key that can open instant dungeons, he muttered, barely able to comprehend the implications. He looked thoughtfully at the key, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Quests, the status window, rewards. He mused, could it be that all of this is because of the double awakening? He walked down the steps, his head downcast. The world's weakest receiving a double awakening, huh? He sighed, other people would laugh if they heard. He stood tall, confidence radiating from his very being. I'm confident in my ability to run. He said, so if it becomes too dangerous like last time, I'll run away no matter what. The key pulsed with magical energy, a blue circle radiating from its center. A sense of power and mystery filled the air. The staircase shimmered with blue lightning, each step crackling with energy. It was a sight both beautiful and terrifying. He moved quickly, electrical sparks trailing behind him like a comet's tail. The escalator seemed to vibrate with the force of his presence. He stood on the staircase, the air around him crackling with blue energy. The scene was charged with suspense, the feeling of imminent action palpable. He stood there, a blue aura surrounding him, electrical sparks dancing around his body. His face was grim, the tension in the air palpable. He continued up the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The mist swirling around him felt like a warning, the air crackling with unseen energy. He looked to the right, his eyes widening in surprise. A bright blue light emanated from the center of the room, causing cracks to spiderweb across the floor. He gasped, his hand instinctively going to the wall. No way. The entrance got blocked, he exclaimed, the urgency in his voice evident. The two men stood frozen, the blue sparks emanating from the wall a stark reminder of the danger. The woman behind them looked worried, her hand clutching her phone. The woman looked at the cracked glass door, her eyes wide with confusion. Is this some other dimension? She asked. He reached out, his hand hovering over the cracked wall, the blue light emanating from it an eerie beacon. It's different from normal dungeons. He observed, I've never seen it before, but it should be similar to the Red Gate. He lowered his head, worry etching lines on his face. What do I do now? I was planning to run if something bad happened. He thought, if they block the exit then I can't even run away. You actually can't leave unless you kill the boss. A message appeared above his head. You cannot leave the dungeon. Either kill the boss or use the return crystal. He read, a sense of unease growing within him. He scowled, a determined glint in his eye. It was only a few days ago when I struggled with E-rank monsters, and now I'm supposed to clear this dungeon all by myself, he thought. He stared at the message, shock evident on his face. Damn, you gotta be kidding me, he thought, completely taken aback by the situation. I'm seriously expected, he thought, his brow furrowed in disbelief, to manage this without a party? He grimaced, sweat beading on his forehead. To manage this without a party, he repeated, his heart sinking. The hallway stretched before him, the air thick with an unsettling energy. A dark blue aura swirled around him, whispering secrets of danger and mystery. He stood there, a determined look on his face, his brow furrowed with concern. I'm seriously expected. To manage this without a party, he thought, a surge of doubt rising within him. The hallway was eerily silent, the only sound the faint whispers of the blue aura that swirled around him. The air was heavy with anticipation, the feeling of impending danger ever present. The air hung heavy with the smell of decay, the only sound the gentle rustling of wind through the cracks in the floor. The light fixture hung precariously from the ceiling, its cracked bulb casting a dim, unsettling glow. He walked, each step leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The silence of the abandoned building pressed in around him, a tangible weight of loneliness. The man continued down the hallway, the dim light at the end casting long, distorted shadows. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, the silence broken only by the echo of his footsteps. He looked around, his brow furrowed in worry. What do I do? He thought. I'm feeling less and less confident. Strong stench, he thought, the air thick with a pungent, unsettling odor. The metal gate stood imposingly in the corner, a dark shadow against the faint light emanating from the other side of the room. The monster roared, its red eyes burning with malevolent intensity. Must be a beast monster, he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The air vibrated with the sound of its roar, the blue light emanating from its throat creating a menacing aura. Its mouth gaped open, revealing a maw filled with sharp teeth and dripping with saliva. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, the dark background only adding to the feeling of dread. He gritted his teeth, anger burning in his eyes. You're going to pay for this, he growled. The wolf monster snarled, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. It was a creature of pure primal instinct, its presence radiating danger. He braced himself, his body tense, his eyes fixed on the ground. The purple and yellow streaks in the background seemed to mirror the anxiety swirling within him. He ran, his footsteps echoing in the silence of the abandoned building. The purple haze surrounding him seemed to blur the lines between reality and nightmare. He sprinted, the wolf's growls echoing in his ears. The dust swirling around him made it hard to see, but the red glow of the wolf's eyes was a constant reminder of the danger. He clung to the metal bar, his body trembling with exertion. The wolf growled again, its sharp teeth bared, the smoke filling the room a testament to the ferocity of its attack. A wolf? He gasped, his eyes wide with surprise. The wolf sat calmly, its presence radiating power and menace. The wolf snarled, its red eyes glowing in the darkness, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing grin. The smoke billowing around it added to the feeling of danger, the air thick with anticipation. He stood tall, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Even 1 or 2 goblins are already hard enough for me," he said, "so can I actually win against this?" The wolf snarled, its red eyes glowing in the darkness. He looked down, his face pale, his body trembling with fear. He clutched his leg, pain radiating through his body. "My leg," he groaned. He looked down at his leg, his heart sinking. "It's not moving," he whispered, his eyes darting to the wolf lurking in the shadows behind him. He stood there, his fists clenched, his gaze fixed on the sky. "Why? Why?" he asked. "Because I'm scared? Is that it?" He lowered his head, his brow furrowed with pain. "I didn't think I had any serious traumas from back then," he muttered, the memory of a past pain weighing heavily on his heart. He looked up, his eyes wide with fear. "Damn," he muttered, his hands clenching into fists as the creature descended. The creature roared, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing grin. The man leapt out of the way, his body a blur of motion. He ran, his legs pumping, his heart pounding in his chest. "I don't even have a healer," he thought. "I can't afford to get hurt now." The creature slammed its head into his face, the force of the impact sending him reeling. His eyes widened in shock as the creature's rage burned in its eyes. The creature's tail lashed out, sending the 2 men sprawling to the ground. They lay there, their faces contorted in fear, the danger palpable. He looked up, confusion evident on his face. "Huh," he murmured, his mind struggling to process the chaos. He lay there, his body aching, his mind filled with confusion. The world seemed to blur around him, the sense of hopelessness overwhelming. He lay on his back, his eyes wide open, a smirk playing on his lips. "My body," he whispered, a strange sense of determination mixed with pain. He moved, a blur of motion, his foot landing with a resounding thud. "My body's light," he thought, a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He stood atop the creature, his legs spread wide, his face calm and determined. The creature roared, its anger palpable, but the man remained unfazed. He landed hard, his body skidding across the foggy ground. He was moving with incredible speed, his body a blur of motion, the impact leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The beast roared, its sharp blue teeth bared in a terrifying grin. It lunged, its jaws snapping shut on the man's head, the scene a horrifying display of violence. He stood tall, his eyes blazing with determination. "I barely got my life back," he declared. The beast roared, its red eyes blazing with fury. "You think I'll cower in fear?" it bellowed, its voice echoing with rage. The man met its gaze, his fist glowing with golden energy. The man's fist connected with the beast's jaw, sending it flying backward. "I won't die now," the beast roared, its voice filled with pain and disbelief. He raised his fist, a look of determination etched on his face. The building behind him stood as a testament to the power he wielded. He moved with incredible speed and agility, his right leg raised high, a blur of red streaks trailing behind him. He stared up, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape. "What?" he gasped, his mind reeling from the unexpected sight. He clenched his fist, a surge of power coursing through his veins. "Could it be because I improved my strength stat?" he wondered, a newfound confidence blooming within him. The steel fang Raken stood before him, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing grin. "It's still stronger than me," he thought, but... He stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with shock. "Ah!" he screamed, the feeling of overwhelming surprise washing over him. He stood firm, his right leg raised, his face set in a determined expression. The beast charged, its 2 heads snapping at the air, but the man remained calm and collected. The creature growled, its eyes burning with anger. "As I thought, this won't do," he muttered. "Monsters aren't affected much by normal attacks." He crouched low, his arm outstretched, sweat beading on his forehead. "Even this mob is stronger than me," he thought. "Attacks." He stared in defeat, his eyes widening in surprise. "Damn it," he exclaimed, the wolf's glowing white eyes seeming to pierce through him. The creature's red eyes met his, a feeling of fear and anxiety chilling him to the bone. What do I do? He thought, his mind racing. He leapt into the air, his body a blur of motion. It's too much for me alone, he cried. He lay on the ground, his eyes wide with fear, his heart pounding in his chest. The creature lunged, its sharp teeth bared, its presence a tangible threat. The feeling of defeat hangs heavy in the air as streaks of red paint the ground below. I can't win, a defeated voice echoes. The man struggles against the monstrous attack, its sharp teeth bared in a red and blue maw. Party, healers, equipment. I don't have any of those, he cries, fear tightening his grip. He plants his foot, a determined glint in his eyes. What do I have that can allow me to beat it? He asks himself, a sense of resolve washing over him. What I have is just my body, he whispers, steeling himself for the fight. His hand reaches out, desperately searching for a weapon. A weapon possessing magic power. He mutters, a flicker of hope igniting within him. If only I had a weapon, he pleads, his heart pounding with desperation. His eyes narrow, focused on the task at hand. A weapon? He repeats, his mind racing to find a solution. He reaches out, a hopeful grin spreading across his face. Inventory, he exclaims, eagerly searching for something, anything, to turn the tide. He holds the sword, a sense of wonder washing over him. Yeah, he murmurs, perplexed. I don't know why this is in here, but, he trails off, the sword feeling heavy in his hand. The monster snarls, its single eye glowing with malevolent intent. Its blue and red markings pulsate with aggression as it lunges toward its unseen opponent. The monster leaps forward, its body a blur of red and blue energy. It feels a surge of power, confident in its ability to overpower its foe. The man races down the dark alleyway, his sword held high. His expression is determined, his eyes focused on the approaching threat. He moves with a sense of urgency, ready to face whatever awaits him. The man grips the sword, a blue light emanating from its surface. The blade that Mr. Kim Sang-shik left behind in the double lair, he exclaims, excitement bubbling within him. Item: Kim Sang-shik's steel blade. Type: sword plus 10 attack. The man walks forward, the sword gleaming in his hand. You have defeated the Steel Fang Raken, the message box declares. You leveled up. Another box chimes in, the scene filled with a sense of victory and accomplishment. The man stares at the sword, bewilderment etched on his face. Didn't Mr. Kim Sang-shik say that he bought this for 3 million won? He muses aloud. So expensive. Usually, I probably couldn't even afford to touch it, but I'll use this sword for now. He decides, a sense of wonder filling him. An inventory, huh? That's pretty useful. He examines the inventory window, curiosity piqued. Can I store anything in here? He wonders, his mind racing with possibilities. His face tightens, his eyes narrowed in determination. Since I have a weapon, he declares, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. The beast's paw crashes down, the impact shaking the ground, but he stands firm. He stands tall, facing the beasts with unwavering confidence. I'm not afraid anymore, he states. The beasts, two lying defeated, one watching with wary eyes, seem to sense his newfound power. He struggles to pull the sword free, his jaw clenched in frustration. Come on, he shouts, desperation edging his voice. Come out, he demands, his efforts proving fruitless. Why can't I pull it out? He cries out, his resolve faltering for a moment. The creatures loom above him, their red eyes burning with hunger. He stares back, fear chilling his veins, their sharp teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. His face contorts in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. His mouth hangs open, a vein pulsing on his forehead as he struggles to comprehend the situation. His hand, gripped around the sword, trembles slightly. The blade, glowing blue, is stained with red, a grim reminder of the battle just fought. Blue energy explodes from the sword, a dazzling display of power and force. The air crackles with energy as lines, streaks, and circles of blue light fill the space. The werewolf leaps through the air, a blur of red fur. The man crouches, his eyes locked on the beast, a blue energy blast erupting from his hand, a trail of white shimmering in its wake. The man stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. An exclamation mark pops above his head, mirroring his astonishment. The werewolf stands, its red eyes burning with fury. Its sharp teeth are bared in a snarl, its gaze fixed on the viewer, a chilling reminder of its power. The werewolf's face contorts in a ferocious snarl, its fangs bared, and a metal mask covering part of its face. It holds a sword in its mouth, a menacing glint in its eyes. He's not called Steel Fang for nothing. The text bubble exclaims, emphasizing its strength. The man races forward, his arms outstretched, determination etched on his face. "I can't let Mr. Kim's sword," he vows. A fierce fire burning in his eyes. The man slices through the air, a blue energy blade striking the werewolf's head. "Go to waste!" The werewolf cries out, its head spinning, its body falling through the air. The man swings his sword, a fierce grin splitting his face. The werewolf, caught off guard, stumbles backward, a look of surprise registering on its face. The man streaks across the ground, his movements a blur of motion. He leaves white trails behind him, a testament to his speed and power, his eyes focused on his target. The werewolf stands, its red eyes burning with pain. Its face contorted in rage, a crimson stain marking its side. It lets out a low growl, its body tensed for a strike. He stands, the bloody sword heavy in his hand, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "Now that I think about it, you guys," he muses. A sense of mystery hangs in the air, as if he is about to unveil a hidden plan. The two warriors clash against their unseen foes, their swords flashing in the light. When compared to those monsters, the warrior on the right remarks, a sense of urgency driving their actions. He stands on the street, his sword still clutched in his hand. His expression is a mixture of anger and frustration. "Are too weak," he scoffs. The wolves lie still, their bodies bathed in blood, their once fierce eyes now glazed over. A sense of sadness and horror hangs heavy in the air as the aftermath of the battle unfolds. Sung Jin Woo's stats appear on the screen, revealing his current strength. Level 2, with 0 remaining points, he looks tired and exhausted, the toll of battle evident. Sung Jin Woo's stats display his current level, 2, and his fatigue level, 3. He stands, a determined look in his eyes, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Sung Jin Woo stares at the computer screen, his brow furrowed in thought. "I see. If I level up, every stat goes up by 1. He notes, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "Clearing the daily quest gives me 3 stat points." He adds, a sense of purpose solidifying within him. He continues to analyze his stats, a determined glint in his eyes. "Leveling up means all my stats go up by 1, so I get a total of 5 points. He concludes, his mind buzzing with possibilities. Sung Jin Woo stares at the screen, his eyes widening in surprise. "Looks like hunting monsters and leveling up is more efficient," he declares, a newfound sense of purpose filling him. "How much stronger do I become per stat point?" he wonders, his curiosity piqued. "Even my intelligence and sense can be expressed with numbers." He marvels, a wave of excitement washing over him. He reviews his stats, focusing on the improvements he has made. "The easiest one to understand is strength," he muses, a sense of pride swelling within him. "It was only raised by 10, but I can definitely feel the improvements." He observes, a confident grin spreading across his face. He ponders the information on the screen, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Could it be," he muses, "that my stats are..." He trails off, a revelation dawning on him. The man stares at his status screen, his expression serious, a determined glint in his eyes. "Anyways, I can see that you get stronger as you level up," he observes, a sense of hope filling him. He sits in the alleyway, his sword resting beside him, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It seems like even I," he begins, a glimmer of realization in his eyes, "can get stronger." He concludes, a newfound sense of purpose igniting within him. He stands guard over the sleeping beasts, his sword held at the ready. The air is thick with tension, a sense of danger palpable in the dimly lit room. He stares down at the beast, confusion evident on his face. Am I overreacting just because I defeated 2 monsters? He wonders aloud. Don't these ones drop magical cores? He questions, a sense of uncertainty creeping in. The beast moves away, its bulk filling the screen. I thought all monsters in a dungeon possess a magical core, he muses, a bewildered expression on his face. Looks like this is a different species altogether though. He concludes, shaking his head in disbelief. He ponders the situation, a thoughtful expression on his face. The strange phenomenon that occurred to me. He observes, a sense of intrigue filling him. If I'm being controlled by the game's system, there's a high chance that these instant dungeons and monsters were also specially created by the system. He hypothesizes, a sense of wonder in his voice. He examines the item, a thoughtful expression on his face. Maybe that's why they drop items and not magical cores, he muses, a realization dawning on him. Item: Raken's Fang. Item class: None type. Junk: a large and sharp fang of a raken. You can keep it in your inventory or sell it in the store. He reads aloud, a sense of understanding settling over him. He sits on the beast, pointing at the screen displaying the store. There's even a store in here, he exclaims, surprise and wonder evident in his voice. The screen displays 2 blue buttons, buy and sell, offering a choice to the user, a sense of opportunity and possibility. He stares at the warning message, a wave of disappointment washing over him. What does buying do? He questions, his curiosity piqued. Looks like new players can't use this function. He sighs, his hopes dashed. The computer screen displays a prompt. Inventory. Would you like to sell? Item: Raken's Fang. 4 buttons, equip. Actives: sell and cancel. Offer choices to the user. He holds the fang, frustration evident in his expression. Yes. He confirms, a sense of confusion lingering. 20 gold? I can't tell how much it's worth since it's not cash. He muses, a feeling of uncertainty growing within him. He walks down the dark alley, the red orbs illuminating his path. Then again, this dungeon. He begins, a sense of defeat creeping in. Should be about an E rank. He concludes. It probably isn't worth much. He whispers, his spirits sinking. He stands, his face etched with a mixture of confusion and determination. What do I do now? He questions. I can't leave unless I kill the boss. He states, a sense of resolve hardening his gaze. I could leave if I got a. He trails off, his mind searching for a solution. He clutches his sword, a crimson glow emanating from its blade. Return crystal, but I don't know if that'll even happen. He worries aloud. And before long, I'd lose my supply of food. He adds, a sense of anxiety creeping into his voice. He sits, his sword resting beside him, his brow furrowed in thought. Even if the boss is E rank, it's still too much for me to handle by myself. He confesses, a sense of frustration weighing heavily on him. No. Shouldn't it be possible if I leveled up? He questions, a glimmer of hope flickering within him. He tightens his grip on the sword, his eyes hardening with determination. Well, I could. He begins. Die before then. He finishes, a chilling sense of acceptance in his tone. The red wolf strides through the fog, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. A sense of danger and intensity permeates the air as its presence fills the panels. He stands, bathed in a beam of light, his sword held high. A sense of grim determination fills the air as he prepares to face whatever awaits him in the dark alley. The red wolves advance, their forms barely visible through the swirling fog. The air is thick with a sense of foreboding as they close in on their prey. He stands, his eyes fixed on the horizon, a determined glint in their depths. The cut on his cheek adds to his intensity as he faces the unknown with unwavering resolve. He sits, his hand gripping the sword, his expression calm and composed. There's nothing to fear. He whispers, a sense of tranquility radiating from him. He walks through the dark alleyway, his sword held at the ready, his eyes scanning the shadows. Multiple pairs of eyes watch him, their presence felt, a sense of alert preparedness filling the air. He stands, lost in thought, his head bowed. I've already died once before. He muses, a sense of calmness settling over him. He stands, his face illuminated by a determined light. The cuts on his face are a testament to the battles he has fought, but his eyes burn with a fierce excitement. The creature snarls, its metallic covering glinting in the dim light. Its fangs are bared, its claws extended, a threat emanating from its every movement. The creatures circle, their metallic bodies gleaming, their fangs bared in a menacing display. Their eyes burn with a fierce anger, their presence a palpable danger. He stands, his body tense, his sword held at the ready. The cuts on his face are a testament to the struggle, but his eyes remain focused, his determination unwavering. He swings his sword, a blue energy blade flashing through the air. The red wolves surround him, their bodies glistening in the gray light, but his focus remains unwavering, his resolve unyielding. He swings his sword, a determined glint in his eye, blood staining his face. The red wolf snarls, its fangs bared, its claws extended, but he stands firm, his focus unwavering. He raises his sword, its blue blade gleaming with a crimson edge. The red beast stands in the background, its eyes burning with malice, its teeth bared in a menacing snarl. The air crackles with anticipation as the battle is about to begin. His eyes widen in shock as the beast lunges, its sharp teeth bared, its red eyes burning with hunger. He is caught off guard, his heart pounding with fear as the beast prepares to strike. He races down the street, his sword flashing, a blur of motion. The air vibrates with energy as he pushes himself to his limits, desperate to escape whatever is chasing him. He stands, his body tense, his face a mask of determination. The cuts and bruises on his face are a testament to the battles he has already fought, but his eyes remain locked on the two snarling beasts, ready to face them head-on. He stands, his back to the viewer, his arms raised, a silent vow escaping his lips. "I won't die that easily," he declares. He stands, his blue eye glowing, his face a mask of menace. "So you all shouldn't die too easily either, or I'll feel sorry," he warns. A blue streak of energy explodes, its power tearing through the air. Fiercely, a voice booms as the force unleashed by the attack reverberates through the scene. Two blue streaks of energy collide, their power radiating outwards. The clash of these forces creates a brilliant display of light and energy, a testament to the power that lies within them. Blue streaks of light dance across the dark blue canvas, a visual representation of raw power and speed. "Fight fiercely," the text commands, as the scene pulsates with energy, a visual manifestation of its force. The blue streaks of energy slash through the air, striking the two red beasts. The beasts are wounded, blood staining the ground, but their eyes still burn with rage. The two wolves clash in midair, their fangs bared, their eyes burning with fury. They are engulfed in blue light, their bodies crackling with energy as they fight fiercely. He lunges forward, his blade flashing, a blue and white light illuminating the scene. The red wolf snarls, its body bathed in blue energy, but he stands firm, his attack relentless. "As much as my body can endure." The wolf roars, its rage palpable. He stands, his eyes fixed on his target, his blue light sword held high. "I truly realize now," he declares. He stares ahead, his expression grim, his scar a testament to the battles he has fought. "If I quit here, I'll get slaughtered," he reminds himself, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He faces the snarling beast, his blue light blade shimmering in the darkness. The red wolf lunges, its teeth bared, its eyes glowing with malice, but he stands firm, ready to meet the challenge head-on. He swings his sword, a brilliant blue light engulfing the scene. His eyes are focused, his movements precise, as he unleashes the full power of his attack. He stands, his sword poised, his eyes fixed on the three wolves surrounding him. They snarl, their red eyes glowing, but he stands firm, his determination unwavering. "You have leveled up," a voice announces, a surge of power coursing through him. She stands, her face etched with worry, her eyes filled with determination. "If I die, I can't protect those who I wish to protect." She cries out, a fierce resolve driving her actions. The wolves lie still, their bodies covered in blood, their once fierce eyes now dull and lifeless. The air hangs heavy with the stench of defeat as the battlefield lies silent. 3 red wolves, clad in steel armor, stand snarling, their eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Their mouths are open, revealing sharp teeth, their bodies tense and ready to strike. He stands, his face stained with blood, his expression a mixture of worry and anger. "I will lose everything," he whispers, a sense of despair weighing heavily on him. He walks down the street, his sword held in his hand, its blade stained red. Blood stains his hand, his leg, and his shoes, a grim reminder of the battles he has fought. He stands, his face obscured by the shadows, his hand covered in blood. "I can't just keep my head down like a weakling," he vows. His hand grips the sword, his knuckles white with tension. "If I can become stronger," he murmurs, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. He swings his sword, a blur of motion, a wave of blue, purple, and red energy trailing behind him. His face is contorted with a fierce expression, a testament to his strength. He stands, his 2 swords glowing a brilliant blue, his face stained with blood, his mouth open in a silent roar. He stands ready to unleash his power, a sense of excitement coursing through him. He stands on the bloody street, a dead wolf lying at his feet. The creature's blood stains the ground, a grim reminder of the battle just fought. His eyes widen in fear, his face stained with blood. The eyes of numerous wolf-like creatures stare back, their red eyes glowing, the words, "Steel Fang Raken," echoing in his mind. He stands, his sword held high, facing the wolf-like creature. The creature snarls, its red eyes burning with malice, its fangs bared, the words, "Steel Fang Raken," hovering above it. The young man with black hair looked to the right, his mouth agape, blood staining his face. A snarling red creature with a blue metal arm and large fangs stood below him, smoke swirling in the dark background. A man with black hair, blue eyes, and a determined expression stood, his jaw clenched tight, covered in blood. His enraged stare seemed to pierce the darkness. Covered in blood and wearing a gray hooded shirt, the man stood, his head bowed. Exhaustion and the weight of battle hung heavy on his shoulders. A red wolf with glowing red eyes snarled against the black background. Its menacing expression and sharp fangs promised danger. A man with black hair, blue eyes, and a determined expression stood, covered in blood. He wore a gray hooded shirt, his face resolute and courageous. The man with black hair, wearing a gray hooded shirt, clutched a sword in his right hand. A concerned look shadowed his face. In the end, a weapon will inevitably lose durability. He muttered, defeated and resigned. The man with black hair, wearing a gray hooded shirt, clutched a sword in his right hand. A concerned look shadowed his face. "Even if I purchase a high-grade weapon, it becomes like this once I cycle through the dungeon a few times," he whispered, defeated and worried. A hand clutching a dagger rested in the top left corner. The man with black hair, wearing a white shirt, held a dagger in his right hand. "There was once a time I purchased a dagger that costed more than 50,000 won. Although hunting became a lot easier, the dagger broke way too easily at the boss fight," he exclaimed, looking frustrated and defeated. The man with black hair, holding 3 magic crystals in his left hand, wore a dark brown shirt. "That day I looted 3 E-class magic crystals. I still couldn't make ends meet, so I never bought a weapon again," he muttered, sadness and regret lacing his words. The man with black hair, covered in blood, held a sword in his right hand. His determined expression radiated defiance. "Even if it was tiring, I chose to take care of them one by one using my body." "Thanks," he whispered. 3 red wolves lay dead on the ground, their bodies covered in blood. The hallway was stained crimson, a testament to the violence that had taken place. Standing in the bloody alleyway, the man in black pants and a hooded jacket held his sword, gazing at the dead dogs scattered across the ground. The sadness in his eyes reflected the desolation and grief that permeated the air. The man with black hair stared at the screen, his surprise evident. Wolf Slayer, the title read, a blue menu displaying items and categories. "That's more than I was expecting," he muttered, excitement bubbling within him. Holding a blue stone with a swirl design, the man examined it curiously. The screen displayed his inventory, the blue stone glowing faintly in his hand. The man with black hair stood, his body covered in blood. He stared into the distance, lost in thought. Should I return? He pondered, his mind filled with sadness and uncertainty. A hand gripped a blue stone tightly, the determination in its grasp undeniable. No. A voice declared, there's no guarantee that there will be another chance to become stronger this easily. Standing near a large pillar in the dark, foggy space, the man pondered, what happens to this dungeon after I use the Hearthstone? Will it just disappear? Uncertainty and curiosity clouded his features. The man with black hair walked down the bloody alleyway, his black hoodie and pants stained crimson. He held his sword in his right hand, his determined stride carrying him forward. If this is something like a limited event made by the system, it would be possible. He thought. His face covered in blood, the man's gaze hardened. Ultimately, I'm dancing in the palm of something I don't know. Like Wukong dancing in the palm of Buddhas. He mused. Only the man's eye and forehead were visible, his gaze intense. Advance, he whispered. Or retreat. The man stood firm, his decision unwavering. The man with black hair stood before the inventory screen, his fingers hovering over the Hearthstone. A determined look crossed his face as he prepared to use it. In the bottom panel, he stood in the alleyway, sword in hand, ready to advance. A large black kanji character, surrounded by a red outline, stood at the center of the image. The red outline extended to the bottom, where it met a series of dark red splatters. Bright blue streaks crossed the image, creating an X shape against the red outline. Two large kanji characters, bordered by red outlines, dominated the upper left corner. Another character, white with a blue outline, stood diagonally at the bottom, partially obscured by a blue streak. A blue rectangle in the center displayed the words, Alarm. You leveled up, in a white box. Two kanji characters, black with a white outline, angled diagonally at the bottom of the image. A large blue streak moved diagonally upwards behind them. A blue rectangle in the center displayed the words, Alarm. You leveled up, in a white box. Two kanji characters, black with a white outline, angled diagonally in the middle of the image. A large blue streak moved diagonally upwards behind them. Every time I level up. The text at the bottom read. The man in the black cloak faced the red fox monster, his determined expression evident. In the bottom panel, he moved quickly to the left, his black shirt stained with blood. The fight against the monsters. The text declared, emphasizing the man's resolute spirit. A black panther leapt towards the right, its red eyes glowing. A large white kanji character stood behind it, while a green monster with sharp claws leapt below, its mouth agape. The message box below displayed the victorious message, You have slain Razor Claw Briga. You have slain Black Shadow Raisin. You have slain Black Shadow Raisin. The man leapt backwards, swinging his sword upwards as a green monster charged towards him, its claws outstretched. A large white kanji character hovered above the monster, the scene radiating power and action. The black bear with sharp teeth bared its fangs, a red tongue licking its lips. Below, the man in the brown cloak stood resolute, a purple aura surrounding him. I can definitely feel myself getting stronger. The text declared. The man with black hair stood on the creature, his left foot resting on its back, a white object on his right foot. A purple aura emanated from him, highlighting his strength. A sword lay embedded in the ground near his right leg, a testament to his power. The man with black hair stood over the fallen green monster, a red sword protruding from its arm. Because the monsters keep respawning unlike normal dungeons, he muttered, disappointment and confusion evident in his tone. They don't feel like living creatures. Standing above the two dead bodies, the man with black hair and a cold expression held his sword. Therefore, fighting them feels like a game where their patterns are determined. He said. The man with black hair, dark skin, and blue eyes, a few droplets of blood staining his face, looked determined. I can figure out where they're coming from, he whispered. A green monkey-like creature with red eyes bared its teeth, its claws outstretched. A monkey from above. The text read, and a cat from each side. The man with black hair ran towards the right, sword in hand, his expression serious. A part of a green monkey-like creature was visible in the top left corner, its menacing presence adding to the danger of the scene. The man swung his sword, the blue light emanating from it striking the green monkey-like creature. The creature, visible in the top left corner, looked terrified, its red eyes wide with fear. The monster's confident expression and the powerful blue light signified his control over the situation. The man swung his sword, a blue glowing light slashing across the page. His determined expression reflected his focus. A green and red monster with large teeth yelled from the bottom right corner, its fear and panic evident. The man swung his sword, creating a blue glowing light trail as he struck the dark blue monster in the top left corner. The monster, its red eyes filled with fear and confusion, looked at the man. The monster's determined expression and the dangerous blue glow suggested his victory in the battle. The man swung his sword, the bright blue light striking down. The black beast in the bottom middle lay defeated, surrounded by red blood. A red beast with red eyes leapt towards the left, its sharp teeth bared in a growl. Steel Fang Raken. The text read, highlighting the beast's fierce nature. The man with black hair and dark skin, his blue eyes filled with a dangerous determination, stood covered in blood. He was ready for the fight. The wolf creature, its mouth open, bared its large teeth. Its red eyes glowed with rage, and its dark red fur seemed to radiate a menacing aura. The man wearing a black hood, his blue eyes glowing, held his sword, its blade also emitting a blue light. He moved quickly, his focus unwavering, the picture conveying a sense of power and action. The man with black hair, wearing a black hooded jacket and pants, held his sword, a concerned look on his face. Behind him, the red wolf creature, its mouth adorned with metal parts, glared at the man. The man with black hair and dark brown skin, blood staining his face, stood nervously, red fur visible in the background. The words, Steel Fang Raken, at the top of the image underscored the tense situation. The torso of a man wearing a black hooded jacket was visible, the text in the bottom right explaining. The color of the name changes according to the monster's strength. The image displayed three creatures, a green goblin with orange hair, a red steel fang raken with metal mouthparts, and a brown poison-fanged giant sand centipede. Text explained the color code. White means it's weak. Orange means it's strong. And red means very strong. The man with black hair and dark brown skin, holding a sword, stood over the fallen red wolf creature, Steel Fang Raken, written beside it. Blood stained his face, and his expression was serious. Since Rakens who were orange at first are now white, he said. I have become quite a bit stronger. The text below the wolf proclaimed. The man with black hair and dark brown skin, his face stained with blood, wore a worried expression. But even with my current strength, the text above him read. Three large black texts, each containing the sound effect, G, filled the image, conveying a feeling of sound and movement. Goosebumps erupted across the man's skin, his face pale with fear. I'm getting goosebumps, he whispered. The man in the dark jacket stood in the gloomy urban setting, looking down. Maybe it's because my sense stats have increased. He murmured, his mouth open. But I can tell, he continued, lost in contemplation. The dark and gloomy alleyway seemed to twist and turn, blue swirls appearing on the wall. How strong that the text above read, monster. The text below proclaimed, fear and wonder intertwined. The man, his dark jacket visible, looked down, his broken sword, stained with blood, in hand. Doesn't seem to be rising anymore. The text above read. Remaining points. 0 inches, the text below declared. Also, my sword won't last if I keep fighting. He sighed, defeat and despair evident. The man with black hair, his face stained with blood, stood in the dark alleyway. Needlessly. The text above him read, as he gazed to the right, his determination unwavering. The man in the dark jacket and blue shoes walked away, his steps firm and purposeful, the urban setting blurring behind him. The man, wearing a dark jacket and white shoes, walked away, his steps firm, his determination evident. The man in the dark jacket and blue shoes walked away, the urban setting stretching out behind him. The man, his dark jacket draped over his frame, walked down the wooden stairs, his gaze fixed on the ground, blue smoke trailing behind him. The man, his dark jacket draped over his frame, walked up the wooden stairs, his broken sword in hand. Is it just me, or do these stairs seem longer? The text above him questioned, his gaze fixed on the ground, blue smoke trailing behind him. The man, his black hair plastered to his forehead, blood splattering his face, looked to the right, his expression a mixture of alarm and panic. The forest around him seemed to press in, amplifying his fear. Is this really Hapchon Station? The text read, the faint view of a forest in the background fueling the suspense and curiosity. The man stood in the dark, flooded alley, his sword held firmly in his hand. The water glistened under the dim light, adding to the foreboding atmosphere. The flooded alley, its black tiled floor covered in weeds and plants, seemed to be swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A close-up of the man's eye, his dark complexion and black hair stark against the background, revealed a single drop of sweat on his cheek, a testament to his intense focus and determination. The man, his black jacket draped over his shoulders, stood with a fierce expression, his sword held high. Fast. The word above him urged, a feeling of excitement and anticipation permeating the air. The man, his black jacket billowing, swung his sword with a determined expression, motion lines swirling around him, emphasizing the excitement and intensity of the moment. A blur of motion lines trailed behind the man's foot, his black pants and white shoes disappearing into the speed and power he possessed. The man, his black hooded jacket pulled tight, kicked the wall with a force that spoke of strength and speed, the impact echoing in the air. The man, his face stained with blood, looked determined, the word, URK, positioned above him in text, conveying his pain and anger. A hacking cough racked the man's body, his black hooded jacket pulled tight against the cold. He stood in the dark alley, blood staining his face, pain and suffering etched on his features. The man, his black hooded shirt pulled tight, clutched his bright blue sword, its blade dripping with blood. His worried expression masked a fierce determination, his gritted teeth a testament to his courage. The man, his black hooded shirt pulled tight, stared ahead, his eyes wide with shock and dismay. Shards of his broken sword surrounded him, small, dark particles swirling around them. My sword, he whispered, disbelief and panic evident in his voice. The man, his black hooded shirt stained with blood, stared down at his broken sword, a wave of disappointment washing over him. I thought I leveled up quite a bit, he murmured. The blue and black snake, with red stripes running down its body, coiled itself on the dark background. Its bright orange eyes gleamed with menace, its fangs bared in a silent threat. Swamp's ruler, Blue Poison Fangs Rasaka, the text below proclaimed. The man with black hair, his black hooded shirt billowing, ran his eyes fixed on the menacing snake. But your name's still orange. He gasped, fear and desperation gripping him. The blue snake with red stripes, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs and a pink throat, stared at the viewer. Its orange eyes glowed with anger, its body coiled in a menacing pose. The man, his face covered in blood, his dark hooded shirt pulled tight, stared directly at the viewer. Are you the boss of this place? He asked. Its scales shimmering blue and red, the snake loomed in the darkness, its eyes glowing orange with malevolent intent. Its mouth was agape, revealing sharp fangs and a pink throat, ready to strike. Covered in blood, the man stood tall, his gaze locked on the viewer. His black hair shadowed his face, but his determined expression was unmistakable. Are you the boss of this place? He asked. The abandoned building loomed, its walls covered in vines, its floor slick with puddles of water. The air hung heavy, thick with a sense of decay and neglect, the building whispering forgotten secrets. A large blue and black snake, its red eyes gleaming, coiled its body, its scales shimmering with blue and red hues. The snake seemed poised to strike, the image pulsating with a sense of danger and suspense. The man, his brown hooded jacket pulled tight, stood before the large, blue and red snake, his blue sword held firmly in his right hand. The snake, coiled around itself, seemed to inch closer, its menacing presence filling the air. The single red eye of the large blue creature stared out, its gaze a warning, its presence a source of danger and suspense. The blue snake, its scales a vibrant blend of red and blue, seemed to radiate power and strength. A sword won't pierce those scales. The text above read. Punches won't have any effect either. The text below declared. The man, his black jacket and black pants blending into the shadows, held his sword, his gaze fixed on the ground. He stood amidst the trees and bushes, a sense of suspense and action hanging in the air. The large black snake, its red eyes blazing, faced the viewer, its presence a source of danger and suspense. The blue snake, its red eyes glowing, struck, its sharp teeth bared in a wide, menacing grin. The image thrummed with a sense of danger and fear. The man, his black hair whipping in the wind, ran, his blue sword held out in front of him, his expression determined. I need a super fast attack with weight behind it. The text above him read. The man, his brown hooded jacket pulled tight, looked towards the left. A black creature with orange eyes, its mouth open in a menacing snarl, stood before him. At the same time, I have to weaken this guy's defense. The text above them read. The man, his black jacket and black pants a silhouette against the greenery, stood before the large blue snake, his sword in his right hand. His face held a worried expression. But how do I deal with these thick scales? The text above him exclaimed. The large blue snake, its red markings shimmering, moved with a menacing grace, its power undeniable. The man, his black jacket with a white stripe a stark contrast against the city backdrop, ran down the street, his gaze fixed on the ground. A trail of vapor followed the snake as it moved, breaking apart the pavement in its path. The man, his black jacket and white stripe blending into the city shadows, stumbled and fell, his body crashing to the ground. The blue snake loomed above him, its menacing presence a stark reminder of the danger he faced. The man, his black jacket and pants blending into the city backdrop, stood focused, his sword raised high as he cut at the blue snake. The man's determined expression betrayed his anger. The man, clutching his stomach, looked to the right, his face contorted in pain. "URK. I might die if it hits me directly," he gasped. The blue snake, its scales gleaming in the city lights, moved with a terrifying speed, sparks flying from its body. The scene was a mixture of tension and excitement, a palpable sense of anxiety hanging in the air. The man, standing in the city, held his sword, his gaze fixed on the blue snake, its movement quick and menacing. The man's determined expression revealed his resolve to protect himself. The man, his black jacket and pants blending into the city backdrop, ran down the street, his sword in hand. He looked to the right, his focused expression revealing his determination. The man, his black jacket and pants a stark contrast against the city backdrop, ran down the street, his sword in hand, his face etched with worry. The man lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain, his gaze fixed on the sky. His worried expression reflected his fear, his body racked with pain. The man doubled over, clutching his stomach in pain. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of danger. He crouched low, bracing himself against the swirling blue wind. His eyes held a steely determination, ready to face whatever lay before him. Blood stained his cloak, a grim reminder of the battles fought. His body screamed for rest, but he forced himself to stand tall. He rested his hand, heavy with blood, atop the sword. A massive creature loomed before him, its open maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. With a determined grit, he stood before the monstrous creature. The dark setting only amplified the danger, but he refused to yield. He stood there, dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. "That's right, there are rumors about you lately," the man said. "Did you not know?" the young man asked, his brow furrowed. "There seem to be people who childishly do these things," the man explained. "Since there are rumors, try to exert yourself more." The young man replied. "Yes, I understand," the young man mumbled. He turned to leave, his silhouette disappearing into the fading light. His sword sang a song of fury, cleaving through the air. He moved with a raw power, his eyes burning with a fire that could not be quenched. He unleashed a torrent of blue energy, his sword singing a deadly song. His eyes burned with determination, fueled by the desire to win. He knelt, his silver sword planted firmly in the ground, anger radiating from him. "That nickname stuck because I'm weak," he muttered. "Weakness isn't something to brag about," he yelled, his footsteps pounding the pavement as he ran. He was on a mission, driven by the desire to prove himself. His face contorted with rage, he roared, "I know just how weak I am." He was determined to change, to become stronger, to leave his mark on the world. A large, muscular hand gripped the broken sword, its light blue glow pulsating with raw power. He stood defiant, his resolve unwavering. He winced, clutching his chest, his face etched with pain. Strength. The text above him read, "A pressuring force squeezes your head." The figure on the throne, draped in ornate robes, watched with concern as the kneeling figures cowered in fear. "And can make you yield," the text ominously proclaimed. "Cold out there, isn't it? Good job," the man with brown hair said, his smile warm and reassuring. "Ha, it's nothing. I'll be in your hands today, too," the man with black hair replied. "Everyone, duck," the man in the blue jacket yelled, his face contorted with anger. "Even false hypocrisy won't protect me," he said. The crowned man, his eyes blazing with malevolent energy, stood tall and menacing. Whatever the opponent does, the text above him read, hinting at the darkness that lay within. Two shadowy figures stood, their faces etched with fear and awe, as the words above them proclaimed, "Pure strength will overwhelm you, and fear will make your knees collapse and toes dig into the cold. To be honest, I never imagined someone as weak as you could be so helpful." The man in the chair said, "I always looked down on you, never really expecting anything from you, even when you joined our party. A lot of people died when we entered this room," he continued, his tone somber. "But the ones alive are alive because of you. Even if you're knowledgeable or wise, all because you managed to solve the riddles here, or receive thanks." The man turned, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and admiration, as he spoke to the creature before him. "I'm also alive because of you," he whispered. "Thank you." The creature boomed, its voice resonating with power. The monster's grin was a terrifying sight, its sharp teeth gleaming in the darkness. Its red eyes burned with malice. "I also have a family," he choked out, tears streaming down his face. "I don't want to die here," he pleaded. His eyes wide with terror, he screamed, "Mister." His voice was a raw cry of fear and desperation. His fist slammed forward, his eyes blazing with fury. "It's easy to get betrayed," he roared, his anger palpable. The blur of motion left a trail of energy in its wake as his fist connected with the air. "I have to get stronger," he muttered, his determination unyielding. He stood on the precipice, the wind whipping at his clothes as he swung his sword. "I came here to get stronger," he declared. He ducked, his body a blur of motion as the monster's blue attack whizzed past him. Kirk. The sound echoed in the air, a testament to the power of the attack. Debris flew high into the air, leaving a trail of dust in its wake, a chaotic testament to the explosion. The image was full of energy and movement, capturing the intensity of the moment. The serpent's coils tightened around him, its massive body crushing him against the blue ground. He struggled against the immense pressure, his determination burning bright. His hand clenched into a fist, smoke rising from his palms. His breathing was ragged, a testament to the struggle he was enduring. He stood, bathed in purple light, his eyes wide with determination. I have to become even stronger," he whispered. The beast's head, a terrifying sight with its sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, was poised to attack. Its blue scales glinted in the dim light. The beast's head was tilted back, its mouth open in a silent roar, its sharp teeth glinting in the darkness. The image was a chilling reminder of the danger that lurked nearby. The man stared up at the beast, his sword held high, his eyes burning with intense focus. "Not yet," he murmured. He stood, his weapon held in a ready position, his eyes locked on the approaching threat. "Not yet," he muttered. The creature's smile was unsettling, its blue skin almost luminescent in the darkness. Compared to that guy, the text above it read, hinting at a lurking threat. The boy, his face pale with fear, watched with wide, worried eyes as the man stood looming over him. The man's legs, clad in black pants, seemed to emanate a threatening aura. Compared to the fear from that time, "Ah," he whispered. He looked terrified, his eyes darting around as if expecting another attack. He sprinted, his sword held high, dodging the snake's massive jaws. "I'm not scared at all," he yelled, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. The snake, wounded and bleeding, writhed in pain on the city street. Its red eyes stared up at the sky, filled with a mixture of fear and anger. He ran, his sword held firmly in his grip, his eyes focused on the target ahead. He was determined to fight, his bravery shining through his determined expression. The snake's eye, a glowing orange orb surrounded by a red rim, stared down menacingly. It was a chilling reminder of the creature's power. He lay on the ground, his eyes locked on the snake's red eye, a calm smile playing on his lips. The snake, its mouth open in a silent roar, seemed ready to strike. He sprinted, his body a blur of motion. "Hup!" he yelled, pushing himself further. The snake, its blue scales glistening in the light, pursued him relentlessly. He lay there, his brown jacket stained with blood, his face a mask of pain and determination. He was hurt, but his resolve remained strong. He stood tall, a confident grin on his face, his eyes sparkling with determination. "I put all my points into strength," he declared. He clung to the surface, his face hidden from view, but his body language spoke volumes of his concern. "If it's this much," the text below him read, hinting at the gravity of the situation. He kicked out, his leg a blur of motion, as the creature wrapped its body around his legs. Fear etched across his face, but he fought to break free. The creature, a swirling mass of blue, wrapped itself around the shattered remains of the sidewalk, its presence a chilling reminder of the destruction it wrought. He gasped, his eyes wide with terror, as the creature loomed over him. "You are K," he choked out. He lay on the ground, his body twisted in pain, his right hand clutching at his side. The image was a stark reminder of the brutal struggle he endured. He pulled, his muscles straining, his face a mask of concentration. His grip was unwavering, his determination fueling his effort. His eyes, burning with rage, stared forward, his face a mask of fury. "Die!" The text above his head screamed, his anger palpable. The creature's mouth, a gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, was ready to unleash its fury. "Die!" The text above it echoed, a chilling promise of death. He moved, a blur of black against the darkness, his back to the viewer. "Die!" The text above him echoed, a declaration of his intent. He stood tall, his right arm extended, his eyes blazing with anger. He was a force to be reckoned with, his determination radiating off of him. The building stood silent, its only light emanating from the illuminated cross atop its facade. "Sung Jin Woo still isn't back yet," the text above the cross questioned, the air thick with concern and suspense. "Why isn't he returning even after the sunset?" The woman wondered, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. The man, with a worried expression, replied, "Yes, he went out in the morning. We can't be sure with hunters." The woman said, "We should stabilize him indoors." The man suggested, his brow furrowed. He pondered, his brow furrowed. "They say high-class hunters are rich, but lower-class hunters don't get much money, and it's so dangerous. I don't know why they do that work." "Why?" the woman asked. The man, his face etched with distress, replied, "It's horrifying to see some of the conditions of the hunters that get carried in." The dark red background was a stark reminder of the horrors they had witnessed. "I wonder what they do inside the dungeons. Their wounds aren't normal." The text at the top pondered. "They come covered in blood, completely on another level from patients that get into accidents." The woman stared up, her mouth agape, her eyes filled with wonder. "It's amazing that they're still alive in that condition," she exclaimed. "Even so, isn't it a miracle that they're able to return alive from a dungeon?" The man's eyes widened in surprise, his jaw dropping. "Not at all," he said. Even the weakest hunters are strong compared to normal humans. A blue box, with a white exclamation point, flashed at the top of the scene. Alarm. It blared. You leveled up. The text inside the box proclaimed, repeated 3 times. Ha! The text at the bottom echoed, the crack in the wall behind it a reminder of the upheaval. The wall, cracked and crumbling, seemed to echo the man's shock. Ha! The text at the top exclaimed, while ha! Echoed from the bottom, reflecting his disbelief. He stood before the massive rock formation, its gaping hole a dark, mysterious void. Stronger? The text above it questioned, the air thick with anticipation. He sat atop the injured creature, its blue and red scales shimmering in the smoke. His face was etched with worry, his gaze fixed on the beast. I guess. The text above the dark sky mused. I got a bit. The thought bubble continued, trailing off into uncertainty. Stronger? The text above the broken rock formation questioned, the air heavy with doubt. He stared at the injured creature, his eyes wide with surprise. His mouth hung open, his face a mask of shock. He sat back, his face a mask of frustration. My clothes are ruined, he thought. He held the broken sword, his hand clenching around the hilt. The sword I just got is broken, he lamented. He sat slumped, his face contorted in pain. URK, he groaned, his body aching. My body aches a bit too, he thought, a sigh escaping his lips. He stood tall, his new blue sword held high, his face radiating confidence. But, he thought, a smile playing on his lips. I obtained a better blade than the one from Mr. Kim Sang-shik. He held the blue sword, its glow illuminating the dark environment. A dagger made from a fang, not bone. He read, a hint of excitement in his voice. The attack stat is more than twice my old dagger? And it has paralysis and bleed as well, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in wonder. He looked at the pouch, his brow furrowed. Compared to that, this is a bit awkward to use. He muttered, a hint of confusion in his voice. He stood in the room, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. The geometric patterns on the walls seemed to mock his unease. His shoulders slumped, a weight of worry pressing down on him. The room was bathed in a strange, unsettling light, the geometric shapes on the walls casting long, distorted shadows. A sense of mystery hung in the air, the silence broken only by the rhythmic ticking of a clock. He walked through the deserted hallway, his footsteps echoing on the tiled floor. Is it over? He whispered. The empty frames on the wall and the lone, green bench spoke of a forgotten past. The rain lashed against the station sign, its blue surface reflecting the dreary sky. Hapjing Station. It read, a stark reminder of the city's unforgiving weather. He walked, his face shrouded in the shadow of his hood. What time is it now? He wondered. The rain pounded down, the world a blurry mess of gray and brown. He stood, his back to the wall, a sense of confusion clouding his face. Who are you? The text above him asked, his eyes darting to the shadowy figure behind him. He stood in the rain, his camo uniform drenched, his grip tight on the gun. How did you come out from there? The text above him questioned, his brow furrowed. Didn't you hear the broadcast? The text below the gun demanded, his unease evident. The figure in the camo uniform walked, their face obscured by the rain, their silhouette a lonely figure against the blue walls. The hallway was a bleak and desolate place, reflecting the somber mood. He stared, his eyes wide with confusion, at the man in the uniform. A soldier? He questioned. What happened? He shook his head. Huh, what are you saying now? The hand, its grip firm on the weapon, held it aloft, its white blade gleaming in the dark. The air crackled with tension, a sense of danger lurking beneath the surface. He stood in the rain-slicked alleyway, his face etched with a serious expression. Could you be a hunter? The text below him questioned, a hint of suspicion in its tone. Yes, that's right, but, the man in the hoodie said, a smile playing on his lips. He looked excited, his eyes bright with anticipation. Excuse me, the soldier said. I will guide you, Sir Hunter. He continued, his expression serious. This way. He gestured, his hand pointing down the alley. "Ah, okay." The man in the hoodie replied, his confusion evident. "What happened?" he asked, his brow furrowed. The mangled car, its doors twisted and its windows shattered, sat in the flooded alleyway, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. The scene was a somber reminder of the destructive power of the unknown. The blue and brown monster, its fangs bared, stood over its defeated opponent. The air was thick with the smell of rain and the faint scent of blood. The scene was dark and unsettling. "Looks like a gate opened nearby," the man in the hoodie said. "Did the monsters come over?" The soldier nodded. "Nearby monsters have been taken care of, leaving one big monster left." He stood, his blue eyes gleaming with determination. "Leaving one big monster left." The text above him declared, his resolve unwavering. He stood, his sword held tight, his eyes fixed on the blue light in the sky. He was ready for battle, his power radiating off of him. The alleyway, shrouded in rain and darkness, felt heavy with dread. "That's the boss," the text above the scene warned, the air crackling with anticipation. The blue light pulsed, emanating from the large, cracked rock. The air crackled with energy, the scene radiating power. A bright blue and white flash, radiating power, pierced the darkness. It was a beam of pure energy, striking with undeniable force. The blue and white sphere, cracked and crumbling, was under relentless assault. Two beams of yellow light, aimed with precision, were tearing the sphere apart. The three men, faces etched with concern, stood before the pulsating blue and white sphere. It crackled with electrical energy, a dangerous force they were ready to face. The electric sphere, a looming threat, hovered menacingly above the ground. The soldiers, their voices strained, warned people to leave as the sphere prepared to strike. A wave of fear rippled through the crowd as the sphere loomed above, its electric energy threatening to engulf them. "What a mess!" a man cried, urging them to evacuate. "Healers, please heal the tank," the man yelled, desperation lacing his voice. Behind him, the blue and white sphere pulsed, a constant reminder of the danger they faced. "We're trying our best." A man with brown hair, radiating a yellow aura, smiled confidently. But frustration flickered across his face as the sphere remained defiant. "Its defense is too high," the man with the bow and arrow cried. Another man, clad in black armor, lamented, "Unfortunately, we don't have many magicians." A man with black hair, his face determined, announced his arrival. "Excuse me, coming through." The people stared, confused and curious, as he walked past them. "Their ranks are too low," the text read above the image. The men, swords drawn, faced the impending threat, their shields raised against the electric sphere. The tank, a man in shining armor, swung his sword with a determined expression. His every movement was calculated, a battle of attrition against a formidable foe. Surrounded by a circle of light, the group of healers worked tirelessly, their green glow emanating hope and healing. They stood united, their differences in clothing and hair a testament to their shared purpose. The man, his hooded jacket pulled tight, tilted his head up, listening intently. His dark eyes held a mixture of curiosity and confusion, as if trying to make sense of something beyond his understanding. "Hey, miss, what are you doing?" the man shouted, concern etched on his face. The woman, her crossbow aimed, cried out, "I need healing." Her voice was laced with fear and urgency. "You said you were a B-rank healer." The woman's words, laced with betrayal, echoed in the air. The orange-haired woman, her eyes wide with disbelief, could only stare in shock. "Why are you spacing out?" the woman with blue hair yelled, her frustration palpable. The orange-haired woman, her face a mixture of surprise and worry, stammered, "Sorry." The woman with blue hair, her brow furrowed in confusion, looked upwards. "What's with her?" she mumbled, her curiosity piqued. The woman, her face etched with concern, reached out with desperate hands. Her closed eyes spoke of a struggle, a helplessness in the face of an unknown danger. Trapped within the dark blue rock, the bright blue figure pulsed with light, its anger radiating outward. It struggled against its confines, a testament to its immense power. The creature, its wide grin revealing sharp teeth, stared at the man with malicious intent. The man, his smile unwavering, stood confidently, his fearless gaze meeting the creature's. If I retreat, I can't get back up. The woman thought, her gaze unwavering. The golden aura around her shimmered, a beacon of determination in the face of the menacing figure. Even after a week. The man sighed, his face etched with worry. She still hasn't overcome it. He stared at the ground, his frustration evident. That's to be expected. The text above his hand read, I also. He gripped the sword handle, his hand encased in a brown glove, ready to face whatever challenge awaited him. No. The man declared, his clenched fist a symbol of defiance. His blue, glowing eye burned with determination as he vowed, I have to overcome it. The man, his back to the viewer, stood his ground against the unseen force. The rain fell around him, a backdrop to his resolute stance. The man's foot, clad in a black and white shoe, slammed against the ground, creating a crack that spread outwards. Dust billowed behind him, a testament to his powerful, swift movement. The boss, a towering gray figure with a glowing blue eye, loomed over the rocky terrain. The boss is around D rank. The text read, compared to the boss I fought just then, it's one rank lower. If I can weaken his defense. The man thought, his face set with determination. I can do it. He ran forward, his resolve fueled by the support of the people behind him. I need a blow that can pierce this stupid rock. The man roared, his sword raised high. He swung with all his might, his determined expression revealing his unyielding will. The sword, driven by immense force, pierced through the rock. Ouch! The sound effect echoed, a testament to the power of the strike. Go! The text above the man urged, his face contorted with anger. His eyes, wide with fury, were fixed on the target, ready to unleash his attack. The man, his brown shoe striking with force, launched himself forward, his kick aimed with precision. The bright blue light illuminated his determined assault. The creature, a conglomeration of gray rock, tumbled headfirst towards the ground, its descent a terrifying spectacle. The yellow light surrounding it pulsed with energy, a sign of its immense power. If this goes on, we'll all die. The man cried. If a high-rank hunter doesn't come, the woman added. No, no, the man cried, sweat dripping from his brow. The tank might die at this rate. He clutched his sword, his worried expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. What do you want us to do? The man yelled. Our magic is running out. The woman, her smile strained, stood beside him, ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead. The man muttered, his face a mask of shock and confusion. His eyes darted around, trying to make sense of the unexpected turn of events. The blue object, its yellow aura crackling with energy, began to explode, a destructive force that threatened to engulf everything around it. The blue object, a sphere of immense energy, pulsed with power. Its yellow aura grew brighter, as if signaling the imminent release of its destructive force. Yes! The attack worked! The text above the collapsing object exclaimed. It's collapsing! The scene was chaotic, a testament to the power of the attack. The man, his leather armor straining, pushed his hand forward, a brilliant light radiating from his gauntlet. His determined expression revealed the intensity of the moment, as if he was battling an unseen force. A bit more! The man yelled. Attack now! The text above the claw commanded, and the rocks and debris around it swirled with energy. The creature's hand, a massive, clawed appendage, smashed down with unstoppable force. The blue and black background shimmered with the energy of its attack, a dangerous event unfolding before their eyes. We did it! The man with the sword cried out. The blue creature, shattered and broken, fell from the sky, its descent a testament to their victory. We beat it! The text below the creature echoed their triumph. What? The man in armor exclaimed, his surprise evident. The attacks didn't work at all until a while ago, but it suddenly collapsed? He looked around, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. No. The man muttered, his face grim. Our attacks did nothing. He stood tall, his armor gleaming under the dark blue sky, a sense of impending doom settling over him. What was that flew in just then? The text above the jagged rocks questioned. Is that what made it fall down? The broken landscape, littered with spears and shards, whispered of the powerful force that had struck. What in the world blew up this rock's head? The text above the rock formation exclaimed. The shattered rock, a testament to the immense power of the attack, stood as a stark reminder of the incredible force that had been unleashed. The man, his shield raised, stood guard, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The sword, glowing with a faint light, was planted firmly in the ground, a symbol of his unwavering determination. A boss golem that could withstand attacks from 10 hunters. The text above the sword read, was defeated by this. The glowing sword, protruding from the ground, was a testament to the incredible power that had brought down the formidable creature. Excuse me. The woman in uniform called out. Her gaze was fixed on the man, his hooded figure obscured by the rain. Just who? He questioned. Did you see who threw this? The man in camouflage asked, his back turned to the viewer. The man in armor, his face serious, replied, Yes? Are you talking to me? Ah, the hunter over there. One of the soldiers exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The rain fell around them, adding to the sense of uncertainty as they watched the events unfold. There was a hunter right there a moment ago? The man in armor questioned, his face etched with concern. The soldier, his expression a mixture of surprise and confusion, could only stare. That strength, that destructiveness, the man murmured, his gaze lost in the distance. The rain continued to fall, a somber backdrop to his thoughts. I didn't think it would fall in one hit. The young man's voice was filled with sadness. Was he a high-ranked hunter? He stood in the rain, his face etched with concern. Was its health lower than I expected? The man's thoughts drifted, his face clouded with uncertainty. He stood in the light rain, lost in contemplation. Jin Woo. The woman whispered, her face a mixture of sadness and confusion. Her blue eyes reflected the depth of her emotions as she searched for answers. The status screen displayed the details of Sung Jin Woo, level 18, fatigue 72, job, none, title, Wolf Slayer. His strength and resilience were evident in the numbers, but the lack of a job and the high fatigue levels hinted at a struggle. The man, his white shirt torn, sat on the bed, his face contorted in pain. The bright light from the window illuminated his suffering, highlighting the sadness that filled the hospital room. The muscular man lay on his side, his right arm bent, his left resting on his stomach. Sweat dripped from his chest, a testament to the exertion he had endured. The man, shirtless and determined, continued his push-up, his muscles straining under the effort. The puddle of water beneath his hand was a testament to his sweat and the intensity of his workout. I'm coming in, the woman announced. Oh, the other woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she caught sight of the shirtless man doing push-ups. No, it's my bad. The woman apologized, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. The man, still shirtless and looking equally surprised, stood awkwardly beside her. Wow! The woman whispered, her face flushed with awe. Her wide eyes reflected the wonder she felt, overwhelmed by something she had witnessed. This patient, the man pondered, his face thoughtful. He stared at the floor, lost in contemplation, his mind racing with thoughts. Was his body this chiseled when he came in? The woman questioned, her curiosity piqued. Her gaze was fixed on the man's muscular physique, her surprise evident. Are you being discharged today? The man asked, a kind smile on his face. Yes. The woman replied, her smile mirroring his happiness as they both looked forward to the day ahead. If it's okay with you, could I have your number? The man asked. The woman, her eyes wide with surprise, could only stare at him, her mouth open in shock. Number? The man asked nervously, his phone clutched in his hand. Yes. I mean, if you're okay with it. The woman stammered, her face flushed as she looked down, unsure of how to respond. The apartment building, a towering gray structure with colorful windows, stood peacefully against the clear blue sky. The city, bustling with life, faded into the distance. The woman, her blue blazer and striped sweater a splash of color against the morning light, sat on the steps, her focus on tying her shoes. She was preparing for the day ahead, her expression one of quiet anticipation. "Oi, Sung Jin. You're going to school?" The text next to the woman read. She stood before the door, her hand reaching for the knob, surprise evident on her face. "What? You were awake?" the woman exclaimed. The man, shirtless and grinning, stood before her, playfully lifting his shirt, enjoying her reaction. "It's been a while since I woke up." The text above the man read. "Be careful of cars on the way." He added. "You worked out?" the text above the woman asked, her surprise evident. She stood before the door, her expression a mixture of confusion and wonder. A bit?" she mumbled, her cheeks turning pink. "Your body looks more toned, and I think you've gotten taller?" The text above the man questioned. The woman, one arm raised above her head, stared at him, her curiosity evident. "Do men still grow after they turn 20? She wondered aloud. "Stop talking nonsense and take an umbrella." The text above the man read, his annoyance clear. The woman, holding a blue umbrella, shook her head. "It doesn't look like it'll rain. And it's heavy," she argued. "It's a folding umbrella, so it's not heavy." The text above the man insisted, his playful smile evident. "Stop making such a fuss about it," he teased. "Ah," the woman sighed, her exasperation clear, as he tucked the umbrella into her backpack. The man, his white shirt stark against the blue text on the screen, stood in silent contemplation, his expression troubled. His mind was racing, wrestling with a difficult decision. "I guess I'll do the sprint later," the man thought, glancing at the incomplete quest on his menu. The clock ticked away, a reminder of the impending deadline for his daily challenge. "My muscles grew," the man marveled, flexing his bicep. "There's no way that my physical state changed after exercising for just a few weeks." He pondered, his eyes widening in realization. "So it definitely means that my status affects my body." The man, his white shirt lifted, examined his muscular torso, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Since I keep increasing my strength stat, my body's probably changing accordingly," he thought, his confidence growing. "Maybe I put too many points on strength." The man worried, his brow furrowed as he stared at his status menu. He felt a pang of doubt about his stat allocation. What happens if I keep putting points in? The man wondered, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. He imagined himself with an exaggeratedly muscular physique. "Hopefully not this," he muttered, his concern growing. "Even with high damage, it's not good without balance." The man realized, his finger tracing the lines on his status menu. "The opposite is the same," he added, understanding the importance of a well-rounded set of stats. "Since the synergy between strength and agility is good, I'll put some into that." The man decided, his gaze determined. "Health is better the higher it gets, and sense is more useful than I imagined." He added, his planning taking shape. "Intelligence is the problem," the man pondered, his eyes fixed on the chart. "It seems to be related to magic, but do I need this?" he questioned, his curiosity piqued. "I guess this should be fine," the man said, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He reviewed his stats, confident in his choices. The man, his white shirt and blue jeans standing out against the brown couch, stood frozen, his posture tense. His unease was palpable, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. "At last, you picked up," the man exclaimed. He held the phone to his ear, his determined expression betraying his frustration. He was tired of waiting, eager to finish this task. "I'm sorry, Mr. Landlord, I got into an accident and was hospitalized," the man explained. Tisk tisk, no wonder. The text below him read, a hint of disapproval in the tone. "Well, that's that," the text above the man announced, his surprise evident. "Student Jin Woo. I'm calling because this month's rent is due." He held the phone to his ear, his eyes wide with worry. "Ah. Yes," he stammered, struggling to regain his composure. "If you can't pay right now, should I delay your pay for a month?" the text above the man asked. "It's fine. I'll transfer it soon," he replied. He leaned back, his good mood evident. The hand, its fingers trembling slightly, hovered over the red button on the phone. It hesitated, a flicker of anxiety crossing its face. The call was about to be placed, the outcome uncertain. Double awakening. The text above the man read, his face a mask of determination. He stood tall, his mind racing, contemplating his next move. His confidence in his abilities was unwavering. If I'm really an awakened person, then I should be able to make money quickly. The man thought, his back turned to the viewer. If I continue to grow at this rate, then I'll soon be able to become a top-rank hunter. He mused, his ambition burning brightly. Hunters kill monsters and make money. The text above the man read, as he swung his sword. The higher the experience. The text to the left declared, the higher the rank. The text below confirmed. He was locked in a battle for survival, his determination unwavering. The more money the magic crystal drops are worth. The text above the group explained. To beat a high-rank monster, you need to enter through a gate of the same difficulty. The text to the left stated. So there's a lot of competition for D-rank or E-rank gates that can be entered by the masses of lower-ranked hunters. The text below summarized. The men stood poised, ready to face the challenge. Because of that, E-rank hunters aren't accepted by the guild, and even if they were, it wouldn't be easy to find a job. The text above the man explained. My guild rank is E, and for me, who never experienced a gate above D rank, this is a harsh condition. The text below added. He sat, his shoulders slumped, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. The man, his brow furrowed with worry, studied the news report on the television. Should I just get reviewed and raise my rank? He thought, his mind replaying the words, people are chosen based on competence, and back then I could not escape from the title of World's Weakest Hunter. He gazed at the television screen, his thoughts swirling. The pay might be better the more attention I get. He mused, remembering his earlier statement, but my awakening will become a wildfire if it's revealed. The masses enjoy gossip, and hunters are a good subject. But malicious eyes will fall upon me as well. The ominous red eyes filled the darkness, a chilling reminder of the danger. He had heard whispers about a hunter who could gain experience with time, growing stronger as he lived. How is that possible? I can't reveal it until I can be sure. He muttered to himself, his fingers tracing the contours of the remote. The weight of his secret pressed upon him, urging him to be cautious. I'll make money first, he declared, a glint of determination in his eyes. It would be great if I could enter an attack force first. The phone in his hand seemed to vibrate with the excitement of his newfound purpose. A sudden realization struck him, his eyes widening in surprise. An exclamation point burst forth from his thoughts, a testament to the unexpected turn of events. The unfinished building stood tall against the backdrop of a clear sky, a testament to progress and hope. The structure, nearing completion, represented a new beginning, a symbol of aspirations realized. He stood tall, his face etched with determination, radiating an aura of confidence and unwavering resolve. His black t-shirt and blue jeans, paired with the blue jacket, provided a sense of practicality, hinting at his readiness for action. He observed the group of people gathered within the partially constructed building, their figures shrouded in the shadows of the unfinished structure. The air was thick with curiosity, a sense of mystery surrounding their activities. This way, he called out, a wide grin splitting his face. The man, a towering figure with a silver gauntlet and a sword strapped to his back, led the group with enthusiasm. His comrades, one wearing a white shirt and the other draped in a green cape, followed closely behind. They walked in a relaxed manner, their journey a mix of adventure and anticipation. The path ahead, veiled in uncertainty, held a promise of exciting discoveries and challenges to overcome. I'm Wang Dong-suk. What's your name again? The muscular man extended his hand, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Sung Jin Woo, he replied, his hand meeting the other man's. You're an E rank, correct? Yes. The woman smiled, her eyes fixed on the man in the blue jacket. Ah, I know him, she exclaimed. He's a pretty famous person. What was his nickname? The blonde man pondered, a surprised expression etched across his face. World's Weakest Hunter? He exclaimed, peeved. What the hell? Stop it. The muscular man pleaded. It's okay. The most important thing is numbers. He reasoned, trying to make sense of the situation. As I said on the phone, it's going to be hard for you to fight as it's AC rank gate. So you're exempted from fighting, he explained, a sly smirk playing on his lips. But I'll pay you 2 million won for filling up our member count. It's a good deal, right? Yes, he replied, a sense of desperation creeping into his voice. Then please sign this contract. The man's piercing blue eyes met the viewer's, radiating power and determination. His hand rested on the hilt of a sword, a silent threat that whispered of danger and readiness for any challenge. 5 C ranks, he stated, his arms crossed, a commanding presence exuding from him. 4 that are lower than D rank, he added, the weight of his words highlighting his authority. Because of that, there are cases where only numbers make up the attack force. He explained, a sense of frustration creeping into his voice. Always a bridesmaid, he muttered, feeling underestimated. Excuse me, it seems we're both small fries, he declared, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. I'm Yu Jin Ho. I'm 22, and the rank's D, he introduced himself, a confident smile gracing his lips. I was called here as well, under the same circumstance, he added, his tone suggesting he was ready for whatever this new situation held. This guy. He looked at the blurred figure, surprise and confusion etched across his face. Ah. Okay. He muttered, trying to process the unexpected encounter. The man, clad in orange and white armor, beamed with pride. What's with the flashy equipment? He thought, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He stood, his sword held confidently in his hand, a glint of determination in his eyes. Are you the son of a millionaire? He wondered aloud, his tone laced with curiosity. Then what should I do? He asked, his gaze fixed on the white paper in his hand. Nothing much, just follow us and take care of our baggage. The bearded man responded, a hint of amusement in his voice. Inside there are packed food, clothes and equipment, a first aid kit, just about everything. The bag sat heavy on the ground, a testament to the necessities of their journey. Are we going without a healer? He asked, worry etched across his face. The thought of venturing into a dungeon without a healer filled him with apprehension. You know how hard it is to bring a healing hunter to a personal attack force. The bearded man explained, a smile on his face. We always did it this way. A force made out of only tanks and damage dealers. He muttered, frustration evident in his voice. What a mess. I accept that I won't blame anyone else for any accidents inside the dungeon. He read, his brow furrowed in thought. There's no healer, so this is a bit hard to accept. Sir, let's go inside. The man in the green cloak urged, a smile on his face. We'll beat them all anyway, so you don't need to explain so much. The others chimed in, their voices filled with confidence. It's time we went inside, he declared, a determined grin spreading across his face. His stubble beard and wide-open smile hinted at his unwavering resolve. Stop worrying so much, the man in the dark blue suit reassured, his armored hand resting on the other man's shoulder. You said you were E rank? The man with bright orange hair asked, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. I'll protect you, he declared, winking playfully. Ha ha. He chuckled, his tongue sticking out playfully. His laughter was a mix of amusement and excitement, a sign of his light-hearted spirit. The status menu displayed his current stats, name, Sung Jin Woo. Level, 18. Job, none. Fatigue, 0. Title, Wolf Slayer. HP, 2220. MP, 350. Strength, 50. Stamina, 27. Agility, 35. Intelligence, 27. Sense, 29. Remaining points, 0. The towering building, adorned with scaffolding, stood tall against the backdrop of a fiery sunset. The orange hues painted the sky, creating a scene of peaceful tranquility. The group of people stood in front of the stacks of wood, their eyes fixed on the construction site, a testament to hope and progress. The building behind them, a symbol of aspirations realized, stood as a beacon of a brighter future. His arm extended, a testament to his determination, a symbol of his unwavering resolve. The man, his face set with a steely gaze, was ready to take action. His hand, clenched tightly around the metal object, radiated tension and focus. His brow furrowed, his body taut with anticipation, he was poised for the next move. The sharp, pointed sword, held firmly in his hand, exuded danger and sharpness. A silent promise of protection, it was a symbol of his power and readiness to face any threat. The man, burdened by a backpack laden with pickaxes, trudged forward, his head bent in pain. "Mumble," he muttered. The urgency of his mission weighed heavily on him. "Let us go." The 8 figures stood in a defiant line, their gazes fixed on an unseen foe. The man in golden armor, his sword held high, led the charge, his determination palpable. The man, with his blue-strapped armor and a confident smile, stood tall, his gaze unwavering. The dust motes danced in the air, creating a hazy atmosphere around him. The scaffolding structures, dilapidated and draped in tattered cloth, stood as a silent testament to emptiness and abandonment. The once vibrant sun now cast a melancholic glow upon the desolate landscape. Is it because Zhongyi isn't good lately? He wondered, his gaze fixed on the ruined building. It seems like the construction was postponed recently. He pondered the situation, his mind searching for answers. The boss ran away overseas with 9 billion won just 2 weeks ago. The man in golden armor revealed. The workers and funders are having a hard time. The man in the blue jacket listened intently. "Why are you telling me that?" he asked, his brow furrowed with worry. "Isn't that bag heavy? Will you be fine?" the man in red armor asked. "Ah, yes, I can carry it," he replied, his gaze fixed on the ground, his determination unwavering. "Thanks to the strength stat, this is nothing," he explained, a smile gracing his lips. "No need to be so formal," he added, a sense of relief washing over him. "Are you normally this quiet?" the blond man asked, his arm slung around the other man's shoulder. "I think it's you who talks a bit too much," the man in the blue jacket replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Their light-hearted banter filled the air, a testament to their growing camaraderie. "Did I bother you by talking too much?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "People never really took notice of me," he muttered, his finger resting on his temple, a contemplative look on his face. His happiness was tinged with a hint of self-doubt. "Being a hunter is my hobby." The man in the white suit smirked, his legs crossed, radiating an aura of arrogance. The man in the blue shirt clenched his fist, anger simmering in his eyes. "Conglomerate," he muttered. The air crackled with tension, anticipation building for the inevitable clash. "We're here," the man with brown hair growled, his anger evident in his voice. The man with orange hair, his sword held at the ready, stood behind him, his expression as grim as the situation. The man in the blue jacket, his hands gripping his jacket, stood on the opposite side, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. The air hummed with urgency, the anticipation of conflict palpable. The group of people stood in the field, their eyes fixed on the massive blue opening before them. "Wow!" one exclaimed, their voices filled with awe. "The entrance is pretty big. This is pretty unusual." Another added, their words laced with curiosity. Their formation, a testament to their preparedness, suggested they were ready to face whatever lay beyond. "Are you sure this is a C-rank gate?" "It's a bit big," the man with brown hair questioned, his brow furrowed with doubt. "Are you saying the guild is untrustworthy?" "I've seen people go in and out plenty of times," the man in the blue jacket retorted, his arms crossed. The tension between them was palpable, a testament to their conflicting opinions. "The gate looks a bit too big, but it should be fine, right?" the man in armor questioned. "Is this your first time?" the man in the blue jacket inquired, his gaze fixed on the ground, a hint of amusement in his tone. The air crackled with curiosity and a subtle undercurrent of anxiety. "A gate's size isn't that important," the text read, illuminating the dark background. "The important thing is the magical energy flowing from within. The guild determines the amount and quality of the energy and gives it a rank." A large guild takes care of gates above B rank, and C rank gates and lower aren't that dangerous. The words hung in the air, a mixture of explanation and reassurance, attempting to dispel the looming darkness. Although that's the case, it's my first time at AC rank gate, he confessed, a hint of unease in his voice. His gaze, fixed on the horizon, betrayed his nervousness. The tension, a tangible presence, hung heavy in the air. I'm heading in first. Everyone follow me, he declared, a confident smirk playing on his lips. His sword, held at the ready, was a symbol of his leadership, his determination shining bright. The hand, gripping the large sword, exuded strength and power. The blue, white, and yellow accents accentuated its might, a testament to its destructive capabilities. The sword, captured in close-up, appeared to hum with power and speed. The blue and white accents, a dazzling spectacle, hinted at its immense potential, a weapon capable of unleashing devastating force. Yes, the man in golden armor exclaimed, his sword raised in triumph. The other man, his eyes wide with shock, stood behind him, his fear palpable. The dungeon echoed with the clang of steel, a testament to the battle that had just unfolded. Normally, D and E ranks like me don't make much money, so they barely can scrape together weapons and can't even consider shields. He mused, his brow furrowed with confusion. Why does this D rank have such good equipment? He couldn't shake the feeling of suspicion, a sense of unease settling over him. Let's go, he declared, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Okay, but let's not walk side by side, he added, a hint of caution in his voice. He was ready for whatever lay ahead, but he wasn't about to take unnecessary risks. Looks like this personal force makes a decent amount of money, he observed, his gaze scanning his companions. Everyone is equipped well. The man in the red shirt nodded in agreement. It's pretty different from the D and E rank dungeons I've been in so far. Mr. Song Kai-yul is C rank, but he's a magician, so, he trailed off, a sense of curiosity and suspicion hanging in the air. It's way too dark, he muttered, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. Yu Wan, create some light, he commanded. The dungeon, shrouded in darkness, held an air of mystery and danger, demanding caution and preparedness. Okay, the man in the green cloak replied. The air, thick with anticipation, was heavy with unspoken fears. The darkness, their only companion, amplified their sense of unease. The hand, cradling the ball of light, glowed with an otherworldly energy, illuminating the darkness. The light, a beacon of hope, radiated warmth and power, a testament to the unknown forces at play. What is this? He whispered, his gaze fixed on the uneven ground. Why are there no monsters? He questioned, confusion etched on his face. The silence, broken only by the sound of their own footsteps, added to the sense of mystery. Weird, there are no lights as well, one man remarked. It's normal for dungeons to have a few luminous stones. Another added, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. The vast cavern, shrouded in darkness, was a strange and unsettling sight, prompting a sense of unease. Are there dungeons with no monsters? He whispered, his finger pressed to his lips. Shush, he added, a sense of urgency in his tone. His gaze, fixed on the man in the gold armor, betrayed his suspicion, his mind racing with questions and doubts. Their words, laced with concern, echoed in the shadowy room. The urgency of the situation was palpable, the silence broken only by the sound of their worried whispers. That means it's possible that the monsters don't depend on sight and move in packs, live in darkness and charge towards lights. The question hung in the air, a chilling possibility, adding a new layer of intrigue to the already mysterious dungeon. It's insect-type monsters, he shouted. The man in the brown shirt, his face contorted with fear, stood frozen in place, the realization of the threat dawning on him. An insect type? The thought hung in the air, a chilling possibility. Could this be an ant nest? One of them whispered. Don't say that, another hissed, their fear palpable. The sound is close. There are too many tunnels. What? Why can't I see them? Can you see anything? I can't see anything. The whispers, filled with apprehension, echoed through the cave, their fear growing with each passing moment. He stood, his shield and sword held at the ready, his eyes scanning the darkness, a sense of anticipation radiating from him. The wooden floor creaked beneath his weight, each step a silent countdown to the inevitable confrontation. "Ah!" he screamed, his surprise echoing in the dark cavern. His eyes, wide with shock, reflected the terror that gripped his heart. Above, they shouted, their voices filled with alarm. The darkness, their only enemy, seemed to amplify their fear. Their weapons, clutched tightly in their hands, offered a glimmer of hope in the face of the unknown. His gaze, fixed on the ground, reflected his concern. The shadows seemed to dance around him, whispering threats, and his intuition screamed danger. The silence, a deafening presence, heightened his sense of unease. "Darn!" Above, the man in the white and gold suit yelled, his sword and shield held high. "Stay right next to me," the man in the brown shirt commanded, his sword glinting menacingly in the darkness. The air crackled with tension, their words a testament to their readiness for the impending battle. They appeared. The red lights, scattered throughout the darkness, pulsed ominously, sending a chill down their spines. The air, thick with a sense of foreboding, whispered of impending danger. Above us, the massive red creature, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness, loomed above them, its menacing jaw agape, a terrifying spectacle that sent shivers down their spines. What are these numbers? The red crabs, swarming around the small group of people, were a formidable foe. Use magic. Ground them. The cries echoed through the dungeon, a desperate plea for survival as the people struggled against the overwhelming odds. Get them off the ceiling. There are too many. Panic filled the air as they realized the true extent of the threat. The ceiling, a writhing mass of red crabs, was a terrifying sight, their desperate pleas for help echoing through the dungeon. The staff glowed with an intense yellow light, a powerful energy emanating from the figure as they unleashed a devastating explosion. Their smile, a testament to their confidence, was a beacon of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. The man with brown hair, his hand on his head, staggered back, shock and disbelief etched on his face. The person above him, clad in black, red, and yellow, seemed to tower over him, a silent reminder of the sheer power they wielded. He stood, his sword and shield held high, his face hardened with determination, a fierce warrior facing his foes. The spiders, their large forms a menacing sight, seemed to cower before his unwavering resolve. "Over here," he yelled. His sword pointed toward the left. The swirling pink energy around him seemed to amplify his warning, a testament to the danger that lurked in the shadows. The insects, their sharp teeth bared, charged toward their prey, their red and black bodies a blur of motion. Their sharp claws, poised to strike, promised a painful and swift end. "Yes. This way, insects," he shouted, his sword raised in defiance. "Damage dealers. Do something," he urged. He stood atop the swarm of insects, a beacon of hope, his courage inspiring his allies. The man with ginger hair, enveloped in a bright blue and white glow, swung his sword with a whoosh, his movements a blur of speed and power. Behind him, the man in the black suit, a dark blue aura swirling around him, moved with an equally impressive agility, their combined force a mesmerizing display of combat prowess. The three men, their swords flashing in the blue cave, moved with coordinated precision, their movements a blur of speed and strength. The red and white background, a testament to the intensity of the battle, pulsed with energy, each strike a testament to their skill and determination. "C rank hunters," he whispered, his brow furrowed with concern. "Their teamwork is good." The young man, his eyes wide with a mixture of admiration and unease, observed the hunters' performance, their skill and synergy a stark contrast to what he was accustomed to. If it's this much, they can create a force with no healers. The man with the crossbow and sword observed. "Jin Sok, 11 o'clock. The man with the shield called out. "They're on the right as well." The woman in the yellow cloak shouted, her eyes scanning the battlefield. "Leader Wang Dong Sok is fulfilling his duty well." The text above her declared, a testament to his leadership. "And the damage dealers have good timing." The text above the crossbow-wielding man affirmed, praising their strategic prowess. "Jun Tae, Suk Min, Gyo Wan, you guys take care of the right." The man in the brown jacket commanded. They've been fighting together for some time. The man with the sword confirmed, his words laced with respect. Yes, sir, the man on the left replied. Their teamwork a testament to their long-standing bond. The man, his eyes glowing red, swung his sword with a fierce determination, his silhouette a blur of motion against the dark blue backdrop. The silence of the cave was broken only by the clang of steel, a haunting symphony of combat. Everyone's doing well, but, he mused, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. The swarm of red insects, a constant threat, filled him with a sense of unease, their relentless attacks a constant source of concern. He moved swiftly, his blue jacket billowing in the wind, his blue backpack bouncing against his back. The red insects, a swirling mass of danger, buzzed around him, their presence a chilling reminder of the threat that loomed. His leg, a blur of motion, propelled him forward, his blue shirt a flash of color against the blue sky. He moved with an effortless grace, his strength and speed a testament to his dedication. This is a bit frustrating, he thought, his brow furrowed, his frustration palpable. The situation, far from ideal, filled him with a sense of unease, a desire for a more decisive outcome. Scattered across the ground, the red creatures lay motionless, their many legs twitching weakly. Are we heading back after cleaning out the entrance? The character asked, their dark expression reflecting the danger and suspense surrounding them. Smiling with determination, the character offered advice to the other, their words echoing through the air, take things slowly, don't exert yourself too much. The other character, wearing a green shirt, nodded eagerly, yes. The group of heroes huddled together, their gratitude radiating outwards. You saved us before, one whispered. This is my favorite part. Chimed in another, mine too. The third agreed. The standing hero, a towering figure with brown boots, raised his hand. Take all the magic crystals. We're splitting them among 9. He then turned to the group, a curious glint in his eyes. How did you know the monsters were coming from above? The character with black hair, dressed in a blue jacket, stared intently at the ground, his serious expression betraying a deep concern. I just felt it, he muttered, his senses tingling with an unyielding certainty. The other character, adorned in blue, responded with a knowing smile. As expected, the sense stat does more than what meets the eye. Your senses are sharp. Dong Suk, the character with brown hair, beamed at the group, relief washing over his features. It's great that everyone was taken care of cleanly. Thank you, he said sincerely. But it would be good if you didn't pay attention to small things that much. The character with black hair on the ground, seemingly confused, simply said, huh? He then turned to Dong Suk, come look at this. The red creature lay lifeless on the ground, its wounds a stark reminder of the bottle's brutality. Look at their wounds. One character observed. It's not a blade wound. We didn't inflict this, I guess. Another added. Right? It's not a burn from magic either, it seems like they were bitten off. A third chimed in. And there aren't just 1 or 2 of these. Dong Suk, examining the creature with a thoughtful expression, muttered, so it was like this before fighting us? Were the monsters having a territorial feud amongst themselves? A sinister smile crept across the character's face, revealing a chilling glint in their eye. This, they whispered, the words laced with malice and a promise of impending danger. The other character, a burly figure with a thick beard, mirrored the first, his own sinister smile mirroring the darkness that consumed them. 3 shadowy figures stood against a backdrop of swirling blue and red, their eyes glowing an ominous red. The figure in the back, barely visible in the darkness, chuckled, smells like money. His voice dripping with greed and excitement. Jin Ho, the man with dark hair, stood tall, his blue eyes piercing the viewer with an intensity that commanded respect and admiration. That sword and shield are expensive, right? The man with brown hair asked, his gaze fixed on Jin Ho's impressive weaponry. The man with black hair, dressed in a blue shirt, stared forward, a resolute expression etched on his face. Yes? Oh, my father took extra care after hearing that I'm going on my first raid. He responded. I'm not sure, but, he continued, his words trailing off as his mind raced with a new thought. "What is this?" the man with black hair exclaimed, his face contorted in shock and confusion. He looked like he'd been caught off guard, a blue bag filled with shovels strapped to his back. A second man, clad in a red suit, stood in the background, a surprised look on his face as he observed the unfolding situation. A figure, partially concealed in the shadows, stood before the viewer. Only his right shoulder, arm, and part of his chest were visible, his blue shirt and brown belt barely illuminating the darkness that engulfed him. His concerned expression, tinged with a hint of mystery, held the viewer's attention, leaving them to ponder the secrets that lay hidden within the shadows. The man with brown hair, his face beaming with excitement, turned to his companion, his orange and white suit a stark contrast to the somber surroundings. "That sword and shield are expensive, right?" he inquired. "Yes? Oh, my father took extra care after hearing that I'm going on my first raid." The unseen figure responded, his words adding to the air of anticipation. "I'm not sure, but..." the man with dark hair said, his determined expression unwavering. He looked forward, his gaze intense, as if absorbing the weight of the upcoming challenge. "You should be wary," a voice whispered from the depths of his mind, a stark reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. "What is this?" the man with black hair exclaimed, his face etched with shock and confusion. His blue shirt and backpack filled with shovels offered no comfort in the face of this unexpected encounter. A second man, dressed in a red suit, stood in the background, his surprised expression mirroring the bewilderment of the man in the foreground. A figure, shrouded in mystery, stood before the viewer. Only his right shoulder, arm, and a sliver of his chest were visible, his blue shirt and brown belt offering a glimpse into the darkness that enveloped him. His concerned expression, tinged with a hint of apprehension, held the viewer's gaze captive, leaving them to speculate on the secrets that lay hidden within the shadows. The dungeon, a dark and forbidding chasm, stretched into the earth's depths, its cavernous mouth swallowing the light that dared to venture within. A dungeon's size varies, but not according to rank. A voice echoed from the darkness, its words heavy with unspoken danger. A map, meticulously drawn, laid out the labyrinthine pathways of the dungeon, its intricate lines promising a journey fraught with peril and excitement. Depending on the circumstances, there are times when it takes weeks to analyze the interior. A caption read, hinting at the dungeon's complexity. At the bottom of the map, a red circle, emblazoned with the word "boss" and a menacing devil face, served as a stark reminder of the ultimate challenge that awaited. The man with short black hair, his face etched with quiet determination, shouldered two large bags, his light blue jacket a stark contrast to the dark, rocky landscape. "My job was the baggage carrier," he thought. "I didn't really need to get involved in battles." The group of adventurers, relaxed and content, enjoyed a meal beneath a towering cliff. To be able to earn money without fighting, one man mused, his chopsticks poised over a steaming bowl. "I thought it was a decent deal," he added with a smile. The man with short black hair, his brow furrowed in concern, glanced down at the ground. Behind him, a woman with long black hair, her yellow shirt a beacon of warning, stood close, a man with short brown hair flanking her. "Beware of lizards," a blue sign warned at the top of the image. An unexpected warning. A second caption read, adding to the air of suspense. The man with short black hair, his blue eye piercing and his expression serious, stood in stark contrast to the man with a wide, toothy grin below him. The man with brown skin and a goatee seemed to radiate warmth, a stark contrast to the coldness of the blue background. The man with the beard, his sword resting on his hip, stood vigilant, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The woman with long black hair, her yellow shirt a vibrant splash of color against the dark orange backdrop, stood beside him, her expression mirroring his apprehension. "This is grave," a caption read above the man, confirming their worst fears. A figure, clad in green jacket and brown armor, stood amidst a brown landscape, his body obscured by a text bubble. "Quite a while has passed, but we still haven't found any monsters with limbs intact." The text read, "There are only 3 red insects, their green markings a stark contrast to the brown background, lay lifeless on the ground, a trail of green goo marking their final moments." Corpses and dying monsters since a while ago. A caption read above them. But there should be a boss, right? A second caption questioned. If there's no boss, the gate wouldn't be open. A final thought echoed from the page. The bearded man, his black hair cut short, his black shirt and brown pants blending with the brown background, stood with his sword strapped to his hip. Wait, he commanded. Gyu Wan, illuminate that area. He instructed, his gaze fixed on the man to his right. The woman, her long black hair flowing around her, cradled a bright yellow orb in her hand, its glowing light bathing her in a soft radiance. Her green cloak, a stark contrast to the orange background, seemed to amplify the mystery of the moment. A single question mark hovered above her head, reflecting the confusion and anticipation hanging in the air. A monstrous creature, its sharp teeth and large claws hidden beneath a purple cloth, stood amidst a swirling mass of dark purple substance. My God! A voice whispered, the words dripping with horror and disgust. The 5 adventurers, their backs to the viewer, were trapped in a web of white thread, their silhouettes barely visible against the bright light shining behind them. The man in the middle, clad in black shirt and white pants, held his shield and sword, a grim determination etched on his face. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. A voice whispered, the words echoing the danger and tension that filled the air. The 6 adventurers huddled together, their faces illuminated by the pale light of the forest clearing, as they stared up at a large hole in the ground. The hole, shrouded in a web of thick, white thread, seemed to beckon them, its dark depths promising both mystery and danger. The large hole in the ground, encircled by a web of thick, white thread, stretched into the unknown. It's the boss room. A caption read, the words confirming the perilous nature of the situation. The man with short black hair, his beard framing his determined features, stood before the viewer, his gaze unwavering. Get ready. A caption read above him, the words carrying a weight of impending danger. The man with black hair and brown eyes, dressed in a tan jacket, stared at the group of figures ahead, his surprise palpable. The characters, their silhouettes barely visible as they walked through a tunnel, seemed to have stumbled upon something unexpected. "Huh!" he exclaimed, his words echoing the confusion and surprise that gripped him. The group of adventurers, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation, stood before a sight that left them speechless. This is," the man in the middle exclaimed. Jackpot." A woman beside him cried out, her words confirming their wildest dreams. A dazzling array of bright blue crystals, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal glow, lay clustered together, encased in a web of white thread. "Mana crystals?" a voice whispered, awestruck. "How many are there?" another asked, their eyes wide with wonder. "Wow, this is amazing," a third exclaimed, their words echoing the awe and excitement that filled the air. The woman with black hair, her yellow shirt and brown jacket a vibrant contrast to the blue crystals before her, looked up in amazement. "It's worth less than monster-dropped crystals because of its low energy, but," she began. "If it's this many, I guess they should fetch a higher price than magic crystals," she continued, her gaze fixed on the glittering treasures. "Just looking at them, they should fetch over 10 million won," she added. The man with short black hair, his gray shirt and pants blending with the room's shadows, chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. "If it's this much, I think even your younger brother would be jealous," he teased. The woman with long black hair, her green cloak a vibrant splash of color, rolled her eyes, her annoyed expression a testament to his playful banter. The man with short black hair and a beard, his black shirt and brown straps a stark contrast to the blue crystals before him, stood with his gaze fixed on the glittering treasures. "Wan Dong-su, look at this, you're not always correct," he said, a hint of amusement in his voice, his words directed at the second character standing behind him. "Ignoring me just because you obtained a high rank, and even ditching your country for America just because of money?" The man with black hair seethed, his anger radiating off him like heat. He glared at the man with black hair standing with his arms crossed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "I can tell he's still being treated as a VIP in America and he is ignoring me." The man with black hair muttered, his gaze fixed on the large blue formation before him. Don't think of me as a brother that will grovel at his younger brother's knees. He added, I will take advantage of this situation and increase my squad's manpower. The man in blue armor, a wide grin splitting his face, addressed the other two men. What a haul! Even after dividing it, it's 1,000,000 won each, he exclaimed. Hand me the contract you signed earlier for a second. He continued, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I like to check these things thoroughly. The three men, their faces etched with seriousness, stood before a blue object, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. Sirs, I have something to ask you quickly. The man in the middle said. The man with brown hair, his eyes sparkling with excitement, held up a piece of paper, his finger tracing the words. Leader Wang Dong-suk, this is Jin Woo's contract, he announced. As you can see, there is nothing about dividing except for magic crystals from monsters. The 6 men, their expressions a mixture of confusion and anger, stood in the dark room, their eyes fixed on a point in the distance. What's going on here? One man questioned. Isn't it correct to divide the mana crystals among 10, not 9? Another added. The man with brown hair and a beard, his black shirt and gray straps a stark contrast to the blue object behind him, smiled confidently, his eyes meeting the viewers. Of course, we're splitting it evenly, he assured them, his words dripping with certainty. I know that well. The 6 men, their faces etched with confusion, shuffled along a blue surface, their steps hesitant and unsure. But there is something to take care of before that. A voice whispered, the words leaving the men with a renewed sense of unease. A caption echoed, adding to the air of uncertainty. The creature, its 8 red eyes gleaming in the darkness, sat with its sharp teeth bared, its gaze fixed on the viewer, its menacing presence radiating a palpable sense of fear. The spider, its brown body and red eyes a stark contrast to the white web it occupied, sat perched in the darkness, its 8 legs poised for attack, its menacing appearance a stark warning to any who dared to approach. The 4 adventurers stood in awe, their faces illuminated by the eerie blue glow emanating from the crystals that filled the cave. They had stumbled upon a treasure trove, their eyes widening in amazement at the sheer beauty and abundance of the crystals. The younger character, his brow furrowed with concern, turned to the older man. You should know all too well, but once the boss is defeated, the gate closes, he explained. The older man, his beard a testament to his years of experience, nodded somberly. Because of that, we must mine and transport the mana crystals before defeating the spider, he instructed, his words emphasizing the importance of their task. The monstrous spider, its many eyes gleaming in the darkness, lay slumbering in the depths of the dungeon. Thankfully, it looks like it's sleeping after its stomach was filled, and this seems like the best chance to move the crystals. A voice whispered, its words filled with cautious optimism. The 2 adventurers, their faces a mixture of disbelief and amusement, stood amidst the glittering crystals. Sorry, the character in armor said. Who would expect there would be mana crystals in a C-rank dungeon? The character in the middle, his face flushed with frustration, gestured towards the right. Idiot. Didn't I tell you to make a habit of bringing it around with you? He said. I left all the mining gear in the car, he explained, his words echoing the disappointment that hung in the air. The 2 adventurers, their expressions a mix of guilt and disappointment, stood in the cave, the blue crystals casting an eerie glow around them. Phew, this is troublesome, the character in armor said. I'm sorry, he repeated, his words a testament to his remorse. The character in blue jacket, his face etched with concern, turned to his companion. I apologize, but could you 2 guard this place? I think we'll have to go and bring our equipment, he said. The 2 adventurers, their faces tense with anxiety, stood amidst the glittering crystals. Are you telling us to stay here by ourselves in the boss room? The character in armor asked. It's fine, the character in black jacket reassured him, his words barely masking his own unease. The monstrous spider, its red eyes glowing ominously in the darkness, lay in a state of slumber, its massive form casting a long shadow over the cave. I don't think it's the type to attack unless you enter its territory first, and it looks like it ate a lot and is sleeping right now, a voice observed. It should be okay for now as long as you don't provoke it. The voice added, a cautious note creeping into its tone. The two adventurers, their expressions a mixture of frustration and concern, stood in the cave, the blue crystals reflecting their uneasy faces. But, you said this was your first raid? The character in blue jacket questioned. And it's Sung Jin Woo's first time in AC rank dungeon as well. He added, his words echoing the growing sense of apprehension. The man, his dark hair and stubble framing his open smile, seemed unconcerned by the situation. Trust my words, he said. Okay, he added, his eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement. The two adventurers, their faces etched with worry, stood in a cavernous area, their voices echoing in the darkness. Do you think anything would happen when we are talking in loud voices like this for some time already? The character in blue and black jacket asked. The two adventurers, exhausted and weary, stood amidst the glittering crystals. I have something to say to the others as well, so we'll go and have a smoke. The character in black and blue jacket said. The character in blue jacket, his eyes wide with concern, looked towards the group of characters entering the cave. By regulation, C-rank gates must be entered with at least 10 people, he said. Excepting Yu Jin Ho and me, the squad's members are 8. He added, his brow furrowed in thought. The character with dark hair and a beard smiled, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. You know how hard it is to bring a healing hunter to a personal attack force, he said. We always did it this way. He added, his words hinting at a long-held tradition. The two adventurers, their expressions relaxed and content, stood in the cavernous area, the blue crystals reflecting their calm demeanor. That means they've entered C-rank gates like that, enough to tell me they've always done it this way. The character with dark hair and a beard said. Gyu Wan, he added, his gaze shifting towards the character with long black hair. The character with dark hair and a beard, his eyes glowing with a red light, smiled with an air of determination. Of course, there would be no need to fill up 2 empty spots, he said. Block the boss room's entrance, he commanded, his words carrying a weight of authority. The two adventurers, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, stood in the blue and white area, their expressions reflecting the unexpected turn of events. A single question mark hovered above them, the silent symbol of their confusion. The black hole, its swirling blue and white lines a testament to its immense power, hung in the air, a dangerous presence that threatened to consume all that came near. A lone arm, gripping a shield, was visible on the left, a reminder of the danger that lurked within. The explosion, a brilliant flash of orange and yellow light, erupted in the center of the image, its power and destructive force radiating outwards, a testament to the chaos and danger that had just unleashed. The man with brown hair, his white shirt a stark contrast to the surrounding landscape, stood with his mouth agape, his face a mask of shock and surprise. Ha! Hua! He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his words echoing the confusion that gripped him. The entrance to the cave, its large opening beckoning with a misty allure, stood bathed in a blue and white glow. The entrance. A voice whispered, the words carrying a weight of anticipation and wonder. The man, his black hair framing his determined features, stared to the right, his eyes fixed on a point beyond the viewer's sight. His serious expression, a combination of focus and resolve, reflected the intensity of his thoughts. The man with black hair, his eyes wide with a mix of apprehension and anticipation, stood against a dark red backdrop. Are the lizards? The text above his head read, his words carrying a palpable sense of danger and urgency. A thick fog hung heavy in the air, obscuring the entrance to the cave. The dark gray rock formations loomed in the distance, layered on top of each other like ancient giants. The man stood resolute, his gaze fixed on something beyond the camera's view. His blue jacket, adorned with a dark gray collar, seemed to absorb the light, leaving him a solitary figure against the blue background. The young person, their black hair framing a surprised expression, looked around the forest. The purple, brown, and yellow leaves whispered secrets in the rustling wind. The person in the brown jacket tightened their grip on their backpack, their gaze filled with concern. As it's a pretty dangerous job, accidents inside the dungeon are common. They mumbled, a shiver running down their spine. The person in the dark jacket turned their back to the camera, their face hidden in the shadows. There is no such thing as a CCTV that can be viewed from outside, so who would stop the hunters? They whispered, a chilling certainty in their voice. The young person clutched their backpack tightly, their eyes gleaming with determination. The weaker you are, the faster you get thrown away. They murmured, but if you're strong, people will seek that strength. If they say you're useless or you get in the way, the words echoed in the air, their meaning clear. The hand holding the lizard's tail tightened its grip, the silhouette of the lizard fading against the yellow and orange backdrop. "What do we do?" he cried. Rocky setting. His eyes were wide with fear, his suit a stark contrast to the bleak surroundings. "These sons of bitches tried to kill us," he roared, his anger palpable. The man in the blue jacket listened intently, his worried expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. The man in the blue jacket hung his head, a wave of sadness washing over him. "I couldn't stop them anyway," he murmured. "We were already caught in the trap that they created. We're ready to strike us down," he cried. The man with the mask and sword remained silent, his expression unreadable. "It's great that everyone was taken care of cleanly." "Thank you," the man said. The woman with brown hair looked at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. 2 bags lay abandoned on the ground, their tools scattered amongst the dust. The dark blue setting whispered of forgotten quests and abandoned dreams. Did he say he was Zhou Gu-wan? He murmured, his gaze fixed on the man in the green shirt. The C-rank magician with the light. The hand reached out, its long fingers brushing against the black cloth. He blocked it off pretty well. A voice whispered, laced with admiration. "Getting out isn't that big of a problem, but," he muttered, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. The dark blue setting seemed to amplify his thoughts, making them feel heavier. "That's a problem," a voice whispered, fear lacing their words. The figures on the rock stood frozen, their white clothing blending with the gray of the cave. The spider's red eyes gleamed in the darkness, its fangs bared in a silent threat. The web spun around, it shimmered, a deadly tapestry woven in anticipation of its prey. The man in the blue jacket pressed himself against the wall, his eyes wide with fear. The blue and white rock formations shimmered and pulsed, their movement both hypnotic and terrifying. "AC rank dungeon boss," he exclaimed. The determined look in his eyes promised a challenge worthy of his strength. The blue orb pulsed with energy, its glow illuminating the blurry background. A wave of heat washed over the metal pipes, a testament to the power unleashed. "If we just killed them back there," one man muttered, his hand outstretched as if trying to grasp the moment. The other man, his sword at the ready, looked towards him with a concerned expression. "Idiot, if we fought there and the spider woke up, how would we mine and move the mana crystals?" he roared, his anger echoing through the purple and blue cave. "With the world's weakest E-rank hunter," one man said, "and AD rank hunter with absolutely no raid experience, it's impossible for them to beat the dungeon boss, no matter how hard they try." "But did you see Yu Jin Ho's?" one man asked. "If that doesn't work, we'll have to kill the boss. If we can't bring all the mana crystals back, we can at least take his stuff," he said. "It looked like the sword and shield alone would go for millions of one. Let's find out which rich household he's from." The man murmured, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. "We should at least take care of his funeral." "Since the wall caused quite a stir," the woman said. "Shouldn't the boss be quite angry right now?" "Gyu Wan," the man said. "Do you have the confidence to beat that monster on your own?" The woman's response was immediate and unwavering. "Impossible. I don't have much confidence either," the man admitted, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. "A boss is a boss. No matter how hard they try, 2 low-rank hunters cannot make it out alive." The spider's blue, black, and red body pulsed with a deadly energy, its sharp legs poised to strike. The spider's red eyes glowed menacingly, its fangs bared in a silent threat. The man in armor stood his ground, sword and shield at the ready, his gaze locked on the creature. "Gee, get behind me!" the man in armor yelled. The man in the blue jacket hesitated, his eyes wide with fear. Many eyes stared back, their red glow piercing the darkness. The spider's hideous mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, promised a gruesome end. The spider's enormous leg towered over them, its size a testament to its power. Long, sharp claws scraped against the blue ground, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Its strength is on another level. The spider's colossal form loomed over the two hunters, a terrifying reminder of the danger they faced. Another. The man in the throne muttered. The smiling face of the man in the foreground seemed to mock his fear. The shadowy figure loomed over them, its cracked, blue and gray surface radiating an unsettling energy. Level? The question hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the unknown. What idiotic nonsense! The man in the blue jacket grumbled, shaking his head. Jin-ho, stay there. The hand crackled with energy, the electricity dancing across its surface. The air crackled with anticipation, a promise of power unleashed. That's mine, he declared, a grin spreading across his face. His blue jacket shimmered in the bright light, a beacon of confidence. The blue sword hummed with energy, its glow illuminating the hand that held it. The blue jacket seemed to absorb the light, creating a striking contrast. Wait, Hyung. The man in the light brown and orange jacket cried. What are you trying to do? The man in the blue jacket remained silent, his gaze fixed on the creature. You're going to kill that thing, he exclaimed. He's crazy. If you plan to beat a C rank boss on your own, it's impossible unless you're in the elite of B or C rank. The man in the blue jacket explained. Then how are you going to? He's right. He murmured, his eyes narrowed in thought. Just think of a way to escape instead. His mind raced, desperately searching for a solution. Though I wonder why. The creature's black skin shimmered with a sinister glow, its red eyes burning with an intense hunger. I don't feel pressure that's enough to bring me to my knees, he said. His confidence was palpable, his grip on the dagger firm. The blue poison fangs Risaka I met in the instant dungeon. It was strong for a boss on the level of an E rank. Possibly higher than D rank. The golem boss was a D rank or lower. In comparison to them, this is unbelievably strong. The creature's sharp teeth gleamed in the darkness, a chilling reminder of its power. It probably means that I became strong enough to not become intimidated in the face of a C rank boss. The man's thoughts echoed in the darkness, a quiet affirmation of his growing strength. His dark eyes met the viewers, a silent challenge conveyed in his gaze. His black shirt and light blue jacket seemed to amplify his presence, making him a commanding figure. Its glowing red eyes burned with a primal rage, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing snarl. The creature's black form pulsed with energy, a silent threat to anyone who dared to cross its path. The creature's long limbs propelled it down the hill, its dark form a looming shadow over the terrified figures below. My current level is 18. One of them whispered, their voice barely audible above the creature's roar. A C rank boss, he said, is doable. His hand, raised high in the air, seemed to command the wind, a symbol of his unwavering determination. Hyung, he cried. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. His eyes were wide with fear, his face contorted in distress. The blue energy wave pulsed with power, its swirling form a mesmerizing spectacle against the dark blue background. The air thrummed with energy, a testament to the force unleashed. The man in the blue jacket tumbled through the air, his body a helpless projectile caught in the energy wave's destructive path. The force that propelled him seemed unstoppable, leaving him no choice but to surrender to the current. The man in the blue jacket soared through the air, his gaze fixed on the beast. Its multiple red eyes glowed menacingly, a chilling reminder of the danger he faced. My attack worked, he exclaimed. His eyes, wide with shock, scanned the surrounding area, searching for any sign of the danger he had just escaped. Risaka's fang, it's a pretty good weapon, isn't it? The blue blade hummed with power, its green markings a testament to its deadly nature. The reason a hunter is called a hunter. The man stood tall, his sword a symbol of his unwavering resolve. His blue jacket, draped over his shoulders, seemed to amplify his power. The real hunt begins now. The man's eyes blazed with determination, his gaze locked on the challenge ahead. The blade above him seemed to echo his readiness. The man walked forward, his feet seemingly defying gravity. His blue jacket billowed in the wind, his grip on the blade steady and unwavering. The man in the blue jacket braced himself, his muscles taut with anticipation. The beast's red eyes burned with a fierce intensity, its blue energy swirling around it like a storm. The man's brow furrowed in concern as he stared at the creature. Its segmented, blue legs pulsed with energy, its massive form a terrifying sight. That, he gasped, his eyes wide with terror. His white and orange outfit seemed to shrink against his skin, a stark contrast to the fear that painted his face. His blue eyes burned with anger, his jaw clenched tight. His blue jacket seemed to absorb the light, making him a formidable figure. The creature's black skin shimmered, its red eyes glowing with a sinister light. Its sharp teeth and wings spoke of a power that could easily overwhelm even the strongest hunter. That, he whispered. His face was contorted with fear, his white and orange outfit now a symbol of his vulnerability. That, he gasped. His wide, frightened eyes darted around, searching for an escape from the looming danger. That's an E-rank hunter? The man's jaw dropped in disbelief, his armor seeming to shrink against his stunned form. The swirling vortex around him felt almost magical, a testament to the power he witnessed. The man in armor held his golden shield high, his eyes locked on the creature. The creature's blue and white legs pulsed with energy, a silent threat to his safety. Item: Risaka's Fang. Item class: C-type. Dagger attack. -25. A dagger made from Risaka's Fang. Able to paralyze due to leftover venom. Grants bleed effect. Can be equipped, stored, or sold. Effect: paralyze. Attacked foes have a chance to become unable to move. Effect: bleed. Attacked foes lose 1% of their health every 1 second. The description of the dagger filled the screen, each word a promise of power and destruction. That, he gasped. His wide eyes searched for an explanation, his blue and orange shirt seeming to shrink against his bewildered form. That, he whispered. His face contorted with fear, his eyes wide with shock. The man held his shield high, the glowing blue circles and lines swirling around him like a protective force field. He braced himself, his muscles taut with anticipation. The spider's red eyes gleamed with predatory intent, its legs poised to strike. The man's fear was palpable, his grip on the shield tightening with each passing moment. 22. The spider's red eyes blazed, its many legs churning the air as it prepared to launch itself. The feeling of anticipation was palpable, a silent promise of a thrilling encounter. The two men, their clothes and hair whipping in the wind, moved with a speed that blurred their forms. Their determination was evident, their movements a testament to their drive. The man sprinted forward, his blue jacket billowing behind him. The weapon in his hand gleamed with a deadly light, a promise of swift and decisive action. The man's grip on the sword tightened, his anger radiating outwards. The yellow lines around him pulsed with energy, a reflection of the power he unleashed. The man, his eyes locked on the spider, swung his weapon with a force that sent the creature reeling. The spider's red eyes blinked in surprise, its massive form momentarily stunned. Its skin is pretty thick, he muttered, his gaze fixed on the spider. If I want to damage it with the dagger, I'll have to dig in as deep as possible. The sword, a blur of blue against the white background, slashed through the air with a force that seemed to split the panel. Each swing echoed with a promise of power unleashed. The sharp claw, a blur against the blue background, ripped through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The diagonal lines on the panel seemed to vibrate with the force of its movement. The man in the blue suit, a blur of blue against the rocky background, soared through the air, his sword held high. The black lines emanating from his legs seemed to crackle with energy, a testament to his speed and agility. It has no blind spots. A spider has 8 legs. The spider's red eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, its mouth open in a silent roar. Its dark blue body seemed to pulsate with a sinister energy. It can easily punch through the floor or rocks. The blue spider leg, thick and powerful, seemed to hum with energy. Its presence was a chilling reminder of the creature's strength. Each attack is threatening. It'll take a bit of time to get close to it. The light blue background seemed to vibrate with the energy of the fight, the dark blue rocks adding a sense of depth and danger. The character, their dark hair framing a determined expression, charged forward. A light blue blur trailed behind them, a testament to their speed. The character, clad in white, stood firm, their golden shield a beacon of resilience. The blue figure behind them, its white outlines blurring with speed, seemed to be pushing a wave of energy against them. What is this person? He gasped, his eyes wide with surprise. His white shirt, adorned with orange armor, seemed to shrink against his bewildered form. An E-rank hunter? The words echoed in the air, disbelief lacing the speaker's voice. No, there's no way. The character, their blue top a blur of motion against the dark blue background, seemed to defy their supposed rank. But his submitted rank in the guild was definitely E-rank, he muttered. Those movements are not of an E-ranker. His golden armor seemed to amplify his surprise, making his shock even more apparent. Could it be? The man wondered, his white eye glowing with an eerie light. His hand, pressed against the ground, seemed to be drawing power from the blue background. A false ranker? The man's voice cracked, his eyes widening in disbelief. His leg, kicking up dust as he stood on the rock, seemed to be a testament to his shock. Among hunters, there are sometimes those who can control the presence of their magical power. If they want to, they can lower their rank in the evaluation. Hunters who conceal the presence of their power on purpose to get a lower rank are usually called false rankers. The man's silhouette, his white eyes gleaming in the reddish-orange background, seemed to radiate wisdom. The problem is, he whispered, false rankers are usually psychopaths who kill as their hobby. His worried expression, his wide eyes reflecting a deep fear, seemed to speak volumes about the danger they faced. The man's sinister smile, his white eye glowing with a chilling intensity, spoke of a cruel heart. The purple background seemed to amplify the darkness that radiated from him, leaving no doubt about the danger he posed. A radiant white light, shaped like a sword, cleaves through the air. It stands out against the blue background, radiating energy and power. A monstrous creature with 8 crimson eyes glares menacingly. Its sharp teeth and formidable presence suggest imminent danger. The creature is enveloped by blue light, creating a sense of fear and power. A man in blue strides forward, his sword raised high. With a determined expression, he kicks his leg and swings his blade, poised for a powerful attack. A man with black hair stands in the blue background, his right eye glowing an intense white. He faces a man in gold armor, who stares upwards in shock, his mouth open in alarm. The man in silver armor kneels on the ground, surrounded by a blinding light. He clutches his sword, defeat etched on his face. Above him, the words, "Why did I say I'd come to this place?" echo through the dark cave. The man with black hair lunges forward, his sword aimed at an unseen enemy. Pain contorts his features, but he presses on, his eyes burning with determination. How long has it been since I started fighting the boss? He questions. Father. He whispers, a tremor in his voice. The man with black hair swings his sword, his movements a blur. A sense of urgency fills the scene as he fights within the dark cave. No, 10 minutes, he muses, around 5 minutes. He continues, his mind racing. The man's face is etched with pain, his eyes wide with worry. He struggles to stay upright, his stamina waning. And I didn't even deal a lot of damage to it. He cries out in despair, "Oh no. My stamina is slowly running out." The man stands in the darkness, his face drawn with fatigue. Fatigue. 57. Flashes before him, a stark reminder of his waning strength. The higher my fatigue is, the lower my speed becomes. He thinks, I can't prolong this any longer. The man holds a glowing blue dagger, his grip firm and his eyes resolute. There's only one way to win. He says, the dagger's special ability. He points the blade towards the enemy. I'll inflict it on this guy. The monstrous creature, its eyes burning red, prepares to strike. The basic of raiding is to exploit weak points. A voice echoes, effect, paralyze. Attacked foes have a chance to become unable to move. Effect, bleed, attacked foes lose 1% of their health every 1 second. The cavern is dark and menacing. The head is the natural weak point of living creatures. A voice whispers, the weakest parts of the head are the eyes. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes looms above the man, its fierce expression terrifying. The man stands frozen, his face pale with fear, as the creature prepares to attack. The man struggles against the monstrous creature, its claws slashing at him. The cavern walls press in, creating a sense of claustrophobia and fear. A monstrous green creature, its teeth bared in a menacing grin, spews a swirling green liquid. The cavern resonates with the sound of its attack, a terrifying reminder of its power. The green puddle bubbles and steams, its acidic glow illuminating the cave. The words, "acid," hover above the liquid, a stark warning of its danger. The man in blue stares in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. "That guy was hiding his trump card?" he exclaims. The man in gold armor looks equally surprised, his eyes wide with wonder. The monster's face is filled with rage, its eyes burning with fury. "My time will run out if this goes on," it roars. "I can't play around a single bit against this guy." The cavern echoes with its threat, a chilling reminder of the danger it poses. The man races forward, his every move a blur of speed. Then faster. He urges himself, "I have to close the distance with movements even faster than just now." The man's feet pound the ground, leaving cracks in the blue surface. A bit faster, he commands himself, pushing his body to its limits. A blue screen displays the message, "Sprint LV. 1. Active. Skill. Sprint was activated. Your movement will increase by 30%. The news fills the character with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. A monstrous blue creature, enveloped in swirling energy, tears through the air. A lone figure in white flees in the distance, his fear palpable. The man stares in disbelief, his jaw slack with shock. He closed that distance in an instant. He gasps, overwhelmed by the speed of the attack. The monstrous creature, its jaws agape, reveals a terrifying array of sharp teeth and glowing eyes. A blue energy surrounds it, and the words, "Effect. Paralysis has activated," appear below. "I want to finish this as fast as possible, but," the character laments, "I can't get a critical hit." The cracks in the blue background reflect his frustration and growing hopelessness. The enemy's resistance was too high. The effect was cancelled. A voice whispers. The character, his face contorted in pain, strains against an unseen force. A blue glow emanates from his right eye, a testament to his magical ability. Fatigue. 61. Flashes in the corner, a reminder of his growing exhaustion. A bit faster. The character urges himself, his determination unwavering. The blue background suggests a magical environment where the fight continues. A bit more. The character shouts, pushing himself to his limits. The blue background and swirling energy suggest a magical setting where the battle rages on. The man's jaw drops in astonishment, his eyes wide with surprise. He's fast," he exclaims. The blue background creates a sense of wonder. The man's smile disappears, replaced by a worried frown. "But," he says, "his stamina will run out if he continues this pace." The blue background reflects the tension of the moment. The man with black hair stands poised, his mouth open as if about to speak. A determined glint in his eye suggests he has a plan. What will he do? A voice whispers, filled with anticipation. The man leaps through the air, his blue shirt a blur against the cracked blue background. The scene is filled with action and a sense of urgency. The man's face is hardened, his jaw clenched, his eyes fixed on the enemy ahead. He stands ready, a powerful aura surrounding him. The monstrous creature roars, its 6 red eyes blazing with fury. Its long, purple tongue flickers out, a chilling reminder of its danger. The man stands, his blue aura flickering, his face a mask of exhaustion. Fatigue. 70 inches flashes above him, a grim reminder of his dwindling strength. The man races across the blue surface, his blue coat billowing behind him. He moves with incredible speed, determined to reach his destination. The monstrous spider, its red eyes glinting with menace, charges forward. Its 8 long legs propel it, a terrifying sight of raw power and speed. The man lies on the blue surface, a smile spreading across his face. His eyes sparkle with joy and relief, reflecting his happiness. The monstrous spider scuttles across the ground, its 8 legs moving with unsettling speed. Its red eyes gleam with hunger, its sharp teeth ready to strike. The man's face is twisted with rage, his jaw clenched tight. A blue aura surrounds him, a visible representation of his anger. The man's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape. He stares at the words, quest directions, and goal, followed by the instructions, push-ups, curl-ups, 100-100. Disbelief washes over him. The man stands in the urban setting, his face alight with excitement. He gazes at the window displaying quest rewards and choose your rewards. You may choose from the rewards below. Reward number 1. Status recovery reward number 2. Stat point +3 reward number 3. Random box +1. Will you accept your rewards? Accept, reject. The man is bathed in a bright light, his face a mixture of surprise and relief. Status recovery. The words glow behind him. The man's mouth hangs open in a silent gasp. He throws a powerful punch, the ground shattering around him. Accept. The word flashes below, a testament to his strength. The monstrous creature snarls, its red eyes blazing with fury. A blue and white light bursts from its mouth, its sharp teeth bared in a threatening grin. A giant exclamation mark appears above it. The man, his blue cape billowing behind him, swings his sword with all his might. Blue energy crackles around him, his face a mask of determination. The monster roars, its red eye burning with rage. The monster's jaws gape open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its claws are poised to strike, a terrifying display of raw power. The man, clad in blue, stands ready for battle. In the first panel, he raises his hand, seemingly holding a weapon. In the second, he adopts a fighting stance, ready to strike. His determination is evident in his sharp features. The man stands, his right arm outstretched, his eyes glowing blue. Lines of blue energy surge from his hand, a powerful display of magic. Effect: paralysis has activated. Effect: bleed has activated. The man's face is a picture of resolve. Effect: paralysis has activated. Your foe will lose 1% health every 1 second. The words appear in the bottom right corner, adding to the sense of triumph. The monstrous spider, its body a menacing blend of blue and black, rears up, its single red eye glowing fiercely. Blue energy surrounds it, its limbs poised for attack. The monstrous spider, its blue body battered and bruised, plummets from the ceiling. Its red eyes reflect pain, its limbs twitching weakly. A massive, multi-limbed creature looms from below, its black and blue body casting a menacing shadow. Its single red eye glows with malevolent intensity. The man stands firm, his sword held high, his eyes locked on the approaching monster. Lines of blue energy surround him, amplifying his resolve. Behind him, the monstrous creature rises, its many limbs a terrifying sight. 3 blue boxes, each proclaiming, "You leveled up," appear on the screen. Thank goodness I didn't accept the daily quest reward. The character thinks, if I did, I don't know what would've. The man's face is etched with worry. What would have happened? He whispers, his mouth slightly open, his thoughts trail off, lost in a sea of uncertainty. The man stands calmly amidst the ice-blue cave, his armor reflecting the cool light. The tranquility of the setting is a stark contrast to the battles he has faced. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth open in shock. He really took down the boss by himself, he gasps, "There's no way." The man stares in amazement, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. "This person is," he murmurs, "definitely a false ranker." "Oh, there's 10 magic crystals in here," he exclaims, his eyes widening further. The man, his blue jacket a stark contrast against the blue monster, stands victorious. He holds his sword high, purple energy flowing from its blade. The monster lies defeated, its orange markings a testament to his strength. The man, his face grimy and weary, holds a purple crystal in his hand. He looks to the right, his expression hesitant. Sir. He begins. The man in white armor smiles warmly, his green and brown backpack slung over his shoulder. Would you care to store your magic crystals here, sir? He offers. The man, his face grimy and his blue jacket dusted with dirt, looks to the right, his expression serious. A hand, clad in white armor with gold trim, offers him a blue bottle. Sir. A voice asks, Sir, you're thirsty, right? Please have this. It's water. The man in blue ponders, his expression troubled. The man in brown swings his pickaxe, shattering blue crystals. Phew. The equipment was obviously in the bag, what bad people. He exclaims, I will mine the mana crystals now that we're here. Why's he like this? The man in blue mutters, his confusion growing. The man, his face grimy, takes a long drink from the blue water bottle. Well, I guess I'm the savior of his life in his perspective, he thinks, his gaze distant. The man in blue cries out in pain, his arms outstretched as if reaching for something. Behind him, a powerful explosion erupts, sending debris flying through the air. 4 figures, shrouded in darkness, stand silhouetted against a cloudy backdrop. One of them carries a long sword, their presence a menacing mystery. The man, his eyes burning with determination, stands in a bright setting, yellow specks swirling around him. His focus is unwavering. The status menu displays the character's information. Sung Jin Woo, level 21, no job, title, Wolf Slayer, HP, 2600, MP, 391, Strength, 53, Agility, 38, Sense, 32, Vitality, 30, Intelligence, 30, with 3 remaining points. The man doubled over in pain, his body contorted as a wave of heat slammed into him. The explosion, a bright, fiery inferno, raged behind him, a storm of rock and debris threatening to engulf him. 4 figures, shrouded in darkness, stand silhouetted against a cloudy backdrop. One of them carries a long sword, their presence a menacing mystery. The face of a man with black hair peers up from the bottom of the image, his gaze filled with concern. The man stands tall, his eyes blazing with determination. His dark blue shirt contrasts against the bright, yellow speckled background, a visual representation of his focus. 3 figures, silhouetted against the fiery orange backdrop, stand in a cloudy, ominous setting. The man in the middle, his sword a dark silhouette against the orange glow, creates a sense of mystery and danger. The man with dark hair and beard frowns, his eyes narrowed in worry. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. He mutters. 2 figures stand on a dirt path, their expressions uncertain. What, those guys are still alive? One asks, looking toward the distant figures. Is the boss dead? The other exclaims. 4 individuals, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, look towards an unseen point. What happened? One whispers. Did they kill it by themselves? Another asks, his surprise evident. Was that spider just big and stupid? A third comments, a hint of amusement in his voice. 2 men, one in brown, the other in blue, stand in a brightly lit environment, their gazes fixed on something out of frame. If it's that bastard's equipment, it's possible he could take down a C-rank boss. One observes. If a D ranker and an E ranker beat it, that's all the evidence. The other agrees, his eyes narrowed. The bearded man stares intently at something off-panel, his expression serious and determined. You Jin Ho, I underestimated you. He mutters, a grudging respect in his tone. There's no way an E ranker could be any help. He must have taken down the boss by himself. He concludes. The golden sword and shield lie in a shadowy setting, their gleam a stark contrast to the darkness. I don't know what kind of special ability his equipment has, so it might be troublesome to become his enemy. The words hang in the air, a sense of uncertainty and danger pervading the scene. The man in the brown hooded jacket looks at something off-panel, his face confident. Wong, what do we do now? A voice asks, a hint of worry in their tone. Of course, we have to win him over. He replies, his determination unwavering. The man in white stares at something off-panel, his expression unsure. Several figures stand in the distance, their gazes fixed on him. "You Jin Ho!" A voice calls out, drawing his attention. "I searched you up because your equipment was flashy, and you turned out to be the son of someone great." The voice continues, a hint of intrigue in their tone. The man, his brown jacket a stark contrast to the bright background, smiles confidently. "Yu Jin Architecture's chairman Yu Myung-han." The words appear above him. Yu Jin Archie chairman Yu Myung-han takes over 10th big property. Another statement proclaims, "Your father, right?" A third message reads, confirming the connection. The man in white stares in disbelief, his mouth open in surprise. So what?" he stutters. The man in black, his expression calm, looks at him. "I thought you were the son of some rich family, but for it to actually be true," he says. The man in white stands, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth slightly open. "I want to talk about something with your father," a voice says, his words echoing through the dark setting. "We'll give you a chance if you..." Another voice continues, a sense of urgency in their tone. A question mark hangs in the air, leaving the man in a state of confusion and uncertainty. The man, his red eye gleaming with a cold fire, stands resolute. "Kill Sung Jin Woo." The words appear above him, his determination unwavering. The man in white stares in shock, his mouth agape. "What?" he exclaims. The man in blue, his expression stoic, looks at him, his silence more menacing than any words. The man, his red eye burning with intensity, speaks with a chilling determination. "Kill Sung Jin Woo and join our group. That's the only way you'll live." The man, his single red eye glaring, stands before three others. His voice rings out with a chilling threat. "Otherwise, you'll both die by our hands." The three men stand, their backs to the viewer, their bodies trembling with fear. The man in white, his smile smug, leans back, his arrogance oozing. "Why hesitate?" he asks. "Nobody will know what happened inside the dungeon anyway." He continues, his words dripping with malice. "Are you perhaps scared of an E-ranker?" he taunts, his smug expression growing. The man in blue stands, his face serious, his gaze fixed on the ground. "Sir," he begins. "I'm the savior of his life in his perspective," he mumbles to himself, his thoughts a jumble of confusion. "It's okay," a reassuring voice says from the upper right, the man with brown hair looking down at him. The man in blue stands, his jaw clenched, a determined look on his face. "What foolish thoughts," he thinks, his mind racing. "It's a given that I'll be betrayed because I'm weak." He concludes, a sense of resignation in his voice. The man with brown hair stands resolute, his face determined. Sweat beads on his forehead, a testament to his exertion. His foot slams into the ground, a clear indication of his unwavering resolve. The man in blue, his expression one of surprise, looks at him, his uncertainty growing. The man with brown hair stares upwards, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What's this?" he whispers. The man in white, his sword and shield at the ready, stands poised, his expression determined. The man in blue, his smirk widening, leans against the broken ground. "You're going to take his side and fight us?" he asks, amusement dancing in his eyes. The woman with long black hair, her green hooded coat billowing behind her, leans towards the bearded man, her smirk widening. "Dong Suk, what should we do?" she asks. The bearded man, his expression a mixture of worry and uncertainty, replies, "It's a bit of a waste to kill the son of a rich family." The woman cuts him off. "We have to take care of the weak one first." The man with black hair and red eyes, his gaze fixed on the two figures in the background, speaks with a chilling intensity. "You too," he says. "Have you ever killed a human?" A sword falls from the top of the page, landing with a thud, adding to the sense of foreboding. Three figures, their lower bodies visible, stand on the orange-toned ground, smoke swirling around them. The man with the shield strides forward, his sword strapped to his waist, his expression unreadable. The man behind him, clad in a green hooded coat, follows closely, his presence a source of intrigue. The man with brown hair stares at the man with black hair, his worry etched on his face. The man with black hair, his expression serious and unwavering, returns his gaze. The tension between them is palpable, the silence punctuated by the unspoken words hanging in the air. The man with black hair stares at the message before him, his eyes wide with shock. His mouth hangs open, his expression a mixture of disbelief and confusion. An emergency quest has been issued. Flashes above his head, a sudden and unexpected development. Blue rectangular boxes, filled with red, green, and white text, appear on a dark blue background. Emergency quest. Kill the enemies. There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, a penalty will be issued as a result. Enemies required to be killed. 8 enemies killed. 0. At the bottom of the image, a white circle with a black border proclaims, "What is this?" The man stands, his back to the viewer, a look of confusion and surprise on his face. The system suddenly. The words appear below him, a jarring announcement of an unexpected change. A woman with black hair stands confidently, her hand outstretched, radiating light against a bright orange background. The quest info box below her promises an extraordinary feat, confirming her power. The man stares at the glowing blue box, his face a mask of terror. The words above him, "There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop." Paint a terrifying picture. The man, clutching a golden shield, desperately runs through a fiery explosion. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. Echoes in his mind, fueling his fear and urgency. A monstrous spider looms over 6 figures, its legs casting long shadows. The people scramble away from the giant explosion. "Sir!" A desperate cry pierces the air, adding to the chaos. "You Jin Ho! Don't worry about the dead and come over here," rings out amidst a crowd of worried faces. The man stands frozen, shock etched on his face, the weight of the situation crushing him. "Why? You, murderers!" The man's voice trembles, his anger bubbling to the surface, his eyes burning with rage. The blue and white screen flickers erratically, a distorted mess of data, as if infected by a malicious virus, leaving a trail of confusion and fear. The man lies unconscious, vulnerable and defeated, surrounded by shattered rocks and debris. The cruel landscape reflects the harsh reality of his situation. The man, his face pale and drawn, lies shrouded in a thick mist, his labored breaths barely audible, his body racked with pain. The man, lying unconscious near the broken leg of a giant spider, is surrounded by a group of people in similar clothing. The dark, cave-like setting emphasizes his vulnerability. A pale hand reaches out towards a large, cracked blue rock, the cold, dark background adding to the sense of danger. "Yes," whispers above the rock, confirming the looming threat. The man lies on the stone floor, his face contorted in pain, surrounded by panels depicting scenes of violence and danger. "My thinking was wrong until now," he mutters, realizing the gravity of his situation. The man, desperate for escape, climbs a wall, a beam of light shining above him. "The many times I entered dungeons," he thinks, his urgency growing with each step. The man looks down at the ground, guilt and remorse etched on his face. "I stepped past my limit, sorry, and entered a dungeon again," he whispers, regretting his actions. The man smiles, but his eyes betray a deep-seated fear. "I always mistook this place for a safe one," he thinks, his smile fading as he realizes the truth. The man, clutching a white glowing sword, stands in the face of danger. "Threat," he reads, his heart pounding. "Kill if you don't want to be killed? Wouldn't it be awkward if I die?" The dark blue background and falling rocks paint a bleak picture. This isn't a coincidence, nor goodwill. He thinks, this is what the system needs. Accepting his fate. The man, his face marked with battle scars, stands strong and determined. "A strong Sung Jin Woo." The words above him confirm his power. The man, his face etched with surprise, stares at the other man. It's not going to make me strong. He thinks, that guy is alive? I saw that it wanted me to be strong. The man looks up, a confident smile on his face. It's great that it's clear. He thinks, the system uses me, and I use the system. A sense of mastery replacing his fear. The three men stand in a dark room, their words dripping with disappointment. Yu Wan, has your skill deteriorated? How embarrassing, he should be able to kill an E-ranker in one shot. They say, their voices laced with scorn. The woman smiles, her response clear and confident. Yu Wan, you should have done it seriously. The man says, I guess so. She replies, I definitely put my all into that magic attack. The two men stand face to face, their anger palpable. Was my aim off? You played around with a person's life, so are you ready to face the consequences? The orange-haired man accuses. The man with dark hair stares in disbelief, shock evident on his face. What is this bastard saying? He thinks, bewildered by the accusations. The man, standing in the cave, his face hardened, issues a chilling warning. If you guys are hunters, he says, I'm saying you should be ready to become hunted. The two men face each other, tension hanging heavy in the air. Sir, I'll take care of him. The man in armor says. The two men stand face to face, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. It looks like you don't understand the situation very well. The man in the blue jacket says. The man with orange hair holds a dagger, his hand trembling slightly. The man in the blue jacket looks confused. He questions, uncertainty in his voice. The man in the gray jacket is stabbed in the back, his body crumpling to the ground. The man in the blue jacket, holding the dagger, looks cold and emotionless, his face hard. The man stands in shock, his eyes wide with fear. He whispers. The man's face is etched with worry, his eyes wide with concern. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. The words above him confirm the gravity of the situation. The man recoils in pain, his face contorted in anguish, the red droplets leaving a trail of destruction. The man falls backwards, his eyes wide with shock. He gasps, the pain evident in his expression. The sword, its black handle contrasting with the gleaming white blade, drips with blood, a chilling reminder of its deadly purpose. The man lies on his back, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear, a sense of vulnerability washing over him. The man, his face covered in blood, stares ahead, his jaw clenched. He mutters, his anger burning bright. The man, his face a mix of shock and confusion, points to the left, warning the others. J Jun Tae. He cries. What? Comes the reply, the tension palpable. The man, his face contorted with anger, strides forward. That bastard, when did he yells, his rage palpable. The man, holding a black sword, looks at it with curiosity. Where did he get the knife? He asks, his mind racing. The man stares at the ground, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. No matter how unguarded, Jun Tae was still a D rank. He thinks, how did an E ranker? The status screen displays Sung Jin Woo's progress, level 21, job, none, and the title, Wolf Slayer. His stats, strength 53, vitality 30, agility 38, intelligence 30, and sense 32, show his growing power. The man, his face bloodied, stares intently, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He whispers. A group of people stand in the shadowy cave, their faces etched with fear and confusion. J Jun Tae. One cries, that bastard, when did he? Another says, their voices laced with shock and anger. The man, his blue jacket billowing with energy, strides forward, a dark knife clutched tightly in his hand. Where did he get the knife? The question hangs in the air, a whisper of suspicion. The man's face, contorted in disbelief and anger, reflects the shock of the situation. No matter how unguarded, Jun Tae was still a D rank. He thinks, how did an E ranker? The man, his face and chest stained with blood, looks down, his expression grave. 24. He says, a single word carrying the weight of his struggle. The blood-stained knife, held in a hand dripping crimson, is a stark reminder of the violence that has unfolded. I ended up killing a person. A voice whispers, laden with regret. The man walks, his face clouded with guilt, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. A human. Although I can say that the system ordered me, it doesn't change the fact that I killed someone. The hand, its long black nails gripping the black weapon, appears to have been moving at high speed, the lines of blue energy swirling around it. If I don't kill, I will be killed. I can't run away anymore. A desperate plea echoes in the air. The man, his one blue eye intense, speaks. If only the strong will survive. He says, his words carrying a chilling truth. The woman, her face beaming with happiness, waves her hand. Yo, Sung. You eat yet? She calls out, the word injured appearing behind her, referring to the three people standing behind her. The man, his face etched with fear, looks to the left, his eyes searching for danger. The man behind him, wearing a dark blue jacket, smiles slightly, his fear masked by a forced bravado. Okay, he says, haha, okay. The other man replies. A woman, her face pale with terror, runs away, screaming, "Ach!" The man smiles, his green jacket contrasting against the dark background. The woman, her purple jacket a blur of color, falls, her fear evident in her eyes. The two men, standing face to face, express a shared sense of anxiety. Wake up. Just a few that died. I barely dodged it. If Sung didn't yell out. Their words, a mix of fear and relief, reflect the danger they have just escaped. The man, his orange pants bright against the dark background, crouches on the ground, his face lit with determination. I finally joined a big guild. He says, I will give it a shot. I was a member of the church choir. Another voice adds. The man, his blue jacket a beacon of hope, looks to the right, his face filled with confidence. If it's singing and praising, I've got this. He says, a sense of determination in his voice. The woman, her red dress a splash of color, covers her head, her body trembling. You. She whispers, fear gripping her heart. The man, his arms outstretched, braces himself for impact. A blue line streaks through his body, a sign of the force he is about to endure. Two figures, cloaked in armor, stand over him, their swords raised high. AHK. He screams, the fear in his voice palpable. The two men, their faces etched with fear, look down, their confusion evident. A man in a brown jacket, holding a sword, looks to the left, his eyes searching for answers. Ah, he says, a single syllable echoing the collective fear. Who brought us here? He asks. The man, his brown jacket blending into the dark background, looks to the right, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The woman, her white shirt stark against the darkness, looks to the left, her eyes wide with terror. Hey! He yells. No. She screams, her words barely audible. Song Hai Yul, it was you. A voice whispers, a chilling accusation hanging in the air. The man, his blue shirt a stark contrast against the yellow light, stands tall, his face unwavering. The man on the ground, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender, looks at him, his face a mask of terror. No. He cries. The man, his face twisted with grief, looks down, his eyes filled with sorrow. I also have a family. He says. I don't want to die here. He pleads, his words echoing the despair in his heart. Mister. The man yells. Another man, his face wet with tears, looks at the camera, his sadness palpable. A third man, his eyes wide with terror, looks up, a choked UK, escaping his lips. The man, his face buried in his hands, sits by a dark blue pillar, his body racked with sobs. Huck. He cries, his anguish evident. The man, his face hidden, sits in the dark blue space, his body trembling with despair. His silence speaks volumes of his suffering. The man, his gray jacket blending into the darkness, walks through the large wooden doors, his eyes fixed on the bright light beyond. His determined stride reflects his hope for a brighter future. The man, his face hidden, crouches in the darkness, his body tense with anxiety. His silence, a heavy cloak of secrecy, hides his fears. The man, his face obscured by his hands, sits in the darkness, his body trembling. His hidden face is a mask of both fear and mystery. The man, his eyes glowing blue, stares out from the darkness, his gaze piercing and intense. His presence, a chilling reminder of unseen power, is both menacing and intriguing. The man, his blue eyes fixed on the camera, holds a power that is both captivating and terrifying. His serious expression is a mask of control and command. The character, their fist clenched, stands ready to strike. Their black clothing and blue jacket are testament to the battles they have fought. The large black symbol, a symbol of power, emblazoned on their shoulder, reflects their unwavering resolve. The shadowy figure, their body enveloped in blue light, stands defiant, a black sword hidden at their side. Their eyes, glowing blue, reflect the rage that burns within them. The character, cloaked in black and blue, moves forward with speed, a sword in hand. The swirling blue mist behind them amplifies their sense of motion. The shadowy figure, sword raised, stands amidst a swirling blue cloud, their presence commanding attention. A figure in armor stands guard, their sword and shield ready. Three figures, a man with a sword and two women, watch from below, their faces alight with anticipation. The two figures, one in dark armor, the other in a green hooded jacket, stand alert, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. "I don't know what he just did, but don't let your guard down." A voice warns, "Gu Wan, give him one more blow." The character, glowing with yellow light, stands tall and confident, a black knife in hand. Their blue eyes burn with power, their presence commanding respect. The hand, a blur of motion, releases a blast of yellow energy, lines of light radiating outward. The image captures the raw power and violence of the attack. The character, their face smeared with blood, moves forward, their anger a tangible force. "Your magic is annoying." They growl, their voice laced with frustration. The character, cloaked in blue light, stands ready, a black sword in hand. White lines, streaks of energy, surround them, a testament to their speed and power. The character, their face contorted with surprise, stands frozen, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. The two men, their faces contorted in rage, stand in the shadowy alleyway, their yells echoing through the darkness. "That bastard!" One shouts, his fury palpable. The three figures, cloaked in black, charge forward, their red eyes burning with rage. The man in the center, sword in hand, swings with power, blue lines of energy radiating around him. Their target, a man in a blue hoodie, stands in the bottom right corner, his face obscured, his fate uncertain. The man, clad in armor, stands firm, his sword raised in defense, a blue aura swirling around it. His determined expression reflects his unwavering resolve. The two men, dressed in black shirts and blue jackets, stand close, their faces a mix of confusion and anger. The man on the left holds the other's arm, a blue glow emanating from his hand, a sign of the tension between them. The man, his brown curly hair a blur of motion, charges forward, his blue scarf trailing behind him. His determined expression and blue aura suggest a focused, powerful attack. The two men, their black shirts stark against the blue background, clash in a whirlwind of motion. The man on the right, his blue eyes glowing, blocks the attack with a powerful hand. The man with brown curly hair, his face contorted in fear, points with a trembling hand, blood trickling from his nose. The man in the blue jacket, his expression steely, stands ready. The man, his brown hair a blur, charges forward, his movement a blur of speed. His determination is evident in his stance. The man, his face a mask of shock and fear, stands amidst the blue light. How is an F rank moving like this? He gasps. "My attacks aren't hitting," he cries, "he's too fast." The man, his red eyes blazing, stands in the blue environment, his words carrying a weight of disappointment. "If you guys are hunters, then try hunting." he says. The man, his blue eyes piercing, stares forward, his mouth open in a silent growl. Hunters were made to hunt anyway. He thinks, his determination unshakable. The man, his face contorted in fear, looks up, his left shoulder stained red. Effect: paralysis has activated. The words above him confirm the terrifying truth. Ah! He screams. The red-haired man, goggles perched on his forehead, grinned widely. Magic? He asked. Is it magic? The man in the purple cloak, his face contorted with fury, spat out the words, "That son of a bitch." The man, his brown hair tousled, stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. Strong, he whispered. The man in the blue cloak, his face hidden, held a small knife, his arm outstretched. I think he's stronger, he said, than when he fought the dungeon boss. The man, covered in blood, groaned in pain. Kua, he yelled. Effect: bleed has activated. The words above him confirmed the injury. The man with brown hair, his hair glowing yellow, looked on, his face contorted with shock and pain. Effect: paralysis has activated. A voice whispered, "Ku." The man, his dark blue hood pulled tight, yelled in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. What is this guy's identity?" he exclaimed. The black sword, its blue edge glowing brightly, sliced through the air, blood splattering around it. Effect: paralysis has activated. The words above it announced the sword's power. The man, his blue jacket blending into the darkness, walked away, a knife in hand, his face impassive. Multiple figures lay on the ground, their fates unknown. The man, his face a mixture of shock and fear, stared forward, his mouth agape. He whispered. The man, his face contorted in disbelief, looked up, his eyes wide with fear. In a flash, all our members, he exclaimed. The two men, cloaked in blue, stood in a tense standoff. You bastard, you were hiding your skills, one shouted. Was it you who dispatched the dungeon boss? He accused. The other man, his back to the viewer, looked surprised, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Enemies required to be killed. 1. Enemies killed. 7. The words below confirmed the grim reality. I didn't expect all my members to be defeated. He muttered, his fists clenched tightly. The man's anger burned hotter than the sun, fueled by a burning desire to prove his strength. Empower! The man screamed in pain, his body racked with the force of the attack. He was in shock, struggling to process what had just happened. No matter how much of a monster he is, there's no way he won't be tired after fighting a dungeon boss and 7 hunters, he shouted. He lunged forward, his sword raised high, ready to strike. A hunter specializing in agility and dexterity, he sneered. He shouldn't have a skill that can pierce my empower skill. He will be destroyed the moment he hits me. His eyes gleamed with arrogance, his grip on the dagger unwavering. Leader Wong Dong-suk, you're strong, he said, his eyes filled with admiration. The man's words seemed to surprise the other, leaving him speechless for a moment. But there's one thing you don't know, he said. The man's surprise was evident, his brows furrowed in confusion. The man lay on the ground, his body racked with pain. He was injured, his face contorted in agony, his eyes squeezed shut. The man stood over his opponent, his eyes burning with determination. He raised his hand, a surge of energy flowing through him, and with a powerful wave, shattered the rocks surrounding them. I'm always leveling up ceaselessly. He coughed, blood staining his neck. The cave echoed with his pain, the air thick with urgency and distress. What just happened? He muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did he just slam me into the ground? He lay there, his mind racing, trying to make sense of the events that had unfolded. This guy. There's no way he's an E rank, he exclaimed, disbelief lacing his voice. Does that mean he's a false ranker? He looked at the terrified man on the ground, his eyes cold and calculating. Spare me, he pleaded. I'll give you money. You can have all the mana crystals here and the magic crystals too. His desperation was palpable, his outstretched arms a testament to his fear. 3 times. He growled, his eyes burning with fury. Are you asking for forgiveness from someone you tried to kill 3 times? His anger was a tangible force, filling the air around him. Stop it. He gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Do you think you'll get away with this? His face contorted with fear. Didn't you say that? Nobody knows what happens inside a dungeon? He murmured, his gaze fixed on the shocked man. He was lost in thought, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. You bastard! He roared, his face twisted with fury. His anger was palpable, his teeth bared in a snarl. Do you even know who my little brother is? He yelled. His anger was a force to be reckoned with, his words dripping with venom. The black sphere whirled through the air, a deadly projectile, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The air crackled with energy, the sphere a harbinger of danger. He launched himself forward, his sword a blur of motion. His kick connected with his opponent, sending the man flying through the air, a bloody splatter painting the ground. The blood splattered across the blue background, a testament to the violence that had just transpired. The air was heavy with the scent of blood, the scene a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows. My clothes became a mess again, he thought, glancing down at the blood splattered on his jacket. The size isn't matching anymore, so I guess I'll buy a few new clothes. He sat there, lost in thought, contemplating the events that had just unfolded. The boy stood frozen, his eyes wide with fear, his head in his hands. He was helpless, his purple eyes reflecting the terror he felt. The boy's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, drool escaping his lips. The sight before him was shocking, leaving him speechless and disgusted. He thought, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. His expression remained calm, a testament to his resolve, his mind focused on the task at hand. The boss was defeated, the dungeon is closing, he said. Let's leave quickly. He looked at the giant spider, a wave of relief washing over him, and at the man beside him, a sense of shared purpose uniting them. He looked up, his eyes filled with fear, his body tense with anticipation. He was in the middle of a fight, his survival hanging in the balance. He had completed the quest, the reward a tantalizing prospect. He was ready to accept the rewards he had earned, his anticipation building with each passing moment. He had the power to choose, the rewards within his grasp. He had to decide which path to take, the possibilities endless, each option a potential advantage. Bloodlust. He read, his eyes reflecting the power of the skill. He could feel a surge of confidence, the strength coursing through his veins, a new weapon in his arsenal. The city stretched out before him, a breathtaking expanse of towering buildings. He felt a sense of awe and excitement, the energy of the city palpable, a world of possibilities waiting to be explored. A great morning, he mumbled, stretching his arms and looking towards the door. What time is it in Korea? He wondered, rolling over in bed. Ha! He said, his brow furrowed in confusion. Did I have a bad dream? He sat there, his mind racing, trying to make sense of the disjointed memories that plagued him. My eyes are wet, he whispered, staring out the window at the city skyline. He was lost in thought, his heart heavy with sadness and regret. He sat on the edge of the bed, his hands resting on his legs. The bright light from the window illuminated the room, creating a sense of privacy and intimacy. The title of the manhwa shimmered, beckoning the reader into a world of mystery and excitement. The Gothic font added a touch of intrigue, promising a story filled with adventure and suspense. The towering building stood against the azure sky, a symbol of grandeur and importance. Manager Yu Jin Chul. The text below announced, highlighting the man's status and power. He leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. His eyes gleamed with confidence, his sharp jawline a testament to his determination. A moment. The smiling man said, holding up a piece of paper. What is it? The other man asked, his brow furrowed with concern. In this C-rank dungeon raid, 8 people were killed in action. The seated man said. The survivors were a D rank and an E rank hunter. The standing man added, his tone serious. Looks like they ran away. Isn't it a common occurrence? The man asked, his eyes scanning the report. No, they didn't run. They cleared the dungeon, he said, surprise evident in his voice. His eyes widened in surprise, his pupils dilating. He was stunned, his mind struggling to process the information he had just received. The D rank, Yu Jinho's equipment was especially high class, so it's possible that AC rank boss was defeated by him. The man with dark hair said. The man with purple hair grinned, his golden suit gleaming under the office lights, a sense of amusement in his eyes. The boss, giant arachnid Barriera, shouldn't have been much of a threat to organized parties, so it's strange that 8 people died. He muttered, clutching the paper in his hand. His face was etched with concern, a sense of unease settling over him. Don't beat around the bush and tell me. The man with dark hair demanded, his tone impatient. If there wasn't a really strange part, you wouldn't have consulted me and taken care of it yourself. The man with blonde hair countered. Well. The man with dark hair sighed, his frustration evident. The other survivor was Hunter Sung Jin Woo from that dungeon incident. He said, his eyes widening in surprise. Sung Jin Woo. He repeated, his jaw dropping in shock. It seems like there are suspicious parts, but it's unnecessary to worry. The man with blonde hair reassured. The magic strength measurement device we used then was a super high-class one that dropped from our rank monsters. The man with dark hair explained. Awakenings aren't even that common, and there's no need to be suspicious of him again. Checking once will do. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. I also want to think it's a coincidence, but I can't just let this go. He said. Because one of the warriors happened to be. He trailed off, his mind racing. The hunter, Wang Dong-suk, he read from the screen, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wang Dong-suk? He repeated. Perhaps. Are you talking about Hunter Wang Dong-suk's older brother? In that case, he said. His gaze unwavering. His mind was already formulating a plan, his instincts telling him that this was no ordinary situation. I can't just ignore this, he declared, his eyes burning with determination. He wouldn't let this situation slip through his fingers, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. Why chicken wings? He wondered, staring at the greasy box of food. The night air was cool, the city lights twinkling in the distance. Did something good happen? The woman asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Well, I'm not sure if it's good or bad yet, he mumbled, taking a sip from his can. Wow, what happened? You're usually so stingy, she said, her smile widening. I want to get drunk, but the feeling isn't coming, he thought, frowning at the untouched glass in his hand. Alarm. A harmful substance has been detected. Buff. Cure poison's effect is healing you, the system announced, a wave of concern washing over him. Because of the special ability that the system gave me, even alcohol is being purified. He explained, taking another sip from the bottle. The woman smiled, her eyes twinkling with amusement. 3, 2, 1. Cure poison has been completed. The screen announced, a wave of excitement washing over him. A reward the system gave me as soon as I woke up after making it through the dungeon disaster. He read, a thrill coursing through him. Alarm. You have completed all the necessary requirements of the secret quest, Courage of the Weak. Since there's a lot to take in recently, I just overlooked it, he muttered, his eyes widening in surprise. Alarm. If he fails to obey the system's orders, there may be a penalty. Alarm. Your rewards have arrived. The system's messages flashed on the screen, a sense of urgency gripping him. To think it gave me this as reward, he said, his face beaming with joy. Quest reward, secret quest, Courage of the Weak, Great Spellcaster Candiaru's blessing. The Great Spellcaster Candiaru has gifted a special spell to you. Candiaru's blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy during your lifetime. The words glowed on the screen, a testament to his accomplishment. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle, he thought, his eyes scanning the card. He was satisfied, his mind racing with the possibilities this new power opened up. If I'm immune to all poisons, he thought, a flicker of understanding dawning on him. Wait, he said. Aren't you eating? If you don't eat, I'll eat it for you, he teased, a playful smirk on his face. Feel free to gain weight," he added, his tone light-hearted. The woman blushed, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She continued to eat the fruit, her smile widening. It's hard to adjust to him after he started training. She mused, chewing thoughtfully on the chicken wing. He was easygoing before, and it seems like his personality changed a bit. I think he looks sharper than before too. Is it because he's working out? Exercise can do anything. She wondered, her brow furrowed with concern. It's not like something happened in a dungeon, right? He muttered. He stood near the door, his mind racing, trying to make sense of the situation. If status effects are automatically healed, won't this item's debuff be removed as well? He thought, examining the pouch. He was confused, the implications of this new power swirling in his mind. There's no reason to think, he declared, his jaw set in determination. He took a bite of the chicken, his eyes focused on the task at hand. A harmful substance has been detected in your body. The screen read, 3, 2, 1. Cure poison has been completed, it announced. He breathed a sigh of relief, the poison purged from his system. Item: Risaka's venom's effect weakened muscles is fading, the screen announced. It's just as I thought, he said. He knew this would happen, his confidence unshaken. Do you know anyone called Yu Jin-ho? The woman asked. Who? He asked, his eyes widening in surprise. He's calling for you on the phone, she said, handing him the phone. Sir, over here, he called out, waving his hand. He sat at a table in the cafe, his friendly smile inviting the other man to join him. I have a few connections in the guild, the man on the right said, a knowing look in his eyes. The man in the brown hoodie was taken aback, his brow furrowing in surprise. I'm fine, the man in the brown hoodie said. Do you want a cup of coffee? The man on the right offered. They sat in silence, the cafe's gentle hum filling the air. I didn't expect to meet you again, the man on the left said, a wide grin spreading across his face. You're my savior, the man on the right added, his eyes filled with gratitude. The cafe buzzed around them, their conversation a quiet haven amidst the bustling crowd. Well, you shared all the magic crystals with me, so I earned some money, the man with black hair said. He looked at the bag filled with blue crystals, his mind focused on the task at hand. It totals to 1,008,000 won minus tax, the man on the right announced, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Also, since you kept quiet, there's been no problem so far, he said, a smug smirk on his face. He leaned back in his chair, enjoying the feeling of power and control. Those guys tried to kill us first, he stammered. He couldn't shake the feeling of dread, the memory of the attack still fresh in his mind. We're hunters, so we can't just die easily, the man on the left said. It was a fight among hunters, the man on the right added, his tone matter of fact. This guy is a false rancor, the man on the right whispered, his eyes wide with shock. A maniac that enjoys murdering and killing. He lowered his voice, his words laced with a mix of fear and disgust. Normally, he's not a person I should ever become involved with. So, why did you request to meet me? He asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. He leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the other man, his mind trying to piece together the puzzle. He sat there, his hands clasped tightly on his knees, his face etched with worry. He was deep in thought, the weight of the situation bearing down on him. Sir, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. His voice trembled, his face a mask of fear and surprise. I'm actually planning to create a personal attack, he thought, his gaze unwavering. Declined. The system responded, his determination unwavering. But, I didn't even, he mumbled. He hung his head, his shoulders slumping with disappointment. Finish sentence? The man shouted. I don't need to hear it, he said, his tone curt. Since you're creating an attack force, you want me to enter? He looked at the man with a mixture of confusion and alarm. Yes, sir. I was wondering what it was, but I have no intention to play around with a rich kid, he said. I'm going if there's nothing else. He turned and walked towards the round table, his confidence unwavering. "Just 20 times, he insisted. "No. Please go with me just 19 times, he pleaded, his hand resting heavily on the table. He wouldn't take no for an answer, his determination unwavering. "Where dungeons?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Yes. I'll give you your share properly," he assured. "You should know based on the last incident," he said. "Hunters can not only kill monsters, but humans just as easily." He added, his tone grave. "Raids aren't just extreme sports. Even so, you're going to create an attack force? Are you right in the mind to say that even after seeing such a terrifying scene?" he asked. "Could it be?" he whispered, his brow furrowed with intrigue and concern. His mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of information, his intuition telling him that something wasn't quite right. "Yes, sir," he exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. He stood there, his eyes gleaming with determination, eager to prove his worth. "Please at least listen to what I have to say," he sobbed, his head resting on the table. The man on the left looked down at him with concern, his hand resting gently on his friend's arm. "As you said, I want to receive a license to become a guild master," he said. "It's not hard for hunters to receive a guild master license," he added, his tone reassuring. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes focused on the pile of papers before him. "The hunter must participate in a raid at least 20 times," he said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "The first one, I already went through last time," he explained, holding up 2 fingers. "Now I have 19 raids left to attend," he added, a hopeful grin on his face. "Of course there's an examination, but if I didn't have a good brain, I wouldn't be able to inherit the company, so I have confidence in that," the man on the right said, his grin widening. The man on the left merely stared at him, a bored expression on his face. "Thinking about it, you were Yu Jin Architecture's second son," the man on the left said. "Yes," the man on the right confirmed, his eyes widening in surprise. "Me becoming a guild master is actually related to our company as well," he added. "My father wants to create a guild," he said. "Yu Jin Architectures," he added, his tone firm, his mind already racing with plans. "Dungeons are dangerous, but proportional to that they contain mountains of treasures." The text announced, a sense of mystery and wonder filling the air. Magic crystals or mana crystals are just a few. The text continued, the ice crystals reflecting the vibrant colors of the background. Monster corpses are used as material as well, so there's nothing useless in dungeons. The text proclaimed, highlighting the bounty that awaited those brave enough to venture into the unknown. Of course, major companies get involved. The text concluded, revealing the complex web of power and influence that surrounded these perilous realms. So the hunters that work at the company complete the dungeon, and the company takes the rewards, he explained, his eyes fixed on the monstrous creature. "So they're planning on becoming self-sufficient," he mused, a hint of admiration in his voice. "That's correct, sir. My father is planning to employ an S-rank hunter and set him as the master," he said. "My brother will be the vice master and operate the guild under the guise of contributing," he added, his eyes wide with disbelief. "If I'm correct, there are only 9 S-rank hunters within our country," he thought, his brow furrowed in concern. If he plans on employing a hunter not registered in a guild, that only leaves Hunter Min Byung-yu. But didn't he retire? He wondered, his mind racing. Even if your brother is going to become the vice master, the authority difference is too big, he thought, his mind working overtime. Friction between the two probably can't be avoided, he mused, a sense of unease settling over him. Yes, my brother is talented, but without being reawakened, he is strong enough for the seat of the guild master. Are you planning to gain some experience and then consult your father? The man with black hair asked, his tone curious. With a low rank and age, someone like you, with no experience, couldn't become involved, the man in the white shirt said, his smile unwavering. Yes, that's correct, sir, the man with black hair replied. The fact that you're a false Ra I mean the fact that you hide your abilities will be kept a secret by me forever," he shouted. Despite his injuries, the man's eyes held a resolute fire, a reflection of the determination burning within him. "An attack," the man mused. Leaning against the table, his fingers tapped rhythmically against the surface, as if lost in thought. "Sir is at least a B rank, or even higher than that," he murmured, the weight of the statement heavy in the air. The man sat alone, lost in contemplation, his thoughts swirling around the implications of his newfound knowledge. An E-rank hunter, but he dispatched a C-rank boss and several C-rank hunters without a scratch. He muttered, his gaze fixed on the ground, lost in thought. His mind raced, juggling the conflicting information. The man's apparent weakness contrasted with his surprising power. The man with brown hair started, a question hanging in the air. The other man, his hood obscuring his expression, looked at him with a mixture of confusion and skepticism, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. One eye, wide with shock, stared out, a silent testament to the unexpected turn of events. The man's face remained hidden, the emotion concealed behind the shadow of his hood. The man with ginger hair muttered, a deep frown etched on his face. The papers in his hand rustled slightly, a testament to his anxiety. The other man stood silently, a sense of unease hanging heavily in the air. "Why are you suddenly following me out to exercise?" he asked, a playful tone lacing his words. The man's leg was poised, his body ready to spring into action, his energy radiating with excitement. "You seem to be on your high horse lately," the man remarked, a mischievous glint in his eye. The woman stretched, her limbs reaching towards the sky, a carefree smile gracing her lips. "It's not good to sit at a desk for too long anyway," she replied. "Don't fall behind," she added, a playful jab in her voice. "Jin the man asked. The woman paused, her eyes reflecting a moment of thought. "Hypothetically, if you suddenly got 3 billion won, what would you do?" he continued, a sense of wonder in his voice. "Why are you asking?" she questioned, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of amusement in her tone. "Maybe deposit it?" the man suggested. "Or move to a bigger house?" The woman, however, seemed taken aback. "Well, I haven't really thought of that," she stammered, a bewildered look on her face. "Aren't the numbers too unrealistic?" the man questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Why 3 billion?" the woman echoed, her eyes wide with surprise. "It's not that," the man mumbled, a thoughtful expression clouding his features. "Unrealistic," the woman continued. "Hey, brother," she called out. "Wait for me," she added, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "A hunter is a hunter, though," the woman said. 3 billion? The man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "It's the building we're constructing, and we plan on using it as the guild office." The document stated, its purpose laid bare. "The estimated price is 3 billion, but it will rise." It added, a stark reminder of the hefty costs involved. A 3 billion won building for doing C-rank raids 19 times. The man mused, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "So you're saying it's just a small investment as long as you can become a guild master?" he inquired. "That is correct, sir," the ginger-haired man replied, his tone unwavering. "What should I do?" the man muttered, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. 3 billion, he repeated, the weight of the offer settling heavily upon him. Normally there would be no reason to refuse, but he trailed off, his mind grappling with the implications of this unexpected opportunity. "Unique," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the ground, lost in thought. "I am aware of it," he said. "I'm a special case even among the reawakened." He continued, a sense of quiet pride lacing his words. "Since nobody has heard of a hunter that can level up and grow stronger." He added, "If I continue to level up like this, it's possible that I could reach S rank, no, maybe something even stronger than that." He finished, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of ambition. "If that happens, 3 billion is nothing," the man declared. But he paused, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier eagerness. "I have a condition," he stated. "You can tell me anything, Sir, he added, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. You and me, the man said. We two, no one else goes. He added, his gaze unwavering, his mind set on the task ahead. He flashed a relaxed peace sign, his demeanor radiating confidence and ease. The man's eyes held a calm determination, a reflection of his resolve to face any challenge head-on. Sir. The man stammered, his eyes widening in surprise. If I'm not misunderstanding, we have to clear C-rank dungeons by ourselves, is that what you're saying? He asked. You understood perfectly. The man replied, his tone unwavering. But to enter a C-rank gate there must be at least 10 members. The man protested, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. If we offer a reward just for filling up the head count, there will definitely be people lining up. The man explained. We're using the method that Wang Dong-suk used. He added, a hint of mischief in his tone. But isn't it too dangerous, sir? The man questioned, his brow furrowed with concern. You can't put 2 and 2 together. The other man replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. In other words, if we're fine, then nobody else will get hurt. He added, his tone unwavering. Think about it, the man said. Say we successfully completed 19 raids after creating an attack force. He continued, his eyes gleaming with ambition. We become an attack force that came out safely 19 times. He added, won't it be helpful to showing your skill to your father? He finished, a knowing smile playing on his lips. I get it. The other man exclaimed, a newfound understanding dawning on his face. Let's do it that way, sir. The man declared. I will recruit our teammates. He added, a sense of purpose in his eyes. Alarm. A mechanical voice announced, breaking the tension. Daily quest. Preparing to become strong, has been completed. Oops, I accidentally overdid it because I was in thought. The man mumbled, his face flushed with embarrassment. Push-ups, 100 100s, curl-ups, 100 100s, squats, 100 100s, running, 11/10 of a kilometer, the voice announced, a testament to his unintentional overachievement. What happened to Jin Ah? The man asked. Well, does it matter? The other man replied, a nonchalant shrug accompanying his words. Push-ups, 100 100s, curl-ups, 100 100s, squats, 100 100s, running, 11/10 of a kilometer, the mechanical voice announced, its tone unwavering. Why is it recording even when I completed the goal? The man questioned, a confused frown etching his features. I have to wait for Jin Ah anyway, so should I fill it up as much as possible? The man mused, his eyes glinting with a determined spark. 20 minutes later, the voice announced, a reminder of the passing time. Push-ups, 200 100s, curl-ups, 200 100s, squats, 200 100s, running, 11/10 of a kilometer. It continued, highlighting his progress. It's not going above 200. The man observed, a confused frown etching his features. Is it the same for running? He asked, a sense of curiosity in his voice. Since I can't run 200 kilometers, let's start with 20 kilometers. The man declared, despite the absurdity of the situation. Brother, a worried voice called out, a hint of panic lacing the words. Hey, the woman shouted. A wave of annoyance washed over her face as she watched him run away. The cityscape stretched out before him, a canvas of twinkling lights against the velvet backdrop of the night. The moon, a pale orb in the sky, cast a gentle glow on the bustling city below. Washington, USA. The caption read, a simple statement that held the weight of countless stories. Fax me the information of the 2 survivors, the number is. The man said. Despite the late hour. Mr. Wang, what are you doing at this hour? The woman asked. Lola, can I ask you something? The woman asked. Her eyes fixed on the man. Yes, anything. The woman replied. Her eyes closed, her body radiating a sense of resignation. What happens if I kill someone in Korea? The man wondered aloud. The printer hummed softly, a silent witness to his internal struggle. Are you serious? The woman asked, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Her eyes twinkled with amusement, a clear sign that she found the idea ludicrous. Korea has not yet concluded the Indian Treaty of Criminal Hunters, the woman stated. Her eyes held a seriousness that mirrored the weight of her words. Thank goodness. The man breathed a sigh of relief, his shoulders slumping with the weight lifted. His relaxed expression spoke volumes, a testament to the weight that had been lifted from his shoulders. Some bastards killed my brother. The man snarled. His eyes, filled with rage and grief, held a burning intensity, a reflection of the pain that consumed him. If I don't at least catch a glimpse of them, I won't be satisfied. He growled, his hand clenching around the metal object, crushing it with a violent force. S-rank hunter Wong Dong-suk, Scavenger Guild. The inscription read, a stark reminder of his target. Brother's 7 squad members all died and the other 2 came out alive. He murmured, a deep frown etching his features. The survivors' ranks were D and E, he noted. Bro isn't the type of person to put his life on the line for weak teammates. He added, his words laced with a heavy sense of disbelief. Also, they were fillers, not normal team members. The woman continued. They must have set up a trap and killed him. She exclaimed, her eyes flashing with anger. That's why I told you that you can't do anything without me, she added, a sense of authority in her voice. I'll have to visit Korea for a while, she trailed off. You empty my schedule? He asked. But Mr. Wong, if you leave so suddenly, the guild will become paralyzed. The woman replied. When can you free some time? The man asked. Around 2 weeks from now. The woman replied, her tone confident and unwavering. 2 weeks, not even enough time for a proper funeral. The man murmured. Okay. Empty my schedule after that point. The woman replied. More than anything. The man growled, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with rage. I wish that those bastards are still alive even after 2 weeks. He added. The 2 profiles stood side by side, a stark contrast in rank and experience. D-rank hunter Yu Jin-ho. The top profile read, a simple statement that highlighted his relatively low standing. E-rank hunter Sung Jin-woo. The bottom profile read, a testament to his even lower status. The man stood tall, a silhouette against the backdrop of the city, his gaze unwavering. The full moon, a silent observer, cast its ethereal glow upon the scene, a testament to the night's quiet power. The hunter stood poised, his dagger held in a practiced grip, his eyes scanning the cityscape for any sign of danger. The mist swirled around his feet, a shroud of mystery cloaking his presence. He held the spear aloft, a symbol of his triumph. The list on the wall, a testament to his dedication, bore witness to his accomplishment. After completing the goals twofold, the daily quest turned into a hidden quest, he read aloud, a sense of satisfaction in his voice. He stared at the key, a sense of disappointment etched on his face. I expected that I would get a better reward than usual, but to think that I received an S-class item. He muttered. He scrutinized the digital display, his mind racing as he considered his options. Are hidden quests only given when daily quests are done in excess? He wondered aloud, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This is a good chance. He mused, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Since I picked the blessed random box, I was not able to obtain the cursed random box, he noted, a sense of regret in his voice. Anyway, since I obtained a dungeon entry key, I have no choice but to go in. He declared. He gripped the key tightly, ready to face whatever awaited him within. The kanji, a blazing symbol of power, stood out against the urban backdrop. The air crackled with anticipation, a palpable sense of excitement filling the atmosphere. The hooded figure stood, a silent sentinel, his presence commanding respect, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The weapon in his hand, a chilling reminder of his power, added to his intimidating aura. The man reached out, his hand outstretched, a desperate attempt to ward off the searing energy. His body, racked with pain, glowed with an unnatural purple hue, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. The man stood firm, his eyes narrowed, his face etched with determination. A yellow lightning bolt crackled behind him, a symbol of his unwavering resolve. Of. The inscription whispered, a haunting reminder of the power he wielded. If a key's rarity is proportional to the dungeon's difficulty, the text proclaimed, a chilling reminder of the danger lurking within. The fiery explosion, a testament to the power unleashed, painted the urban landscape with a horrifying beauty. The man turned, his gaze fixed on the inferno consuming the cityscape. "This dungeon is S rank," the text above him announced, a stark warning of the danger he faced. "The chance of my survival is 0. The text below him added, a grim reminder of the overwhelming odds against him. Of course, there is no indication that the item class is equivalent to the dungeon's difficulty. The text stated, a subtle hint of uncertainty. But on the other hand, an instant dungeon entered with a rarity of E was as easy as an E rank gate dungeon. The text continued, a thought-provoking observation. "Then what do I do if the rarity really indicates the difficulty of the dungeon?" he pondered, his brow furrowed in concern. "I have the Hearthstone that I didn't use in the last instant dungeon, so if things get dangerous, I'll use it right away." He reassured himself. "The only thing I can do right now is to try my best." He concluded. "From now on, I have to clear C-rank dungeons with Jin-Ho." The man declared, a resolute glint in his eye. "I must know my current strength." He added, his gaze fixed on the inferno raging before him. "If I give up because I'm scared, I can't become stronger." The text proclaimed, a powerful reminder of the need for courage. "Hell's gatekeeper Kerberos." The inscription above the beast declared, a chilling introduction to the fearsome creature. The man stood poised, his knife held in a practiced grip, his eyes locked on the beast. "If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle." He muttered, a hint of urgency in his voice. "I'll become much stronger," he vowed. His eyes, burning with ambition, reflected the fire that consumed him. The man stood defiant, his gaze unwavering, his body radiating a sense of calm confidence. "If I give up because I'm scared, I can't become stronger." The text whispered, a reminder of the power within. "Hell's gatekeeper Cerberus." The inscription above the beasts declared, a chilling reminder of the formidable foes he faced. "I'll become much stronger," he repeated, his determination solidifying with each word. His eyes, a beacon of ambition, gleamed with an unyielding resolve. "A key that allows you to enter the demon castle." The inscription read, a sense of awe filling the air. "The rarity is S rank," it added, a testament to its incredible power. "If the key's item class indicates the dungeon's difficulty, then my chances of survival diminish." He muttered, a sense of dread creeping into his voice. "The best choice is to level up as much as I can and enter instant dungeons when I have the chance in the future." He decided, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. After B rank, the difficulty of gates rises explosively. He reminded himself. Luckily, the chance of higher-ranked gates opening drops with every level, so only a handful of S-rank gates have ever opened. He finished, a sigh escaping his lips. One of them opened on Jeju Island. The caption stated, a simple statement that held the weight of a world-changing event. The island, a once peaceful paradise, now held a dark secret. After an S-rank dungeon gate broke there, it became a wasteland where humans cannot live anymore. The caption read, a stark reminder of the devastating power of these gates. The once lush island, now a barren wasteland, stood as a silent monument to the price of power. Even if S-rank hunters created a team, it's unsure if they could clear an S-rank gate or not. The inscription stated, a chilling reminder of the formidable power of these creatures. The white lightning emanating from their mouths, a symbol of their volatile energy, added to their intimidating presence. With the current state of deployable hunters, clearing an S-rank gate is near impossible. The inscription stated, a stark reminder of the overwhelming challenge that lay ahead. The dark silhouette, a chilling reminder of the unknown, stood as a symbol of the danger that lurked in the shadows. Because of that, with my current level, I had to abstain from entering S-rank dungeons. The man stated. The creatures, their eyes burning with a primal hunger, closed in on their prey. Toughness that cannot be penetrated. The inscription above the giant statue read, a chilling testament to its formidable power. Strength that will result in instant death. The inscription below the statue added, a stark warning of the danger it posed. EF of the inscription whispered, a cryptic message that hinted at the power unleashed. The explosion, a blinding flash of energy, ripped through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Above the hooded figure, the inscription read, a stark reminder of the danger he faced. The beast, its eyes glowing with a primal fury, lunged forward, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing grin. So I wondered if my attacks would work on those monsters on another level. He mused, a spark of curiosity igniting in his eyes. The yellow glow emanating from his leg, a testament to his power, added to the excitement of the moment. The hooded figure stood, his gaze fixed on the imposing creature, his mind racing with thoughts and possibilities. It was simple curiosity. He murmured, a sense of wonder in his voice. Alarm X. A mechanical voice announced, a warning of impending danger. Title: Wolf Slayer. Buff effect is activating. It added, a surge of adrenaline coursing through the air. His eyes, glowing with an otherworldly light, held a fierce determination. The man stood poised, his body radiating strength and confidence. Skill. Sprint was activated. Movement speed will increase by 30%, -1 mana will be consumed every minute. The notification announced, a reminder of the power he wielded. The two monsters clashed, their energy blades clashing in a flurry of chaos. The monster roared, its energy blades slashing through the air, a whirlwind of chaos and destruction. The white blur, a fleeting glimpse of a powerful attack, added to the sense of urgency. The man launched himself forward, his kick connecting with the monster's stomach with a resounding thud. The monster recoiled, its eyes wide with pain, the blue energy blades swirling around it in a frenzy of chaos. Skill. Bloodlust was activated. The notification announced, a surge of primal energy coursing through his veins. His eyes, blazing with power, fixed on his target, his body radiating a sense of untamed ferocity. The two monsters snarled at each other, their teeth bared in a menacing display of aggression. The tension in the air was palpable, the air crackling with anticipation. The enemy's resistance was too high, the effect was cancelled. The notification announced, a wave of disappointment washing over the monster. Its limbs trembled, its body racked with fear, as it retreated into the shadows. It's not working, he muttered, a wave of disappointment washing over him. It's a good matchup looking at my skills, but my attacks aren't having any effect. He lamented, a sense of frustration creeping into his voice. To think that the difference is this big even with the title's buff. He exclaimed. Title: Wolf Slayer. A title given to those proficient in hunting wolves. Your stats will increase by 40% when facing a beast-type monster. The notification read, a reminder of the power he wielded. There's no doubt, this dungeon is definitely S-rank, he declared, his blue eye, glowing with a fierce determination, fixed on the challenge ahead. Hell's gatekeeper Cerberus is using skill. Wrath, the notification announced, a warning of the impending danger. Wrath will last for 3 minutes, Cerberus's stats will be doubled. It added, a chilling reminder of the beast's enhanced power. The creature roared, its multiple heads contorting in a terrifying display of fury. Its massive paw, shrouded in flames, slammed down, a devastating force that threatened to crush everything in its path. The figure, a blur of motion, streaked through the air, his body enveloped in flames, a testament to his incredible speed and power. The intensity of the image, the heat radiating from the figure, filled the viewer with a sense of excitement. The female character stood poised, her sword held in a practiced grip, her eyes locked on the monstrous figure. The creature's menacing posture, its teeth bared in a savage snarl, created a palpable sense of tension. The man stood firm, his sword held high, his eyes focused on his opponent. The system tells me the gap between my enemies and I, he muttered, a hint of determination in his voice. The creature, its eyes glowing with a primal fury, lunged forward, its teeth bared in a menacing grin. Cerberus did not feel any pain. The notification read, a stark reminder of the beast's resilience. The creature, its jaws agape, its teeth gleaming with a sinister sheen, stood as a testament to its immense power. The man stood his ground, his eyes locked on the creature, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The creature's menacing presence, its eyes burning with a primal hunger, filled the air with an aura of danger. The man's right leg shot out, aiming a powerful kick at the monstrous figure. Caught off guard, the creature roared in anger as it braced itself for the impact. Gripping the creature's arm, the man braced himself for the monster's retaliation. The creature's head lurched, its blood dripping down, a testament to the struggle. Blood splattered across his chest. The man felt a surge of pain as he staggered back. The battle was taking its toll, leaving him battered and bruised. A gaping crater marked the spot where the battle had raged, a testament to the immense power unleashed. Broken stones and charred earth surrounded the scar left by the impact. The creature's blood dripped from above, painting the orange sky with a macabre hue. A hush fell over the scene as everyone watched, anticipation filling the air. Clutching his side, the man groaned in agony. The pain was intense, a reminder of the devastating blow he had just received. Despite the pain, the man's eyes hardened with resolve. He had activated his perseverance skill, granting him a chance to survive this dire situation. His eyes narrowed, the man focused his determination. This was no ordinary reawakening, a thought that fueled his will to push through the pain. The beast roared, its voice echoing across the landscape. If he was chosen as someone's avatar, he would prove his worth by exceeding their expectations. A system message flashed before the man's eyes, offering a tempting reward. The words, "Devour the system," glowed, promising power beyond imagination. A blinding light erupted from the beast, illuminating the orange sky. This was no ordinary power, a force to be reckoned with. Trapped inside the beast's maw, the man struggled to break free. His arms flailed wildly, desperation fueling his every movement. The man dodged a swift attack, his arms outstretched to maintain his balance. The swirling orange background blurred as he moved, the tension palpable in the air. Leaping forward with incredible speed, the man delivered a powerful kick to the beast's jaw. The beast roared in pain, its red eyes blazing with anger. The beast lunged forward, its sharp teeth bared in a terrifying display of power. Orange sparks flew as it ripped through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The beast let out a deafening roar, its horn glowing with a blinding light. The beam shot out, aimed at an unseen target, leaving a trail of destruction in its path. The man's blue eye gleamed with determination, focused on his target. Every muscle in his body tensed, ready to unleash a devastating attack. Two massive rocks stood tall, their rugged surfaces bearing witness to the harshness of the desert. A veil of gray smoke hung in the air, a reminder of a recent battle. A broken rock formation lay in the center of the scene, its once solid structure now shattered. The remnants of the destruction stood as a stark reminder of the power unleashed here. Dust settled on the parched earth, creating a blanket of stillness. The desert landscape stretched out, a testament to the harshness of this unforgiving world. The man stood tall, his fiery weapon held aloft, a triumphant grin on his face. The message above him proclaimed his victory: "You have slain Hell's gatekeeper Cerberus." The man stared at the beast, a mixture of concern and determination in his eyes. "Thanks to you, I realized what my level is." The text above him read, revealing a truth he had not known before. The ornate gate loomed before the man, a symbol of his next challenge. "I will return once I have become a bit stronger." The text above it read, a promise of a future confrontation. The city stretched out before the man, a labyrinth of tall buildings illuminated by the night's glow. A single plant peeked out from the door, a touch of life in this otherwise foreboding scene. The man's face was etched with lines, a testament to a life filled with hardship. His eyes met the viewers, their intensity conveying a sense of impending danger. The man's eyebrows furrowed as he examined the message above his head. What business CEO did he say he was? He wondered, his mind filled with suspicion. "I heard that everything that happens in a dungeon stays in the dungeon." The man whispered. His companion remained silent, their shared understanding heavy in the air. A sly smile played on the man's lips, radiating amusement and confidence. His eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, a sign of a cunning mind at play. The man's eyes narrowed as he reached for the bag. "What are you implying?" he asked. The contents of the bag held a secret he couldn't shake. The man stared at the message above his head, his jaw slack with shock. "Here's 2 billion. The words echoed in his mind, disbelief washing over him. "I think you can understand what I'm trying to say," the man stated. His gaze remained fixed on the person he was addressing, his expression unwavering. Grasping the man's chest, the other man pleaded for his help. "Please, Hunter, I beg you," he whispered. Clutching his chest, the man's face twisted in agony. "Please, kill those bastards," he screamed. The man turned away, his shoulders slumping with resignation. His footsteps echoed in the silence, a final farewell to the place that held his sorrow. In addition to this money, 1 billion more to take care of the other hunters. The man said, "Is that possible for you?" The other man asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. "It's no problem for me to kill those insects you mentioned," the man replied. "But there are also other hunters in the dungeon along with those insects," he added, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "If you become a B-rank hunter, you become separated as a high-class hunter and receive some calls from major guilds," the man explained, pointing to the right. "But do you know why I endured starvation and entered the monitoring department of the Hunters Guild?" he asked, a hint of intrigue in his voice. The man smirked, his eyes glinting with arrogance. He pointed to the left, a mocking gesture that conveyed his utter confidence. "For me, it's much more fun to kill people than monsters," the man said. His words hung in the air, a chilling testament to his dark nature. The title card for the manhwa shimmered, its mysterious aura beckoning the reader into a world of intrigue and danger. The Korean text promised an epic tale, its bold strokes hinting at the intensity that lay ahead. A foot slammed into the wooden floor, creating a resounding thud. The man in the kendo uniform roared, raising his sword high above his head. The man sprinted forward, his kendo uniform a blur of motion against the bright yellow background. He moved with incredible speed, a blur of action. The 2 kendo fighters stood locked in a tense duel, their swords poised for attack. The air crackled with anticipation, the intensity of their battle filling the room. The instructor watched intently, his gaze fixed on the 2 kendo students. "Hap hap," he chanted. The kendo helmet lay still, a testament to the intensity of the training session. The surrounding equipment echoed the quiet focus of the room. "Ha ha!" A soft chuckle echoed in the air, a sign of the quiet satisfaction that came with hard work. "What are you saying? This old body will become useless if I don't train it properly," the orange-haired man growled, his face etched with determination. "Master, you're as skilled as always." A voice spoke in admiration. A confident smile spread across the man's face. "It's obvious you were going easy on me," he said, pride filling his voice. The man's frustration grew. "Were you putting less strength in your thumb out of consideration for me? That wasn't even a handicap. If you still had both of your arms," he muttered, his anger simmering. "Stop. You're still talking about that even after it's been a few months," the man said, irritation evident in his voice. A ringing sound echoed through the room, a reminder of the constant calls he received. The man sighed, worry etched on his face. "Low-rank hunters keep getting these kind of annoying calls," he muttered. "We'll have to stop here for today," he decided, putting the phone away. "Master," a voice asked, a hint of concern in its tone. "Are you really planning on postponing your retirement?" The man's eyes widened in surprise. "Retirement?" he echoed, disbelief evident in his voice. The 2 men stood beside the window, their gazes fixed on the world outside. "Even if I live, how long will I?" the man with brown hair pondered. "With my remaining life, I want to stay useful to this world," the man with pink hair declared. The man's eyebrows furrowed, a look of surprise crossing his face. "But this is really surprising," he muttered, a sense of disbelief in his voice. "An S-rank hunter being taught the way of the sword by a low rank like me," he added, his words laced with humility. The man clenched his fists, his determination unwavering. "Because even with a high rank, I can't make up for a lack of skill," he said. "A D-rank dungeon this time?" the man with brown hair questioned, confusion evident in his voice. The blond man shrugged, his face a mask of disinterest. The woman, however, beamed with excitement. The man's face was etched with worry. Since my awakening didn't affect my strength, my sword doesn't work on monsters. He explained. Why did a swordsman like me get awakened as a magic hunter? He wondered, his gaze filled with confusion. The sword skills I've learned over the past decades, I have no use for them in a dungeon. He sighed, his words heavy with disappointment. The man's face hardened with determination. He had a new challenge to face, and he was ready to overcome it. The man walked away, his steps purposeful. There must be a reason for this, he said to himself. Huh? The man with red hair exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. He stared at the man in front of him, his confusion growing with each passing moment. Pink petals danced through the air, a surreal backdrop to this unexpected encounter. The man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. Perhaps, he stammered. Are you Mr. Sung? He exclaimed. The man's face was obscured by the hood, only his eyes visible. Mr. Song Kai-Yel? He questioned. A wide smile spread across the man's face. I didn't recognize you at all, he exclaimed. I can't find a trace of your old self, he added, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. The two men walked side by side, their steps echoing on the brick floor. You changed so much within a few months? The man exclaimed. What happened to you? The man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth open in surprise. Ah, he gasped. The woman beside him covered her mouth with her hands, her face hidden from view. The man's face contorted in confusion, his brows furrowed in disbelief. But, how? He started. Did a torn leg? He whispered, his words barely audible. The man smiled, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. When I came to my senses, it was fine, even I'm not sure what really happened. He explained, a hint of mystery in his voice. Great spellcaster Candiaru's blessing. Temporary effect will to rehabilitate. Any dismembered body parts are restored. The text below him read, explaining the miracle that had occurred. The man with red hair grinned, his face radiating relief. It's not good if a young man like you becomes disabled, he exclaimed. What a relief! Such a relief, he added, his words expressing his happiness. The man with black hair smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about this, he said. I'm lucky to have kept my life even with the few skills I have. He added, a hint of gratitude in his voice. Even though I heard rumors that you were safe, I can't believe it even after seeing you with my own eyes. The man with red hair exclaimed. You as well? The man with ginger hair exclaimed. Are you also going because of the guild's orders? He questioned, his curiosity piqued. That's right. The man with black hair confirmed. The man with ginger hair scanned the faces in front of him, his expression a mixture of concern and anticipation. They're already here, he whispered. A wide grin spread across the man's face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ha, what a day this is, he exclaimed. The three figures stood together, their silence heavy with unspoken emotions. The members of that day are all here. A voice whispered, the words hanging in the air. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth gaping open in shock. Jin Woo? She exclaimed. The man's face hardened with determination, his gaze fixed on the horizon. And, he began. Ju he continued. The man's jaw tightened, his gaze unwavering. Mr. Kim Sang-shik, he said. That day he ran away leaving us and Mr. Sung behind. The man with ginger hair said. He must not be happy to see us as he even pointed a sword at me to use me as a sacrifice. The man's head hung low. But even I left Sung in the end, he said, his words laced with shame. I don't have any right to speak, he added. The monstrous creature, its blue skin shimmering in the light, grinned menacingly. I see, I didn't think this through. It chuckled, its voice dripping with malice. Ku. My arm. It roared, its red eyes blazing with anger. We all. It threatened, its voice echoing with power. The group of people stood in awe, their eyes fixed on the monstrous ice creature. Returned alive. A voice whispered, disbelief evident in its tone. The creature, its blue glow pulsating, roared, its voice booming through the air. All of them just start moving. It commanded, its power palpable. Tears streamed down the woman's face. Are you really Jin Woo? She asked. You changed so much, I almost can't recognize you, she whispered, her heart filled with a mixture of joy and sadness. A wide smile spread across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm a bit late, he said. The woman's eyes widened in shock, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a gasp. What? Why? She exclaimed. I looked for you as hard as I could. Why now? She whispered, her words filled with a mixture of relief and frustration. The man's brows furrowed, his face etched with concern. Why did you grow so much? He questioned. Your leg should be in a bad condition. Huh? The woman looked down at her leg, her eyes wide with disbelief. Your leg, she whispered. The woman's eyes darted down to her leg, a worried expression crossing her face. What happened to it? She asked. The man chuckled, his smile widening. That, he began. What a romantic atmosphere. He finished, his eyes twinkling with mischief. The woman tilted her head, her eyes fixed on the men inside the van. Is somebody filming a drama here? She wondered aloud. The three men laughed, their eyes sparkling with amusement. The man in the middle made a strange face, his happiness radiating through his expression. Or do hunters date each other these days? He asked, a playful glint in his eyes. The two men, their orange jumpsuits a stark contrast against the backdrop of the city, walked forward with a determined stride. Their handcuffs clinked together with each step, a reminder of their shared fate. The man with purple hair glared at the man in orange. Shut up, you fools! He roared, his words sharp and cutting. The man stood tall, his face a mask of determination, his gaze unwavering. This isn't a picnic, he said. The pink sky shimmered above him, a backdrop to the impending danger. The man's eyes narrowed. What is this? He growled, his tone laced with disbelief. The woman's jaw dropped in shock, her eyes wide with surprise. The man with red hair tilted his head, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. The woman pushed her glasses up her nose. Sorry for being late. You two are the summoned hunters Sung Jin Woo and Song Kai-yel? She asked, her gaze fixed on the two men. We'll go through the procedure first. The man on the left said. Wait, what's going on here? The other man exclaimed, his confusion evident in his voice. The woman's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh, those people? She said. They are rehabilitators that will join the raid with you hunters. She explained, gesturing towards the group of men in orange jumpsuits. The man with orange hair slammed his fist on the table, his anger palpable. Rehabilitators? Are you telling us to go raiding with criminals? He roared. Even if they are criminals, they were hunters in the past, the man with black hair said, trying to reason with the other man. And it's not rare for hunters who committed crimes to serve time in dungeons to reduce their sentence. He added. The man with blonde hair buried his face in his hands, a wave of disappointment washing over him. My God, he muttered. Please understand, hunters in this area have diminished significantly, so we have to resort to such measures. He said. The man with purple hair smirked, his confidence radiating through his posture. Also, the monitoring department's hunter gang TAE Shik will participate in this raid, so don't worry. He said, a hint of arrogance in his voice. The rehabilitators are all C rank. Hunter gang TAE Shik is B rank. He explained, his tone matter of fact. Approximately 10 C rank hunters are needed to beat an average B rank hunter. He added, his words a subtle reminder of the power imbalance. The man's face hardened with concern. Something feels off, he said. Ju Hee, please drop out of this raid. He urged, his eyes pleading with her. What about you? She asked. The man's eyes glinted with determination, his jaw set in a firm line. I'm going, he declared. The woman's eyes blazed with a fiery determination. "Then I'm going too," she declared, a testament to her unwavering loyalty. The woman's mouth hung open in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. The man's hand flew to his ear, his expression a mixture of worry and confusion. He whispered. The tension in the air was thick, the weight of their anxieties pressing down on them. The man in the blue shirt walked ahead, his steps confident and sure. The other man, with the black and brown vest, kept a watchful eye over his shoulder, a silent trust flowing between them. The man with orange hair squinted, his brow furrowed with suspicion as he watched the figures in the distance. The woman with red hair and armor-like jacket walked ahead, her blue top catching the light as she strode confidently. The group of men, clad in various garments, stood together, their gazes fixed on the large blue expanse in the background. The woman with red hair, her head tilted up, whispered, "Are they really telling us to go raiding with these guys?" The woman in the black jacket leapt into the air, a surge of excitement coursing through her. Her brown hair flew behind her as she landed, a sense of confidence radiating from her. The man, clad in a black jacket, jumped with a burst of energy. His eyes were fixed on the ground as he landed, but a quiet confidence filled him. "To the dungeon." The text read, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. The title, written in a bold, elegant font, promised adventure and danger. The metal object glinted in the light as he worked on the handcuffs, his movements precise and controlled. A sense of tension hung heavy in the air as he fought against the constraints. The man stretched his arms behind his back, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. His brown jacket stretched with him, a comfortable weight against his skin. The man's anger flared. "Shut it. Are you allowed to treat us like slaves?" "Ha!" The man with the badge that read 4924 smiled brightly at the man in the black suit, his happiness uncontainable. The man in the suit, holding a small metal object, maintained a serious expression, his gaze unreadable. "I'm Gang Tae Shik from the monitoring department," the man in the black suit announced, his expression serious. The man with blonde hair looked surprised, while the man at the bottom of the picture appeared concerned. The man with blue hair, now radiating confidence, smiled and said, "You heard the explanation. I'll be keeping a close eye on them, so don't worry too much." The man off-screen replied, "Who will lead the raid today?" "Are you okay with me being the leader?" the man with the ponytail asked, his smile genuine. The man in the blue jacket agreed, saying, "Of course. Then I'll leave it to you." The man in the blue jacket extended his hand towards the man with orange hair, thanking him for the opportunity. The man with orange hair, surprised by the gesture, stammered, "Mister? Thank you for giving me another chance." The man with brown hair, standing in the middle of the city street, looked thoughtful, his mind racing. "If it was my fault that 11 people died," he murmured, "then it was thanks to you that 6 people survived." His gaze downcast, the man in the black suit explained, "My responsibility was the greatest when it came to not being able to protect everyone. When I bow, I'm thanking you in place of all the hunters." A sense of gratitude washed over the man with orange hair as he looked down and said, "Sung, thank you." "Mister, raise your head." The man with the bandana commanded, his expression stern and serious. The man in blue shirt and armor looked up reluctantly. The man with orange hair, his face a mask of stress, spoke in a strained voice. "Even if I lead this raid." The man with black hair, his back to the viewer, muttered, "Do whatever you like." His voice laced with annoyance. The man's face hardened, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. His gaze scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of danger. The green goblin, its armor glinting in the sunlight, charged forward, its glowing red eyes filled with fury. "Key!" It roared, its sharp teeth bared. The green goblin, a blur of green and blue, rushed forward with incredible speed, its lower half visible against the bright blue sky. The green goblin, its sharp teeth bared in a fearsome roar, leapt into the air, its blue sword glinting behind it. The man, his black mask concealing his features, stood tall and imposing. He raised the long metal object, its blue glow illuminating the fallen goblin. "Do they want to get beaten up?" he asked. The man, his brown jacket flapping in the wind, swung the glowing metal object with a vicious arc, sending the green goblin flying through the air. "How bland," he scoffed. The man, his confidence radiating, watched as the green goblin soared through the air, his power evident in his stance. "Try coming at us in packs," he challenged. The man, his face contorted with annoyance, exhaled a frustrated sigh. "HMPH," he muttered, his gaze fixed on the battle unfolding before him. The man in the prison uniform, his right hand clenched into a fist, lunged forward with a menacing smile. His white bandages, a testament to past battles, added an air of danger to his fighting stance. The green goblin screamed as it was sent soaring through the air, a powerful kick connecting with its body. The person, their red shirt and brown pants blurring in the motion, exuded raw power. The man, his brown pants and shirt blending with the earth, launched a powerful kick, his right leg extended in a fluid motion. His determination fueled his every movement, a sense of action and energy pulsing through the air. The man's brow furrowed as he looked at the dark figure, his eyes filled with confusion. "I can't see who's the monster and who's the human," he whispered, a sense of fear and uncertainty gripping him. The man, his brown jacket pulled tight against the cold, stood ready to fight. His gaze was fixed on the green figure, his hair tied back, his expression determined. "Kika," he hissed, a challenge ringing in the air. The hand, ablaze with orange light, shot a powerful blast of fire, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The man, his brown jacket billowing behind him, extended his arm, his hand glowing with an intense orange light. He unleashed a wave of fire, his power evident in the surge of energy that erupted from his hand. The person, their hand glowing orange, created a swirling vortex of fire, deflecting the goblin's attacks. "Kiki," they muttered, their voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. The man's eyes, glowing with a fierce yellow light, focused on the battle before him. His hand, ablaze with orange energy, released a wave of fire, his power and determination undeniable. The person, their hand ablaze with orange light, launched a stream of fire, its trajectory a deadly arc. "Kika," they yelled, the force of their attack evident in the sparks that flew from their hand. "Ki," they roared, their power unleashed. The man with short brown hair, his face etched with concern, spoke to his companion. "Song Kai Yo, that man. I don't think he's a normal C rank." A sense of curiosity and unease filled the air. The man with short brown hair, his gaze fixed on the man with blonde hair, challenged, "Kim, is it fine if a swordsman's swing is weak like that?" The man with blonde hair scoffed, his arrogance dripping from his words. "HMPH. It seems you like to act the leader as always." The blonde man, his hand raised in a gesture of reassurance, said, "Let's be positive." A wave of relief washed over the group as they realized all the survivors from the incident were now reunited. The man with orange hair, his brow furrowed with concern, commented, "It seems Sung has improved a lot." The woman with brown hair, her expression unreadable, simply replied, "Is that so?" The woman, her smile playful, asked, "Sure you didn't train in martial arts while you were gone?" The man with short black hair, his smile genuine, replied, "I just do some exercise every day." The blonde man, his expression a mix of shock and surprise, said, "I said it as a joke, but it looks like he's changed a lot." He continued, "You're different from the Jin Woo I used to know." The man, his smile unwavering, said, "Not only his appearance, but his aura too." A sense of pride filled the air as the others acknowledged his transformation. "Is he really the Sung I knew?" one of them wondered. The woman, her back to the viewer, stood rigid, her hands clenched tightly. On the other hand, Ju Hee seems afraid. Someone noted, "To be afraid of mere goblins, her trauma must be deep." The group stood before the cave entrance, their eyes drawn to the three paths leading deeper into the darkness. "It's unfortunate, but at this rate she'll have to retire." One of them lamented. "Darn, the path branches into three." Another exclaimed. The man with purple hair, his back to the viewer, suggested, "Since the difficulty is relatively low, how about we split up?" The woman with brown hair agreed, "Although the danger might increase, the clear time will significantly decrease." The two men, their expressions serious, stood in the dimly lit cave, the blue shapes around them casting strange shadows. "Let's split up," the man with purple hair suggested. "I'll bring the criminals to the rightmost path, so if you perchance find the boss room, you can come tell us quickly." The man's eye, glowing an eerie blue, stared up at the darkness, a connection evident between his gaze and the pulsating blue light emanating from the cave. The darkness held a sense of mystery and power, drawing the eye deeper into the unknown. "Mr. Song Kai-yo, let's go to the left path," the man with brown hair suggested. The man with black hair nodded, replying, "Sure." The two men, their expressions focused, navigated the dimly lit path, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The man with purple hair, his profile illuminated by the faint blue light, stared intently to the right, his expression unreadable. His focus was unwavering, a sense of anticipation building within him. The man with black hair, his gray jacket blending with the shadows, looked to the right, his expression a mixture of confusion and uncertainty. A question mark hovered above his head, reflecting the puzzle that had just presented itself. The man with black hair, his gaze fixed on the right tunnel, paused in thought, a small thought bubble above his head containing 3 dots. "The boss is at the end of this path," a voice whispered, adding to the air of anticipation. The man, his hand gripping the large black blade, considered his options. "Since goblins don't give me much experience, I'll have to at least kill the boss to obtain some more," he thought. But more than that, a sense of determination fueled his every action. The man with blue hair, his expression grim, stood in the dark room, the skulls on the wall a stark reminder of the danger that surrounded him. "He's worrying me," he whispered, his gaze fixed on the man behind him. "Did you take care of them?" the man in the black suit asked. The man with brown hair smirked. "This is a piece of cake." The man with black hair, his confidence radiating, added, "They're weak. Mere goblins don't even stand a chance against me." The goblins, small and seemingly insignificant, lurked in the shadows. Goblins usually have lower strength and health than a grown man, and their size and intelligence are those of a child's, but they are annoying foes who use sneak attacks and swarm their targets. The text warned. The goblins, their malicious grins stretched wide, stared out with their large red eyes. Of course, even if you give a weapon to a human child, they will be just as annoying. The text stated, a chilling reminder of their potential danger. The man in the black suit, his expression cold and calculating, stood over the fallen creature. "Because even a child can kill a person with a weapon," the text explained. The fallen creature, its large mouth agape, lay bleeding on the ground. In reality, countless child soldiers are armed and attack people on the other side of the earth. The text revealed a horrifying truth. The man with purple hair, his face contorted with rage, spat out his words with venom. "There's no difference between humans and monsters," he snarled. "They're both insects. Can you guys kill children?" a voice asked, its tone laced with boredom. The man with purple hair, his expression apathetic, replied, "What boring question are you asking us?" The man with purple hair, his black suit a stark contrast against the backdrop, shook his head, a wave of disinterest washing over him. "That's right," he mumbled. "It's a boring question." The man with brown hair, his face flushed with anger, stared at the man with purple hair. "You will meet 100 children in this dungeon from now on," the man in the black suit announced. "What are you saying? Why are there children in a dungeon?" the man with brown hair demanded. The shadowy figures, their red eyes glowing in the darkness, grinned menacingly. "The children are starved, so they will eat all your flesh." The text read. "Can you kill those things?" another voice asked, a tremor of fear evident in its tone. The 3 men, their smiles wicked, exuded an air of confidence and malice. "Of course." One of them chuckled. "Kill them," another urged. "We can kill them." They all agreed, their words dripping with menace. The emptiness of the picture, broken only by the words, "I'll have to report it like this to the Hunters Guild," and "you guys," created a sense of suspicion and anxiety. The red background, dotted with white specks, created a sense of suspense and uncertainty, the word "here" echoing in the silence. The man's single blue eye, glowing intensely, radiated anger and power. The red circles surrounding his face heightened the sense of tension, as if a storm was brewing within him. The man, his smile cruel and predatory, exuded an air of power and excitement. "Met 100 goblins," he boasted, his words dripping with satisfaction. The goblin, its single eye burning with ferocity, lunged at its fellow, its teeth bared in a menacing grin. Blood splattered as it squeezed the life out of the unfortunate victim, a scene of brutal dominance. "If a goblin is this easy, it's doable," the man in the blue jacket said, a hint of worry in his voice. The man in the brown vest smiled confidently. It would be good if the raid ended with nothing major happening. "I don't think anything will happen," the man with brown hair said, his expression thoughtful. The woman with black hair, her eyes wide with surprise, replied, "So that means our profits will go down." "I've decided," the man in the blue jacket mumbled. "After this raid, I'll also bow to Sung and apologize," he said, his gaze cast down in shame. "Don't you also feel guilty? We both ran away. Us, who are called hunters," the man with brown hair said. He looked down, his face hidden behind his hand, a deep sense of shame washing over him. The man with the purple jacket, his expression serious, considered his actions. "We can't just act normally after leaving a teammate behind," he thought. "If we're going to continue being hunters, we have to get used to something as small as bowing our heads. Although I don't know if he'll forgive us." The man with the purple jacket, his hand clutching his sword, made a decision. "No, even if there's no way he'll forgive us, I will apologize," he said, a sense of responsibility driving his words. The man with the brown bandana, his expression resolute, spoke with urgency. "We have no time, let's go." The two men stood at the entrance of the cave, their gazes fixed on the darkness within. One of them mumbled, a sense of worry creeping into his voice. "Maybe the others already finished up and left," he suggested. "Why? Yes," the other man agreed. The man, his eyes wide with terror, stood in the dark cave, his face pale with fear. Something had startled him, something lurking in the shadows, something unknown. The man, his eyes wide with shock, gasped, "W." The terror etched on his face was undeniable, a silent scream caught in his throat. The person, their dark jacket blending with the shadows, stared in disbelief. "What?" The words echoed in the air, a sense of disbelief and shock hanging heavy. The simple, yet powerful, words, "But what can I do?" painted a picture of helplessness, a feeling of being trapped in a hopeless situation. The man with purple hair, his smile sinister and cruel, said, "They're telling me to kill you quickly." The man with black hair, his face pale with fear, pleaded, Please don't kill me." The two men, their gazes fixed on the cave entrance, exchanged a glance. "The ones who went in the other direction didn't finish yet, right?" one of them asked. "Huh?" the other replied, a sense of curiosity bubbling within him. The man, his face contorted with fear, stood in the cavern, his eyes wide with terror. Something had startled him, something lurking in the darkness, something he couldn't comprehend. The man, his face a mask of shock, stared in disbelief. He stammered. "This." He couldn't believe his eyes, the sight before him a horrifying spectacle. The man in the blue jacket, his gaze fixed on the dead man in the orange jumpsuit, stood in the pool of blood, a sense of horror pervading the air. The other two men, their faces hardened, looked towards the man hanging in the air, the scene a brutal testament to the violence that had unfolded. The man with purple hair, his smirk widening, asked, "Why are you two appearing from there?" His voice, laced with suspicion, echoed through the cavern. "What?" he added, his eyes narrowed. The man in the black suit, his sword still dripping with blood, stared at the viewer, a look of surprise on his face. "That means the way to the boss room is to the left," he realized, a sense of relief washing over him. "Now I don't have to roam around aimlessly." The two men, their faces a mixture of shock and surprise, looked at the viewer. "My schedule's changed a little," the text above them announced, a sense of unease hanging in the air. The man, his blue jacket a stark contrast against the dark blue walls, stared to the left, his expression a mixture of worry and apprehension. Quadruple AAHH. The text to his right echoed, a sense of impending doom settling over the scene. The two men, their faces etched with fear, looked at the viewer, their eyes wide with alarm. Mr. Song Kai-yo, let's go back. The text above them read, a sense of urgency driving their words. Yeah, let's go. They agreed, their voices laced with fear. The woman with red hair, her face pale with fear, ran through the dark cave, her brown jacket flapping behind her. The man in the orange jacket followed close behind, his eyes darting around in search of danger. The man in the blue jacket, his expression grim, ran towards them, a sense of urgency propelling him forward. The three characters, their expressions a mixture of determination, fear, and anger, ran forward, a sense of danger pushing them onward. The man with black hair, his focus unwavering, led the way, his blue jacket a beacon of hope in the darkness. The darkness of the cave, broken only by the blur of motion, suggested a frantic escape, a desperate flight for survival. The sense of speed and urgency was palpable, a testament to the danger lurking in the shadows. The man with blue hair, his knife glinting in the dim light, lunged at the man with black hair, his expression vicious. The woman, her eyes wide with fear, watched as the man with black hair blocked the attack, the tension in the air thick with danger. The man, his blue jacket billowing behind him, moved with incredible speed, his determined gaze fixed on the horizon. OL. The text whispered, a testament to his raw power and relentless pursuit. The man with blue hair, his smile smug and arrogant, watched with amusement. Ho, pretty fast, huh? He scoffed, his words dripping with confidence. The man, his face a mixture of confusion and shock, stared in disbelief. What are you doing? The text above him questioned, a sense of bewilderment hanging in the air. One hand reached out, its fingers gripping the other hand tightly. The sword was gripped firmly, the air charged with tension. The man, cloaked in shadows, soared through the air, his blade glinting in the dim light of the cave. Below, the three figures watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. He blocked my ambush? The purple-haired man's eyes widened in astonishment. You actually stopped that? His voice was laced with disbelief. Your senses are pretty sharp. Even if my orders were not to get into fights with others, it looked like that B-rank healer was going to be a nuisance, so I tried to remove her first, but I guess I'll have to change the plan. What is this? Suddenly, his voice crackled with fury. I'm going to kill you all. The blue-haired man stood over the bodies, his sword dripping with blood. Just like them. Wait. The man's voice was a choked whisper. Why is a guild member doing this? His eyes were wide with worry. Dear, he whispered. Yes? His voice trembled slightly. Your hunter job. Can't you quit it? It's too dangerous. But what else can we do in this era of national depression? Haven't you thought about those waiting for someone who might never return? Again with this? Still better than earning meager amounts in some construction site. The Hunters Guild won't order us low tiers to raid high-level dungeons. Alright. Considering how our first. Alright, I love you, Dad. Why are you a hunter? Haha. Our second child is asking random questions now? The other kids are all fascinated about how my dad's a hunter. Dad, does that mean you're stronger than all the other dads? Yeah, Daddy's strong. Only 1 out of 1,000 people were awakened. Of those, 1 out of 5,000 were D rank or higher. Many lives rest on our shoulders. And not tomorrow. I can't die. The red bled into the black, a disturbing contrast. He was lying there, his legs bent at an unnatural angle. The blood soaked into the fabric of his clothes, a stark reminder of the violence that had transpired. The sword lay beside him, its gleaming surface reflecting the red of the blood. Mr. Kim Sang-shik. He blinked, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. He clutched his chest, his breaths shallow and ragged. The blood stained his shirt, a stark reminder of the battle he had just endured. Hurry up and heal him. He looked at the woman, his eyes filled with worry. She stared back at him, her face a mixture of surprise and concern. "Oh, okay." Her voice was strained, her eyes darting away from him. He clenched his fists, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. "Kook!" he gasped, his body racked with pain. She gently pressed her hand against his chest, her fingers tracing the outline of the wound. "No, you." Her voice trembled with fear. "Can't," he whispered, his eyes filled with despair. "Save me anyways." "You," he strained to speak, "can stop." "I." His eyes pleaded for an answer, a glimmer of hope. "Lost." He slumped against her, his body weak and spent. "Too much blood." Her voice choked with despair, her arms wrapped tightly around him. "You have to live," he barked. "You said you had to live for your family." "So that." His lips curled into a cruel smile. "I can hate you. I'm sorry. Live no matter what." I wanted to apologize with my head down. He slumped against the wall, his shoulders slumped with defeat. "I didn't want to apologize like this. If I..." He grimaced, blood staining his cheek. "Put my head down now. I'd die." "Kook!" His breath hitched, a painful gasp escaping his lips. "Huck!" His body convulsed, the pain etched into every line of his face. "Mr. Sung, I'm sorry." He looked down. "Really sorry." His voice was a pained whisper, blood staining his chin. He stared upwards, his eyes wide with shock. The blood pooled around him, a crimson stain on the cold, hard ground. His body lay still, the life drained from his eyes. "Why did you do that to Mr. Kim Sang-shik?" he questioned. "Dunno." The man with purple hair shrugged. "Could have been monsters. One day, a gate opened and monsters overran the hunters." He grinned, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. "It's like a natural catastrophe. I thought of a good story just now." He smirked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "It used to be a massacre story with the goblins, but I guess I should change it up a little. The criminals broke free and tried to escape. After killing all of you, they tried to attack me, who was busy fighting the boss. But it was too much for them to kill the B-rank hunter, Kong Tae Shik. And therefore, I was the only one who survived the raid. How about it? The people outside would believe this story, right?" He looked down at the man. "Of shit," he muttered, his face grim. "No. He's not someone you can beat. I will do it." He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. "He's a B rank. There's no way he would be hit by a C rank like me. Plus, he's an assassin type. I can't beat him at speed. Mr. Kim, I'm borrowing this for a while. But he probably has a weak defense. Who knows what'll happen if I'm able to hit him once with magic. It's been a while since I raised a sword against a human. Miss Ju Hee is here too." She gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. "Miss Ju Hee, can you give me a physical strength buff?" "Huh? Why yes." Her voice was shaky, her hands glowing with a bright yellow light. "Mr. Song with a sword. Let's close the range so that he can't dodge." He charged forward, his arm outstretched, his eyes fixed on his target. He frowned. "What's a magician like you doing?" He smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Physical strength buffs on a magician are pretty useless, but..." He pondered, his body glowing with a faint yellow light. "For now." The sword hummed with power, its orange glow pulsing with energy. "Let's do this." His eyes blazed with determination, his body radiating with a bright yellow light. The ground cracked beneath his feet, the orange dust swirling around him. His legs were steady, his stance strong and unwavering. "I'm a swordsman." The green dots danced in the background, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. "Physical strength buffs on a magician are pretty useless, but..." He pondered, his body glowing with a faint yellow light. The massive sword, glowing with an incandescent yellow energy, seemed to crackle with power, its tip a searing orange. The inscription, "For now," stark against the black backdrop, hinted at a larger threat to come. He stood tall, his grip firm on the silver blade. The light enveloped him, a beacon of unwavering resolve. "Since I'm a magician, I need to be aware of the strength, stamina, and agility differences between him and me. he thought, his brow furrowed with concentration. He was ready to face the threat head-on, his sword gleaming in the yellow light. Even if I'm being protected by Miss Ju-hee, it's like installing a car engine on a bike and pedaling as hard as I could. Her voice was filled with determination, her eyes fixed on the approaching danger. It's like a steep downhill. He gripped the handlebars, his eyes focused on the road ahead. If I don't control my speed and take a huge curve, I will probably die. He lunged forward, his fist aimed at her face. She gasped, her eyes widening in fear as she instinctively raised her arms to shield herself. Their swords clashed, sparks flying in the air. They stood locked in a tense standoff, their eyes burning with anger and determination. It's normal for a magician to be in a disadvantage against an assassin. He smirked, a sly glint in his eyes. It might have been a good idea to bring out a weapon. But in the end, you're just a magician. He snarled. If your physical level couldn't even reach D rank, would holding a weapon even make a difference? He looked at the other man, his face etched with confusion. His eyes widened in surprise, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He swung his sword, his movements swift and precise. He swung his sword with power and precision, the blade shining brightly in the air. His determination was unwavering, his focus unwavering. It certainly does. He gritted his teeth, his anger burning in his single visible eye. Your movements are good. He nodded, impressed by the other man's skill. Although you were buffed, I feel a lot of practice in those movements. It was only for a moment, but he caught up with him. His eyes were fixed on the other man, his expression calm and focused. If I can go just a little faster. He pushed himself harder, his brow furrowed with desperation. He stood his ground, his body tense with anticipation. His eyes were locked on his opponent, his determination unwavering. Fast and precise, pretty cool. It really was a good idea to abandon magic and hold a weapon. He chuckled, a smirk playing on his lips. But that's just it. He grinned, his eyes glinting with confidence. The feeling is a pain. He closed his eyes, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. The other man stood before him, his face etched with determination. He grimaced, his eyes squeezed shut. The feeling was a pain. I can't let this become an endurance battle. I'll eliminate you as fast as I can. She tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes burning with determination. How dare you show your back to a swordsman? He charged forward. You look down on me too much. He blocked the blow, his sword meeting the other man's with a clang. His eyes narrowed, his face set in a determined mask. Looks like you're not just a regular old man. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I may not look like it, but I have an S-rank student. His voice was steady, his expression a mix of seriousness and confidence. Even if my body can't keep up, my skills will. He charged forward, his sword flashing in the air. Unfortunately, there's always limits to one's given strength. His brow furrowed with concern. His eyes widened in shock, his jaw slack with disbelief. Did you honestly think that a magician can follow an assassin's speed? Such naivety. He grinned, his confidence overflowing. The beams of energy crackled around him, a testament to his immense power. He stood poised, a dangerous predator ready to strike. He gasped, his chest heaving with pain. The blood stained his clothes, a stark reminder of the brutal battle. If it was someone else, then you might have won. He scoffed. But my rank itself is superior to yours. A magician probably can't even see my movements. He closed his right eye, his expression confident and assured. Mr. Song, she cried out. Her eyes widened with fear as she saw the blood staining his jacket. She gasped, her eyes widening in horror. His hand hung limply by his side, the blood staining his jacket a gruesome red. Yeah, that's right. It seems like you finally realize it's all futile. He chuckled, his purple eyes glowing with a sinister light. I'll kill you painlessly in return. He smirked. The energy crackled around his hand, a surge of power building within him. The explosion roared, a blinding white light engulfing them both. The force of the blast sent debris flying through the air. The flames danced and roared, their power awe-inspiring. He stared in wonder, his mouth agape. Did it work? He looked around, his eyes searching for confirmation. A magician like you acting like a swordsman to hide his magical skills. He laughed. The man with orange hair clenched his fists, his anger simmering beneath the surface. To unleash your magical power as soon as a sword is hurtling towards you. His eyes gleamed with a sly, predatory light. Not a bad plan at all, you sly old fox. The man with orange hair looked forward, his face etched with a mix of annoyance and confusion. Of course. Is this it? He murmured, struggling to comprehend the situation. The man with purple hair stood firm, his black suit and blue sword a stark contrast to the anger radiating from him. Die. He growled, his eyes burning with a dangerous intensity. The blue sword, a blur of white energy, slashed through the air, its trajectory aimed with deadly precision. The anticipation hung heavy, the air charged with the promise of imminent destruction. The man with black hair stood tall, his blue jacket a splash of color against the backdrop of determination. He radiated an aura of power and readiness, his eyes fixed on the coming battle. The man with black hair held the other man down, his foot firmly planted on his opponent's chest. The orange-haired man, caught off guard, struggled against the relentless pressure, his face twisted in shock. The man with purple hair, his blue sword clutched in his trembling hand, stumbled back in surprise. He had a black eye and looked terrified, pain twisting his features as he tried to process what had just happened. The woman with orange hair, her face a mask of fear, stared wide-eyed at something unseen. Her body tensed, as if caught in the grip of a terrifying realization. You again. The purple-haired man snarled, his frustration evident in the way his jaw clenched. He was annoyed by the return of someone he clearly knew. Who are you? The man with purple hair demanded, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the mysterious figure. His confusion was palpable, his brow furrowed in an attempt to decipher the identity of the stranger. What's your rank? The man with black hair asked, his gaze unwavering as he introduced himself. Sung Jin Woo, he declared. The man walked along the rocky terrain, his blue jeans and black shoes blending into the blue background. E rank. He muttered, his disappointment heavy in the air. The man with purple hair stood poised, his two knives glinting in the blue light. His confident expression betrayed his readiness to fight, his eyes focused on the two men in the distance. An E rank? The man with purple hair exclaimed, his surprise evident in his wide eyes. Hey, that can't be. He muttered, disbelief hanging in the air. The glowing sword, a dangerous blue energy radiating from its surface, was held firmly in the hand. The determined expression on the hand conveyed a readiness to strike, the scene crackling with power. The man with black hair stood, his back to the viewer, his gray jacket a stark contrast to the red-haired man's shocked expression. Sung, how did you? The red-haired man exclaimed. The man with purple hair, holding his sword, smirked as he observed the black-haired man. If you were a power type, then unleashing that kind of strength would have been possible for even an E rank. He mused. However, seeing your reaction speed just now, you're not normal. You did block my attacks 2 times after all. Then, are you an assassin type? The voice questioned, a hint of curiosity laced in the tone. No, that's not it either. It continued, a sense of nonchalance emanating from the speaker. The man with purple hair, a smirk playing on his lips, stared at the man across from him. You've been hiding your strength, haven't you? He questioned, the tension between them palpable. The man with orange hair, his face contorted in confusion, stared at the speaker. A fake rancor? No, it looks like you've known them for a long time, so that can't be it. He muttered, struggling to comprehend the situation. There's no way a fake rancor would let anyone who saw their real power live. The woman in the brown jacket said. Then there's only one answer. She paused, her eyes fixated on the figure in the center. The man stood tall, his silhouette bathed in a blue glow, his eyes radiating an intensity that hinted at his reawakening. You've been reawakened. The voice declared, the statement carrying a weight of significance. The man stood poised, his blue jeans and black jacket blending into the blue background as he assumed a fighting stance. His leg was raised, his body radiating power and energy. Mr. Sung? the woman exclaimed, her blue eyes wide with shock. Reawakened? She repeated, disbelief coloring her voice. By their reactions. You've been reawakened recently, huh? The man with purple hair mused, a smirk playing on his lips. Thinking about it, recently my boss did go to see someone because he thought he was reawakened. Anyways, it seems like you have little experience in being a hunter. He added. In that case, the man with purple hair declared, his two swords held firmly in his hands, his gaze unwavering. Let me teach you a lesson as your superior. The red text bubble proclaimed, the message dripping with arrogance. The intricate Korean text below added a layer of intimidation, emphasizing the man's sense of power. The man with purple hair smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. By their reactions. You've been reawakened recently, huh? Thinking about it, recently my boss did go to see someone because he thought he was reawakened. Anyways, it seems like you have little experience in being a hunter. The man with purple hair, his black suit and two blades radiating an aura of power, stood poised, his black eyes fixed on his target. In that case, he declared. The man with black hair, his blue jacket a stark contrast to the dark blue background, looked towards the right, his face etched with a serious expression. Tell me, why did you do this? He demanded. The man with purple hair, a smug grin plastered across his face, looked forward, his black suit a testament to his arrogance. What, this? He asked, his tone laced with amusement. Killing the prisoners? He added, his words dripping with a sense of self-importance. The man with black hair, his white eyes burning with anger, looked up towards the right, his defiance palpable. I mean everything, he declared, his words laced with a fierce determination. The man with purple hair, his dark eyes glowing with a sinister red, let out a creepy laugh. Ho! He cackled, his smile unnerving. That's a pretty damn scary face you got there, he exclaimed, his words dripping with a sense of intimidation. The man with purple hair, standing tall in the blue cavern, towered over the man in the brown jacket. Lighten up, it's not like I'm doing this for fun, he said. The two men sat at the table, their backs to the viewer, a sense of contemplation hanging in the air. I heard that everything that happens in a dungeon stays in the dungeon. One of them muttered, his words tinged with a hint of concern. The man in the dark blue jacket, his expression serious, grabbed the brown bag, his eyes fixed on the man in the black suit. The tension in the air was thick, a sense of urgency driving his actions. The man, his eyes wide with distress, looked straight ahead, his face etched with a deep frown. This is 2 billion won, he muttered. The man, his face contorted in a pleading expression, reached out. Please, Hunter, I beg you. I think you can understand what I'm trying to say. He pleaded, his words laced with a desperate hope. The man, his face a mask of distress, huddled on the ground. Please, kill those bastards, he begged, his plea filled with a desperate urgency. The man, his dark suit jacket a stark contrast to the light background, stood next to the bag, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. But why are you doing this? He asked. The man with purple hair, his expression contemplative, watched as the two other characters walked away. When you find a piece of trash in the streets, you feel uncomfortable, but you don't pick it up, he said, his words echoing a profound truth. The man, his eyes fixed on the bag overflowing with Korean won, reached inside, his fingers tracing the edges of the crisp bills. Why pick them up and throw them in the trash, then? He mused. The man, his face contorted in anger, jaw clenched tight, stared straight ahead, his tan shirt a stark contrast to the rage burning in his eyes. One of the prisoners you are responsible for traumatized my daughter, he snarled. The man, his black hair a shadow against the light shirt, sat at the table, his elbows propped on the surface, his head bowed. Because of that, she hung herself, he whispered. And her mother is still in the hospital from the shock, he added, his pain evident in his tone. The man with purple hair, his dark suit a symbol of authority, sat in the business meeting, his expression grave. Thinking about how that animal will freely roam the streets after a few years despite what he's done. It doesn't let me sleep at night, he confessed, his words carrying a weight of sorrow. I understand, he said. I will provide an adequate service worthy of 3 billion. He assured, his professionalism returning. The man with purple hair, his dark suit jacket a symbol of his power, stood, his expression thoughtful, his gaze fixed on the floor. I can't just refuse a father whose daughter was manhandled by these criminals, he said. I tried to refuse by raising the price, but he accepted it right away. He added, his annoyance evident in his tone. The three men stood in the field, the dark blue sky a backdrop to their tense confrontation. The man with purple hair, his eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and determination, looked towards the man with black hair. Although things have become like this, I don't want to hurt you guys, he said. If you promise to not speak of today's incident, I will let you all go. The man with black hair declared. The two men, their gazes locked in a silent battle, exchanged a look filled with unspoken tension. Dunno, the man with black hair replied, his smug expression betraying a hidden agenda. You may say that, but your expression tells me that you want to teach us a lesson and show us who's superior. No, the man with purple hair countered. The man with purple hair, his face contorted in rage, stood poised, his eyes burning with an intense fury. The dark purple background, streaked with red, added to the sense of danger and impending violence. The man with black hair, his sharp jawline and intense gaze fixed on the viewer, stood firm, his confidence unwavering. I had no intention of believing your words in the first place, he declared. There's no reason to believe someone who was creating random stories about deaths moments ago, he added, his words dripping with a sense of disdain. The man with black hair, his black jacket blending into the dark blue background, stood in the field, his movements a blur, his presence radiating a power that filled the viewer with awe. The man with black hair, his back to the viewer, swung his glowing blue sword with blinding speed, sparks flying in his wake. The dark lines and glowing yellow and orange streaks in the background hinted at the intensity of his attack, leaving the viewer breathless with anticipation. The man with purple hair, his back to the viewer, knelt, his hand gripping the handle of his glowing blue sword. The dark blue and yellow and orange lines in the background created a sense of motion and power, leaving the viewer on the edge of their seat. The man with purple hair, a smug grin plastered on his face, looked at the viewer, his eyes gleaming with a sense of superiority. Hey, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not, he said. It's just pitiful that all of you will die alongside those insects. He added, his words a chilling reminder of his power. The man with purple hair, his legs spread wide, stood poised, his fists clenched, his white shirt visible beneath his open jacket. Then you're damn pitiful as well, he declared. What? The man with brown hair questioned, his surprise evident in his voice. The man with black hair, his eyes burning with determination, stood ready, his two glowing blue swords held out in front of him, a testament to his power. Because you will die soon, he declared. The man with purple hair, his menacing grin a symbol of his confidence, looked at the viewer, his eyes narrowed, his teeth bared. I don't know how many ranks you rose since E rank, but it won't be as easy as you think, he declared. The two men clashed, the man with purple hair, his arm raised, smirking as he attacked. The hooded man, his back to the viewer, blocked the blow, his face a mask of fear. The man with black hair, his sword glowing blue, stood in a fighting stance, his body radiating power and readiness. His determined expression left no doubt about his intent to fight. The man with purple hair, his dark outfit a blur, moved with lightning speed, his attack aimed with deadly precision. The man with black hair, his face contorted in terror, dodged the blow, his fear palpable in the air. Slow. The man with purple hair scoffed. The man with black hair, his eyes wide with surprise, looked up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Pretty fast, he muttered. The man with orange hair, his brown jacket stained with blood lunged forward, his hand outstretched, his face a mask of determination. His attack radiated power, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. The man with orange hair, his brown jacket splattered with blood, looked up, his face contorted in terror. How can they move like this? He gasped. The man with black hair, his black jacket with golden buttons shimmering in the air, moved with a speed that defied gravity. He really is no longer the Mr. Sung I know, he thought. The man with purple hair, his red eyes glowing with a sinister light, smirked at the viewer, his laughter a chilling sound. Hey, 3 billion won is too little for this job now, he cackled. Who would have thought I'd meet a hunter at this level here, he added, his words dripping with a sense of dark amusement. The two men, their gazes locked in a silent battle, stood poised, their expressions a mix of determination and anticipation. The man with black hair, his face hardened, met the man with purple hair's sinister smile with a steely gaze. Our speeds are the same, he declared. The man with purple hair, his face twisted in a cruel grin, launched a powerful kick, his foot connecting with the unsuspecting person. Is this your fastest speed? He sneered, his words laced with a sense of mockery. The man with purple hair, his red eyes gleaming, smirked at the viewer, his sinister expression a warning. Even if your eyes can catch up, if your body can't, then it's useless, he declared. The woman with orange hair, her blue eyes blazing with determination, shouted. Jin Woo, she cried, her words a beacon of hope in the midst of chaos. The man with black hair, his face set in a determined expression, raised his glowing sword, his resolve unwavering. Stay strong, he shouted. Blue energy beams, a dazzling display of power, shot out in every direction, the scene crackling with energy. I can't play around anymore, the person declared, their voice filled with a sense of seriousness. The two men clashed, their swords a blur of blue and orange energy. The man with purple hair, his white shirt a stark contrast to his opponent's dark jacket, smiled confidently, his sword flashing in the air. The woman with orange hair, her brown jacket a shield against the blinding blue energy blast, shielded her eyes, her face etched with a mixture of shock and fear. Behind her, the other woman, her orange hair a splash of color against the chaos, watched in concern as the energy engulfed the area. The blue energy blast, a swirling vortex of power, radiated outward, its bright white center a testament to its immense energy. It seemed to consume everything in its path, leaving a trail of destruction. The blue energy blast, its white center a blinding light, expanded rapidly, its power a force to be reckoned with. It moved with an unstoppable momentum, a testament to its immense energy. The two men, their swords glowing blue, stood poised, their faces set in fierce determination. Their gazes locked, a silent battle of wills, the air crackling with tension. Even if we have similar specs and skills, our difference in experience is too vast. The text proclaimed, conveying a sense of confident superiority. The man with purple hair, his dark eyes blazing with confidence, pointed a finger at the off-screen character. And that difference will lead to your defeat, he declared, his words laced with a chilling certainty. The man with black hair, his face contorted in fear, looked down. If you're gonna protect your healer, then do it right, he urged. The woman with long orange hair, her white shirt and brown jacket a blur of motion, charged forward, her glowing blue sword cutting through the air with a deadly precision. The blue background, streaked with lines of speed, added to the sense of action and power. The man with orange hair, his face contorted in anger, held his glowing orange sword, his eyes fixed on the woman with brown hair. She stood, her shield held protectively in front of her, her blue eyes filled with a mix of fear and concern. The man with black hair, his dark blue jacket a stark contrast to the light background, stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock and fear. He stared at something unseen, his surprise palpable. The man with black hair, his black jacket a stark contrast to the blue light surrounding his hand, stood frozen, his sword clutched tightly. His surprised expression mirrored the energy radiating from his hand, leaving the viewer with a sense of action and anticipation. The man in the black jacket, his sword glowing with a brilliant blue light, stood poised, his body radiating power. The energy surrounding him left no doubt about his strength and readiness for battle. The gray rocky area, shrouded in a blue mist, felt ominous and mysterious. Jin Woo. The text below the scene echoed, a desperate call that added to the sense of suspense. The man with black hair, his dark jacket a symbol of his resolve, stood firm, his jaw clenched, his eyes fixed on the task ahead. His determined expression spoke volumes about his strength and focus. The man with black hair, his dark blue jacket a blur of motion, launched himself into the air, his right leg extended in a powerful kick. The background, a vibrant blue sky dotted with white clouds, added to the sense of action and excitement. The man with purple hair, his dark suit a testament to his power, smirked, his dark eyes gleaming with amusement. "Ho, you're pretty durable, eh?" he mused, his words dripping with a sense of satisfaction. The man, his back to the viewer, struggled against the purple smoke like energy, his arms outstretched, his face etched with pain and exhaustion. "Sorry, but can lower your killing intent please," he pleaded. The man in the black suit, his leg extended, his sword held firmly in his hand, looked down at his weapon, his face a mask of concern. The blue background, ominous and foreboding, added to the sense of urgency. An emergency quest has activated. The blue box below him declared. It's sensitive to killing intent. The text to the right added, a chilling reminder of the danger. The man with black hair, his blue eyes wide with concern, looked directly at the viewer, his face a mask of determination. The system activated on its own again. He thought. Quest directions. A blue box announced. Emergency quest, extermination. A red box declared. There are players who have killing intent towards you in close proximity. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. A white box warned. Number of players to kill, 1. A white box stated. Number of players killed, 0. A white box confirmed, a stark reminder of the imminent danger. The sword, its white blade glowing with an ethereal light, stood poised, its black handle a stark contrast to its glowing blade. The blue background, a backdrop of danger, highlighted the sword's power and potential for destruction. The man, his black hair a shadow against the blue background, stood poised, his white-bladed sword held firmly in his hand. One eye, burning with determination, stared at the viewer, his focus unwavering. "I'm coming," he declared. As he moved towards the viewer, the smoke swirling around him. The man with purple hair, his face a mask of concern, stared at something unseen, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and confusion. A sweat drop rolled down his cheek, his lips pressed together in a tight line, his worry palpable. "I'm holding the advantage," he thought. What is he thinking? He wondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. The sword, its white blade glowing with an ethereal light, stood poised, its black handle a stark contrast to its glowing blade. The blue background, a backdrop of danger, highlighted the sword's power and potential for destruction. The man with black hair, his long dark jacket billowing in the wind, stood on the gray rock, his gaze fixed on the horizon. His hand gripped the large glowing sword, his determined expression a testament to his resolve. "I'm coming," he declared. The man with purple hair, his dark eyes locked on the viewer, stood in the foreground, his expression a mix of seriousness and determination. "I'm holding the advantage," he mused. What is he thinking? He wondered, his brow furrowed in an attempt to decipher his opponent's thoughts. The man with black hair, his dark jacket a symbol of his anger, stood in the foreground, his left hand raised to his face, his eyes burning with rage. "I'm actually thankful for the system for once," he muttered. "It's given me another reason for me to kill you," he added, his words dripping with venom. The brown dust cloud, a whirlwind of motion, swirled towards the left, leaving a trail of white streaks against the blue and black background. The intensity of the movement created a sense of drama and excitement. The brown cloud, its edges blurred, moved forward, leaving a white streak in its wake. The blue background, streaked with black, added to the sense of urgency and drama. The two white swords, a blinding flash of energy, attacked the man with purple hair, their blades a blur of motion. The blue and black background, streaked with white, added to the intensity of the scene. The man with purple hair, his dark eyes gleaming with a sinister smile, stood poised, his black jacket a stark contrast to the blue and black background. "A class that specializes in daggers and agility," he declared. A voice, filled with arrogance and confidence, echoed through the darkness. "Aren't I the best counter to you?" It was a challenge, a statement of dominance. The man's back was to the viewer, but his gaze was fixed to the right, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Yeah, I'm certainly learning a lot from you," he said, a hint of disdain in his tone, including the fact that talkative guys in battle are generally useless. With a surge of adrenaline, the man launched himself forward, his black jacket billowing behind him. "Skill. Sprint activated," a voice announced as he escaped the white explosion that had just engulfed the area. A ripple of energy pulsed outward from the man, a deep, purple aura surrounding him. His stance was unwavering, his eyes focused on his opponent. The air crackled with power, and the very ground beneath him vibrated with anticipation. The Mon's blades clashed, their metal meeting in a flurry of sparks. A wave of blue energy surged around him, the sound of his swords ringing out like a battle cry. "He became faster?" a voice exclaimed in surprise. A blinding flash of light erupted from the man's chest, causing him to stumble back in surprise. His eyes widened in disbelief as the surge of energy coursed through his veins. The man, his face unreadable, stood amidst a storm of blue energy. His hands radiated light, the power flowing through him. "Does he use skills as well?" a voice whispered in disbelief. The man, a storm of blue energy surrounding him, unleashed his power upon his opponent. The attack was swift and brutal, the person on the receiving end struggling desperately to defend themselves. A determined glint in his eye, the man stood amidst the chaos, his face a mixture of pain and resolve. The scar on his cheek, a testament to past battles, seemed to burn brighter than ever. Blood trickled down the Mon's face, a stark reminder of the battle's intensity. The light surrounding him flickered, and a series of notifications appeared above his head. Effect: Paralysis has activated. Effect: Bleed has activated. Your health will now decrease by 1% per second. A faint smile played on his lips, despite the blood staining his face. "Poison?" he mused, his gaze fixed on the dagger. "I see. It's your dagger. Looks like it can apply some interesting effects." The man was caught off guard, the blow leaving him stunned. The force of the attack sent him reeling backward, his eyes wide with surprise and pain. His hands glowed with power, a surge of energy flowing through him. But the attack faltered, the words, "The enemy's resistance was too high." The effect was cancelled, appearing beneath him. The Mon's gaze was unwavering, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "The effect won't last long since the opponent is strong," he noted, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Not bad." A mischievous grin spread across the Mon's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Allow me to show you something fun as well," he declared, his posture shifting into a fighting stance. The clouds drifted across the sky, their white forms a stark contrast to the light blue expanse. The world was serene, a peaceful backdrop to the unfolding events. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth forming a silent, "What?" He looked directly at the viewer, his confusion evident. "His presence is gone," he whispered, trying to comprehend the impossible. His sword was held in a ready stance, the tip gleaming in the dim light. His eyes were focused, his stance unwavering. The man was a warrior, ready to face any challenge. The man was visibly impressed, his eyes widening as he took in the situation. "You actually blocked the attack despite me hiding my presence," he exclaimed, admiration in his tone. "Your sense is pretty great." The text boxes floated against the dark blue and white backdrop, each word a whisper of intrigue. "Only a minuscule amount of assassins earn this rare skill," one box proclaimed. "That being said, no one else knows that I have this stealth skill. The reason being," the final line read, leaving the answer shrouded in mystery. The Mon's eyes burned with a cold intensity as he stepped forward. "No one has ever survived after seeing this skill of mine," he declared, radiating an aura of undeniable power. His mouth hung open in a silent gasp, his face contorted in pain. The blue background blurred around him as he struggled to comprehend the severity of his injury. Blood seeped from the wound on his leg, each step a testament to his determination. He wouldn't stop, not now. White light swirled around the man, emanating from his body. His face, illuminated by the power, held a mischievous smirk, his red eyes gleaming with confidence. "Your tendons are severed," he announced, a sense of dominance permeating the air. His hand glowed with white light, a desperate plea for help. "Jin Woo," he shouted. "It would heal quickly if you were directly healed, but only basic healing spells would work over this distance." The Mon's face was hardened with resolve, his ice blade held aloft. "Don't try anything and stay where you are," he warned. "I will come when it's your turn." The woman's eyes blazed with anger, her fists clenched tight. Her mouth was open, a silent scream trapped within her throat. The shock and fury were palpable, her body trembling with the effort of holding it in. His face etched with worry, the man spoke. "If it keeps going like this, Mr. Sung's stamina will run out first. I can't even ask for outside help." The hand, encased in a black glove, grasped the ice blade with unwavering determination. "I can't help Mr. Sung with my own skills, but I must buy enough time for him to get healed." His red eyes narrowed, a condescending smirk playing on his lips. "Can you even withstand my attacks with that frail body of yours?" he taunted, white light swirling around him. "You won't be able to reach the speed you used to have, at least." The leg, shrouded in white mist, throbbed with pain. "How many minutes until your wounds heal?" a voice asked, its tone laced with concern. "Your leg. You." His eyes narrowed, annoyance flickering across his face. "You talk too much," he growled. The yellow light pulsed around him, a beacon of hope. "Status recovery," a voice announced, relief washing over the man as his body began to mend. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as she stared in disbelief. The surprise was evident on her face, her entire body tense with anxiety. His eyes widened in terror, his mouth open in a silent scream. The Mon's face was a picture of distress, fear etched onto his features. The Mon's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the ground. "He healed instantly?" he exclaimed, disbelief coloring his voice. The man pondered the situation, his brow furrowed in thought. Was he not an assassin type? An offense-class hunter with healing spells actually exists? He mused. Relying on this alone definitely has its limitations. I gotta think of other solutions. The Mon's gaze flickered between doubt and curiosity. A trick? He wondered aloud. Or perhaps faked confidence? How many times can he use that spell? I can't tell. The Mon's expression was grave, his steps measured and deliberate. He's dangerous, he muttered, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. A wave of disappointment washed over him, his shoulders slumping slightly. His eyes were filled with concern, a shadow of sadness clouding his features. A blue flame flickered, its intensity mirroring the danger that hung in the air. Again. A voice whispered, the words carrying a weight of foreboding. The man's gaze was fixed on the ground, his jaw clenched tight. "One of my emotions died," he said. "Even anger itself is a waste on the likes of you." The man's single eye blazed with fury, his face contorted in a mask of rage. The air around him crackled with raw anger, a palpable sense of fury emanating from him. A surge of blue energy erupted from the purple-haired Mon's hand, aimed directly at the black-haired man lying on the ground. The energy crackled with power, the clash of their abilities a spectacle of raw energy and intense action. The Mon's face contorted in a mix of surprise and anger, his single red eye gleaming with disbelief. "He saw through my stealth again?" he exclaimed, his words forming a bubble beneath him. The brown-haired Mon's sword was raised, his gaze locked on the black-haired man, a glint of anger in his eyes. "There's no hesitation when you aim for my neck," he growled, his words echoing the intensity of the moment. The Mon's eyes flickered with a sudden realization, his expression a mix of curiosity and understanding. "I see," he murmured, a thoughtful tone in his voice. "I finally know the true difference between you and them." The Mon's smile was cruel, his single red eye glinting with malice. His teeth were bared in a predatory grin, his expression radiating a sense of cold, calculating cruelty. The man stared at the purple-haired figure, shock and disbelief etched on his face. You've killed before, huh?" he stammered. "Ha, we're from the same species after all?" The purple-haired man chuckled, his words echoing with a chilling familiarity. I see, he murmured, his gaze fixed on the orange-haired man. The man stood amidst a surge of blue light, his eyes wide with surprise. There are many ways of life and death, a voice echoed, its words carrying a weight of profound understanding. The determination to change his destiny, even with his life, the words echoed in the blue and pink light, a testament to the man's unwavering resolve. He was forced to make a difficult decision in such a short span of time. A smug smirk played on the man's lips, his confidence radiating outwards. Looks like his appearance wasn't the only part of him that changed, a voice commented. Awakening, another voice chimed in. Such an unexpected power changed the rules of society. The man stood with a fierce determination, his blue blade held aloft. New exclusive rules for hunters were created, a voice declared. There's no need to be shackled by laws or morals. The words of the strong are the law, another voice added, echoing the man's newfound power. His face was shrouded in shadow, only his eyes visible, one a blazing red, the other a deep purple. A determined glint flickered in his eyes. And therefore, I am going to unleash my full power, he vowed. A storm raged across the land, dark gray clouds swirling in the sky. White light flickered across the ground, a testament to the devastation unleashed. The air hung heavy with the stench of destruction. The man stood tall, a silhouette against the bright blue background, his eyes focused on the blue light emanating from his hand. The energy pulsed around him, a tangible representation of his power. The man stood bathed in blue light, his arms outstretched, black lines pulsing around him. The energy hummed around him, a tangible representation of his power. The man's face was a mask of annoyance, his single red eye burning with frustration. Yeah, he growled. I think I know how he saw through my stealth. Stealth may hide my presence when activated, but when I attack with high bloodlust, my presence is exposed for a fraction of a second. He's waiting for that moment. The two figures stood in a tense silence, each contemplating their next move. Even then, there's no way head nowhere exactly ID attack, the purple-haired man stated. I have to break the flow, the black-haired man countered, his gaze fixed on the ground. The man's face was shrouded in shadow, his gaze fixed on the ground. A sense of foreboding hung in the air, the words, skill. Bloodlust was activated, appearing in the middle of the image. His bright blue eyes, filled with intensity, focused on the task at hand. The dark blue lines swirling in the background seemed to mirror the power that emanated from him. The man's red eye widened in surprise, his mouth open in a silent gasp. He exclaimed. A black shoe landed on the ground, a stark contrast to the dark blue backdrop. The force of the impact sent ripples through the ground, leaving behind a trail of black splotches. The ocean churned around him, its white waves a stark contrast to the dark blue depths. The man, clad in a dark suit, fought against the relentless current, his struggle a testament to his desperation. The man floated above the rippling water, his eyes wide with shock and worry. What is th? He began. The man, his single red eye gleaming with alarm, hovered above the swirling water. The dark setting amplified the sense of suspense, the swirling water adding to the ominous feeling. His face was a mask of shock and dread, his one normal eye and one red eye wide with disbelief. What? He gasped. What? Dark blue smoke swirled around, obscuring the setting in an ominous veil. The words, "What is this?" appeared above the smoke, a question hanging heavy in the air. The darkness that covers my eyes, a voice whispered, its words echoing the creeping dread. Two glowing white eyes pierced through the darkness, their eerie light illuminating the scene. The smoke swirled around them, adding to the unsettling feeling. The man stood in the dark water, his swords held at the ready. His eyes were wide with alarm, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Is that his shadow? He whispered. Terror gripped him, his dark suit doing little to conceal his fear. The darkness pressed in around him, amplifying the suspense. His eyes widened in fear, his face contorted in a grimace. The darkness seemed to consume him, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. He stared in disbelief. Why you? What? He stammered, his eyes filled with shock. His body contorted in pain, his mouth twisted in a grimace. Blood stained his white shirt, a stark contrast to the blue blade protruding from his chest. His blue eyes narrowed, radiating an aura of power. His expression was stern, a testament to his dominance. The Korean text, written in dark blue, appeared on the screen, its message unspoken but understood. A white to black gradient stretched across the screen, the transition smooth and seamless. In the top left corner, a green circle encircled the number 34, signaling a new chapter. White splatters scattered across the black canvas, a chaotic backdrop to the red inscription. He who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. And if you gaze long into an abyss. The words resonated with a stark warning. White splatters danced across the black canvas, forming a chaotic yet artistic background for the title card. The abyss, the words resonated in red, a promise of mystery and danger. The quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, etched in red against the white splatters, sent a shiver down the spine. Also gazes into you. Friedrich Nietzsche. The words whispered a chilling truth, a sense of unease and dread settling over the reader. The words on the screen painted a somber picture. Because it's usually a life or death situation, they not only fight against monsters, but amongst themselves as well. The next line, "We are already perfect killing machines," echoed the grim reality of their existence. The final statement, "Same goes for you," was a chilling reminder of their shared fate. A blue blade protruded from a chest, its sharp point a stark reminder of the brutal reality. You wouldn't lump hunters and ordinary humans into the same category, would you? The text above asked a pointed question. So the second line trailed off, leaving the answer hanging in the air. His red eyes stared blankly ahead, his chest stained with blood. A sense of defeat clung to him, the words, "I'll die because I lost," echoing the truth of his situation. He stood amidst the broken floor, his shirt stained with blood, his face etched with pain. "It's only natural," the text above stated, a harsh reminder of the world's cruel indifference. His red eyes darted around, confusion etched on his features. "Let me ask you just one question," the text above read. "What are you?" The question hung in the air, a challenge to unravel the mystery surrounding him. The man stood, his expression a mix of curiosity and confusion. "An assassin class with healing magic and even debuff abilities," the text above stated, a revelation that defied expectations. "I've never heard of anything like it." He looked around, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and confusion. I am not sure either," he admitted. He stood, his gaze unwavering, his determination clear. "A babble-mouth may be useless," the text below stated. "But having a lot of secrets isn't that great either." A pained expression twisted his face as a series of notifications appeared below him. "Kook!" he groaned, his body contorting. Effect: paralysis was activated. Effect: bleed was activated. Anger flared in his red eyes, his face contorted in a grimace. "You won't be able to hide your skills anymore since you killed me," the text above proclaimed, a chilling threat. The Mon's eyes widened in surprise, his brow furrowed with confusion. He began, but the words caught in his throat, his mind struggling to grasp the implications. His gaze was unwavering, his expression resolute. "Let's say I am a hunter that grows stronger from each fight," he stated. "How strong do you think I can get?" he challenged, turning his gaze towards the purple-haired man below. He looked down at his blood-stained clothes, his face a mask of shock and confusion. He breathed. The man sat on the ground, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. "Your shadow," the man standing behind him stated. The purple-haired man flinched, his gaze darting between the man and the shadow that seemed to loom behind him. His eyes darted back and forth, fear and uncertainty clouding his expression. "Is connected to the darkness," the text above whispered. "You will become," the words continued, a chilling prophecy, "as strong as your shadow's depth in the dark." The man stood tall, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Quest complete," the words echoed below him. "You have completed, emergency quest, kill the enemies." A satisfied smile played on his lips as he surveyed his surroundings. "I certainly got much stronger than before," he mused. His hood was pulled up, casting shadows over his face, his expression filled with worry. But for some reason he murmured. He stood with his hood pulled up, his gaze fixed on the ground. A sense of unease clung to him, his face reflecting a deep internal struggle. "I feel like something within me is lost every time I get stronger," he whispered. "Jin Woo," he murmured, a sense of longing in his voice. "Thank you." His face beamed with relief, his smile genuine and heartfelt. "Thanks, Mr. Sung," he said. "We would have died if you weren't here." The man in black stood amongst the three, worry etched into his face. "Now what should we do about this situation?" he muttered, his gaze drawn to the injured man at his feet. "We should close the dungeon gates first," the man in black commanded. The blond man, startled by the unexpected situation, stood frozen, his eyes wide with fear. "Don't tell me you're going to solo the bow," the voice trailed off, a mix of disbelief and admiration. "No, I've seen your skill," the man admitted, respect evident in his tone. "I do want to give them a proper burial, but..." The man with ginger hair sighed, his gaze sweeping over the bodies in the rocky cave. "Such a pity," he added. The man crouched low, his black and blue blade glinting in the dim blue light, his eyes locked on his target. He plunged the blade into the black object, the act fueled by a fierce determination. A blue light pulsed from the man's chest, bathing him in an ethereal glow. "Alarm." The message flashed on a blue rectangle. "You have received, rune, stealth." Another message appeared, its words shimmering. The man held the blue and gray stone in his hand, his gaze focused. "Rune, stealth." The words displayed on a green rectangle, followed by a detailed description. "I can obtain his skill after killing him?" he pondered, his mind already strategizing. "We'll go first and report to the guild," the man with ginger hair declared. "Hurry, we'll be waiting outside," the woman with orange hair added, her words echoing his urgency. "Don't worry, it won't take long," the man assured, his back to the viewer as he walked away. The man in the orange jumpsuit lay on the ground, his form still a stark reminder of the danger they had just faced. "I know you're alive," the man said. "Get up," he urged, his gaze fixed on the injured man. The man lying face down on the ground looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. "Why did you try to act dead?" the man in the dark gray jacket demanded, his tone accusatory. "You trying to run without anyone knowing?" he pressed, his gaze unwavering. "Ah, you can't talk," the man observed, his eyes fixed on the injured man. "Kong Tae Shik was pretty brutal," he continued. "He precisely cut only the vocal cords. Probably would have killed you in the most painful way possible after ensuring you wouldn't be able to scream." Covered in blood, the man clutched his chest, his face contorted in terror. "Ye. Yes, I'm saved," he stammered, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "If we ask Miss Ju Hee, you'd probably live," a voice whispered, its words offering a sliver of comfort. "This isn't the way out," a voice cried out, panic rising in its tone. "Stay still," another voice boomed, its words firm and reassuring. "Wait. This way is..." The voice trailed off, uncertainty creeping into its words. The man's eyes, wide with fear, darted towards the wooden door behind him. Terror gripped him, his every instinct screaming to escape the unknown lurking beyond. Four menacing figures stood silhouetted against the backdrop, their red eyes gleaming malevolently. Their weapons glinted in the dim light, a silent promise of imminent danger. The creature, its red afro towering above him, grinned, its teeth sharp and menacing. The man stood frozen, his back to the creature, his every nerve on edge. Red eyes glittered in the background, their gaze fixed upon him, a silent threat. "Do you remember the faces of all of your victims?" the man shouted. The man in the gray jacket stood behind him, his arms crossed, a silent observer. "You're trash even beyond Kong Tae Shik." The man spat, disgust evident in his tone. "No way I'd take a monster like you outside," he declared, his words a cold condemnation. Fear washed over the man's face as he glimpsed the large, dark figure behind him. The weapon in its hand glinted ominously, while red eyes flickered in the background, a chilling reminder of the imminent danger. Two green creatures with sharp teeth lunged at the helpless person, their menacing expressions revealing their intent to harm. The attack was swift and brutal, leaving the victim with no chance to defend themselves. The man's face was contorted in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Blood stained his collar, a grim reminder of the attack he had just endured. The green hand clamped down on the man's jaw, its grip tightening, pain radiating through his face. The creature's teeth glinted in the dim light, a terrifying sight that sent a shiver down his spine. The monster's hand, massive and powerful, crushed the person's arm with brutal force. The bones snapped, sending a wave of agony through the victim, their cries echoing through the unknown setting. The monster's red eye gleamed with a cruel satisfaction as it sunk its teeth into the person's finger, the bone crunching under its pressure. The victim's finger bled profusely, a testament to the monster's savagery. The man stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the defeated figures lying sprawled on the ground. Anger simmered within him, a potent mix of triumph and vengeance. The blood splatter, a grim testament to the carnage, painted the white background crimson. A silent wail echoed throughout the distance, a haunting reminder of the lives lost. The man stood on the edge of the cliff, his back to the viewer, a confident smile playing on his lips. The defeated hobgoblin lay at his feet, its once menacing form now humbled, a testament to his skill. The woman with black hair spoke into her phone, a smile gracing her face. Mr. Song Kai Yul stood beside her, listening intently, his face reflecting the seriousness of the situation. A sleek black car sped down the street, its headlights cutting through the darkness, its arrival heralding a sense of anticipation and suspense. How many minutes have passed since the dungeon was cleared? The man in the dark suit inquired, his smirk a hint of impatience. It's been about 40 minutes, sir. The woman replied. Only 20 minutes left, then, the man in the black jacket muttered, his brow furrowed with worry. It's been too long. Try and recover the victims' bodies within 8 minutes, if impossible, quit and return back. He instructed, his tone firm. Did the survivors clear the dungeon themselves? The woman asked. The man with red hair stood beside her, his gaze fixed on a point in the distance, his expression unreadable. Yes, sir. The man confirmed. Kong Tae Shik tried to kill the remaining hunters during a contract assassination. Huh. He added, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. If that's true, then he would have intentionally left behind corpses, but he deliberately closed off the dungeon. The man with blonde hair mused, his brow furrowed in confusion. This means he had something to hide. He concluded. The man with blonde hair stood amidst the group, his expression reflecting his growing unease. The man with brown hair, his face flushed with anger, stood beside him, his hands clenched tightly. The man with orange hair, his eyes wide with worry, stood between them, caught in the middle of the tension. Hunter Sung Jin Woo? The man in the black suit asked. The man in the brown hooded jacket stood before him, his expression a mix of defiance and apprehension. Is that Hunter Sung Jin Woo from last time? The man in the black suit asked, his gaze lingering on the man in the brown hooded jacket. I couldn't even recognize him at first. He admitted, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. We meet again, Hunter. The man with black hair said, a hint of familiarity in his tone. Ah, you're the one from the monitoring division. He acknowledged, a slight smile playing on his lips. My name is Wu Jin Chul, head of the monitoring division. The man in the black suit introduced himself. It seems like one of our employees caused great harm. He stated, his expression grim. We'll hand you our official apologies after the case has been resolved, and the investigation division will handle the case instead of us. He assured, his tone sincere. It's not the time to be full of myself just because I killed the B-rank hunter Kong Tae Shik. The man with black hair muttered, a sense of humility in his voice. I didn't know before, but, he trailed off, his thoughts swirling. This person is strong. The man in the black suit stated. As a member of the monitoring division, I have a few questions. He continued, his gaze unwavering. Things would run very smoothly if you cooperated. Will that be okay? The man in the hooded jacket asked. He's an A rank. he exclaimed, a mix of awe and fear in his tone. He's in a different league of his own. I can't handle him with my strength right now, he confessed, his shoulders slumping. Then let me ask this directly. Who killed the B-rank Kong Tae Shik? The man in the black suit demanded, his fist clenched, his anger barely contained. The three stood in a circle, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. The man in the suit, his back to the camera, seemed to be the center of their confusion, the weight of the revelation settling upon them. I probably can't hide that I've been reawakened now, the man with brown hair admitted. Looks like I'll have to void my contract with Jin Ho. The man with black hair sighed, his brow furrowed with concern. Since he wants a skillful, yet low-ranked hunter, he explained, a hint of sadness in his voice. It was me, the man with black hair confessed. The man with blonde hair, his back to the camera, stood frozen, his silence speaking volumes. I'm the one that killed Kong Tae Shik, the man with blonde hair announced, a hint of pride in his voice. If you don't mind, would you tell me your rank? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. C rank, the man replied. How could you beat a B rank as a C rank? He questioned, his disbelief evident in his voice. Do you not see who's behind me? The man with blonde hair demanded, his tone sharp. The woman with orange hair, caught between them, stared wide-eyed, her fear palpable. Well, if you did receive support from a B rank, I guess you could have beaten him. The man with brown hair conceded, a reluctant nod of acknowledgement. The man with purple hair, his eyes wide with shock, seemed to be struggling to process the information. But Kong Tae Shik, he was someone that couldn't be controlled even within the division. The man in the dark suit admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. Could a one-armed C rank really beat a skilled B rank assassin in combat? He questioned, his skepticism evident. Come with me for now. I'm afraid I'm going to need your help in filling out some reports, he instructed, his tone shifting to a more pragmatic one. Mister, the man with blonde hair called out. The group of men in suits stood frozen, their gazes fixed on the approaching figure. Petals drifted down from the sky, a delicate contrast to the tension that permeated the scene. Why did you lie? The man in the dark jacket demanded. I just assumed you had enough reason to hide your abilities, he explained, his tone defensive. What, was I wrong to do so? The man in the orange jacket countered. You can't escape the investigations anyways, the man with blonde hair said. I can't pay you back for what you've done, but this is the least I can do for now, he added, his gaze fixed on the ground. Hunter Sung Jin Woo, the man in the black suit confirmed. The man in the dark hooded jacket stood silently, his gaze fixed on the man in the suit, a silent acknowledgement of the introduction. I don't think an E rank like you could have defeated a B rank like Hunter Kong Tae Shik, the man stated. I also think that it's unnecessary to suspect you of reawakening again, he added, his tone softening. However, let me tell you this, the man continued. His words, though obscured by his hair, carried a weight that demanded attention. What do you mean? The man in the dark jacket asked, his brow furrowed with confusion. In the extermination of Huang Dong-suk's assault team, the man in the black suit explained. The only survivors were a D rank and you, he stated, his words carrying a chilling implication. The problem is that Huang Dong-suk's younger brother, Huang Dong-su, may seek revenge on you guys. The man with black hair explained. You're talking about the S-rank Huang Dong-su? The man asked. Yes. The man confirmed, his tone grave. It doesn't matter what actually happened during that raid, the first text declared, a chilling reminder of the power of perception. The important fact is that you, Sung Jin Woo, survived. The second text emphasized, highlighting the undeniable truth. Since he's an S rank, the law can't really bind him either. The third text concluded, a sobering realization. They're living miracles and, at the same time, calamities. The text mused, a chilling reflection on the nature of their existence. It'd be in your interest to watch out for him. The second text warned, a chilling reminder of the danger that lurked. A sinister smile twisted the man's lips, his red eye gleaming with a malevolent light. "Because you may be hunted by someone who even monsters fear," he declared. The man sat with a calm confidence, his hands resting in his lap, a sense of quiet power radiating from him. "If possible, leaving the country with your loved ones isn't a bad idea," the man with pink hair advised. His back to the viewer, he seemed to be lost in thought, his worry palpable. The man's eyes, piercing and focused, stared directly at the viewer, a silent command for attention. His status, displayed beneath him, confirmed his strength and resilience. The blue screen displayed a wealth of information, a testament to the man's progress. His skills and equipment, a reflection of his growth and power, were laid out for all to see. "Jin Woo," the woman with orange hair called out. "Do you remember this?" she asked, holding out the small object, her gaze searching his face. A genuine smile lit up the woman's face, her eyes sparkling with happiness. She held the object in her hand, a treasure to be cherished. The man and woman stood under the flickering streetlight, their gazes locked, a silent understanding passing between them. A sense of gravity hung in the air, the weight of their shared burden evident. "Jin Woo, you've changed a lot," the woman with orange hair observed. She stood behind the lamppost, her silhouette a poignant reminder of the distance that had grown between them. "And I haven't changed a bit since then," the man with orange hair said, a wistful smile gracing his lips. His eyes, however, held a glint of determination, a reminder of the strength he carried within. "You've also experienced many different hardships. Changing is different for everyone," the man in the dark hooded jacket observed. His eyes, looking up at the sky, seemed to reflect the vastness of life's journey. "You're right," the woman with orange hair agreed. Her eyes, focused on a point beyond the viewer, seemed to hold a hidden wisdom. "You know, I get scared way too easily to be a hunter," the woman confessed. "I tried to overcome my fears, but it wasn't easy," she admitted, a touch of sadness in her tone. "If you're a B-rank healer, normally you join a rank or B-rank dungeons," the woman explained. "Even C rank if you're not conditioned well," she added, her smile widening. "But I still joined D or E rank raids," she continued, a hint of defiance in her tone. "And then I constantly met you, Jin Woo," the woman said. "I kept healing the injuries that never stopped appearing on you," she admitted, her eyes reflecting the weight of her experiences. "To be honest, you got hurt so much it became pretty annoying," the woman confessed, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I thought you were stupid and vain at times," she added, a chuckle escaping her lips. "But," the man exclaimed, "you always managed to survive," the woman finished, her eyes wide with awe. Those eyes, brimming with life. The text mused, seemed like they were screaming for survival, for tomorrow. It concluded, a powerful testament to the man's spirit. "But I don't think I'll ever be able to have those eyes," the woman admitted, a hint of wistfulness in her voice. Her eyes, wide with wonder, reflected the depth of her admiration. "You promised we'd eat together when we came back alive, didn't you?" the man in the black hooded jacket said. His gaze, fixed on the unseen person, held a hint of disappointment. The hand, holding the small white object, paused, its movement halting midair. "I'll return this," the unseen voice whispered, a note of sadness clinging to its words. "Wait, are you?" the man gasped. His eyes, wide with shock, seemed to be searching for answers. "I'm retiring," the woman with orange hair announced. Her smile, radiant and infectious, lit up the forest around her. The woman stood confidently, her orange hair cascading down her back. She held the brown fabric in her hand, her gaze fixed on the viewer, a silent invitation to join her. "I'm gonna head back to my hometown, Busan," the woman declared. "Tell me if you ever visit. I'll buy you some fresh sashimi," she added, her smile widening. "If I come around," the man said, a friendly smile playing on his lips. "I'll ask you to go out with me again," he added, a hint of hope in his voice. "Okay," the woman exclaimed. Her smile, wide and genuine, radiated a sense of joy and anticipation. The woman, carefree and full of life, leapt into the air, her laughter echoing through the forest. Her happiness, a vibrant bloom against the pink tree, was a testament to the joy she found in the simple pleasures of life. The man stood in the forest, the starry night sky above him, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. His expression was calm, his thoughts quiet, a sense of contemplation settling over him. The man's fist, clenched tightly around a piece of paper, radiated determination. "I just got another reason to become stronger." The text above it declared, a promise whispered in the face of adversity. The man's red eyes gleamed with a sinister light, his smile a cruel mockery of warmth. S-rank hunter Huang Dong-su. The text above him announced, a chilling introduction to a formidable threat. The starry night sky, a canvas of twinkling darkness, reflected the man's fear. "I need to get stronger, fast." The thought bubble proclaimed, echoing the urgency of his desperate wish. "Only then will I survive." The second bubble affirmed, a stark reminder of the stakes. The vast expanse of stars, glittering against the black velvet of the night sky, held a sense of profound emptiness. The silence, broken only by the distant whispers of the universe, whispered of solitude and isolation. "Look, you Jin-ho," the man said, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. His expression, a mix of concern and determination, reflected the weight of the situation. "What's all this?" the man exclaimed, his face contorted in confusion. His eyes, wide with uncertainty, reflected the fear that gripped him. The injured man, his face stained with blood, stood amidst the group, his gaze fixed on the ground. "What do you mean, all this?" the man with dark hair asked. "They're our teammates for today," the man with orange hair announced. His eyes, wide with anticipation, reflected his enthusiasm. The man's leg, encased in a white cast, was a stark reminder of his recent struggle. "Those who have a hunter's license but can't attend raids due to various reasons." The text above explained. "Injured." The text in the corner confirmed, a chillingly simple statement. The man with black hair, his gaze fixed on the viewer, appeared bored and apathetic. "Alcoholics." The text below him stated, a stark description of his situation. "Those who are struggling in life because of various reasons were drafted into our team." The text above explained, a stark reminder of the hardships they had faced. The woman stood alone by the tree, her gaze fixed on the ground. The words, "There are also some who came here for a quick cash grab," floated above her, a reminder of the greed that sometimes drove people to the dangerous dungeons. "Is a kid even allowed to do raids?" the man in the red jacket asked. The other man, beaming, replied, "If an underage kid is awakened, then there's no law banning them from raids." "Kid? That's rude," the woman retorted, her hands shoved deep into her pockets. "I'm a full-fledged hunter. You're a high schooler, right? Do you have any raid experience?" the man in the red jacket asked, looking down at the hooded figure. None. He stammered. "E rank, I assume?" "Well, it's okay. You don't have to follow me into the dungeon. Just wait outside," the man said confidently. "Only Jin-ho and I will go in." The woman looked unsure, her gaze fixed on the ground. "We weren't allowed to attempt the C-rank dungeon with just the two of us, so that's why we brought you guys as well," the man with brown hair explained, his smile bright. "By law, a C-rank raid needs 10 people. A C-rank dungeon with just the two of them?" the man in the blue shirt asked, his eyes wide with surprise. "Are they really that strong?" "Yes, of course," a voice boomed, a hand in a red glove raised in the air. 3 million won per raid for each of you. Pretty darn good deal, considering that you don't have to lift a finger. All you have to do is wait for us outside until we finish," the man with the baseball cap said. "However, you must not tell anyone what you've seen or heard here. If you do, you must pay back 10 times as much as you earned. It's all written in the contract you've signed." "But you know, I've been wondering," the man in the black jacket muttered, his gaze fixed on something out of sight. His expression was a mix of confusion and curiosity. "What the hell are you wearing?" a voice echoed, but the man in the shining red armor only smiled wider. His stance was strong, his confidence radiating, and the intricate details of his armor gleamed in the bright light. It's a full set of hardened armor made in an Italian artisan guild. The man explained. If we're going to raid with just the two of us, shouldn't I prepare at least this much? The man in the red jacket pointed a finger at the armored figure who lay sprawled on the ground, his expression one of shock. What happened? The man in the red jacket demanded. Please help me up. The man in the armor gasped, his face contorted in pain. The man in the red jacket stood above him, his anger a dark cloud that seemed to press down on the scene. All right. Let's get going, brother. The man in the red helmet announced. I'm nervous, he muttered under his breath, his hand clutching the brown bag slung over his shoulder. What is that? The man in the red and black jacket exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you serious? He whispered. Ha. Fine. Fine. Let's hurry. One of the men said. I brought the helm just in case. They're going to raid the C-rank dungeon by themselves? The other man asked. They don't look that strong. If they're strong enough to clear C-rank dungeons by themselves, then wouldn't it be better to clear high-ranked dungeons given from large guilds? The man with the cigarette asked. What happens if they both die? Well, we did receive our money, so, he said. E-rank hunter Sung Jin Woo, I know him. The man in the blue shirt said. He's known as the world's weakest hunter. That name, what? The man in the blue shirt whispered, his face a mask of shock. And our raid leader's AD rank. The man in the brown jacket added. Tisk, they're showing off, I guess. The man with the cigarette muttered, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Youths showing off will naturally harm many people. The clock tower's hands ticked past 250, each second a precious heartbeat. The man in the red helmet with horns, a brown jacket slung over his shoulders, sprinted forward, his every movement a testament to urgency and determination. Oh, you came back alive? The man in the blue shirt asked. Looks like you ran away successfully. Thank God. The blonde-haired man breathed, his relief palpable. Wait, he wasn't running away. Look at that. The others echoed, their surprise echoing in the air. The G-Gate, a swirling vortex of blue energy, pulsed with power, its dark tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The G-Gate is closing, a voice cried, the urgency in their tone leaving no room for doubt. What? They killed the B-Boss? The man in the red jacket exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Where's the next one? It's about an hour away from here. The man in the red helmet replied, his expression brimming with excitement. All right, let's move. The man in the red helmet with horns barked. We have to clear a total of 3 dungeons today. I'm assuming you'll all go, considering it's easily 9 million for each of you? The man in the blue shirt asked. Yes. Of course, one of the men stammered. They're raiding again, after destroying a C-rank dungeon all by themselves? What are they? The woman exclaimed. Her eyes were wide, her gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before her. Sir, look at this for a moment. The voice boomed, a sense of urgency hanging in the air. The White Tiger Guild's headquarters loomed in the distance, a beacon of power against the bright blue sky. What? 200 million and 5,000? The man in the blue suit jacket exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Someone actually used 200,005,000 won to earn the rights to clear a C-rank raid? Recently, a team has started buying the rights for every C-rank gate that appears. So, there are no more gates for our low-tier hunters to raid. It was originally 7,000, but even when I increased it all the way to 100 million, they bought the rights for 200 million and 5,000. The man said. A hand rested on his shoulder, a silent gesture of support. The team leader's name is Yu Jin Ho. The man asked, his brows furrowed in thought. I've never heard of him. I believe he's the second son of the CEO of Yu Jin Architectures. A voice chimed in. It seems like he's buying gates with the support of the company. But it's still a loss for them. For a future CEO, aren't his antics a bit extreme? Ji Chul. Wasn't there a survivor of that double lair about 2 or 3 months ago? the man asked. Yes, his name was Sung Jin Woo, am I right? Yes, that's right, the man replied. This, it smells like an opportunity. His hand was under his chin, his gaze fixed on a point beyond the room, his mind racing with possibilities. Everyone, stop what you are doing. D-rank hunter Yu Jin Ho and E-rank hunter Sung Jin Woo. A voice boomed, demanding attention. Find everything there is about those two people. The air crackled with urgency, the weight of the task settling upon them like a heavy blanket. The sound of wheels rolling across the floor echoed in the room, a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of the moment. The pink shirt, barely visible under the black pants, was a reminder of a normalcy that felt a world away. Right now. The voice roared, the word a call to action. Excitement crackled in the air, a tangible energy that pulsed with the promise of something new, something grand. Sung Jin Woo has made it through 3 accidents safely so far. A voice muttered, concern laced through the words. The man in the white shirt, his back to the viewer, was engrossed in the white screen, the weight of the world seemingly resting upon his shoulders. A wicked grin spread across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. First was the double-layer incident. He cackled, the words dripping with dark satisfaction. Second was the death of Wang Dong-suk's entire party. Third, the most recent case, was the guild's monitoring supervisor's murder incident. Sung Jin Woo and Yu Jin Ho became acquainted during the second case. And the most important thing about Yu Jin Ho is his relation to Yu Jin Architectures. The man mused, his brow furrowed in thought. There is a rumor going around that Chairman Yu Maing-han is recruiting skilled hunters with the intent of founding a guild. If this is true, it won't be strange for Yu Jin Ho to profit from this. The recruitment of skilled hunters. The man in the blue jacket stated. E-rank Sung Jin Woo, clearing C-rank gates with insane speed. The monsters in the background, a menacing tableau, seemed to shrink before his unwavering gaze. That means, the man muttered, his eyes glued to the monitor, the blurred document a puzzle he was determined to solve. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, a testament to his focus and attention. Hunter Sung Jin Woo could be a reawakened person. The words on the monitor seemed to jump out, the revelations stark and unsettling. The document, a mine of information, lay open before him, a testament to the depths of his investigation. The sleek, modern building stood tall, a symbol of ambition and power. Hunter Sung Jin Woo is reawakened? The words echoed in the man's mind, a shocking revelation. Yes, otherwise there's no way he would have survived these 3 incidents. Each time, it was a major accident where many of the participants died. The 2 men in suits, their faces etched with worry, hurried down the hallway. There's no other explanation for it. The man in the front said. They walked with purpose, their footsteps a steady rhythm against the sterile backdrop of the building. In the latest incident report, a C-rank magician and a B-rank healer combined their strength to stop the supervising hunter, but that's impossible. The man said. He was a B-rank assassin. Magic doesn't work well against assassins, and he wasn't stupid, so he would have taken care of the healer first. In reality, it was a C-rank magician versus a B-rank assassin. That only leaves the possibility of someone else taking down the hunter from the monitoring department. The man in the white shirt said. Back then, the only survivors were the B-rank healer and the C-rank magician, and the E-rank hunter Sung Jin Woo. Nobody else. That only leaves one person to be suspicious of. The young girl whispered. Where are we going right now? The man with the brown bag asked. Where? The man in the suit, his gaze fixed on a point in the distance, didn't answer, his silence a testament to the urgency of the situation. We'll go scouting. The man in the white shirt said, his smile confident, his eyes unwavering. He stood in the heart of the office, the air thick with anticipation, his plan laid out before him. The man, his white shirt a stark contrast against the dark blue of his pants, strode down the hallway, a determined expression etched on his face. The weight of the mission settled upon his shoulders, but he moved with purpose, the strap of his bag cutting a diagonal line across his chest. To think that the chief himself would go scouting, the man in the suit exclaimed. This isn't a normal occurrence. Let's go. The chief commanded. A snarling werewolf, its brown fur matted with sweat, its teeth bared in a menacing grin, lunged forward, its eyes burning with a primal hunger. The darkness of the setting amplified the fear that pulsed through the air, the growl emanating from its throat a chilling warning. The werewolf, its blue pants ripped, its red belt a stark contrast against its fur, stood in a tense pose, its eyes fixed on its prey. Smoke swirled around its body, the air thick with the smell of danger, its presence a palpable threat. The man, his dark blue jacket blending into the mist, stood defiant, his gaze unwavering. His determined expression was a beacon of strength, a testament to his power, a promise of retribution. The werewolf, its tongue lolling out, its eyes gleaming with a primal fear, turned and fled, its every movement a frantic dash for safety. Behind it, the blue, icy background was a chilling reminder of the power that pursued them. The three werewolves running in unison, their fear palpable in their every stride. The werewolf, a dark silhouette against the blue, icy background, stood frozen, its back turned to the viewer. Below, the blue, vibrant energy pulsed with power, lines of light crisscrossing, a testament to the energy unleashed, the movement swift and relentless. The werewolf, its body bathed in blue energy, stood poised for attack, its red eye glowing with a fierce intensity. Its form was a blur of movement, its power a palpable force, a threat that radiated outward, its attack imminent. The creature, its claws gleaming in the dim light, its red eyes burning with a primal hunger, moved with a ferocious speed, its form a blur of motion, a whirlwind of destruction. Its sharp claws, a deadly weapon, sliced through the air, a promise of imminent violence, the air crackling with the anticipation of a strike. The man whispered, his blue jacket barely visible through the red haze surrounding him. His eyes were focused, his expression determined, his power radiating outward, the image a whirlwind of energy and motion. The man, a blur of blue against the red glow, moved with a speed that defied comprehension, his movements a symphony of power and precision. The intensity of the fight pulsed through the image, the energy radiating outward, each frame a testament to his strength. Was he also hiding that skill all this time? The man in the silver helmet exclaimed. His eyes were wide, his mouth agape, his shot palpable as he stared at the blue crystals protruding from the large rock, the pickaxe still clutched in his hand. It seems like he's stronger than before, the man in the blue jacket said. His expression a mix of concern and curiosity. The blue energy swirling around him was a visual testament to his enhanced power, the intensity of the moment a silent threat. The status screen, a glowing blue canvas, displayed Sung Jin Woo's stats, each number a testament to his strength. Wolf Slayer, his title proclaimed, his level, 39, a testament to his growth. His HP, 7,229, and MP, 638, were a reassuring display of his vitality. I've leveled up quite a bit and obtained some fun skills. The man in the blue jacket said, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes wide with excitement. He looked up at the status screen, the blue glow illuminating his face, the skills menu a testament to his progress. The man in the blue jacket, his expression serious, studied the room, his eyes filled with determination. The skills menu, a blue rectangle against the dark backdrop, displayed one active skill, stealth. It had the skill of Gang Tae Shik's corpse in it. The man mused, a hint of excitement in his tone. The man in the blue jacket, his gaze fixed on the blue mana potion, hesitated, a flicker of concern in his eyes. It has a greater efficiency than my other skills, he thought. But the continuous mana consumption is concerning. The creature, its brown fur bristling, its red eyes glowing with a primal rage, let out a deafening roar, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. The air crackled with energy, the tension palpable, the creature's power a palpable threat. The werewolf, its brown fur a blur of motion, its red eyes burning with fury, lunged at the man, its attack swift and brutal, the air rippling with the force of its assault. The dark blur surrounding the man was a testament to the creature's power, the fear emanating from the scene undeniable. Advanced dagger arts. The skill description proclaimed, its words glowing on the blue background. Dagger only. Because you've used a dagger for an extended period of time, you can now use daggers more proficiently. When a dagger is used, the attacks with it gain 33% additional damage. Below it, Vital Strike pulsed with a fierce energy, its active nature promising devastating blows. The man, his blue eye ablaze with determination, stood in the heart of the fight, his power radiating outward, the lines behind him a testament to the energy he commanded. His focused gaze, his unwavering resolve, promised a swift and decisive victory. The werewolf, its brown fur bristling, its red eyes burning with a primal ferocity, stood poised for attack, its 3 glowing circles pulsating with power. Its large mouth, filled with sharp teeth, was a chilling reminder of the danger it posed. The werewolf, its attack a blur of motion, struck the man, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward. The blue energy, a swirling vortex of pain, enveloped him, his vulnerability a stark reality. Alarm, you leveled up. The words glowed on the blue and green text box, the news a welcome surprise. The man's smile was a radiant beacon of joy, his eyes twinkling with excitement. The man, his gaze fixed on the glowing lights, stood on the blue, rocky platform, his mind racing with questions. Required level? He murmured, his curiosity piqued. The werewolf's leg and tail, a glimpse of the danger lurking in the shadows, served as a chilling reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. Alarm, player, has reached the required level. The blue screen proclaimed. Quest alarm, a job change quest, has arrived. The air crackled with anticipation, the words a call to adventure, the promise of a new beginning. Quest alert. The blue screen announced, its words stark and bold. Will you accept the quest? 2 buttons, accept and refuse. Loomed below, the choice a momentous one, the path ahead uncertain. Job change? The man in the blue and black jacket whispered, a furrow in his brow, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and curiosity. The word echoed in his mind, a weight of possibility pressing upon him, the implications vast and unknown. What is this? The man in the suit exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Name, Sung Jin Woo. The screen proclaimed. Level, 40. Job, none. Fatigue, 0. The words hung in the air, a mystery waiting to be unraveled, the implications a source of both wonder and trepidation. A bright blue light pulsed from the portal, its ethereal glow illuminating the forest clearing. 5 people, their faces etched with a mix of curiosity and confusion, watched the scene unfold. One man, his gaze fixed on the portal, seemed particularly intrigued. Why is everyone waiting outside the gate? The man in the white shirt asked. What's going on? Is this a playground? His eyes darted around, taking in the scene before him, the forest a backdrop to the strange gathering. This is a no-entry zone. Who are you two? The man in the white shirt demanded. His expression stern. Who's this kid? He asked, his gaze fixed on the figure in the red jacket. Kid, don't get in the way of an adult's work. The man in the white shirt barked, his anger palpable. Yeah, there's even a gate here, it's dangerous. The partially visible figure agreed. The woman in the red hoodie remained silent, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the tension in the air. I'm a hunter too, so can you not treat me as a child? The woman in the red hoodie retorted. A hunter? One of the men in suits scoffed. Are you a member of this party as well? Yes. The woman replied, her gaze fixed on the ground. Will things become awkward if I say that? Her face was a mask of uncertainty. They didn't even enter the dungeon with their party members. One voice exclaimed, disbelief laced through the words. Sung Jin Woo. If my intuition is correct, you're a recruit that only comes once in a long time. The man in the white shirt exclaimed, a wide smile spreading across his face. You're special. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The party leader is returning. The announcement echoed through the forest, a wave of anticipation washing over the gathering. Get ready to move. The air crackled with excitement, the promise of action palpable. What's the schedule for tomorrow? I forgot that I had something important to do, so leave tomorrow's plans empty. The man in the dark blue jacket said, his eyes fixed on the woman in the helmet. The blue sparks dancing around them, a shimmering reminder of their power, added a sense of anticipation to the scene. "Tomorrow, sir?" the man with orange hair asked. His right hand was raised, his white gloves catching the bright blue glow of the energy field surrounding him, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. "I've already reserved the dungeons, but if it's urgent then I will cancel them," the man said, his index finger pointing at the phone screen. "Is there really a need to cancel?" he asked. "Sir, if you reserve a gate and don't enter within 2 days, it cancels automatically," the woman in the dark gray helmet said. Her expression, a mix of shock and curiosity, mirrored the unexpected news. Then leave it reserved for now," the man in the middle said. The blue light pulsed behind them, its energy a tangible presence, its mystery a source of intrigue. Hunter Sung Jin Woo. The words echoed in the air, a name that carried weight and power. The man, his gaze unwavering, stood resolute, his serious expression a mask of focus and concentration. His lips were slightly pursed, his eyes intense, his presence exuding an aura of authority. "Nice to meet you. I'm the chief of the 2nd Department of Management at the White Tiger Guild," the man in the white shirt said. Confident baritone. His surprise was evident, his brow furrowed slightly as he took in the scene before him. The man extended his hand, a white business card held in his palm, a gesture of formality and professionalism. His brown strap, a symbol of his status, hung over his shoulder, a subtle reminder of his position. "White Tiger Guild?" the man in the blue jacket exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, his mouth slightly agape. The white business card, a testament to the guild's power, was held out to him, a symbol of authority and influence. "Coffee." The black sign on the coffee shop proclaimed, its white text a beacon against the darkness. 2 bright blue lights illuminated the windows, a testament to the shop's vibrant energy. "Hunters, Reaper, Knights, Fame, and us, White Tiger. You should have heard of those at least once." A voice boomed, its confidence echoing through the air. "Of course, the White Tiger Guild is one of South Korea's best guilds. I'll get to the point," the man in the red shirt said. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of seriousness, the conversation poised to unravel a critical piece of the puzzle. His gaze was fixed on the 2 others, his words carrying a weight of consequence. The man leaned back in his chair, his confident smile unwavering. "We want to recruit you into the White Tiger Guild for twice the amount that Yu Jin Architectures offered you," he said. He held his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. The text above his hands spoke volumes. "We want to recruit you into the White Tiger Guild for twice the amount that Yu Jin Architectures offered you." He leaned forward, his eyes intense. "There's no need to stall. Get right to the decisive moment," the text above his head demanded. He smiled, a confident gleam in his eyes. "If you do well compared to your assumed skill, the pay can increase," the text below him promised. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "How's that?" the text above his head exclaimed. "It should be a surprising offer for a hunter who was E-rank until recently," the text below him added. He pondered the offer, a thoughtful frown etching across his brow. "How much is the White Tiger Guild's building price for you to make an offer like this?" the text above his head questioned. The man's confusion was evident in his expression. "Excuse me?" the text above his head asked. "What does that mean?" the text below his head clarified. "We're not using all the floors, but it should be around 50 billion," the text above the man's head stated. "And you want to hand that over to me?" the text below the other man's head questioned. His confusion deepened, a startled expression spreading across his face. I'm not sure what you're talking about," the text above his head mumbled. The man's jaw dropped in shock. "How much is the White Tiger Guild's building price for you to make an offer like this?" the text above him repeated, echoing his disbelief. "Excuse me?" the text above his head questioned. "What does that mean?" the text below him clarified. His confusion was palpable. "We're not using all the floors, but it should be around 50 billion," the text above his head stated. "And you want to hand that over to me?" the text below him questioned. He looked at the man, a mixture of disbelief and shock on his face. I'm not sure what you're talking about. The text above his head mumbled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He looked to the right, confusion etched on his face. The two men looked at the phone, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. $30 billion? The text above the phone read. The man at the table looked down, his face pale. In the next panel, a woman with black hair sat at a table, her face contorted in shock. Behind her, a man stood, his expression mirroring hers. He sat at the table, his hand covering his mouth, his face a mask of worry. The text above the phone read, $30 billion? Yu Jin's offered sum was a 30 billion won building. The text above the left man stated, if you're offering twice their price, doesn't that mean you'll be offering your 50 billion won White Tiger Guild building? The text below the right man questioned. He stood there, his mouth agape, eyes wide with shock. Just how great is his ability that Yu Jin offered 30 billion for him? The text above him questioned. They haven't even reviewed his rank yet. It continued. Isn't he just bluffing because there's no way to confirm it? The text below him wondered. He looked at his phone, a serious expression on his face. If you think I'm bluffing, I can confirm it for you. The text above his head stated. Since he offered twice the amount, I thought he had even heard about my deal with Jin Ho, but it doesn't look like he knows about it. The text to the right of him mused. He stood there, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with shock. He's not bluffing. The text above him exclaimed. Such a high price goes past my abilities, the text below him admitted. If you give me some time, I can negotiate with the guild's higher-ups, the text to the right of him pleaded. Then we're finished here. The text above his head stated, ending the meeting abruptly. His face was etched with worry. He looked down, his face contorted in frustration. Did I rush it too much? The text above his head questioned. If I had just found out the details of Yu Jin's offer, got permission from the guild and took small and steady steps, the text below him lamented. He looked down, his brow furrowed. Oh, right. The text above his head acknowledged. How did you obtain this information about me? The text to the right of him questioned. He looked to his left, startled. Did you research my background? The text above his head asked. The text below him stuttered. He stood there, his eyes wide with fear, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had been threatened. He looked down at the clipboard, his face pale. Stealth? The text above his head whispered. Don't turn around. The text to the right of him warned. He stood there, his expression serious, his brow furrowed. I see. If he's a reawakened person who can even use stealth, then it makes sense that Yu Jin would make such a careless offer. The text above his head mused. He looked to the right, a serious expression on his face. I didn't order the research on purpose. The text above his head explained. Somebody working in our guild noticed that somebody was clearing C-rank dungeons at an extremely fast rate, so we dug into it and found you. It continued. He stood there, his face serious, his blue eyes focused. 3 major accidents that occurred inside gates recently. The text above his head stated. I have no evidence, but 3 times is not a coincidence anymore. It continued. Because of your reawakening, you received abilities of a high-ranked hunter and overcame all those accidents. It concluded. A pair of blue eyes stared into the distance, smoke swirling around them. Yu Jin Ho must have seen your skill during the second raid, and is receiving a test from his father's guild similar to what you both are doing now. The text above the eyes explained. Considering all those points, everything comes together, and we arrive to where we stand now. It continued. How many people know about me? The text below the eyes questioned. Just me and one of my subordinates. He stated, his face etched with concern. I wonder how Chief is doing. He mused. A blue eye stared into the distance, smoke swirling around it. It looks like I was noticed due to clearing C-rank gates too quickly. The text above the eye stated. I do not want the number of people who know about me to increase. It continued. He leaned forward, his expression serious. If, perhaps a rumor about me starts spreading, can I take it as your and your subordinates' responsibility? The text above his head questioned. He looked to the right, his brow furrowed, a small cut on his cheek. I'm required to formally report this to the guildmaster, the text above his head stated. But I don't want to die. The text below his head whispered. He smiled, a confident gleam in his eyes. G.I. Chul. The text above his head began. No, I'll warn my subordinate properly as well. It continued. Thank you. The text below his head stated. He sat there, his arms crossed, a tired expression on his face. Because we cleared too many C-rank dungeons, it looks like we've been a nuisance to the White Tiger Guild. The text above his head sighed. Unfortunately, we don't have any plans to stop for a while. It continued. He leaned forward, his expression serious. That's a problem. The text above his head stated. We're running out of gates to train our new recruits. It continued. It's not like we can send them to higher-ranked gates, it lamented. He stood there, his jaw clenched, his eyes focused. Then how about we make a deal? The text above his head proposed. A figure stood in the doorway, his jacket zippered, his dark blue interior peeking out. He was ready. He stood there, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with shock. A deal? The text above his head echoed his disbelief. He smiled, 3 fingers raised in a gesture of a deal. We'll sell 3 of our C-rank gate reservations, he stated confidently. Of course, this is a special offer only for today. He added, if you don't take this chance, it will be hard to reserve a C-rank gate for a while. He warned. He looked at the viewer, his expression thoughtful. Are you a door-to-door salesman? He questioned. Since gates don't only spawn in the metropolitan areas, we can train the recruits down in another province. He explained calmly. He looked at the viewer, a thoughtful expression on his face. The only problem is that it could create conflicts between us and other major guilds. The thinking bubble above his head mused. I accept. The text below him stated. How much is it in total? It continued. The man on the left stood there, his mouth agape, eyes wide with shock. Let's say 300 million each. The text above the man on the right's head stated. He stood there, his mouth slightly open, his eyes wide with shock. The maximum price in mana crystals and magic crystals you can get from a C-rank dungeon is 200 million. The text above his head exclaimed. If you're selling for that price, we will make a loss. The text below him stated. He looked at the viewer, his face a mask of panic. 300 million is a bit difficult for us, so how about 200 million? The text below him pleaded. He stood there, his eyes closed, a smile gracing his lips. Okay then. The text above his head agreed. He looked to the side, his eyes wide with surprise. Huh? The text below him questioned. The 2 men shook hands, a sense of accomplishment evident in their expressions. Is it done? The text above their heads asked. 3 C-rank gates, total 600 million. Please send it to my account. The text below them instructed. He stood there, a determined look on his face, a small red container in his hand. And this is a gift from me. The text above him stated. Would you please open your mouth? The text above the man on the right questioned. The text above the man on the right repeated, his eyes wide with shock. He screamed, flames licking at his face, his eyes wide with terror. The pain was unbearable. He stood there, his back to the viewer, his shoulders slumped. What, this ability? The text above him exclaimed. Am my wound? The text below him questioned. The fact that you just showed me your stealth and healing abilities. Can I take that as a sign of your trust? The text below him asked. He stood there, his back to the viewer, his shoulders slumped, his face hidden. If it means that you will at least keep my secret. The text below him stated. A man in a black suit walked toward a table where another man sat, pointing at the table. Chief, he greeted. He looked to the right, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth open. What was that light just then? The text above his head questioned. Did things not go well with Sung Jin Woo? The text below him wondered. He looked to the left, a small smirk playing on his lips. G.I. Chul. The text above him whispered. I think we've met a much more formidable person than we thought. It mused. He stood there, his back to the viewer, talking on the phone. Sir, it's been transferred. The text above his head stated. He stood there, his face serious, his eyes wide with shock, talking on the phone. 600 million, just like you said. The text above his head stated. To think that a cancelled gate sold for this much. To whom did you sell it? It continued. He stood there, his back to the viewer, his face hidden, talking on the phone. It's a trade secret. The text above his head stated. A sign reading, Second Manager's Office, hung above his head. Chief. The text above him exclaimed. What? There are C-rank gates left in our area? The text next to him questioned. He stood there, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape, his face a picture of disbelief. He held the phone to his ear, his eyes wide with shock, his expression one of disbelief. Yes. And all the bidding prices are below 10 million won. The text above his head stated. Could it be? The text below his hand wondered. He stood there, his eyes wide with shock, his finger pointed at the phone. Yu Jin Ho's team hasn't reserved a single C-rank gate today. The text above his head stated. He looked to the left, a worried expression on his face. I think we've been had, Chief. The text above his head stated. Yu Jin Ho's team had no intention of raiding tomorrow from the beginning. It continued. I failed to scout Sung Jin Woo and even got scammed. The text below his head lamented. Does this mean? The text below his head pondered. He looked to the left, a concerned expression on his face. He did this without fear that I might reveal his identity? The text above his head questioned. An unknown number? The text below his head echoed his disbelief. A phone screen displayed a text message. You have a message. Unknown number XXX4X4X. This is Sung Jin Woo. With this, I'll pretend you never did a background research on me. He stood there, a sly grin on his face, his eyes narrowed. The deal was his background for money. The text above his head mused. He's a tough one, really. It concluded. He stood there, his eyes wide with surprise. Did he send the message after memorizing the number on my business card? The text above his head questioned. He stood there, a satisfied smile on his face, holding a phone in his hand. That's enough. Let's be satisfied that we found out Sung Jin Woo's number for now. The text above his head stated. Since our final goal is to recruit Sung Jin Woo. It continued. A cityscape stretched out behind him. The money we use today isn't much to the White Tiger Guild. The text above the buildings stated. I might get in trouble with the guildmaster though. It continued, his face etched with worry. Well, he stated, a sly smile playing on his lips. He stood confidently in the forest, a mountain looming in the distance. Let's begin, he declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. He stood ready for the challenge, his gray hoodie pulled tight. The bright purple background pulsed with energy, white lightning bolts in the shape of hands crackling with power. A burst of bright purple and white energy erupted, a chaotic force unleashed against a black backdrop. He stood in the forest, watching the energy surge, a mixture of fear and awe in his eyes. The forest around him was awash in purple and white hues. He smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Job change. The text above him read. Seems interesting. The text below him mused. He stood on a white cloud-like landscape, his gray hoodie pulled tight, his eyes fixed on the dark purple sky above. A dark swirling vortex pulsed with pink, purple, and blue lighting. I wonder what kind of monsters will be in there. The text above it questioned. Purple lines radiated from the center of a black void. At last, this game. The text above it declared. A dark red curved structure, resembling a feather, stood against a black and white background, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. A monstrous head, adorned with a red and orange helmet, glared out from the darkness, its white markings adding to its menacing presence. He stepped into the hallway, its arched ceilings and dark wooden pillars hinting at a grand history, torchlight casting long shadows across the walls. The knight stood tall, his dark armor gleaming, a sword with a gold hilt clutched firmly in his hand, radiating power and strength. The knight's arm, encased in dark armor, was raised, the muscles beneath the metal hinting at the immense power that lay within. The knight stood defiant, his black armor shimmering, facing a man with black hair who leapt through the air, a blue light surrounding his leg. He surged forward, his right arm raised, a white streak of energy emanating from his fist, his face determined. Active. Vital Strike LV 1. 70 mana. Dagger only. You have learned to attack efficiently. You now deal critical damage as you attack your foe's vital areas. The text above his shoulder read. He was thrown backward, his eyes wide with shock, his face a mask of surprise as a blurry figure kicked him from the side. He raised his arm, a dagger gripped tightly in his hand, a beam of white light shooting from his fist. My attacks aren't dealing damage at all. The text above him exclaimed. A shadowy figure, its armor glinting, charged forward, a blue light blast erupting from its foot, striking the ground with immense force. He spoke, his face determined, a hint of pride in his eyes. He's not that strong. The text above him stated. It's just that his armor is too thick for my dagger to penetrate. The text below him clarified. The armored figure raised its sword, a blue and white light blast erupting from the blade, its face set in a determined expression. His movements are dull and his attacks don't have much force. The text above it stated. The armored figure stood firm, facing forward, as light blue streaks of energy struck its form from the left, a testament to the relentless attack. He stood there, a light blue energy emanating from his left hand, his eyes focused on the foe. His only good point is his defense. The text above him stated. He has no skill. It continued. Doesn't he know that the bigger the motion, the bigger the opening? It questioned. The armored figure brought its sword down in a powerful arc, the blade slicing through the ground, rocks flying from the impact, its face determined. He stood there, his eyes wide with determination. I already have experience against an opponent with armor so thick that my dagger didn't work on it. The text above him declared. His hand gripped tightly onto a large, dark object, his expression tense, his focus unwavering. The urgency in his grip was palpable. He stood, his arm outstretched, his eyes fixed on his right hand, his body tense, ready to strike. The feeling of impending action filled the air. He punched, his fist clenched, his arm extended, a blue blur surrounding his fist, radiating energy. He stood, looking down at the armored figure, his expression one of annoyance. A doll-type monster, the text below him stated. This type of monster is weak against drawn-out battles. The text above the armored figure read. Can you even call it a proper monster? The text to the right questioned. It's going to be annoying if more of these guys show up in the future. The text below the figure lamented. He stood, his hand holding a torch, the flame illuminating the darkness, casting eerie shadows. Since I'm using a torch instead of a luminous stone, it's pretty dark here. The text above his hand stated. Clutching the torch, the man scans the dark place, his eyes tracing the text above his head. Like an instant dungeon, I can't exit until I clear it, so I have to conserve my mana as much as possible. He reads. He glances at the notification, annoyance flashing across his face. The most annoying thing is that damage accumulates. He mutters, his eyes fixed on the glowing text. The man stares at the screen, a mixture of worry and regret clouding his expression. Stealth and Vital Strike have good efficiency, but they also consume a lot of mana. He sighs. Unknown difficulty, no healing, no retreat. This dungeon is too risky. He mumbles, his eyes scanning the text. How many hours? No. How many weeks it will take me to clear the quest? So it's bad that I can't heal. He worries, his gaze lingering on the dungeon walls. The man sprints across the barren landscape, his eyes darting around in panic. If I take longer than 12 hours, I might become centipede prey like last time. He cries, a wave of fear washing over him. This isn't good. I better get a job quickly and finish my daily quest. He thinks, his pace quickening as he walks through the hallway. The knights stand guard, their hands tight on their weapons. Before that, one of them murmurs. The knight crosses his legs, his gaze fixed on the man shrouded in flames. I'll have to take care of these muscleheads who only trust their defense, he states. A smirk curls his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The man is ready for a challenge, his confidence radiating through his every move. The man clenches his fist, a surge of white energy swirling around it. He prepares to unleash a powerful attack. The man throws a powerful punch, his fist connecting with the knight's armor. The impact sends a ripple of red energy through the air. His leg swings with incredible force, the red sound effect echoing the power of his kick. The knight stands tall, his head tilted upwards, black lines radiating from his body. He emanates an aura of power. A surge of blue energy slams into the knight, sending him reeling backwards. His armor groans under the impact. The creature swings its glowing leg in a circular motion, the blurred image conveying its raw power. The three figures clash in midair, their movements a blur of energy and impact. The gray lines in the background add to the sense of chaos. The knight stands tall, his helmet obscuring his face. His menacing silhouette inspires a sense of fear and uncertainty. The knight stands tall, his helmet obscuring his face. The figure with glowing blue eyes leaps through the air, its movements shrouded in mystery. The man soars through the air, his eyes glowing blue as he unleashes a powerful attack. He lands a devastating blow, the force of his strike sending the armored man flying backwards. The knight stands tall, his gaze fixed on the figure soaring through the air. The energy swirling around the figure sends a wave of unease through the knight. The man grabs the knight's chest, his hand tightening around the knight's neck. The knight struggles against the man's grip, but his efforts seem futile. The man lunges forward, his fist clenched tight. He focuses all his energy on the black figure, ready to strike. The man stands over the fallen knight, his expression grim. The knight's headless body hangs limp in the air, a testament to the man's power. He stands over the defeated knight, his confidence unwavering. If I can't cut them, I can just target where their bones would be, he says. There's a few that drop some decent items, he says. He examines the leather pouch and the high knight's chestplate, his mind already planning how he'll use them. It's great that armor-type items don't force you to show their design, he says. If someone looked at me, I would become a laughing stock. He stares at the translucent blue chestplate, a wave of doubt washing over him. Will it really defend me even if it's manifested in reality, he wonders. He opens the leather pouch, a wave of excitement flooding through him. It's an item that contains gold. 30,000 in fact, he says, his eyes shining with joy. He pulls back his arm, his eyes burning with fury. He's ready to unleash his rage. He swings his arm, a sharp object flashing in his hand. His anger fuels his attack. The person raises the sword, a triumphant grin beneath the cloth. You have slain a knight, the banner proclaims, celebrating the victory. He turns his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. Stealth? There are even monsters with stealth, he questions, a sense of unease settling over him. He stands tall, a beam of light radiating from his body. He's determined to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The magician raises his hand, a glow emanating from his fingertips. A magician this time? Moreover, it uses blaze magic. He mutters, his eyes narrowed in focus. He stares at the figure, a mix of confusion and suspicion clouding his expression. Stealth, and the same type of magic that Zhou Yuan used. What's going on here? He wonders. He stares at the figure, a look of terror gripping his face. It's as if, he whispers, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. Fight from last time. He growls, his eyes blazing with anger. He stands ready to face the familiar foe. He sighs, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This place is harder than I thought, he says. Since there are diverse types of monsters, I need to utilize different stats for each of them. Strength for knights, sense for assassins, agility for archers, and vitality for magicians. He murmurs, his brow furrowed in thought. If I have low sense, I'll have a lot of trouble with assassins. He says. The armored figures stand over the fallen comrade, their faces shrouded in shadow. The air is heavy with the weight of danger. The three swords spin around him, threatening to strike. He lies helpless on the ground, trapped by the blades. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for me. He says. I'll have to close my eyes for a while and lower my fatigue. He says. He clenches his jaw, his face contorted in pain. The blurred background amplifies the feeling of intense struggle. The man stares at the cloaked figures, his suspicions growing with each passing moment. He prepares to strike. The cloaked figure strides through the dark room, his bow held high. Darn it, he mutters. They're not giving me a chance to rest. He growls, his hand clenched tight around the weapon. He's tired, but he won't give up. The room shimmers with an ethereal glow, the candles casting flickering shadows on the ornate pillars. He opens the leather pouch, a smile spreading across his face as he finds a treasure trove of gold and a refreshing water bottle. He takes a long, satisfying sip from the water bottle, his face relaxing into a blissful smile. He stands tall, his glowing armor reflecting the dim light. I leveled up quite a bit and gathered a lot of items. He says. The glowing armor shimmers on his feet, each step radiating power and speed. He stares at the towering cathedral, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Even after I leveled up this much, I can't comprehend it. He says. The skill of the thing behind this door. He whispers. The man stares at the red object behind the door, his heart pounding with fear and uncertainty. Boss room. He reads, a wave of apprehension washing over him. The hand reaches for the door, his heart pounding in his chest. The smoke billows from the doorway, obscuring the path ahead. Fear grips his heart, his mind racing with uncertainty. He stares directly at you, his eyes cold and calculating. A chilliness that makes your spirit shiver. He says. The flames dance wildly, their flickering light casting long, ominous shadows on the walls. The throne room looms before you, its grandeur a stark contrast to the terrifying silence that hangs in the air. The smoke billows through the hallway, obscuring the path ahead. You can't see the end, but you know danger awaits. He stands alone, his figure silhouetted against the stormy sky. Loneliness clings to him like a shroud. A king's throne room. You whisper, your eyes tracing the ornate designs of the throne. The figure steps through the smoke-filled room, its red, scaly leg leaving a trail of dust on the stone floor. Eyes, ears, fingertips. The texts whisper, their words echoing through the dark and mysterious room. The armored foot slams into the ground, a shockwave of energy radiating outwards. I remember this sensation. He says, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. This chilly feeling, he says. His red armor gleams in the dim light, his presence a tangible threat. The armored legs stride across the wooden floor, leaving a trail of smoke in their wake. It looks like this strong energy comes from this guy, he says, his eyes fixed on the figure shrouded in darkness. The screen displays his stats, a testament to his incredible strength. Wolf Slayer. It reads, a title that speaks volumes about his power. The armored leg steps forward, a crack echoing through the air. The cape billows behind him, a symbol of his might. Ha, he says. He stands tall and proud, his red armor gleaming in the dim light. The armored leg stands on the platform, the smoke swirling around it. The scene is shrouded in mystery. He looks down at you, his glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Blood-Red Commander Igras. It reads above his head, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear it. He stares at you, his face contorted in anger. A dark red name, he shouts. He sits on the throne, his red armor gleaming in the dim light. A knight that protects the empty throne. It reads above his head, his presence a symbol of power and authority. He descends the stairs, his red armor gleaming in the dim light. His presence fills the room with an aura of power. He stares to the left, his face contorted in anger. "It's coming!" he shouts. He swings his sword, a blinding flash of light illuminating the room. The sound of whoosh echoes through the chamber, a testament to his raw power. He watches as the armored figure advances, a chill of fear running down his spine. The sword glinting in the dim light serves as a stark warning. The armored warrior pushes the man away with a powerful swing of his sword. The force of the blow sends the man flying backwards. He plummets through the air, his face twisted in shock. The ground rushes towards him, his heart pounding with fear. He stares at the shattered ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. "It cut the pillars like tofu? What an insanely strong bastard!" he cries. He slams his fist into the armored man's chest, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The impact throws the armored man backwards. The blue sword slices through the air, but fails to penetrate the red armor. "Tisk, it's not penetrating," he mutters, his face twisted in frustration. The two men clash, their swords flashing in the dim light. They fight with a desperate fury, each blow filled with raw power. He throws a powerful punch, his hand blurring as it connects with his target. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The ground crumbles beneath his feet, debris flying into the air. The dust billows around him, a testament to his incredible power. He plummets towards the ground, his body a blur of motion. The earth cracks beneath him, creating a cloud of dust. Dust fills the air, obscuring the scene in a haze of chaos. The light at the bottom shines through the swirling particles, a beacon in the darkness. The clouds drift across the black sky, their movement slow and deliberate. The light at the top shines through them, a faint glimmer of hope in the vast emptiness. The purple light pulsates with energy, its lines swirling and dancing. It's a sight of incredible power and beauty. He throws his head back, a grin splitting his face. "Whoa!" he exclaims, his eyes shining with excitement. He's propelled upwards, his body a blur of motion. Red and purple streaks trail behind him, a testament to his incredible speed. He's thrown backwards, his body slamming into the ground. The long, black object whizzes past him, a blur of speed and danger. The yellow lines surge upwards, their movement creating a sense of energy and motion. They appear to be pushing something upwards, a powerful force at work. A blinding light engulfed the area, illuminating the dark room and casting long shadows. The source of the light pulsed with energy, creating a sense of anticipation. The man in the dark outfit swung his sword with incredible force, its blue blur trail slicing through the air. The man in red, cloaked in shadow, dodged the attack, his cape billowing behind him as he sped away. His brow furrowed, the man glared to the right, a dark fire burning in his eyes. The text below him, a stark warning in a black circle, confirmed his suspicions. Clad in intricate red armor, the figure stood defiant, its silhouette blurred against the swirling backdrop. The text surrounding it, a testament to its strength and agility, filled the air with a sense of danger. A glint of steel, a sword lay before him, its sharp edge reflecting the dim light. He studied the enemy, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he read the words above his head. The words, stark and bold, echoed in the silence. Disbelief etched itself on his features as he processed the truth contained within. Lightning crackled around the weapon in his hand, a dangerous power thrumming within. He pondered his options, his mind struggling to find a way to overcome the overwhelming odds. The man with the blue hoodie, his hands clasped together, stared ahead with a steely gaze. A determined glint shone in his eyes, his resolve unwavering despite the immense challenge before him. The sword, a beacon of yellow light, blazed in the center of the room, its power emanating outward. The figure, cloaked in red, stood firm, radiating an aura of immense strength. The hand, encased in a red gauntlet, gripped a small dagger, its sharp edge glinting menacingly in the dim light. The dagger, a symbol of silent menace, whispered of a threat lurking in the shadows. A crimson cloak, ripped and torn, fell to the ground, its vibrant color a stark contrast to the darkness. Two metallic throwing stars lay scattered nearby, a silent testament to the intense struggle that had just occurred. Hidden in shadow, only the lower torso of a figure was visible, clad in gleaming red armor and draped in a flowing cloak. An air of mystery and intrigue hung heavy in the air. A monstrous red gauntlet, clenched into a fist, loomed in the lower frame, threatening to crush whatever lay in its path. Above, a blur of motion and smoke trailed across the sky, a warning of impending danger. Standing tall and unwavering, the red-armored figure exuded an aura of power and dominance. Their red ponytails swayed gently, a silent testament to their strength and composure. The figure, cloaked in shadow, stood poised for battle, red armor glinting on their forearms and hands. The air crackled with tension, a feeling of anticipation and fear hanging heavy in the air. The young man, his jaw clenched tight, glared with annoyance, his frustration evident in his black eyes. "Chivalry?" he scoffed. "You're not taking me seriously." A monstrous red creature, its white eyes glowing malevolently, charged forward, its stone-like form a terrifying spectacle. Fear and danger radiated from its presence, a chilling reminder of its destructive power. The young man, his eyes wide with shock, stared in disbelief as a massive red claw ripped through the air, its target clear. Fear gripped his heart, a cold knot of dread forming in his stomach. A red-armored figure, its spiky red hair a crown of fury, pressed down on the young man, crushing him under its immense weight. The young man's cries were muffled by the force, a testament to the terrifying strength of his opponent. The young man, his face pale with fear, lay on the ground, the force of the blow stealing his breath. The red-armored figure, a monster with glowing white eyes, loomed over him, its presence a terrifying shadow. The red-armored figure, his long, spiky hair flowing behind him, brought his arm down in a powerful arc. Blue energy crackled around his fist, a testament to the immense strength he wielded. The young man, embedded into the wall, struggled to breathe, blue energy swirling around him. The force of the blow had left him dazed, his body screaming in pain. The young man, his gray hoodie stained with sweat and grime, slumped to the ground, exhaustion etched on his face. The battle had taken its toll, leaving him battered and weary. The young man, his eyes wide with surprise, assumed a fighting stance, ready to strike. The broken rubble around him served as a grim reminder of the intensity of the fight. The man, a blur of motion in the darkness, unleashed a devastating punch, his fist connecting with the wall with a resounding impact. Debris flew through the air, a testament to the raw power he possessed. The red figure, a blur of motion against the dark backdrop, moved with incredible speed, its power palpable. The large text above it, a testament to its destructive might, filled the air with a sense of awe and danger. The red figure, a blur of motion in the darkness, raced forward at speed, a whirlwind of crimson. The image conveyed a sense of raw power and unstoppable momentum. The dark room, filled with debris and destruction, served as a stark backdrop for the bold black and red text that dominated the center of the image. The text, a symbol of impact and action, pulsed with energy. Rocks and debris, caught in a whirlwind of chaos, flew through the air, a testament to the destructive force unleashed. The dark brown environment, a canvas of devastation, served as a reminder of the power of the attack. The man, his silhouette stark against the dark, desolate environment, stood still, his gaze fixed on the ground. The destruction behind him served as a stark reminder of the urgency of the situation. The man, his bright blue eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and concern, muttered to himself. "I guarded that hit, but it feels like I still lost around 500 health," he said, a worried frown forming on his face. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as he glanced down at his arm. "If I didn't have armor," he thought, a chill running down his spine. Then, a shadowy figure, their long, dark ponytail swaying gently, stood motionless in the darkness. A veil of mystery surrounded them, their movements a blur of motion, their power hidden in the shadows. The man, his bright blue eyes narrowed in worry, stared to the right, a determined glint in his gaze. "I won't come out alive if I keep taking direct hits," he said aloud. "It's still insanely strong even without its sword." The character, their red mask a stark contrast to their crimson hair, stood frozen, their white eyes wide with concern. "How do I?" they mumbled, their voice barely a whisper, as confusion and uncertainty clouded their expression. The character, their red mask a chilling symbol of their power, stood motionless in the smoky environment, their expression filled with doubt. The words, "Even put up a decent fight against this monster?" hovered above their head, a question that hung heavy in the air. Standing firm in the darkness, the character met the challenge with a determined gaze. A sense of unwavering resilience radiated from them, their resolve unwavering despite the odds. "Even if I lose in strength," they thought, a confident smirk playing on their lips, "I still have speed." The character, their red mask and hair a fiery contrast to the darkness, stood poised, their weapon gripped tightly in their hand. Their eyes darted around, alert to any sign of danger, their expression a mix of urgency and preparedness. The word, "alarm," pulsed at the bottom of the image, a silent warning of impending danger. The character, their blue eyes focused and determined, sprinted through the darkness, their arms extended, a blur of motion. The words, "skill," "sprint," was activated, flashed above their head, followed by a description of the skill's effects. The character, their black hair whipping behind them, moved with astonishing speed, their arms extended, a blur of motion. Their determination was evident in their every movement, their focus unwavering. The character, their red mask a symbol of their vigilance, stood poised, their gaze unwavering. The darkness surrounding them heightened the sense of urgency and danger, every shadow a potential threat. The character, their black hair a blur of motion, sprinted forward, their movements a testament to their speed and agility. Their focus was unwavering, their determination evident in every stride. The character, their blue eyes gleaming with confidence, grinned as they stood tall and proud. The black hooded shirt and the darkness around them only amplified their aura of power and determination. The character, their blue eyes fixed on the opponent, extended their arm, ready to strike. Their white pants and black hooded shirt stood out against the darkness, a stark contrast to the red mask and hair of the figure facing them. The image pulsed with action and excitement, a clash of wills about to unfold. The figure, its red helmet glowing with an otherworldly light, stood poised for attack, its white eyes blazing with power. The anticipation was palpable, the image filled with a sense of impending danger. The man, his black hair shadowed, stared up in alarm, his expression a mixture of fear and anticipation. The object he was looking at remained unseen, its presence a looming threat. Blue and black sound effects exploded across the gray background, a chaotic symphony of energy and power. The image pulsated with a sense of force, a testament to the strength of the blow. Two large blue sound effects echoed across the gray and brown background, a visual representation of the impact of the attack. In the background, a figure with black hair and a dark shirt could be seen, along with a red figure, their forms dwarfed by the force of the sound. The image conveyed a sense of overwhelming power, a testament to the might of the attack. The man, his dark hoodie pulled tight, his mouth open in a silent roar, launched forward, his anger and determination fueling his attack. His gaze was fixed on the target, his every movement a testament to his unyielding resolve. The red figure, its white eyes gleaming, slammed into the man with incredible force, sending him hurtling backward. The man, his black hair whipping in the wind, braced for the impact, his movements a blur of motion. The background, a chaotic blur of gray, white, and black, added to the sense of intense action and speed. A red figure, its dark helmet a blur of motion, sped across the gray, white, and black background, a whirlwind of energy. The image pulsed with a sense of speed, a testament to its incredible agility. The red figure, its attack swift and brutal, connected with the man's face, sending him sprawling backward. The man's body twisted in pain, his eyes wide with fear as he looked up at his attacker. The man, his eyes wide with fear, lay on the ground, his body racked with pain. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the unseen threat, his heart pounding in his chest. A blue box in the corner displayed a message, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. The red figure, its dark helmet a beacon of determination, charged forward, its movements a blur of motion. A text above it declared, "If my defense increased due to my passive skill, I still have a chance." The man, his black shirt stained with sweat and grime, lay on the blue surface, his body contorted in pain. He reached out with both hands, his desperation palpable. "I can't give up," he whispered. The leg, clad in black pants and white shoes, moved with incredible speed, its motion a blur of energy. It connected with the red surface with a resounding impact, the force of the blow evident in the blur of motion. The red surface, scarred and textured, pulsed with a blinding white light, its power emanating outward. A black shape surrounded the glow, a chilling reminder of the force that had been unleashed. The man, his eyes wide with shock, stared up, a mix of fear and pain etched on his features. His mouth was open in a silent scream, his expression a testament to the agonizing pain he was enduring. The leg, clad in black pants with white stripes, moved with incredible speed, its motion a blur of energy. It connected with the red surface with a resounding impact, the force of the blow leaving a trail of blurred motion. The man, his blue shirt torn and bloodied, lay sprawled on the ground, his arms outstretched, a victim of the red armored figure's aggression. The scene pulsed with violence, a stark reminder of the brutality of the attack. The red armored figure, a blur of motion, launched through the air, their right leg extended in a powerful kick. The scene, a whirlwind of speed and power, left a trail of motion blur in its wake. A figure, a blur of motion against a backdrop of blue, streaked through the air, leaving a trail of black lines in its wake. A blue and white symbol, a beacon of power, shone in the upper right corner. The image, a close-up of a swirling mass of blue, purple, and white light, pulsed with energy. Motion blur, indicated by black lines, added to the feeling of power and motion. A purple glowing shape, its form a blur of movement, hovered against a gray background. Gray and black lines indicated its direction, adding to the feeling of motion and power. The man, cloaked in darkness, plummeted through the air, his descent a blur of motion. The feeling of suspense hung heavy in the air, every second a race against time. The man, his dark blue shirt torn and tattered, slumped over the large chair, exhaustion etched on his features. The ornate mirror reflected his weary form, adding to the feeling of fatigue and defeat. The man, his black pants and shoes barely visible in the shadows, sat perched on the red throne, its gold frame glinting in the dim light. The throne room, steeped in mystery and intrigue, was a stage for the unfolding drama. A dark, blurry figure, a blur of motion in the shadowy room, unleashed a burst of light and energy. Purple streaks of energy shot through the air, a testament to the power unleashed. A white burst of energy, a radiant explosion of power, illuminated the dark, blurry room. Purple streaks of energy, tinged with blue, shot through the air, a captivating display of force. The man, his dark blue shirt torn and tattered, slumped over the large chair, exhaustion etched on his features. The ornate mirror reflected his weary form, adding to the feeling of fatigue and defeat. The man, his face obscured by his hair, slumped against the wall, his jaw clenched tight in pain. The darkness of the room seemed to amplify his distress, leaving him feeling isolated and vulnerable. The knight, clad in gleaming red armor, stood tall and imposing, his helmet concealing his face but revealing two glowing white eyes that pierced the darkness. His red hair flowed behind him, a symbol of his power and might. The man, his gray hoodie a stark contrast to the knight's crimson armor, bowed low, his back a testament to his fear. The knight, his presence a dominating force, towered over him, a symbol of unwavering power. A large, metallic hand, its surface gleaming red, reached out from the shadows, smoke billowing from its palm. The hand, a symbol of power and mystery, lingered in the air, its purpose unknown. A brilliant yellow ring, swirling and pulsing with energy, dominated the center of the image. The dark blue background, laced with orange and red lines, added to the feeling of danger and excitement. A streak of bright yellow light, a blinding flash of power, cut through the dark blue background, leaving a trail of black and blue energy in its wake. Below, a red-skinned figure in armor stood poised, awaiting the impact of the energy explosion. The figure, clad in red armor, stood tall and proud, his red hair a fiery crown. His right arm, clenched into a fist, was raised high, a silent threat. The dark blue background amplified his power and presence. A glowing yellow sword, a blur of motion against the dark blue backdrop, streaked across the picture. A red-skinned figure's leg, a blur of motion, connected with the sword, a clash of power and strength. The red-skinned figure, clad in gleaming red armor, stood tall and imposing, his right arm raised, a glowing yellow sword held aloft. The dark blue background emphasized his power and strength. The man, his red and black suit a stark contrast to the dark blue-gray background, stood with his arms outstretched, a glowing yellow sword extending from his left hand. The sword pierced the ground below, creating a black hole that radiated white lines, a terrifying display of power. A blue and white sound effect, a visual representation of the impact, pulsed in the center of the image, against a backdrop of dark blue and orange lines. The image radiated a sense of power and shock, a testament to the force unleashed. The hand, strong and determined, gripped the sword, its two fingers a symbol of control and power. The dark blue background, accented by the brown and gray rocks, enhanced the feeling of intensity. The man, his black hair framing his determined expression, stood poised, his right arm outstretched, his hand ablaze with blue energy. The golden sword, a beacon of power, glowed in his grip, a testament to his strength and resolve. A dark gray gauntlet, its metal surface gleaming, was clenched into a fist, its power evident in its rigid form. The green background, accented by the white text, displayed the item's stats, a testament to its power and potential. The man with red hair, his purple armored suit gleaming, charged forward, his sword raised high, a blur of motion against the blue, white, and brown background. His opponent, the white-haired figure, stood firm, their own sword held at the ready, the air crackling with anticipation. The hand, bathed in electric blue energy, crackled with power, its fingertips curled slightly, a silent promise of potential. The text above, containing the word, "I," hinted at a story yet to be told, a mystery waiting to be unveiled. The mouth, a confident smirk playing on its lips, revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. The words, "haven't," above, and "lost yet," below, whispered of a defiant spirit, a refusal to yield. The person with black hair, their blue shirt a stark contrast against the red figure in the background, stood firm, their right hand clutching an unseen object. The red figure, its form a blur of white lines, loomed in the shadows, a looming threat. The red armored figure, its head tilted upward, stood tall and imposing, a white glow emanating from its head. The figure's stance exuded power and majesty, a beacon of strength amidst the white, gray, and black backdrop. The red armored figure, its dark blue band a stark contrast against the white and black background, pulsed with a mysterious blue light. The image exuded power and intrigue, leaving the viewer in awe of its might. The character, their black hair a stark contrast against the red figure in the background, stood frozen, their expression one of distress. The image pulsed with a sense of urgency, a warning of impending danger. The person, their dark shirt and large grin a testament to their confidence, stood triumphant, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The red figure in the background, a silent reminder of their victory, seemed to shrink in comparison. The red armored figure, their sword a symbol of their power, stood tall and proud against a backdrop of white, black, and gray. White streaks of light, a testament to their strength, pulsed in the background, enhancing the feeling of might. The character, their lower body a blur of motion, raced through the snowy environment, their red stripe a stark contrast against the white. Their panic was evident in their hurried movements, the word of, above their head a silent plea for escape. The character, their red mask a symbol of their resolve, stood tall and proud, their gaze fixed on a point beyond the frame. Their determined expression, a mix of focus and confidence, spoke volumes about their unwavering spirit. The character, his black hair framing his grim expression, stood resolute, his gaze fixed on a point in the distance. The gray jacket, a symbol of his determination, added to the feeling of anger and frustration. The character, his red hair flowing behind him, swung his black sword with a furious force, his red scar a testament to his past battles. His power and danger were evident in his movements, his attack a blur of motion. The character, his red mask a symbol of his power, stood frozen, his red hair a fiery crown. His expression, a mix of confusion and surprise, spoke volumes about the unexpected turn of events. The character, his blue eyes blazing with determination, launched a powerful punch, his red armored glove a symbol of his strength. Blue energy erupted from his hand, a testament to his power. The character, his red mask a symbol of his fury, stood poised, his red hair a fiery crown. His expression, a mix of anger and determination, spoke volumes about his unwavering resolve. The words, "I can take back my stolen dagger," echoed in his mind, a vow for retribution. With a furious shout of, "And call it again," the character unleashed a torrent of blue energy from his hands. His eyes were blazing with anger and his stance was ready for attack. The character, his black hair whipping in the wind, roared with frustration, his blue eyes burning with rage. The masked warrior, his red armor stained with blood, gasped in pain as the blade pierced his flesh. His red hair seemed to shimmer with agony. The red-haired man, a blur of motion, launched himself forward, his powerful leg kicking out with an explosive force. His hand grabbed hold of something, his expression determined. The words, "It's shallow. A bit more," screamed from the page, a stark warning emblazoned in bold letters. The man's eye, wide and focused, followed his target, sweat beads glistening on his brow. A blue box below his eye displayed the newly acquired skill, Vital Strike, ready to be unleashed. The red-haired man, his back lined with glowing blue energy, stood ready. The Vital Strike skill, with its 70 mana cost, pulsed with power. The man's white eye burned with rage, his teeth bared in a snarl. The Vital Strike skill, its blue and black box glowing brightly, was active. The man, his red shirt billowing in the wind, roared a guttural cry, his words echoing in the chaos of A's. The masked warrior stood opposite his opponent, his eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. The hooded man, his jaw clenched, waited for the perfect moment to strike. The man, his red shirt straining against his powerful muscles, lunged forward, a blur of motion against the backdrop of blue and white light. The red mask, its white glow casting an eerie light, covered the warrior's face, a chilling symbol of power and menace. His white eye blazed with anger, his teeth bared in a snarl. The man's face was a mask of fury and determination. The monstrous figure, clad in red armor and a flowing cape, loomed over the cracked floor, its white line a sinister beacon. The man, his gray hoodie pulled tight, stood defiant, his narrowed eyes burning with anger. The armored monster, its white line pulsating with power, stood poised to attack. The man, his gray hoodie a stark contrast to the red monster at his feet, raised his head, a wave of relief washing over him as he read the words, "You leveled up." The man, his gray hoodie now stained with sweat and grime, looked out into the darkness. "Did I win?" The hand, its white stripe a faint beacon against the darkness, reached out, its owner's voice heavy with humility. That was really close. The red-armored monster, its white line dimmed, looked defeated, its voice filled with a mixture of relief and awe. "It's pure luck that I managed to win." The man, his face a mixture of surprise and confusion, stared into the darkness. "With an A-rank hunter and not fall behind?" he whispered, his eyes searching for answers. The man, his face beaming with joy, held up the glowing red stone. "4 at once. This reward is on another level. It looks like it was worth to risk my life here after all." The man muttered, a sense of satisfaction settling over him. The man, his face lit up with glee, held the bag of gold, a cascade of coins raining down around him. "To think that my gold doubled in an instant?" he exclaimed. The Red Knight's helmet, a gleaming testament to power, sat proudly on display. Furthermore, an S-rank item. The man, his black jacket shimmering with a red and purple glow, smirked, his confidence radiating. "Excluding the Demon Castle key, isn't it the first time I've got my hands on a piece of S-rank equipment?" The man's hand, holding the pulsating red stone, trembled slightly. "And a rune stone as well. I wonder what skill it contains." The man, his black jacket pulled tight, stared at the hearthstone, his brow furrowed in confusion. "A hearthstone?" The man, his black jacket a shadow against the dim light, held the green hearthstone, his expression one of puzzlement. "Why was I given a hearthstone?" The empty page, punctuated by 2 lines of text, held a silent promise. If a hearthstone was dropped, perhaps. The man, his black jacket pulled tight around him, stared at the Red Knight, a question hanging in the air. Does that mean the quest is not over yet? The single Korean word, red and bold, hung suspended in the silence, a promise of something more to come.